Even fire can fall in love with snow.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Fell in Love with Alise Lovell movie. Before we start, please go support Justero9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. It seemed like just another day for the ever-smiling and lively Alise Lovell, bringing justice to the city, or so it was until she met a certain curious white-haired boy named Bell Cranel. From that moment on, their lives became intertwined. Prologue. Another day to bring peace and justice to the city. A Stardust Garden mansion, where the Estri family lived, a family made up only of women who dispensed justice in the city against the evil organization Evilis, an organization which only seeks destruction. And in one of the many rooms of the mansion, the captain of the family had just woken up in high spirits. Another day to bring smiles to people. She thought, running towards her bathroom to wash up. She was Alise Lovell, a lively and cheerful redeed. One of her defining characteristics was her fondness for self-praise, but despite that, she was a kind-hearted girl who wouldn't hesitate to help anyone in need. Despite Aurelio not being in a good place because of the war they were having against Evilis, Alise always maintained a cheerful smile on her face and a great positive aura, firmly believing that everything would turn out well, or at least putting all her effort into making sure everything turned out well. Without a doubt, a kind-hearted girl. Haha, I look as beautiful as ever, she thought as she looked at herself in her bedroom mirror, ready to start her day. So, taking her sword and placing it at her waist, Alise left her room with a smile, heading towards the headquarters dining room to greet her family. Her ponytail swung from side to side as a lively aura surrounded her. Anyone with depressing thoughts would feel suffocated being near her. "Good morning," Alise shouted as she entered the dining room. But he was surprised to find it was almost empty. There was only a brunette girl with wolf ears who was still in her pajamas while eating some cereal. "Good morning," the girl replied lazily. "Knees? Where are the others?" Alise asked, confused, as she approached the kitchen to grab a plate and go to the table to eat cereal. "Don't you remember? Today is Sunday, and we all agreed to take the day off." "The others are probably still asleep," replied the girl now known as Knees calmly. That's right, I'd forgotten," Alise laughed, feigning innocence. "But evil never rests, so I'm obliged to work today." "Take it easy, Captain. It's been almost 2 months since Evilis last attacked. I don't think anything will happen today," the she-wolf said, letting out a small yawn. "We're not sure, so it's better to be safe than sorry," Alise said, quickly devouring her cereal, emptying her bowl in seconds, and standing up. "If the others ask about me, tell them I'm out on patrol and they can join if they want." "Sure, no problem." "Great. Let's patrol." And with that shout, Alise left the mansion with a smile, leaving her companion alone in the dining room. She really is someone special," Knees laughed amusedly. "I hope she didn't wake the others up with her shouting." While the mansion was awake to the screams of the redeed, she was already walking through the city ready to do good. "It's very quiet today too," I thought with a smile, seeing how the streets were less tense than before. Evilis's last attack had been almost 2 months ago. Since then they had not reappeared, much to the relief of the civilians, although important families knew that they were probably plotting something. "We must always be vigilant to prevent any losses," she thought, motivated. Near her, she saw an elderly woman trying to lift a food cart onto the sidewalk, but due to her advanced age, she was unable to do so. "Let me help you," Alise shouted, approaching the old woman and moving the cart without any difficulty. "Thank you very much, miss," the old woman said gratefully. "Don't worry. The great Alise will always be there to help," she said with a cheerful smile. "Here, to protect the city you need to have a full stomach." The old woman took a Jack American out of the small cart and handed it to Alise. "Thank you very much," he said gratefully, taking the Jack American. And after saying goodbye to the old woman Alise, he continued on his way through the city, enjoying his Jack American with a smile, but without letting his guard down against any attack. Without a doubt, a very lively and smiling girl, in short, a very special girl. Every day was the same for Alise. She would get up with a smile, have breakfast and go out with her colleagues to patrol the city or sometimes alone as on this occasion. Even though Evilis didn't attack, Alise always looked for ways to help the people of the city, whether it was rebuilding houses destroyed by attacks, helping someone who needed her assistance like the old woman, or if a thief was on the loose in the city. "Help, I've been robbed." As is the case now. Justice intervenes. Alise shouted, eating her Jack American in one bite and running towards the source of the shout. Upon arriving, he saw an old man lying on the ground and a man running in the distance with a bag. "Don't worry, the great Alise will bring your things back." And with that shout, Alise began to chase the thief and give him what he deserved. These fast Alise thought as she realized she couldn't get close to the guy. He probably had some weakness and if that continued he would end up losing it. Faster! Alise shouted, increasing her speed and starting to approach the thief. Stupid girl. The man shouted angrily, watching Alise get closer and closer. He quickly pulled a knife from his pocket, ready to throw it at the retard. But because he was so focused on Alise, he didn't notice a boy standing in front of him who seemed to have no intention of moving. The boy simply stretched out his foot a little, and the man, being distracted, tripped over his foot, falling face down on the ground. Taking advantage of this, Alise lunged at the man and knocked him unconscious with one blow before he could harm any civilians. Wow, he was fast, Alise said with a sigh as she picked up the bag the thief had stolen. Although at that moment he remembered that he had received help from a stranger, looking up to thank him. Was the sound that came out of Alise in confusion. In front of her stood a boy her age, wearing simple clothes, with red eyes and white skin. And what caught his attention the most was the hair as white as snow, something very rare in Arario. In short, a very peculiar boy in her eyes, who had a calm gaze. It seems I wasn't the only one who woke up wanting to bring justice today, said Alise, returning to her cheerful smile. Justice? The boy said, confused. Obviously. Thanks to you I was able to stop this thief and recover the gentleman's belongings, Alise said, still smiling. Oh, that. Sorry, but the truth is I was getting a cramp in my foot and decided to stretch it a little. I didn't mean to make that man fall, the boy explained with an embarrassed smile. Come on, don't be shy. I can see in your eyes the flame of an ally of justice, the retard said excitedly. What's your name? Bell Cranel, he replied, a little bewildered, as it was the first time he had met a person with such a positive aura around them. Bell Cranel. The perfect name for a vigilante. I exclaimed excitedly, embarrassing the albino. My name is Alise Lovell, it's an honor to meet you. Shouldn't those words be different? Bell asked, confused. At that moment, a member of the Ganesha family was passing by on that street where Alise informed him about the thief and asked him to take him to his cell, which the guy did without any problems. Meanwhile, Bell decided to leave the place and continue whatever he was doing. Although a certain lively girl grabbed his arm, stopping him in his tracks. Where are you going? I asked curiously. To go for a walk, he replied, embarrassed. No taking a walk. You helped me stop that thief, so I can't take all the credit. We have to go return what was stolen. She said, returning to her cheerful demeanor. I already told you it was pure chance, he said, embarrassed, trying to free himself from the grip, but he couldn't. And I already told you not to be ashamed to show your vigilante side, Alise said, turning to look at him with a smile and continuing her walk without letting go of him. Alise was someone who was very confident talking to others, which is why she made friends quickly, although sometimes she couldn't read the room. After a few seconds, Bell, seeing that he couldn't free himself, gave up and followed Alise to return what that guy had stolen. She's a strange girl, he thought, observing the retard's back. She didn't dislike him, she was simply surprised to meet someone with such a unique and lively personality. A certain person I knew would surely hate that lively and boisterous personality. A while later. Thank you very much, young people, the old man said, receiving his belongings. The guy was really fast, but thanks to my vigilante partner I was able to stop him, Alise said with a smile, pointing at Bell, who looked embarrassed. I'm glad I could help, Bell stammered sheepishly. Does the Estri family have a boy? The old man asked, confused. He's not part of the family, but just by looking into his eyes I can tell he's also an ally of justice, Alise said excitedly. I understand, thank you very much, young people, and thank you also for protecting the city, the old man said, beginning to leave. Don't worry, the Estri family will always be there to help others. Alise said goodbye with a big smile. While the albino just looked at her out of the corner of his eye with curiosity, still surprised to meet such a positive and lively person in those times. After a few seconds the old man disappeared from their sight, so Alise turned her gaze to the albino. So, Bell Cranel, he said with a smile. Are you new in town? I patrol every corner of the city every day, and this is the first time I've seen you. In fact, your white hair is unique and hard to forget. The truth is, I've been in this city for quite a few years now, she replied with a small, embarrassed smile. Really? I exclaimed in surprise. Well, this is the first time I've ever seen you. It's just that I don't usually go out much, you know, because of the current situation in Arario, I explained, a little nervously. I understand, and it's understandable, although I'm sure that when you go out you always bring justice like today, she said, returning to her lively smile, embarrassing Bell. I already told you it was just a coincidence. Whether by chance or not, you help someone. That means the blood of justice runs through your veins, he said, patting him on the back. You're too lively. I know, everyone tells me that, she said proudly. I'd like to keep talking to you, but I have to get back to patrolling the city. there are a lot of people who need my help. Being a member of the Justice family isn't easy, Bell said sympathetically. Don't worry, when it comes to helping others, I'll never tire, she said with a cheerful smile. It was a pleasure meeting you, Bell Cranel. I hope we meet again and work together someday. Oh, of course, and the pleasure was all mine, she said with a nervous smile. Goodbye and take care. And with those words, Alise jumped onto the roof of a house and began jumping from house to house to get a better view while helping someone. After a few seconds the girl had already disappeared from Bell's sight, who sighed when he was left alone. So just I whispered, gazing at the blue sky. She's a very lively girl, I like her. A small laugh escaped Bell as he began to walk calmly through the city. It was rare to meet someone with such a positive personality back then. For that simple reason, that girl was special because of her way of seeing the world. After a few seconds, Bell stopped abruptly. Why had I gone out today? He thought, confused, not remembering his objective for that day. Passers-by just stared in confusion at an albino who stood in the same place for 2 hours with a finger on his chin, wondering what to do. Hours and hours later. It was already night in the city of Arario, and we found ourselves once again at the mansion of the stars where the family was already preparing for dinner. I'm back. The lively Alise abruptly opened the dining room door with a big smile, catching the attention of her friends. Finally, Captain appears, said an Asian girl with a small smile. We were even thinking of coming to look for you, said a hobbit wearily. Sorry for worrying you, Lyra, Kagaya, she apologized sheepishly to her companions. How was your day, Alise? Asked a goddess of the Estri family with a motherly smile as she placed plates of food on the table with the help of an Amazon. Today was a very busy day, many people needed help, luckily I didn't stay lazy and decided to patrol, Alise said with a proud smile as she sat down in her chair for dinner. Don't judge us, we're tired, Lyra said, collapsing onto the table. Besides, I wasn't just being lazy, I was making new bombs for those idiots at Evilis. And I've been improving my sword technique, Kagaya said with a smile. I wanted to help you, Alise, but I couldn't find you anywhere in the city, said an embarrassed elf. Don't worry, the gesture is appreciated, Ryu, Alise said, smiling brightly. After that, all the plates of food were on the table and everyone sat down to start eating. And nothing interesting happened. No sign of Evilis? Estri asked curiously. Nope, her complete absence is giving me a bad feeling, Alise said suspiciously. You're not the only one, they're surely plotting something while hiding like rats, Kagaya said angrily. In short, your day was just another ordinary day, Lyra said boredly. Actually, no, Alise said, regaining her friend's attention. I met an interesting guy today. A boy? They all said at the same time. Oh no. Our captain has fallen in love. Lyra cried dramatically. That's not it, silly, Alise said, letting out a small laugh. What was it about that boy that made him interesting? Estri asked curiously. She had white hair. I understand, that's a rare thing to see, said Kagaya, agreeing with her captain. This morning when I was chasing a thief, he helped me capture him. I could see the flame of justice in his eyes. Alise recounted excitedly. You see the flame of justice in everyone, Ni said, letting out a laugh. I'm not joking, he said, puffing out his cheeks. Did she have Falna? Ryu asked curiously. The thief probably had a limp and was running at great speed and he stopped him without any problem without moving an inch, he replied, remembering that detail. He's certainly strong and I'm glad he's using his strength for justice. Well, he was a very interesting boy for you to talk about him like that, said the goddess with a small smile. We'll probably find him sometime in the future, I assure you he'll like you, Alise said, eating with an excited smile. I think that's enough talk from a boy at this table, let's talk about something else, Kagaya said wearily. Don't be mean, it's the first time the captain has shown interest in a boy, said Lyra with a mocking smile. Meanwhile, Alise just smiled with amusement as she enjoyed her meal. Undoubtedly a pleasant dinner for the Estri family. A little while later. It was almost 10 o'clock at night and Alise was already in her room in her animal pajamas, ready to rest and recharge her energy. And another day of dispensing justice has come to an end, he thought with a smile. Although at that moment the image of the boy she met in the morning came to her mind, recalling a certain feature of him that she found curious, and it wasn't his white hair. For some reason, I feel like I've seen those red eyes somewhere before, he thought, tapping his chin with a finger, trying to remember, but his tired mind couldn't manage anymore. Well, whatever, time for bed. And jumping onto her bed, Alise covered herself with her sheets and rested to bring justice the next day. A very busy but lively day for the captain of the Estri family. End of prologue. Chapter 1. Flame of Justice. 4 girls were jumping from one side to the other on the rooftops of the houses in the city of Arario. They were Alise, Lyra, Kagaya and Ryu of the Estri family who were patrolling the city that day to punish anyone who does evil. Can someone explain to me why we're jumping on rooftops if we're not chasing anyone? Lyra asked, puzzled. Because that way we look more like warriors of justice, Alise said excitedly. It makes me look much cooler than I am. This is stupid, said Kaguya, stopping jumping and standing on the roof of a building with her companions. And I thought we were following someone, Ryu whispered, embarrassed, as she was carrying her wooden sword. Typical of an ignorant elf, the Oriental woman mocked, much to Ryu's anger. Leaving that aside, all this tranquility gives me a bad feeling, Lyra said, standing on the edge of the building, observing the city. I'd like to say Evola surrendered, but I know that's impossible, Alise said, frowning. The Ganesha familia and the Loki familia haven't found anything about them either, and they haven't even been attacking the dungeon. I'm sure they're up to something, Kaguya said angrily. They are nothing but cowards for hiding, said Ryu, clenching his fists angrily. Meanwhile, Alise just stared at the city from the top of the building, trying to think of Evolus's possible plans, but nothing concrete came to mind. At this rate, all the adventurers will relax, and Evolus will take advantage to strike, Lyra said with frustration. But there's nothing we can do, we just have to wait for them to make their move and then launch our attack when they reveal themselves, Kaguya stated her point. I just hope we defend in time and no one from the city gets hurt, Ryu whispered worriedly. You silly elf, it's more than obvious that there will be deaths, our job is to reduce that number as much as we can. But Ryu whispered, not very convinced by Kaguya's words. I like your way of thinking, Ryu, but we have to be realistic. I'd like to be able to save everyone, but I know it's impossible, Alise said with a small smile. So let's work together to bring peace to the city and ensure there are as few casualties as possible in this war. Her teammates just smiled at what their captain had said, agreeing with her. Oh. A boy with white hair. Exclaimed Lyra, who was still on the edge of the building looking down. Upon hearing those words, Alise quickly looked over the edge, seeing the same boy from a few days ago walking calmly down the street. It's Bell. She said excitedly. So his name is Bell, said Kaguya, peeking in along with Ryu. We have to go and say hello. Exclaimed the captain, jumping up and leaving her companions in the building. They just looked at each other, then shrugged and followed the retreat. Meanwhile, on the city street. Bell walked calmly with an important mental debate on his mind. Should I buy bread or flour to make it myself? He thought, not very sure, unable to decide on either option. I think I'll buy flour. Before he could think about anything else, he was pulled from his thoughts when he saw someone fall in front of him, startling him. Hello. Standing before him was that lively red-eyed girl with a positive aura about her whom he had met a few days ago. Alise whispered the rabbit, a little surprised by her sudden appearance. It's been a while since we last saw each other, she said with a big smile. Then 3 more figures fell to the ground, confusing Bell and revealing 3 more beautiful women. Hello, Bell greeted, confused. Wow, you weren't lying when you said he was a curious boy, said Kaguya when she could see Bell face to face. I don't lie, Alise said proudly. Nice hair, you clearly take good care of it, the hobbit complimented with a mocking smile. Meanwhile, Ryu remained silent as she was not accustomed to greeting or having a conversation with someone she did not know. Is something wrong? Bell asked with a nervous smile, seeing 4 beautiful women in front of him. Nothing. I was just passing by to say hello to another fellow law enforcement officer, Alise said excitedly, approaching Bell and patting him on the back. Come on, Alise, you're making the boy nervous, said Kaguya when she saw that Bell was embarrassed. Oh, sorry, she apologized with an innocent smile. By the way, Bell. Let me introduce you to my friends, Lyra, Kaguya and Ryu. Girls, this is Bell Cranel. Hello, Bell greeted, bowing slightly in a sign of respect. He felt confused. He had only spoken to Alise for about 15 minutes and now she was treating him like they were good friends. Don't be surprised, our captain tends to be very sociable with others. She can even be a little overwhelming, Kaguya said, noticing Bell's confused expression. Hey. Alise complained, offended. So Bell Cranel, I'm very surprised I don't remember what such a peculiar boy as yourself looks like. According to Alise, you've been in this city for years, but I've never seen you before, Lyra said curiously. Well, I'm not one of those people who go out very often, I explain, a little embarrassed. By the way, Bell, what were you doing? Alise asked curiously. Well, I was debating whether to buy bread or flour to make it myself, he replied, still unsure which decision to make. You're a baker? Alise asked in surprise. Not exactly, but I like preparing it myself, he said sheepishly. That's great. While the 2 of them were talking, the other 3 girls watched them attentively with curiosity. Have you ever seen her so enthusiastic talking to another boy? Kaguya whispered to her hobbit companion. Nope, I'm starting to think she really saw some flame of justice in his eyes to treat him like that, Lyra whispered with an anime sweat drop. Meanwhile, Ryu just watched the interaction between his captain and that albino boy, still not understanding how allies could confidently treat people she had just met when she found it very difficult to do so. By the way, Bell, do you have Falna? Allies asked curiously, since it was a question she forgot to ask the day they met. Oh, well, yes, he replied, a little nervous. I knew it. And who is your god? I asked, even more curious. That's classified information, he said, looking away, even more nervous. Oh, this is getting more interesting. It seems your albino friend isn't hiding anything, said Kagaya with a sly smile. Why don't you want to tell us the name of your god? Lyra asked curiously. I think I need to go buy some bread, said Bell, ignoring the question and starting to walk. But a wooden sword stood in his way, stopping his progress thanks to Ryu, who looked at him suspiciously. Bell? Ally said worriedly, thinking that Bell was involved in illegal activities. You'd better speak, albino boy, Kagaya said, her hand on her sword. Listen, I can't tell you the name of my god, he said, starting to get scared. Why? Allies asked, confused. So, have you heard of gods placing a falna on civilians for a certain amount of money? He asked with a nervous smile. That's illegal. Lyra exclaimed. Although it's something that's become normal these days because of Evilis. Civilians just want a little more strength to protect their families, Kagaya said, understanding their point. But that's wrong. Taking advantage of people's fear just to make money, Ryu said angrily. Now I understand, Bell. Because of that flaw, that god must have asked you not to reveal his name, right? Allies said, looking at the albino. In response, he nodded slightly, a little nervous, thinking that he would go to jail and be interrogated. Well, never mind. Allies exclaimed with a smile. Doesn't it matter? Are you serious? Allies, we have the opportunity to catch one of the gods who do those kinds of illegal things, and you say you don't care. Kagaya said, surprised by her captain's stupidity. Meanwhile, Bell just stared at Allies, confused, not understanding why she didn't arrest him and question him about the matter. But Bell, I don't want to talk about it, and I don't want to force him, she said with an innocent smile, making Lyra slap her face. Give me one reason not to, Lyra asked wearily. Because Bell uses his strength to bring justice to the city. He exclaimed excitedly, causing all four of them to get an anime-style sweat drop. Allies-san, I already told you that was a coincidence, Bell said with a nervous smile. No. For some reason I feel you did it because you wanted to help, I can see it in your eyes, she said, smiling excitedly and pointing at Bell. But Ally, said Ryu, not very convinced by her captain's decision. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll find those gods one way or another, she reassured them, raising her thumb and causing her companions to let out a tired sigh. So I won't go to jail? Bell asked, relieved. To begin with, we weren't even planning to take you to jail. We were just going to interrogate you, Lyra replied with a smile of amusement at how easily frightened the albino was. Meanwhile, Ryu just lowered her gaze in disappointment as they could have solved a case they had been investigating for a while and their captain had simply let it slide. So can I leave? Bell asked, taking a step back. Of course. Although I'd like you to come patrol with us and show you how we bring justice to Aurelio, Ally said excitedly. Fool, no matter how much you like him and no matter how much the flame of justice he has in his eyes, remember that he is just a civilian who received a weapon to protect himself, said Kagaya, tired of the Redeed's attitude. I know, he said, laughing a little. It was nice seeing you again, Bell. I hope we meet again soon and maybe we can have a little training session so you can learn to defend yourself. I appreciate the offer and it was also a pleasure to see you again and it was also a pleasure to meet you all, he said, bowing to the girls. Goodbye. And with those words, Bell turned around and continued his walk in search of his desired bread, leaving the four warriors of justice alone. So? Allies asked her friends when Bell disappeared from sight. What did you think? He's a very timid boy, he doesn't have even a trace of the flame of justice in his eyes like you say, Kagaya replied, crossing her arms. She looks like she'd die of fright, Lyra said, bursting into laughter. I think you shouldn't treat people you've just met with such familiarity, Ryu advised, referring to his captain's overly casual attitude. You're all so boring, Ally said, offended. Believe it or not, the moment she stopped that thief, her eyes changed. I saw it. Yes, whatever you say. Now we'll continue patrolling, said Kagaya, turning around and starting to walk along with the other two. You idiots. Allies shouted angrily, following her companions. The rest of the day Allies tried to convince her friends about it, something she was unable to do. Meanwhile, with Bell. He was walking calmly through the streets with a bag of bread in his hand as he had become too lazy to buy the flour and bake it himself. What a curious girl, her positive aura is truly incredible, I thought, remembering the smiling Allies. Good thing they didn't ask me any more about my god, he. As he walked, he passed in front of a shop window in which he saw his complete reflection. He stood there for a few seconds looking at his reflection, specifically his eyes. Flame of justice, I don't have something like that, he thought with a dry smile. Help. A thief. Bell looked up when he heard a woman scream, seeing a man running away with her belongings while she lay on the ground pleading for help. Get out of the way, brat. The man shouted, running towards Bell. Yes, Alise is wrong, Bell whispered, looking down. When the man passed by him, Bell quickly grabbed him by the head and slammed him hard into the ground, leaving a small crater from the force he used. Bell calmly walked away from the scene with one hand in his pocket while people stared in surprise at what he had done to the thief. She's wrong, I don't have a flame of justice in my eyes, she thought with an indifferent look as she walked away from the place. End of chapter. Chapter 2. A new friend. We find ourselves at the headquarters of the Estri family, where all its members were gathered, as well as their goddess, in the main hall discussing an important matter. So they've started moving again, Alise said with a serious expression, looking at a map of the city of Arario. Yes, they're already moving inside the dungeon. Some adventurers have clashed with them, unfortunately many of them died, Kaguya reported while biting her fingernail. Those bastards, Ryu whispered, clenching his fists. But even though they're moving around in the dungeon, we still don't know what they're planning, Lyra said with annoyance. This is complicated, said Nise, letting herself be thrown down on the sofa where she was sitting. They're probably trying to attack some resource or weapons depot, Estri pointed out as she calmly sipped her tea. Well, they're wasting their time. The warehouses are hidden in places they wouldn't be able to find, Kaguya said confidently. Talk. The door of the headquarters was violently knocked on, startling everyone a little with the sudden sound. They doubted he was the enemy since it would be suicide to go directly to them. I'll go, said Alise, standing up and walking towards the entrance under the watchful eyes of her family. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to find that it was the sister of the captain of the Ganesha family, R.D. Varma, who had a worried expression. R.D.? What's going on? Alise asked, confused, as were the rest who were watching them from afar. The warehouses have been attacked. What? Was the cry that came from all of them, full of surprise. Some time later. We find ourselves in one of Arario's secret underground bases where Alise, Ryu, Kaguya, Lyra, RD, Shakti and a few members of the Ganesha family were investigating. And that underground location was one of the warehouses that stored high-quality weapons for the battle against Evilus. The warehouse was completely empty. Impossible, whispered Alise in shock, as were all her companions. This is madness, Kaguya said, unable to believe it. Is it even possible? Lyra asked with a nervous smile. What the girls from the Estri family were looking at was the door that connected to the warehouse, which was made of orichalcum, just like all the walls of the room, the strongest material in the world, and that same door made of that material had a huge hole which seemed to have been made only with brute force. What happened? Alise asked, still puzzled. Everything was stolen by just 2 men, Shakti reported, her expression angry. 2 men? They shouted, unable to believe it. Yes, one of the guards remained conscious and was able to see what they looked like. One was a huge man in armor, and the other was of average height wearing a robe and a mask, Shakti explained, looking with frustration at the empty warehouse. The guard who was conscious saw them go in and out in less than 10 seconds. In just those 10 seconds, they emptied the warehouse completely. The girls were in shock, still not believing what they were hearing. They completely emptied a warehouse full of weapons in less than 10 seconds, something simply impossible. It has to be the product of a skill, I can't see any other meaning, Lyra said with a nervous smile. And are all the people who were looking after the warehouse alive? Alise asked, surprised. Yes, according to the guard, the big guy said he didn't eat junk food or something like that, Shakti said, puzzled. I understand, Kaguya said, approaching the enormous hole in the warehouse. The armored man was in charge of opening the door, and the masked man was in charge of taking everything with that strange ability he has, the Oriental woman concluded. Does Evilus have monsters this powerful? Ryu asked in shock, as did RD. Well, it seems Evilus hasn't shown us his full strength yet, Alise whispered, processing the news. The Loki and Freya families are on high alert for any confrontation, and you should be too. Evilus won't be long in attacking the city again, now that they have some of our weapons, Shakti said, turning to her sister. Let's go, RD. Why yes. Goodbye Ryu, girls, and saying goodbye to the Estri family, both sisters walked away from the place, leaving the girls alone. They were still processing the news they had just received. I still think all this is crazy, said Lyra, looking at the completely empty warehouse. There were second and first class weapons in this warehouse, and now they're in the hands of those bastards, Kaguya said in frustration. This got complicated, whispered Alise, who was playing with her hair to de-stress. What do we do now, allies? Ryu asked, worried. What we've always done, protect Aurario, she replied with determination, turning to look at her friends. Let's return to headquarters and prepare everything for a possible battle. We also have to protect Estri-sama. I hate waiting for them to make their move, Lyra complained. Unlike us, they are hidden, and that makes it difficult for us to make the first move, Kagaya explained angrily. We won't gain anything by complaining, let's go back to headquarters and explain the situation to the others, allies ordered, starting to walk, followed by her companions. And so the four girls walked away from the underground warehouse, leaving the members of the Ganesha family alone, searching for any clues. Some time later. Now the girls were walking through the streets of Aurario towards their headquarters, although now they noticed something different. People's expressions returned to that tense state. It meant that news of the attack had reached them. This sucks, Lyra whispered, seeing the civilians' fearful expressions. We're back to square one, with Aurario in fear once again, Kagaya said, frowning. All we can do is stand firm as the allies of justice that we are, Ally said, her eyes filled with determination. We cannot allow Evilus to regain control. It's easier said than done, Lyra whispered wearily. I wonder if Evilus has more monsters like those two that attacked the warehouse. Ryu asked worriedly. Well, that's most likely the case, you silly elf, so start getting it into your head that this battle won't be easy at all, and get rid of your fear, said Kagaya in a mocking tone to provoke the elf. But Ryu was not in the mood to fight, ignoring her friend who just clicked her tongue in a bad mood and continued on her way. Drrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr. However, the four of them stopped when they heard a roar very close to them. Slowly, three of them turned their gaze to their captain, who had an embarrassed smile. Sorry, but all this has made me hungry, she apologized with an innocent smile, earning a tired sigh from her companions. Shall we eat? No, the three of them quickly refused. Why? Allies complained. I need to practice my sword technique much more now that Evilus is moving again, Ryu replied. My sword has lost its edge, so I have to take it to be serviced, the Oriental woman explained calmly. I'm sleepy was the hobbit's short reply. Allies puffed out her cheeks a little when she saw that none of her friends wanted to go eat with her. You're all mean, she said angrily. I'll buy lots of donuts and I won't give you any. Don't come crying when you gain weight, Kagaya mocked. My body is perfect and it won't change no matter how much I eat, she said proudly. Yes, whatever you say. And turning around, the three girls began to walk away from their captain, each with a different plan in mind. As allies watched them walk away, she let out a sad sigh. I just wanted to invite you to lunch so you wouldn't be so stressed about Evilus, she whispered dejectedly, watching them disappear into the distance. Oh well, more donuts for me. And returning to her lively and charismatic attitude, allies began to walk, looking for a bakery that caught her attention and that had not been destroyed in Evilus's previous attacks. Although she tried to appear calm, the truth was that inside she was nervous and scared because she didn't know what Evilus was planning and that she would fail in her job as a vigilante and many people would die because of her. But she was the captain of the Estri family, the family of justice, so she had to appear calm and self-assured to give confidence to the population and especially to her friends. Bell was right the day I met him, it's not easy being a captain she thought, remembering the words the albino told her the day they met. And speaking of rabbits. An excited smile appeared on Alice's face as she spotted the albino standing in front of a bakery in the distance, probably thinking about what to buy. I think I've found some company, she thought with a smile. And walking with a cheerful smile, he approached the albino, who did not seem to notice his presence. I wonder how much money it takes to open a business this size. He whispered to himself, looking at the bakery. Hello, Bell. Although the loud scream and a slap on the back pulled him from his thoughts, turning to look at his attacker. Ally-san. Bell exclaimed, surprised by the Redeed's presence. Surprised by my beauty, I know very well, you don't have to say it, Ally said proudly. I was actually about to ask you why you hit me, Bell whispered with a nervous smile at the girl's curious personality. So what are you doing? I asked, looking at the bakery. Are you going to buy bread? Well, that was my goal, but I got lost in my thoughts, he confessed with an embarrassed smile. You're very careless, Bell. These days, with Evilus lurking, you can't afford to get lost in your thoughts. You need to be alert. Allies advised in a wise voice. And speaking of bread, I came to buy some too. Let's go inside. Taking Bell by surprise, Allies took him by the hand and dragged him to the bakery so they could eat together. Table for two? Asked a man who was serving customers. Yes. She replied, as cheerful as ever. Hey, I just wanted to buy some bread and take it home, said Bell, a little embarrassed about holding a girl's hand. Well, now you'll eat here, so you'll just have to put up with it, the Redeed ordered with a smile, taking a seat at a table, and Belle, having no other option, decided to sit down too. The truth was that Alise wanted some company so she wouldn't think too much about Evilus. What would you like to order? The waiter asked. I want 2 donuts and a very sweet coffee, Alise said with a smile, then looked at her companion. Since Belle whispered. I'd like some cheese sandwiches and a black coffee. Understood, said the man, walking away. Black coffee, how disgusting, Alise said with distaste. Don't you like it? Belle asked playfully, seeing Alise's expression. Nope, I prefer sweet things, she replied, slumping onto the table. I think that's why I have so much energy. Too much, I'd say, she said with a nervous smile. I'm not a fan of things that are so sweet, but I don't dislike them either. You're the first person I've ever met who doesn't like sweet things, Alise whispered in surprise. And you're the first one I know who likes things too sweet, she said, laughing a little as she said those words. Alise only smiled slightly when she saw that the albino was a little more expressive with her, unlike the other 2 times they had met. By the way, did something happen? Belle asked curiously. Why do you ask? I don't know you very well, but I can see that your expression is a little downcast, he said, noticing that detail. You're very observant, I chuckled, glancing down at the table. This morning, my family and I were informed that Evilus had attacked again without us even noticing. They stole a large quantity of high-quality weapons, all while I was asleep. Oh. Now I understand why people seemed more tense today, Belle said, recalling the civilians' expressions. And do you feel guilty about it? Obviously. I'm aware I can't protect everyone, but it frustrates me to know that while I was sleeping, Evilus attacked one of the warehouses, he whispered, clenching his fists. My job is supposed to be to protect the city. You shouldn't feel guilty. You need to rest too. You don't have to patrol the city day and night without a break, Belle said, looking at Alise's guilt with absurdity. I know, but it's frustrating, she whispered as she played with her fingers. Come on, Alise-san, I haven't known you long, but even I know that glum personality doesn't suit you, Belle said, trying to cheer her up. Where did the cheerful, narcissistic Alise-san go? Hey. Alise shouted, offended by those words. Although seconds later he started laughing, as did Belle, livening up the atmosphere a bit more. You're right, this personality doesn't suit the perfect Alise, she said, smiling brightly again. Thanks, Belle. I haven't done anything for you to thank me for, he said, looking away in embarrassment, causing Alise to laugh a little. Just then the waiter arrived with both of their orders at the table, much to Alise's delight. Enjoy your meal, he said, turning away. Finally. Alise shouted, grabbing one of the donuts and starting to enjoy it. Meanwhile, Belle just watched his and Alise's coffee with a smile, taking a sandwich to start eating. By the way, Belle, have you been to the dungeon? He asked, taking another bite of his donut. Nope, going in there would be suicide for me, he replied calmly, eating his sandwich. Not while Evilus is lurking there. You're right, but that way you won't become strong even if you have the strength. You can't call yourself an ally of justice without having the necessary power, Alise said in a scolding tone. Haha, and not again with that, Belle said with a nervous smile. I know. I shouted, startling Belle, who almost dropped his sandwich. We can train together on the area wall. Train together? He asked, confused. Yes. I always train at headquarters by myself, so you can join my training to learn how to defend yourself. Of course, we'd have to train on the wall since there are certain rules at the family headquarters that I can't ignore, I explained with a nervous smile. What do you say? Do you accept? Belle was about to refuse, but seeing Alise's excited expression, he didn't have the heart to reject her. Okay, I agreed, letting out a sigh. Great. With my teachings and training, you will become a great ally of justice, and together we will protect the city, he said excitedly. I can already see your ulterior motives with that, Belle whispered with a nervous smile. While Alise, still smiling excitedly, took a sip of her coffee under Belle's watchful gaze. Seconds after taking the first sip, his expression changed. Ugh, how disgusting. He said with distaste as he tasted the coffee. This is black coffee. Haha, Belle started laughing when he saw Alise's expression. You didn't even notice I'd switched the cups. Oh, so you're one of those jockster people, Alise said with a small smile, having discovered another side of her friend. Sorry, Alise-san, but I had to, Belle apologized, stopping his laughter. Here's your coffee. Alise simply took the cup that was on Belle's side and took a sip. Much better, she said, feeling the sweetness. It seems the rabbit is a mischievous rabbit. I'm not a rabbit, he whispered, offended. Yes, you're a rabbit and one who likes to play really bad jokes, Alise said, puffing out her cheeks. Bad, very bad. That's not the attitude an ally of justice should have. Sorry Alise-san, I didn't mean to upset you, Bell whispered apologetically when he saw that Alise hadn't taken his little joke well. Hahaha. Although seconds later she was the one who started laughing, confusing Bell. Now we're even, silly, he said, smiling a little. That's cheating, Bell said, also smiling. The atmosphere had become much more pleasant after those little jokes, and they began to talk with much more ease and comfort than at the beginning, getting to know each other better. It could be said that at that moment in that bakery they had both become friends. A little while later. That was delicious, said Alise, leaving the establishment with Bell. You're right, he said, just as pleased as Alise. I think I've found a new place to eat. After that, Alise stretched out her arms to relax and look at her new friend. I'd like to keep talking, but I have to get back to my headquarters to start patrolling with the girls, she said, sounding a little discouraged. Don't worry, I understand, Bell said, smiling. But don't be discouraged, this won't be the last time you see me, she said excitedly. In 2 days, go to the northern wall at 8 in the morning. We'll train there. It seems I won't be able to refuse, I whispered with a nervous smile. Well, I'll be there. Perfect. I exclaimed, turning around. It was nice eating with you, Bell. I hope we can do it again. Goodbye. Goodbye and take care. Bell said, watching Alise walk away. Unlike an hour ago when she had a disheartened smile, she was now returning to her headquarters with a smile that always characterized her. She's a special girl with a kind heart, he thought, watching Alise turn around in the distance to look at him and raise her hand in farewell with a big smile, which he also did. No longer able to see Alise, Bell turned around and went his own way, lost in thought with his head down. Her sense of justice is admirable, I whispered, remembering the redeemed smile. Perhaps she can help me. And with those thoughts, Bell continued on his way, disappearing into the crowd. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Training. Another day in the city of Arario, and the place where we found ourselves this time was on the enormous walls, a place where a certain albino was calmly observing the city. She told me to be here at 8, but half an hour has passed and she still hasn't shown up, Bell whispered, seeing no sign of the boisterous Reed. That day he was going to have a training session with Alise just as they had promised, although the person who proposed that training had not yet appeared. Did she forget? He wondered curiously. Well, I don't blame her, Alise is very busy taking care of Arario, she's probably tired. There were so many possibilities as to why he hadn't shown up that I couldn't reach a conclusion. But before he could think about anything else, voices coming up the stairs of the wall caught his attention. I'll say it again, Alise, I'm going to create a huge bomb that will destroy cities, I'll call it a nuclear bomb. I think that's excessive. On the wall appeared the red-haired girl who had been waiting, who had a nervous smile because of her friend's words, and the pink-haired hobbit who had a sinister smile. Oh. Bell. Alise said with an excited smile, approaching the albino. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I fell asleep. I knew it, Bell thought, with an anime-style sweat drop. Relax, it doesn't bother me. As polite as ever, Alise laughed. By the way, my explosive friend wanted to come with me and watch the training. Hello, mysterious albino, Lyra greeted with an excited smile and seemed proud of the nickname. Hello, Bell returned the greeting, watching as the hobbit sat down on the edge of the wall to watch them train. I brought some things for training, Alise said, taking out 2 wooden swords that were hanging on her back. Here. Bell, a little nervous, took the wooden sword in his hand, looking at it carefully. I was thinking last night about what kind of techniques to teach you, Alise said excitedly. There were so many ideas that my brain got overloaded and I fainted. Upon hearing those words, Bell had an anime-style sweat drop and turned to look at Lyra. She can be a bit silly sometimes, said the hobbit calmly, as if she were already used to her captain's carelessness. Bell just smiled nervously, turning back to Alise to hear her explanation. We're in the middle of a war against Evilis, so I'll make sure to be the best teacher you can be so you can defend yourself, Alise said with determination. It's the first time I'm going to teach someone combat techniques, but I'm sure I'll do well. I'm so perfect that it's impossible for anything to go wrong. You're right about that, like the time you tried to fix the roof and ended up bringing down half the building, Lyra mocked. Or like when you tried to protect Fat Royman from Evilis and accidentally broke his ribs. Wow, that sounds interesting, Bell said, intrigued. What else happened? Bell, we came here to train, not to listen to lies from a crazy bomb-loving woman. Alise shouted, embarrassed as she remembered her dark past. Bell just laughed with amusement at Alise's childish behavior, although he instantly fell silent when he received a blow to the head with a wooden sword. It's disrespectful to laugh at your beautiful and perfect teacher, Alise said angrily, holding her wooden sword. Sorry, Bell apologized, wincing from the blow. He hits hard. You'd better be ready, Alise isn't someone who holds back. She can't control her strength even during training, warned Lyra, who took juice and snacks out of her backpack to eat while watching them train. Don't be nervous, Bell, Alise said, noticing her friend's nervousness. I might be a little harsh, but it's for your own good. If you want to be strong enough to fight Evilus by my side, you have to be able to endure pain. Oh okay, Bell agreed nervously, seeing that Alise assumed he would fight alongside her and Evilus, and that's why they were training. Weren't we supposed to be training for my self-defense? You'll have to get used to it, Alise gets ideas in her head without you saying anything, Lyra said, reading Bell's expression. Lyra, stop making me look bad. Alise shouted, annoyed by the hobbit's comments. Ahem, putting that aside, have you ever handled a sword? Just a little bit, nothing more, he replied, moving the sword from side to side. That makes things easier, he said, assuming a fighting stance. Let's have a short sparring match to see how you handle the sword, then I'll see what I can teach you. Bell simply nodded slightly, also adopting his fighting stance. Wow, what a terrible fighting stance he has, Lyra thought, surprised by Bell's posture. And he doesn't exactly have the smartest teacher, haha, this is going to be fun. Good posture, Bell. It has a few flaws, but it can be improved, Alise praised, causing Lyra to sweat drop in an anime-style way. Ready? Yes, I think so. And after giving the go-ahead, Alise took off at great speed, surprising Bell. Idiot, he's just a rookie. Lyra shouted, seeing her captain's stupidity. But it was too late, Alise had already struck the albino with her sword, causing him to fall unconscious to the ground. What's wrong with you? Lyra asked, annoyed. Sorry, I got carried away, Alise apologized with an embarrassed smile. That's why no one in the family wants to train with you, Lyra said with a tired sigh. Now we'll have to wait a long time for your albino friend to wake up. I am sorry, she apologized regretfully. To the surprise of the two, the albino sat down on the ground, although his cheek was swollen from the blow. I didn't expect that one, Bell whispered in pain. Wow, you're tough, said Lyra in surprise when she saw that Bell hadn't been knocked out. That's because the blood of a vigilante runs through his veins and keeps him standing. Alise exclaimed excitedly, seeing Bell withstand the blow. But I'm sorry about that, Bell, she whispered, embarrassed. Relax, I know this is part of the training, she said with a small smile, standing up again. Shall we continue? Yes. Alise said excitedly. This time I'll use less force. And with those words, Alise launched another attack, only with less intensity than before, giving Bell the opportunity to block her attacks. Meanwhile, Lyra watched them from afar with curiosity. Interesting, he thought, watching Bell take a blow to the head but managed to stay on his feet. His swordsmanship is very poor, but he has good stamina. He knew Alise was holding back a lot, but a rookie would have been knocked out a long time ago, but Bell kept standing, no matter how many blows he took. Is he a prodigy? I wondered curiously. If so, he's wasting his potential. He'd make a great adventurer. While Lyra pondered her theories, Alise continued her friendly sparring with Bell, smiling excitedly. I knew it. You're strong. He exclaimed excitedly. And not at all, I haven't even managed to counterattack, Bell denied, embarrassed by the praise. You're the one who's wrong. You have the strength to become a great ally of justice, she said with a broad smile. A few more training sessions and you can join me in defeating evil together. I knew I wasn't wrong when I saw you that day. Thank you for your words, Alise and Bell said sheepishly. But I don't consider myself good enough or worthy enough to fight alongside you for justice, he whispered dejectedly. Well, I think you're more than worthy, Bell, she said with a radiant smile, surprising Bell. I don't know why, but I really see something in your eyes. I see kindness and a desire to bring justice and joy to others. The gaze of someone who seeks peace. Those were Alise's words, accompanied by a beautiful smile, leaving Bell surprised. Alise and Bell whispered, seeing the Redeed's beautiful smile. This silly girl, thought Lyra with a small smile, watching the two interact. You always know how to deliver a speech to encourage and motivate someone. Although at that moment they both watched in surprise as a small tear fell from the albino's eye, slowly sliding down his cheek. Bell? Alise said worriedly, thinking she had said something wrong. Sorry if I said something I shouldn't have, Don't worry, Bell interrupted, wiping away a tear before looking at Alise with a smile. Those words just made me happy, thank you, Alise-san. You made him sentimental, Lyra said, watching the conversation with a smile. I'm glad my words made you happy, Alise said with an embarrassed smile. Haha, the great Alise always knows what to say at the right time. And it's already begun, Lyra whispered wearily, approaching them both. Put your narcissism aside and let's train your sentimental friend. Huh? Are you going to help? Alise asked, surprised. It's boring just sitting and watching, she replied, shrugging and looking at Bell. I'm not a swordswoman, but I know the basics, so I can correct your stances so you can defend yourself better. I appreciate the help. Great. With Lyra helping, the training will be much better, Alise said, much more motivated. Although, let me warn you that Lyra is a bit of a joker, so she'll probably give you some bad advice that will get you hit. I won't deny that, said the hobbit with an innocent smile, making Bell nervous. But don't worry, just for today I'll take things seriously. That puts my mind at ease, Bell whispered, letting out a sigh. Then let's begin the training. Alise shouted, launching herself out of the ground and connecting with a blow from her wooden sword to Bell's head. Idiot, you need to control yourself. Shouted an angry Lyra. That would be a very painful workout for Bell. 1 hour later. Alise and Lyra stood with tireless smiles while a bruised Bell lay on the ground, breathing with difficulty. For your first day of training, you didn't do too badly, Lyra praised. Although you still have a long way to go. Well done, Bell. Alise congratulated him with a big smile, giving him a thumbs up. Thank you, the albino said gratefully, trying to catch his breath. But I must commend your resilience, you only fainted twice, even though the silly girl sometimes forgot to hold back. Lyra praised you again, making Alise smile sheepishly. I've always had a little more stamina than normal, said Bell, standing up with a slight pain from the blows. Here from the small backpack Lyra had carried, Alise took out a potion and handed it to Bell. Thank you, she said gratefully, beginning to drink it and feeling her energy return. A little more training and you'll be stronger and we can fight together, Alise said excitedly. Although you should update your status with that con artist god, I still think it would be best to put him under arrest, said Lyra, frowning. I will, Bell said with a nervous smile at Lyra's words. What will you do now? Alise asked curiously. We can go to the bakery from last time. I heard they've made a delicious new bread. No eating, Lyra interrupted, grabbing the small backpack she was carrying. Remember, we're only here to train with him for an hour. We have to get back to the others and start patrolling. I'd forgotten, Alise said with an embarrassed smile. We can go another time if you want, Bell suggested, much to the Redeed's delight. Of course. I accept without hesitation. Lyra-san can also join us if she wants, he said, looking at the hobbit. Well, if there's food, then I'm not complaining, I agree calmly. Then it's decided. When we have free time, the three of us will go together, Alise exclaimed excitedly, making her two companions smile. I think that's enough, goodbye, we have to patrol, said Lyra, letting out a yawn. You're right, we have to bring justice, he said with determination. I wish you both luck, Bell said with a small smile. Goodbye, albino, if you have time practice the moves I taught you, Lyra said, gently hitting Bell's stomach and walking away with a smile. Remember that we'll be training here tomorrow at the same time, Alise said with her characteristic radiant smile. Goodbye, Bell. Goodbye and take care. She said with a smile, watching them both walk away. When he was alone on the wall, he sighed, looking at the wooden sword in his hand. Alise really couldn't hold back, he thought with amusement. Although she's a very nice girl, just like Lyra-san. With a smile, Bell approached the edge of the wall to lean against it and observe the city. I hadn't had such a fun morning in years, even though I only received blows from Alise and taunts from Lyra, but despite everything it was fun. I don't know why, but I really see something in your eyes, I see kindness and the need to bring justice and joy to others. The gaze of someone who seeks peace. Little by little, Bell's smile twisted as he remembered those kind words Alise had said to him. And again, without realizing it, tears began to stream down her face uncontrollably. I tried to dry them with my hands, but as soon as I dried one, another one started to slide down my eye. A vigilante, he whispered, gazing at the city with a sad smile, not bothering to hold back his tears. I wonder if I can still fulfill my dream of being a hero despite everything. These were the words that came out of him, remembering his grandfather when he would read him the stories of heroes that he loved so much. A hero, he whispered with a sad smile. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Red Eyes. Quick, we have to protect the civilians. These damned people are popping up everywhere like cockroaches. No one should be allowed to die. We find ourselves in the city of Arario, specifically in one of its many streets where the Estri family was fighting Evilis. It was supposed to be another normal day of patrolling, but suddenly many members of Evilis appeared trying to kill the civilians, but thanks to the fact that the Estri family was nearby, they managed to react in time and protect the people. But no matter how much time passed and how many members of Evilis they defeated, they kept appearing more and more, beginning to overwhelm them. This is annoying, Kaguya said, elegantly moving her katana and cutting 3 members of Evilis. It makes no sense. They just came to attack a random street without any plan, even right in front of us, Lyra said, frowning as she threw a bomb. It seems they just came to die. Meanwhile, Alise only attacked the Evilis members with a serious expression, giving the civilians time to flee. They're not trying to defeat us, it's impossible for them, Alise thought, watching more Evilis members emerge from the alleys. Captain, Iska said as she delivered a powerful kick to an enemy. Yes, I already noticed, Alise said, blocking an attack. It seems they're trying to distract us and keep us here. Distract us? Why? Ryu asked, surprised and angry, attacking her enemies mercilessly. Isn't it obvious, you silly elf? Kaguya said angrily. They probably have plans to attack another important place, so they decided to attack this place first and distract us, leaving whatever place they plan to attack unprotected. Wow. It seems you're not just a pretty face, you also know how to use your head. All the girls in the Estri family turned their gaze towards the place where the voice was coming from, while the remaining members of Evilus backed away. Valletta whispered Alise, looking at a pink-haired girl who had a big smile on her face. It's been so long, Estri family. It's been more than 2 months since we last saw each other, Valletta exclaimed excitedly. I was already celebrating not seeing your disgusting face and you ruined everything, Lyra said with disgust. You stupid hobbit, everyone of your race is hateful, especially that damned Finn, said Valletta angrily. What are you planning? Alise shouted, pointing her sword at Valletta. Do you really think I'm going to tell you my plans? I asked with a wry smile. Don't be ignorant, you justice-obsessed girl. Your mere presence is disgusting, Ryu said angrily. Thank you, he said, extending his hand as one of his subordinates tossed him a sword. Do you like this sword, my little Alise? Thanks to 2 of my comrades, we obtained some excellent top-of-the-line weaponry. Thank you for forging weapons for us, he added with a mocking smile, infuriating his opponents. TSK, it makes me angry to see our weapons in their hands, Lyra whispered angrily. I don't know what you're planning, Valletta, but your plan will fail in the face of justice. And with those words, Alise launched her attack, much to Valletta's delight. Just play along. He shouted with a big smile, clashing his sword against Alise's. While the others tried to help their captain, more members of Evilus fell from the rooftops, blocking their path. TSK. They're in the way. Kaguya and Ryu shouted, launching their attack. While Lyra stayed back throwing her bombs at distant Evilus members, the other girls attacked everyone who appeared from the alleys. They were all surprised by the large number of members Evilus had, beginning to believe that all of its members were there. While Alise continued attacking Valletta, who blocked her attacks with a smile on her face. You've become much stronger than last time, congratulations, he said, clashing his sword with Alise, standing face to face. I don't need your praise, he said angrily. What are you plotting? I'll say it again, you idiot. What kind of person tells their enemy their plan? He asked jokingly, making Alise back away and starting to launch a barrage of attacks. You'll tell me. When I defeat you, I'll force you to tell me. Alise shouted angrily, blocking each of Valletta's attacks with difficulty. The difference in levels was clear. Valletta was a level 4 and she was only a level 3. That crazy woman's strength was simply superior. But that didn't mean she was going to give up. The flame of justice in her heart only burned with much greater intensity to defeat the enemy before her. And after blocking another attack, Alise began to unleash her barrage of attacks, looking for a way to damage Valletta. Sparks flew from their weapons every time their weapons clashed, and they began to move much faster than at the beginning. Not bad, Valletta said with a smile as she watched Alise's attacks become much faster. At least you had to be entertaining. I'm not even fighting at full strength. Alise exclaimed, leaping back to dodge a slash from Valletta. I just remembered that you're a narcissist, she said boredly. You brag about things you don't have, like your strength. A mocking smile formed on Valletta's face as he said those words. Although she immediately had to dodge a katana which was about to decapitate her, she turned to look at the one who caused that attack. The only ones who can call him a narcissist are his family, shouted Kaguya, who had a cut on her cheek and glared angrily at her enemy. What are those idiots doing? Valletta asked, looking at his subordinates, who were fewer than before. TSK, the Nados should get better quality warriors. Then they'd have to replace you, bitch. Lyra shouted, throwing bombs at Valletta, who jumped high to avoid the explosions. But the attacks didn't end there, having to dodge a sword aimed at his heart courtesy of Ryu, who had an angry expression. And falling to the ground, Valletta observed the 4 girls who were looking at her angrily. Yes, you 4 are the most troublesome members of that silly justice family, Valletta whispered, her tone filled with annoyance and weariness. You've caused too many problems for the city, it's time you face justice, Alise said, pointing her sword at her. Justice this, justice that. Don't you know how to say anything else? He asked mockingly. Those words angered Ryu, who quickly launched an attack to stab Valletta. With a smile, he easily dodged the attack and threw a punch that connected with Ryu's face, who fell to the ground disoriented. And here's the first one. Valletta shouted, trying to cut off the elf's head. But before she could touch it, a katana stood in her way. "You stupid elf, don't let your impulses get the better of you," Kagaya scolded, starting to exchange attacks with Valletta, who seemed to be enjoying it all. "Yes. It's been a while since I've had any fun," he shouted happily, starting a fierce sword fight with Kagaya, who was doing her best to hold her own. "This is what I was talking about." And her smile only grew larger as she saw adventurers from the Ganesha family approaching the place to help. "Girls!" shouted RD, who was in charge of the rest. "It was about time the reinforcements arrived," said Lyra wearily, watching as there were still members of Evilus fighting with her companions, who were quickly helped by members of the Ganesha familia. "Situation?" RD asked, positioning herself next to allies. "The situation is that they're in the palm of my hand." Valletta shouted mockingly, launching a kick at Kagaya that sent her flying, only to be quickly caught by allies. "Hahaha, at this point our objective for the day must be almost complete. Shakti went to investigate the likely attack locations, so any plan of yours is going to fail," RD said confidently. "Really? I wonder if you can stop them," he whispered with a small smile, gripping his sword. "In the meantime, let's keep playing." And with that cry, he launched his attack, as did the Justice family and the rest of the Evilus members who remained. Meanwhile, in another part of Arario. Two guys were standing in front of a factory while several guards' bodies were scattered on the ground, unconscious or dead. One of the guys had a small smile on his face. What stood out most about him was his red hair. "Ah, what a beautiful color," said the guy, watching as a guard's blood spread across the floor. Meanwhile, the one next to him was a hooded figure in a robe and a mask that covered his face. "I still can't believe that the red of blood is the only color you can see," said the masked man, looking at his companion. "Well, believe it, now follow me, I want to finish this boring job quickly," said the Retid, entering the place along with the hooded figure. "It angers me that Valletta got the best part." "I don't recall you being the leader of the Vito mission," said the hooded man with annoyance. "You're not either, we're just working together," said Vito, observing the magic stone factory with a smile. "I hate teaming up with you, I prefer teaming up with Zald, even Alise is a better option than you or Valletta," he said wearily, looking around the factory. "I'm not happy to be teaming up with you either, so stop complaining and let's finish this quickly, these are orders from your Basama," said the Retid, approaching the main area of the factory. But before he could take a step, the main entrance door was knocked down, catching both of their attention. "It's a good thing I didn't go to the wrong factory," was the voice of a woman that was heard in the place, peeking out until it was visible to both of them. "Aha, Shakti Varma," Vito said mockingly, looking at the captain of the Ganesha family. While the masked man stared intently at the girl, he reached for the hilt of his sword, which was hidden beneath his robe. "I knew they were planning something by attacking a random place in the city. The last time, 2 months ago, they attacked a magic stone factory, so I came to the conclusion that they would do the same," Shakti said with a serious expression, drawing her sword. "Very clever." Vito congratulated her. "Just as I expected from the captain of the Ganesha family." "Well, it's not a difficult plan to guess either," said the masked man, letting out a nervous laugh. Shakti just made an angry face at that congratulation and comment from her enemies. "I think I know who you are, you're one of those responsible for the robbery at the weapons depot," Shakti said with a serious expression, looking at the masked man. "Don't hide the truth from me too much, I have a habit of changing the design of my mask from time to time," the man explained calmly. "I have a collection of 10 masks. But I don't know you, I suppose you're new," he said, looking at Vito and ignoring the other's comment. "I'm not exactly eye-catching, even my colleagues call me faceless," he said with a proud smile. "We should stop talking. I think she's stalling for reinforcements," said the masked man, drawing a sword. "You go do what you have to do while I deal with her." "Well, anything to finish this annoying mission," said Vito, turning around and heading towards the main area of the factory, a little angry that he couldn't fight, but he knew they had to finish this quickly. "Stop right there," Shakti shouted, launching herself to attack Vito, but she had to stop her attack when she saw the masked man get in her way. "I'm sorry, but I have to stop you," he said, pointing his sword at her. Shakti just made a frustrated face as she watched the Retid walk away. "The reinforcements won't be long in coming, I can handle this in the meantime, I have to defeat this guy and stop the other one," Shakti thought, staring cautiously at the guy. "I hadn't faced him, but I knew he was strong because of the pressure he exuded and because he had no openings in his fighting position. He was a professional. But I am strong too," he whispered seriously, gripping his sword. Meanwhile, the guy just stood in the same place with his sword in his hand, as if he were waiting for the moment to attack. "Alright, let's finish this quickly," he whispered, raising his sword. And in the blink of an eye, the masked man appeared in front of Shakti, who opened her eyes in surprise at the guy's speed. She quickly put her sword in front of her to block her enemy's attack, but to her surprise, the masked man's strength was great, cracking the ground beneath her from the force he exerted, and she began to feel the pressure on her body. What ridiculous strength, Shakti thought in surprise. You're strong, very strong, the guy said, starting to apply more force. Who are you? Shakti asked, also beginning to exert force, not yielding to her enemy, the ground cracking beneath them both as they sought to win this clash of swords. I am nobody. And with that short response, the guy quickly drew his sword, causing Shakti to lose her balance a little, which he took advantage of by connecting with a strong punch to her face, which left her disoriented for a few seconds. The guy was about to hit him a second time, but Shakti managed to dodge it in time by jumping back. I think I'll have to take this seriously, he thought, wiping the blood that was running down his mouth from the punch. Just from that brief clash of swords he realized that he shouldn't take it lightly. He was probably level 4 and it wouldn't be crazy if he was even level 5. But she was a very skilled level 4, so she wouldn't give in easily. And using all her level 4 strength, Shakti took off from the ground and began attacking with a flurry of attacks on her enemy, who blocked and dodged with some difficulty. The speed they both used was enormous, starting to move all over the factory, clashing their weapons and leaving cracks in the floor everywhere they went. Not only is he strong, he's also fast, Shakti thought in surprise, dodging a sword slash and launching a powerful attack. Not bad, just as I expected from the captain of the Ganesha family, the guy praised, clashing his weapon against Shakti's, causing small sparks to fly out. But the girl quickly deflected her sword, causing her enemy to lose his balance. I don't need your praise. He exclaimed angrily, trying to stab his enemy in the head, but the enemy jumped back and dodged it. But before he fell to the ground, Shakti lunged at him to pierce him with her sword. Seeing that he could not dodge or block the attack in time, the guy decided to use his shoulder to cover some vital point, filling Shakti's sword with his blood, which surprised her enemy. Not bad, he whispered, throwing a kick towards her, who protected herself with her arm, making her fall back several meters. His arm was trembling slightly from the blow the guy gave him, turning to look at him angrily. Were you the one who destroyed the Orichalcum gate? She asked curiously. Me? I don't perform those kinds of miracles either, the big guy did it, he replied, watching his blood fall to the ground. DSK, that means that guy is much stronger than him, Shakti thought in frustration. If Evilus had many more monsters like those two, that war would be much more complicated than he thought. But before he could get more frustrated, explosions began to be heard on the main side of the factory, catching the attention of both of them. Looks like Vito's finished, he said calmly, hearing his partner's laughter in the background. Damn lunatic. Meanwhile, Shakti clenched her fists in anger as she saw that her enemy's goal had been achieved and she could do nothing. And it was all because of the masked man standing in front of her. I'm so sorry, I'm sure there are other ways to do this, but I can't think of anything, the masked man apologized, confusing Shakti. The big guy thought the same thing for a while. Seriously, who are you? Shakti asked, much more confused. Like I said, I'm nobody. And with those words the guy took off from the ground at great speed, his sword colliding with Shakti's with great force, a sign that he wanted to end that battle with that last attack. I won't let them go. Shakti shouted, gritting her teeth and applying more force. But then I heard something start to creak from his sword. She opened her eyes in surprise as she saw her sword begin to crack from the force of her enemy, who was applying more and more power. Impossible, I thought in shock. Slowly, I raised my gaze to see him, staring only at that white mask with 2 holes on the side of the eyes. The only thing she could see through those holes were deep blood-red eyes staring at her. She could even see that they were shedding tears. A shiver ran down Shakti's spine when she saw that. And no longer able to bear it, the sword broke in two, surprising the girl and leaving her unprotected. I tried to jump to find a way to counterattack, but my opponent was faster. It's over. And with those words the guy landed another strong blow to the girl's face, and finally a strong kick to the stomach which made her spit blood, sending her flying and crashing into one of the factory walls, knocking it down in the process. I'm sorry, he whispered, sheathing his sword and ending the fight. Well, we're done, Vito said, arriving on the scene with a smile. Looks like you beat her, congratulations. Shut up and let's get out of here, the guy said wearily, approaching the place where Shakti had fallen. What are you doing? Vito asked curiously. But the guy didn't answer and just took Shakti in his arms, who was barely conscious because of the heavy blows she had received. Are you serious? Let him die in the explosion, Vito said, annoyed. You do things your way and I do them my way, so stop complaining, he said, walking towards the exit. DSK whatever, he said angrily, watching as the inside of the factory began to catch fire, so he also left the place. Upon leaving the factory, the man left Shakti on the ground a little ways away from the place, while she looked at him with confusion and with her body aching. Why? Shakti whispered, looking at the masked man. You have a sister, right? I'm sure she'd be sad if you died, the man replied in a soft voice. Shakti was simply surprised to hear that answer. Since when did a member of Evilus care about the well-being of others? That guy was definitely weird. I hear people arriving. Should we kill them? Vito asked with a sadistic smile. We've already accomplished the mission, there's no need to harm anyone, he refused, standing up and walking away. Let's go quickly. You're boring, he complained, following his companion. And so both members of Evilus disappeared from the place in the blink of an eye, leaving Shakti on the ground, who watched as the magic stone factory in the distance began to catch fire. Who are you? Shakti whispered, touching her stomach, which ached from the kick. I'd better cover my ears. This sound will be loud. Back to Alise and her companions. A loud explosion shook the place, alerting the girls who watched in surprise as a curtain of smoke rose in the distance. What happened? RD asked, alarmed. There's a magic stone factory there, Kaguya said, gripping her sword. Those bastards. That's the sign. Valletta exclaimed excitedly. Good. My work here is done, the pair of idiots have completed their part. What are you plotting? Alise asked angrily, seeing that Evilus had completed his plan without her being able to do anything. This is just a reminder, so you don't forget that Evilus is still present, he replied, taking steps backward. Do you really think we're going to let you go? Lyra said, holding some bombs in her hands. First they have to go through my subordinates. And with those words, another 15 members of Evilus fell from the rooftops, surrounding the girls. Goodbye, idiots. We'll see each other soon. And with those words, Valletta began to walk away from the place at great speed while laughing mockingly. Wait, Valletta. Alise shouted, wanting to stop her, but an Evilus member stood in her way. With anger and frustration, all the girls began to defeat the remaining members of Evilus, but it was too late. Valletta had already escaped. Damn it. Lyra shouted angrily. That bitch, Kaguya whispered in frustration. All the rest of the girls were tired from the battle they had fought and frustrated at not having stopped the main enemy. Quickly. Put all living members of Evilus under arrest, RD ordered his companions. And as Alise watched in frustration the cloud of smoke rising into the sky, knowing that Evilus's objective had been achieved and she could do nothing, her pride as a warrior of justice was once again wounded. Where are you going, RD? Ryu asked as he saw the girl start running with a worried expression. Shakti was investigating those places. I have to make sure she's okay. I shouted, still running. Alise and Ryu followed RD without hesitation, leaving Kaguya and Lyra behind, who stayed behind to help their friends who had been injured in the battle. And to think this is just the beginning, Kaguya whispered, looking at her kimono covered in cuts, as well as her face. It seems the peaceful days have come to an end, Lyra murmured, letting her body fall to the ground, exhausted. As the trio of girls arrived at the magic stone factory, they were surprised to see it had been reduced to rubble. We failed, Ryu said angrily and frustrated. We let our guard down, that's exactly what they wanted, Alise said, frowning. Shakti. RD shouted in alarm as she saw her sister sitting with her back against a wall, a bandage on her head, her gaze fixed on the burning factory. He quickly approached her along with Alise and Ryu, looking very worried. What happened? RD asked worriedly, kneeling in front of her sister. What happened? He whispered, watching as members of the Ganesha family and other families tried to put out the fire, then looked at his sister with a defeated expression. Well, what happened was that I lost and couldn't protect the factory. Upon hearing that answer, the three girls were surprised and couldn't believe what they had heard. Did you lose? Alise asked, incredulous, as was Ryu. Who was it? RD asked, still worried. The image of the masked man flashed through Shakti's mind, causing her to clench her fist slightly. I don't know, I whispered in frustration. The other girls just lowered their gaze in bewilderment, unable to believe it, before turning their attention to the ruined factory. Alise, Ryu whispered, looking at his captain. No one said this war would be easy, he said, surveying the damage with a serious expression. This time they won, but next time justice will not lose, he whispered, gripping his sword tightly. And that was only the first of many battles that would be fought in that city. The war against Evilus had barely begun. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Charitable Works. A dejected Redeed walked slowly through the streets of Aurario. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see a few people repairing their houses, which had been damaged in the battle against Evilus 2 days ago, and Alise involuntarily felt guilty about the damage. Every day I say I'll bring justice to the city, and I always end up failing, she thought with a bitter smile. I'm pathetic. Yes, Alise, the beautiful, lively girl who always had the habit of praising herself with a big smile, was depressed and putting herself down. If her friends saw that side of her, they would surely faint from surprise. Maybe I should have fought with everything I had from the beginning. That way I might have had a chance to defeat Valletta, he thought as he walked down the street where he'd faced the Evilus High Command. But I gained nothing by getting discouraged. I won't change the past that way. All I can do is learn from my mistakes. Even with that downcast look, I looked up to see the people trying to fix their houses as best they could. Although he opened his eyes slightly when he saw a certain albino boy helping an old man rebuild his house by nailing together a few wooden boards. A small smile formed on Alice's face when she saw the albino boy. Why am I here feeling depressed? She thought, patting her cheeks and returning to that big smile that characterized her. I have to follow in Bell's footsteps and help the civilians as much as I can. And with a beautiful smile on her face, Alice approached the albino who was about to hit a nail with a hammer. Bell. Startled by the retarded's sudden scream, Bell hit her finger with the hammer and let out a groan of pain. Alice-san, Bell whispered with a small tear in his eye as his finger turned red from the blow. Sorry for scaring you, Alice apologized, embarrassed. I see you woke up today wanting to do some good deeds. I just want to help out somehow, he said sheepishly, nailing the board back down. Just as I expected from my vigilante friend, Alice said proudly. So I feel obligated to help you. Your superior can't just stand idly by. Superior? Bell said, confused. And with a smile, Alice approached and took another board to begin nailing it down to lighten Bell's workload. This house is going to be the best of all, Alice murmured with determination, causing Bell to sweat drop in an anime style. Thank you so much for helping me, young people, said an elderly man who owned the house. I'd like to help, but my age doesn't allow me to do more. Don't worry, Alice and Bell will help you. The righteous duo. He exclaimed with a proud smile as he patted Bell on the back. But while nailing thanks to Alice's clap, he made a mistake again and ended up hitting the same finger. I am sorry, Alice apologized with a nervous smile as she watched Bell clutch his aching finger. We've got everything under control. The old man just smiled at the attitude of the two young men walking away so that they could do the work in peace. 1/3 hit and they'll have to cut off my finger, Bell whispered, watching as his finger turned purple. Don't worry, your finger is strong so it will surely withstand 2 more blows, I tried to reassure Alice with an innocent smile. For some reason, I feel like I'm going to get hurt more than twice if I stay by your side, she said with a nervous smile. Don't get paranoid, Bell. We need to get to work, we have a house to finish, he said, picking up a hammer and nail. No offense, but I remember Lyra-san saying you destroyed half of her headquarters trying to fix the roof. Are you sure you can do it? Upon hearing that question, Alice's cheeks gradually flushed with embarrassment as she remembered that day. It wasn't my fault, the walls were just poorly constructed, he excused himself, looking away. That sounds like an excuse, hahaha. Bell said, laughing slightly, although he screamed loudly when he felt Alice hit his finger with the hammer. Idiot, the girl whispered, puffing out her cheeks. Then taking some boards and nails, Alice walked away from Bell to fix another part of the house. It was just a joke, Alice-san, Bell said, seeing how the retard had gotten angry and tried to apologize. But she just ignored him and started doing her part of the job, causing Bell to sigh. This is going to be another long day, Bell thought with a nervous smile, starting to fix his gaze. But Alice couldn't stay mad at her friends for long, so in less than 5 minutes she started talking to Bell excitedly and smiling, telling him funny anecdotes about her family, while he just listened attentively to every word the charismatic retard said. Thanks to Alice, the work was more manageable and fun for both of us, finishing the whole house in 3 hours. And that's it. Alice shouted, excited and proud of her work. While Bell just stared with tears in his eyes at his finger which, thanks to Alice, was hit many more times for distracting him. We make a great team, Bell. Alice said with a beautiful smile. Yes, a good team, she whispered with a nervous smile. Thank you so much for helping me, young people. I'd like to pay you for this, but I don't have a single penny, the old man apologized, happy to have his house back. Don't worry, the Justice family will always help those in need without asking for anything in return, she said, her eyes shining. So if you have any problems, don't hesitate to call us. I'll keep that in mind, she said with a small smile as she entered her already tidy house. While Alice just watched with a smile her good deed of the day, she then turned to Bell. What do we do now? I asked excitedly. What? He said, confused. Obviously we're not going to sit idly by. There are still many people who need our help, she said, a flame of determination in her eyes. And you're going to be my partner in crime to help people today. Can't I refuse? I asked with a nervous smile. Nope. Let's go now. And with excitement, Alice took Bell's hand and dragged him through the city to look for people to help. Her heart is too noble, Bell thought, watching the retard's beautiful smile as she spoke to a woman, asking if she needed help tidying her house. A piece of trash like me shouldn't be with someone as pure and kind as her. Alright, Bell. The lady needs to paint the walls of her house, so this is our new job, she said with a radiant smile, handing Bell a paintbrush. Let's get to work. "But I can't, her company is so pleasant," I thought with a small smile, watching the Redeed begin to paint the house with enthusiasm. "I have so much fun with her. When was the last time I felt so comfortable with someone? Don't leave me to do all the work, Bell. Help me." Alise exclaimed, raising her paintbrush. "Yes, yes, I'm coming," he said, approaching the Redeed and starting to paint together with her. I remembered that. The last time he felt happy and comfortable was when he lived with his grandfather as a child, enjoying his innocent life. Even painting reminded him of the times when he painted the house with his grandfather. Beautiful memories that Belle kept in her heart. Although they were always replaced by memories of their village in flames as the inhabitants were killed and a pillar of light rose to the heavens. She quickly shook her head from side to side, not wanting to think about it. "What if we draw a face on the wall?" Alise's voice pulled him from his thoughts, making him turn to look at her. "Alise-san, this isn't your house to draw whatever you want," she retorted, with an anime-style sweat drop. "The little face painting won't hurt anyone," he said as he drew a smiley face on the wall. "There. I hope the owner of the house isn't upset about this," Belle said with a nervous smile as she continued painting the wall. "After this, we have to find someone else who needs help," the Redeed remembered, returning to her painting as normal. "You have too much energy, you should reduce your sugar intake," I recommended, still not believing the absurd amount of energy my friend had. "Believe me, I try, but it's impossible," she said with a nervous smile. And so, amidst conversation and laughter, the work of painting the house went by for both of them, where once again time seemed short because of the good atmosphere they created together, each forgetting the problems they carried on their shoulders and simply dedicating themselves to enjoying each other's company and helping others. They went back and forth through the damaged areas of the city. They were using wheelbarrows to haul away all the rubble from the destroyed houses, a job that took them time but was fun for both of them. They found lost pets that had fled in fear during the attack. In total, they found 3 dogs, 2 cats, and a duck. They put on a short play for the children who had lost their homes so they could laugh a little. "Evil will never triumph over justice," Alise exclaimed, holding a wooden sword in her hand as the children looked at her with a gleam in their eyes. She was the heroine of the story. "Ha. You'll never defeat me," Bell exclaimed, feigning his evil laugh. He was the villain of the story. "You will fall, and the light of justice will bring peace to the homes of all people." And with that shout, Alise launched herself into an attack to fight Bell, pretending to battle. The children watched with excitement the battle that, in their eyes, was epic. After a minute of fighting, Alise pretended to pierce Bell with her wooden sword, who groaned in pain as part of the act. "You chose the wrong path, villain," Alise said, sheathing her sword as Bell dramatically fell to the ground, pretending to be dead. The children simply celebrated Alise's victory, thrilled by the play. "And now that the fearsome villain is dead, justice returns to bring peace to the city," he shouted, striking a heroic pose to look cool. And with those words, the little play ended, earning the applause of all the children. Alise just watched with a happy smile the smile she had brought to the children, glancing sideways at Belle who was still on the ground winking at her. A while later. Now they were both sitting on the edge of a building watching the city and the orange sky, a sign that it was getting dark. They both had satisfied smiles on their faces because of all the charity work they had done. "This was a very productive day," Alise said with a small, happy smile. "I admit I had fun too," Belle said with a calm smile. "Obviously. When you do good deeds, it's like energy for your body," she said with emotion and a sparkle in her eyes. "When I joined the Estri family and performed my first act of justice, I felt so alive, realizing that my job was to bring smiles to everyone's faces and I wasn't wrong about my path." "It's a very noble thing to do," Belle praised, looking at the smiling Alise. "And I can see that's your path too," he said, turning to look at Belle. "Maybe you didn't realize it, but you had a happy smile on your face when you were helping people today." "Seriously, I didn't realize," he said, embarrassed. "Yes. I didn't know you could smile like that, I like your smile," she said so sincerely, turning back to look at the city. Belle blushed a little at those words but managed to control it. "By the way, what about your classmates?" Belle asked curiously. "Some are still recovering from Evilis's attack and others are very stressed, so Estri-sama decided to give us the day off to relax," she explained as her smile slowly faded. "And why aren't you resting like them?" he asked, puzzled. Alise's expression changed to one of sadness upon hearing that question. "Perhaps so I wouldn't feel guilty," I whispered, lowering my gaze. "If I had been stronger, maybe your area wouldn't have been so badly damaged. I know it's impossible to save everyone, but I can't help feeling guilty." "And to ease that remorse a little, you decided to help anyone who needed it," Belle said, understanding everything. "Yes," Alise admitted, lowering her gaze dejectedly. "Doing good just to avoid feeling so bad isn't like me." "It's not unusual, it's human nature," he said, catching Alise's eye. Sometimes you do so much harm that you feel remorse, searching for a way to help someone and feel a little more at peace with yourself. It's similar with you, even though you haven't done anything wrong. You simply feel guilty about something that wasn't your fault. But that doesn't change the fact that my actions today weren't about justice, but about feeling better about myself, she whispered depressedly. Whether it's justice or not, that doesn't change the fact that you're a wonderful person whom I admire greatly. Your sense of justice is beautiful and admirable. As she said those words, a small blush appeared on the Retide's cheeks, and she looked away. Thank you, Belle, she whispered with a small smile on her beautiful face. You're welcome. And with those words, they both gazed at the beautiful orange sky as it disappeared into the distance. Now Alise felt a little calmer thanks to Bell watching him out of the corner of his eye. Bell just stared at the sky with a happy smile on his face, a genuine smile. He had definitely enjoyed that day a lot with Alise and did not regret following her in any of her plans. Bell. Yeah? Do you think we'll win this war against Evilus? Alise asked, that doubt gnawing at her chest. Upon hearing that question, Bell looked up at the sky, still smiling slightly. You will definitely win, you will eliminate every member of that evil organization, after all you have the strongest heroine of all, Bell praised, a happy smile appearing on her face. And by this heroine's side is her trusty vigilante friend, he said, standing up and pointing to the sky. Get ready, Evilus, you're definitely going to lose. Yes. Bell shouted, raising his fist. And after that, they both burst out laughing, lying down on the roof floor to continue watching the orange sky with a smile. Without a doubt, a very special and unforgettable day for that duo of friends. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Pleasant weather. We find ourselves at the headquarters of the Estri family, where all its members were resting in the living room after an exhausting day of patrolling. I don't know whether to feel nervous or relieved that Evilus hasn't attacked again, said Lyra, who was lying on the sofa. I'd say a little of both, Nguyen commented with a nervous smile. Seriously, how I hate them, Kagaya whispered, cleaning her sword with a handkerchief. We should patrol at night too, Ryu suggested, not feeling comfortable leaving her area unprotected at night. Although many members of the Ganesha family patrolled at night, Ryu couldn't stay calm. Don't overexert yourself so much, Ryu, we need to rest too, Nii said with a tired expression. What's the point of patrolling day and night? When Evilus appears, we'll be too tired to defend ourselves. We need to rest, you silly elf, Kagaya said, mocking her friend. Don't call me that, Kagaya, she said angrily. Calm down, girls. The one who said those words was Estri, who was carrying a tray with teacups on it, and Iska was leaving a plate of cookies on the table. You've worked hard today, so get some rest, she said with a motherly smile, looking at all her daughters. Although he was a little confused not to see the most lively one in the room. And Alise? Estri asked curiously. Before anyone could answer, the living room door opened and the lively captain of the family entered with a smile. The day was a very productive day. Alise exclaimed excitedly, approaching them. The others just watched curiously as their captain had showered again after the patrol and was wearing civilian clothes instead of her adventurer's outfit, but she always carried her trusty sword at her waist. Cookies? Alise exclaimed excitedly, approaching the table and grabbing 3 cookies. Are you going somewhere, Alise? Estri asked curiously. But Alise, being busy eating cookies, couldn't answer, so someone else took charge of answering that question. You're going out with the albino, right? Lyra asked with an amused smile. Albino? All the girls said, confused. In response, Alise nodded with an excited smile, still chewing the cookies. Oh. I remember now, it's that Bell boy we met a few weeks ago, Kagaya said, recalling the rabbit-like guy. Yes, it's him. Alise confirmed with an excited smile, stopping her chewing. Wow, I didn't know you were seeing a boy, Alise said Estri, a little surprised. She laughed, embarrassed. By the way, how did you know about that, Lyra? I overheard them this morning at practice when I was pretending to be asleep. They were both arranging to meet up this afternoon, Lyra said with amusement. Training? Ryu said, confused. Lyra and I have been training with Bell almost every morning on the area. Well, it's been a month since then, Alise explained calmly. That's right, I remember you telling me about that, said Estri, recalling that conversation with Alise. It might not seem like it, but Alise has become very good friends with him. They spend a lot of time together, Lyra explained, taking a cookie and a cup of tea. Wow, Captain, she kept it a secret, Nii said with an amused smile. I admit the boy is cute, Kagaya said calmly. But who would have thought you'd end up making him your boyfriend? Come on, Kagaya, he's not my boyfriend for the moment, she said with an embarrassed smile. Small shouts of excitement and mockery were heard in the room, making Alise laugh at her classmates' reaction. Well, our captain has fallen in love, Iska said mockingly. I'm not in love, but I admit I really like Bell. I like his personality, she said with a small smile. So I don't deny that something could happen in the future, although I'm very happy with our current friendship. Our little Alise is growing up, Kaguya said mockingly. He sounds like an interesting boy, I'd like you to introduce me to him sometime, said Estri with a motherly smile. Bell is a little shy so it will be difficult, but I'll try. I'm not against anything, Alise, but I recommend you take your time and get to know each other better. Rushed relationships never end well, Ryu said in a wise voice, although she was a little embarrassed to talk about love. What are you talking about? This beautiful girl's perfect and pure heart isn't easy to win over, Alise exclaimed with a proud smile. I remember they agreed to meet at 5, there are 10 minutes left, said Lyra, looking at her clock. That's right. I have to go, and taking one last cookie, Alise ran towards the exit, leaving her friends alone, who had amused smiles. Difficult to conquer, yeah right, Kaguya laughed, elegantly sipping her tea. I never expected to see Alise like that, Ni said, looking a little surprised. Well, it's been a little over a month since she met him, and their friendship has developed gradually. It didn't happen overnight, Lyra said, remembering all those times she went to the wall and watched them chatting happily. I don't know him as well as Alise does, but he's a good guy, I like him. It's a surprise when you like someone, Kaguya whispered. I just hope that doesn't make you neglect your duty as captain of the family, said Ryu, taking some cookies. I doubt it, since Evilis's last attack Alise has been much more motivated, said Estri with a small smile. Not just her, all of us too, said Lyra bitterly, remembering that defeat. Next time will be different, said Kaguya, looking at her sword. Well, it's tea time, so let's not talk about battles, Estri reassured him with her kind smile. Just relax. If you'd like more tea, let me know. The girls simply nodded, beginning to enjoy the cookies and tea that their kind goddess had brought them. Although they appeared calm, the truth was that they were very curious to know what their captain was doing. After all, it was the first time she had shown interest in a boy. I really want to go see that date, was the thought of all the girls at the same time. Meanwhile, with Alise. She walked with a smile on her face through the streets of Aurario to meet her albino friend. Elle has improved his sword technique a lot, a few more training sessions, and we can patrol together to bring peace to the city, she thought excitedly. Their friendship had strengthened over the weeks to the point where Alise considered him as much of a friend as her family, although of course, Bell was the only boy who was her friend, or rather her best friend. Maybe one of these days we should patrol together, that way he'll learn little by little, she thought, still not very sure about that decision. After walking for a few more minutes, he arrived at a park which was surprisingly fine despite Evilis's previous attacks. A few meters away from her she saw Bell, who was sitting on a bench looking at nature with his back to her. A smile spread across the girl's face as she slowly approached Bell from behind. When I was close enough, I covered his eyes with both hands, scaring him a little. Who am I? Alise asked excitedly without taking her hands off. Are you Veronica? He said, not very sure. Upon hearing that name, Alise stopped covering Bell's eyes and tilted the albino's head back slightly so they could look into each other's eyes. Who is Veronica? Alise asked, frowning. Ha, the albino started laughing at his friend's attitude. Idiot, she whispered, puffing out her cheeks as she walked around the bench and sat down next to him. Sorry, it was just a joke, he apologized, stopping his laughter. You're very shy, Bell, but when you make jokes, that shyness disappears. You're a naughty bunny, Alise scolded, pinching the albino's cheek. I'm not a rabbit, I prefer to be called a white wolf with red eyes, he said proudly. A wolf cub, Alise mocked, stopping pinching her cheek. After that, they both settled on the bench to observe the lovely park, which was in good condition. How was your day? Bell asked curiously. Pretty calm, although this time we won't let our guard down, we won't make the same mistake, he replied with determination in his words. And how was your day? Normal, nothing interesting, he replied, his gaze fixed on the park. Your answer is always the same, she said, puffing out her cheeks. It's the truth, I just spend my time counting down the hours until I can meet with you again, he said, turning to look at Alise with a smile. She blushed a little at those words, but then smiled mockingly. And now you're showing your flirty side, you naughty bunny, she said, pinching Bell's cheek again. Although, to be honest, I'm also eager for the moment we meet and figure out what act of justice we'll perform. Justice? We were just walking by and going somewhere to eat, he said, puzzled. For now, but soon we'll be able to patrol the city together, it will be very exciting, Alise said, eager for that day to arrive. Alise-san, I already told you I have no intention of patrolling, she said with a nervous smile. That's what you say now, but when you first go on patrol you'll want to do it every day, and great Alise will be there to teach you everything you need to know, she said proudly. Elle could only sigh when he realized he wouldn't change her mind, but he still looked at her with a smile. Has anyone ever told you that you're very special? Bell asked, catching Alise off guard. It's more than obvious that I'm special, she said proudly, trying to hide her embarrassment at the compliment she received. You have a good eye. Yes, I've already been told, she whispered as she gently touched her eye with her fingers. Grrrrrrr. Bell let out a small laugh as he heard Alise's stomach growl with hunger while she blushed. Don't make fun of me, I couldn't eat much at lunch, she said, offended. Don't be embarrassed, Alise-san, I know you're a glutton, she said, standing up and looking at her companion. Come on, let's find something to eat. She was a little embarrassed at being called a glutton, stood up, and started walking with Bell through the city streets, looking for somewhere with good food. By the way, I never asked you how old you are, Alise said curiously, walking alongside him. My age? Well, I'm 15 years old, I'll be 16 soon, he replied calmly. Really? We're the same age. I exclaimed, thrilled by the detail. For a moment I thought you were older. Do I look older? I asked, surprised. Nope, it's just that sometimes you act very mature, I explained, surprised. Although your cute little boy face says otherwise. Wow, so I'm cute, Bell tried to joke to embarrass Alise. Yes. You are, I confirm without hesitation with a beautiful smile. But he was the one who ended up embarrassed, looking away because of the retarded's compliment. The great Alise embarrassed you, the retard teased, bothering her friend. Don't start, Alise, and Bell pleaded, because when she started teasing him about her embarrassment, she wouldn't stop until she was satisfied. Luckily for him, a man stepped between the two, capturing their attention. The guy had a strong smell of alcohol, much to Alise's disgust, as he staggered around with a liquor bottle in his hand, looking at Bell. Can I help you with anything? Bell asked, puzzled. I saw you, he whispered, pointing at the albino. I saw you, you damn bastard. Why are you insulting Bell? Alise asked, angry at the way he was calling her friend. Meanwhile, Bell became nervous because of the man's words. I saw you that day, he said, trying to grab Bell's shirt, but Bell moved away. Why, you were with him? What are you talking about? Alise asked, confused. He's just a drunk talking nonsense, let's go, Bell said, taking Alise's hand and walking away quickly. I saw you. Don't run away. The man shouted, trying to follow him, but he fell unconscious from the alcohol. Bell, seeing that the guy was no longer following them, continued walking normally. What a strange guy, Alise said, puzzled. Alcohol makes people say nonsensical things or confuse people. Guys like him should just be ignored, Bell said, now calmer. You're right, she whispered, then turned to look at her hand, which was still clasped with Bell's. A slight blush but also a mocking smile appeared on her face as she turned to look at Bell. By the way, Bell, how much longer will you keep holding my hand? I asked playfully. Bell, realizing this, let go of her, looking away in embarrassment. If you wanted to hold my hand, you just had to say so, don't be shy, he said mockingly, starting to poke Bell's cheek with his finger. Then don't start, Alise, and he pleaded, embarrassed. Although Alise was also embarrassed, she hid it with her smile and her little teasing. I should have kept quiet, Alise thought as she realized they were no longer holding hands. And with those little taunts, they both disappeared into the crowd, looking for somewhere to eat. Meanwhile, in an alley, a man watched them walk away, chatting with smiles on their faces, a sign that they were having a good time. Since he could no longer see them, the guy went into the dark alley while taking a magic communication stone out of his pocket. Valletta-sama, the guy said to the magic stone. What do you want? A voice, sounding annoyed, came from the stone a few seconds later. I hope you have a good reason for this call. Of course it's a good reason, she said, letting out a small laugh. Guess who your dear Bell was walking with? There was silence on the other end, confusing the guy. Continue were the words the woman said. The problems were just beginning. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Mistrust. With a calm and silent gait, a certain albino boy walked through long corridors which were only illuminated by torches. It was Bell, who had a calm expression as he walked down that desolate corridor with his hands in his pockets. It's been a while since I've been here, I hope I haven't forgotten the way, he thought as he moved back and forth through the crossroads of the corridors. The place was a labyrinth with so many paths, most of which led nowhere, but Bell knew them by heart, or at least that's what he wanted to believe. After walking for a while, I came to a stone door which moved upon sensing my presence, granting me access to the next place. It seems I still remember the way, he thought with relief, since he was afraid of walking for hours and hours without finding the exit. Upon entering that place, he saw a certain pink-haired girl leaning against a wall with her arms crossed, who looked up upon noticing his presence. Hey was the simple greeting gesture that Bell gave as he walked towards another wall and leaned against it. The reason he was in that place was because there was a meeting between members of the organization. I'm glad you were the first to arrive, Valletta said with a friendly smile, looking at Bell. He was only confused when he saw Valletta's smile. Do you want to tell me something? I asked, confused. When you smile like that, it's because something is bothering you. Actually, yes, I have something to talk to you about, he said, leaving the wall behind him and walking slowly towards Bell. It seemed that the others would take longer to arrive, so they would both have time to talk. You see, a few days ago I found out something interesting, he said as he stopped about 4 meters from Bell and stared at him intently. Really? And what did you find out? I asked without taking my eyes off Valletta. For some reason the atmosphere was becoming hostile, so he was on alert just in case, his hand ready to take his sword. Well, I heard that a certain rebellious bunny has been hanging out with a certain justice crazy woman, she said as her smile became more friendly. That's an interesting tidbit. I wonder who the little bird was who told you that, she said, looking away and dismissing the words. So? What's the big deal? Well, the main reason we sent you to live in the city was so you could investigate all the warehouse locations, he said, slowly approaching Bell. And that's what I did, I'm bringing you information about it right now, he replied, still with that calm attitude. Yes, but apart from that you've also become friends with Alise Lovell, a very good friend it seems. What are you trying to get at with all this? I asked, seeing how Valletta was now very close to him and their faces were separated by only a few centimeters. Bell, do you want to betray us? He asked, his gaze darkened as he stared intently at Bell. But he did not take his eyes off her, staring at her intently, feeling the tension in the air. What makes you think that? I asked, frowning. To be honest, I've never fully trusted you, she began to explain without looking away. When you started at Evilis, you did everything against your will, since your ability to steal large quantities of things was very convenient for us. Even though what you were doing went against your principles, you didn't want to die. After all, you were just a child. Bell just frowned upon hearing those words, remembering his beginnings in that organization. But from one day to the next, you started doing every job they assigned you without complaining, and that seemed very strange to me, but I didn't complain. After all, we were making progress, he said, still with that serious expression on his face. But now that you're hanging out with that woman, it makes me suspicious of you again, so I ask you again. Are you trying to betray us? They continued to stare at each other, their faces very close, the tension in the air growing stronger. Any rookie with Falna would have already fainted from the pressure. Do you really think I'd become a traitor? What would I gain from it? Bell asked, shrugging. I'm already a member of Evilis. My fate will be prison or death if I betray you, so I don't see the point. Unlike us, you have never taken anyone's life, perhaps you think that can save you, and you are the only one who has not revealed his face, he said, still with distrust. That's ridiculous. A criminal is a criminal. I have no reason to betray you, he said, putting his hands in his pockets. If you distrust me so much, why don't you tell Thanatos to come and interrogate me? After all, you can't lie to the gods. I don't like depending on them, she said with a distasteful expression. I prefer to gather the information myself. Well, I already told you the truth, so I think all these questions are over, right? He asked wearily. Let me just tell you something, Bell, if I find out you're betraying us, consider yourself dead, he said, returning to his deranged smile, turning around and going back to his place. Let's see who ends up dead, Bell thought, putting on a friendly smile that annoyed Valletta, who leaned back against the wall. Seconds later the door opened, letting in 2 more men. Wow, what a heavy atmosphere, said a man with long white hair, feeling the tension in the air. Is something wrong? Vito asked with a friendly smile. Nothing that concerns you, Valletta and Bell said at the same time. Ahaha, couple fights. Vito mocked, although he instantly had to dodge a dagger that was going for his head courtesy of Valletta. Only we'll be here today, so let's get this over with quickly, Valletta said irritably. And Zald and Althea won't be here? The white-haired man asked, confused. Don't be an idiot, Olivas, you know very well those two are acting on their own, Vito replied. Besides, little Bell is here and you know very well that woman doesn't want anything to do with him. Upon hearing those words, Bell simply looked away, much to Valletta's amusement. That makes sense, Olivas mocked, much to Bell's annoyance. Can we begin this meeting? Bell asked, taking out a map and placing it on a table in the room. Very well, what information do you have for us? Valletta asked, returning to his sadistic smile as he approached the map along with the other 2. I searched for a long time and only managed to find one warehouse, Bell said, pointing to one of the locations near the Tower of Babel. It's probably heavily guarded after the last attack. You're right, with each attack the idiots get more careful, said Vito with annoyance. As always, I recommend attacking at night since most adventurers are asleep, leaving only the Ganesha family active, he said as he put the map away again. Although, knowing them, they'll probably make a huge fuss. I don't enjoy an attack if there aren't screams of agony involved, Oliva said with a grotesque smile. If you're so bothered by how we do things, then attack that warehouse yourself, said Valletta with a small smile. Huh? Bell said, surprised. Yes, after all, you have that skill. I'll lend you some of my soldiers to help you, and you can handle the job yourself, Valletta said, looking mockingly at Bell. Take it as a test, it will be your first solo job, although I would like to go myself to see blood, said Vito with a sadistic smile. But failure is not allowed, you know the consequences, Alise warned. You heard me, Bell, this job is yours. I trust you'll do a good job, Valletta said, putting her arm around Bell's neck and giving him a half hug. You'll be attacking tomorrow night, so you'd better be ready. Okay, Bell reluctantly agreed. That's my boy, Valletta congratulated, pinching Bell's cheek. And with those words the girl left the place with a big smile which conveyed anything but tranquility. What's going on between you two? Alise asked, puzzled. None of your business, old woman, Bell said, walking in another direction to leave the room. I remind you that you also have damned white hair. Alise shouted, filled with rage. And Vito just laughed like a madman, mocking Alise. As Bell walked back through those long corridors, lost in his thoughts. So I have to make that attack, I don't really have another option, he thought, letting out a tired sigh. I just hope there aren't any problems. As he continued walking, he passed by the corridor and was surprised to see a silver-haired woman walking calmly down that corridor. The woman had her eyes closed, but upon sensing Bell's presence, she opened them slightly, revealing eyes of a different color. Bell got a little nervous when he saw the woman, but he kept his cool. Hello, I greeted with a nervous smile. But the woman just ignored him, walking past and disappearing into the long corridors, causing Bell to let out a tired sigh. I shouldn't have told him that when he was a child, he thought with a nervous smile, remembering the past. Anyway, I'd better think about how to complete tomorrow's mission. And with those thoughts, Bell continued walking through the long corridors, unaware that in the distance the silver-haired woman turned to look at him. A certain sadness could be seen in her eyes, which only lasted a few seconds before she looked away and continued on her way. Meanwhile, at the Estri family mansion. A certain hobbit girl was walking through the mansion's corridors towards the living room as she planned to write a few things for her new bombs. She thought the room would be empty since, as far as she understood, everyone was in the courtyard training, being watched by Estri. That's why she was surprised to see the captain sitting on a sofa and in front of her was a table with paper and a box. Allies? Lyra said, confused. Upon hearing her name, the woman stopped what she was doing to look at her friend. Lyra? It's good to see you, I greeted with a lively smile. What are you doing? She asked curiously, approaching the reed and noticing that the paper on the table was gift wrap. Bell's birthday is in a week, so I'm preparing his present, Allies replied excitedly, trying to wrap the box with paper. Lyra just watched as there were many balls of wrapping paper on the floor, a sign that Allies had failed many times to wrap that box. Nice gesture, Captain, said Lyra, sitting down next to Allies. Thanks, she whispered, embarrassed. And what are you going to give her? She asked curiously, looking at the box. The watch. He exclaimed excitedly. Lyra only had an anime-style sweat drop when she heard that answer. Look. Allies simply took the box and opened it, showing him a pocket watch of the old design. And this is the special part, Allies, upon opening the watch, could see a rabbit logo inside. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Lyra asked playfully. She laughed nervously. Bell told me she really liked that type of watch, so I decided to buy her one, although I chose the design myself. Huh? What's that? Lyra asked curiously, noticing something else in the box. It's a book about heroes, Bell really likes those stories, she replied with a small smile, looking at the book. I hope he likes the gifts. And taking the watch, I put it back in the box and closed it. I'm sure she'll like them, so don't worry, encouraged Lyra. It's obvious she'll like them, after all, it's a gift from her beautiful and perfect friend, she said proudly. A friend who doesn't even know how to wrap a box with gift paper, Lyra mocked. See, can you help me? She asked, embarrassed. Sure, wrapping the box will be my gift to that fool, Lyra agreed, moving closer to the table. Stingy, Allies whispered. And so the two friends stayed in the room wrapping Bell's gift. And all that time Allies kept a happy smile on her face, wanting to give that gift to Bell and see his reaction. Happy days for the captain of the Estri family despite being at war. End of chapter. Chapter 8. I'm sorry. Through the dark alleys of the city of Arario, a hooded figure wearing a mask walked slowly while other people in robes followed behind him. It was Bell who that night was about to complete the mission that had been assigned to him. Attack the weapons depot and take everything. I think you already know how I do things, said Bell, turning to look at the other people in robes, of which there were 5 in total. You're not going to kill anyone, right? One of the people said calmly. Yes, that's the only rule, Bell said with a sigh. You're boring, one of the people said, catching Bell's attention. Do you have a problem with that? Bell asked calmly. As he said those words, the man in the robe took it off, as did the one next to him, revealing his true appearance. "I mean, we're from Evilus, our job is to kill," were the words of a boy with black hair and green eyes with a small smile. "That's right," the other boy, who also had the same hair color and even the same face, the only thing that differentiated him was the color of his eyes, which were blue, supported the words. "If they didn't want to participate, then they should have stayed out of this," Bell said calmly. "So if you're here, you have to obey, June. Obviously we're going to do things your way, that's why we agreed to come," said the green-eyed boy now known as Jin with a small smile. "That's right," agreed the blue-eyed boy now known as June. "Okay, then let's continue," said Bell, continuing on his way, followed by the other 5, while the 2 who had taken off their hoods, put them back on. Jin and June, both twins and level 4 members of Evilus, were close to being in the high command, but their way of acting was very childish, and they didn't take anything seriously, so that didn't allow them to have that position, although they didn't care much. They usually teamed up with Valletta or Vito, but this time they decided to follow Bell. "And one last thing," said Bell, stopping before reaching the warehouse. "You are forbidden to say my name." The others simply nodded, obeying Bell's order. "Understood, Bell," Jin said with a playful smile from beneath his robes. He just let out a tired sigh and continued on his way to the cellar, which was near the Tower of Babel, being guarded by about 5 guards from the Ganesha family. The 6 of them were hiding on a rooftop, watching the guards. "What idiots," Jin whispered. "They only put 5 guards to watch that door, it's useless." "True, I support June." "Shut up," Bell ordered, annoyed. "We have to find a way to defeat them without making a sound. We have to be stealthy." "Nonsense," Jin said, jumping off the building and landing in front of the guards. "Hello. Evilus?" shouted one of the guards, ready to draw his sword. But before he could make a move, Jin, with that childish smile, cut off his head at great speed. "Jin!" Bell shouted angrily when he saw what he had done. "Sorry, I got carried away," he apologized with an innocent expression. Bell just clenched his fists angrily, but he had to deal with it quickly, so he swiftly knocked unconscious the other guards who were about to attack when they saw their partner fall. "Hey boss, leave some for us," Jin mocked with that carefree attitude. But a punch to his face disoriented him, causing him to fall to the ground as a result of the blow. "What did I tell you a few moments ago?" Bell asked, revealing his blood-red eyes through his mask. "I forgot," she replied, letting out a small laugh. Those words enraged Bell. Now he understood why Valletta had ordered them to accompany him. She wanted to mock him and create a way to put him in a difficult position. After all, the carefree attitude of both twins, especially Jin, could get Bell into trouble. "What's wrong?" Jin asked, still smiling, not caring that his cheek was swelling. "This is not the time to fight, we have to do our job," said one of those accompanying Bell, making him relax. "You're right, we have to find a way to open this orichalcum door," Bell said, looking at the enormous door. Zald had been in charge of opening it last time, but he wasn't here, and he highly doubted that any of the guards had a key. Stupid Valletta, Bell thought angrily. Although footsteps began to be heard approaching them, causing everyone to become alert. "I knew it was you." The lively feminine shout was heard from above, making everyone look up. From a rooftop, a very beautiful red-eyed girl looked at them all, then jumped and fell to the ground in front of them. Following her, 5 more girls fell into the place, looking at the members of Evilus with angry expressions. Alise, Bell thought, starting to get nervous about the red-eyed's presence. The Estri family was not supposed to patrol at night, and he was puzzled by her presence there. Alise just stared at the 6 Evilus members in front of her until she noticed the Ganesha Familia member lying on the ground, decapitated just like the others. "Damn them," Alise whispered, glaring angrily at them all. An expression that Bell had never seen from her before. "They are despicable people," Ryu said angrily, drawing his sword. "Wow, I thought the Estri family didn't patrol at night," Jin said with a hint of mockery, taking off his robes, as did his brother June. "Oh, if it isn't those stupid twins," Lyra said with disgust upon recognizing them. They had faced them a few times in the past, so they knew what they were capable of, becoming more serious in the confrontation that was about to take place. "This time they won't get away with it, justice will defeat them," Alise said in a serious tone, preparing to fight just like the others. "Find a way to open that door," Bell ordered, changing his tone of voice to one of his companions. "Understood," said the hooded figure, stepping back and approaching the door. "As if we were going to let you." Ryu shouted angrily, launching herself into an attack, but she had to dodge a sword that was headed for her head. It was June who had a small smile on his face as he looked at the elf. "That's right, June, we need to buy some time," Jin congratulated, approaching his brother. "Right, boss." "Boss." Alise said, turning to look at Bell, as did the other girls. He became even more nervous when he saw Alise looking at him, lowering her face so he couldn't see her eyes. "Girls, you fight the others, I'll take care of him." Alise ordered with a serious expression, looking at Bell. If he was the leader of that group, then it was her job as captain of her family to eliminate him. That sounds good to me, Kagaya said, looking at the twins with displeasure. But if you need help, just say so. Of course you'll need it, the boss is strong, Jin said, smiling and infuriating the girls. But we're strong too. That's right, June agreed, smiling sadistically. Let's see how much longer that smile lasts, said Lyra, dropping a bombshell on them both. And with that explosion, the battle of the Estri family against Evilis had begun. This time I'm serious. Alise shouted, clashing her sword against Bell's, causing a small gust of wind to be produced by the collision. Meanwhile, Bell was just nervously blocking every attack from Alise. It was not in his plans for Alise to appear at that moment, and her appearance disconcerted him. What's wrong? Why aren't you looking at me? Alise asked, seeing the masked man looking away while blocking her attacks. She was angry. Seeing that member of the Ganesha family decapitated on the ground had truly angered her, and the fact that her enemy wouldn't look her in the eyes while fighting infuriated her even more. Alise, Bell thought, seeing the girl's angry face as she increased the speed of her attacks. I didn't want to hurt him. I couldn't. If he were to inflict even the slightest wound on her, it would hurt her deeply. She was his friend, though he himself was disgusted by the thought of them being friends. He didn't feel worthy. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the twins fighting evenly against Kagaya, Lyra and Ryu, while Nise and Iska fought with the other two members of Evilis, and the latter was looking for a way to open the door. Agris Alvicent. However, Bell was pulled from his thoughts when he heard Alise shout some words. To her surprise, she watched as her hands, feet and sword burst into flames, creating heat around her. Incredible, Bell whispered as he saw Alise with that power. I like being praised, Alise shouted, raising her sword. But for a guy like you to say those words disgusts me. Hearing those words was like a stab to his heart. He knew they weren't meant for Bell, but if she knew that the hooded figure she was facing was him, would she think the same? But he had to quickly snap out of his thoughts when he saw the Redeed take off from the ground engulfed in flames, forcefully bringing down her sword, which Bell quickly blocked. Although he opened his eyes in surprise when he saw the ground beneath him cracking from Alise's strength. I didn't understand it. Alise was supposed to be level 3, but her strength was that of a level 4, and I would even venture to say that she was a level 5 at the beginning of the journey. Could it be because of that magic? He thought, puzzled, as he began to quickly block each attack, sending sparks flying every time their swords clashed. Looks like the boss is having fun, Jin said excitedly as he watched Alise and Bell moving at high speed. Don't get distracted. Kagaya shouted, attacking with her katana, which Jin quickly blocked. They're all bastards. The boy mocked with his lively smile, which infuriated Kagaya. While her brother June fought with a sadistic smile against Ryu, who was supported by Lyra throwing bombs at the guy as he moved away from the elf. If you're going to carry the name of justice, at least you have to be strong, or else it will just be a decorative title, Jin mocked, beginning to exchange attacks with Kagaya. He just frowned even more angrily, attacking his enemy with even more fury. Meanwhile, Alise could only breathe with difficulty, even with her magic active, seeing that she had not done any damage to her enemy. She's strong, Alise thought, frustrated. Bell was also a little tired, although he wasn't fighting with all his strength for obvious reasons, although he was surprised by Alise's strength. He knew she was strong, but didn't think she was that strong. I don't understand, Alise said, her face troubled. Why do they do this? Why do they enjoy killing innocent people so much? Does it feel good to ruin people's lives? Bell's heart only ached when he saw Alise's sad expression. The Ganesha family member you just killed had a wife and a daughter. Don't you feel anything even knowing you just destroyed a family? Alise asked in pain. I'm sorry was all he could say at that moment, unable to look her in the eyes. But instead of calming Alise down, it made her even angrier. A simple sorry won't bring back to life all those you murdered. He shouted forcefully, launching himself into another attack with his sword burning even brighter. With every word the Redeed said, Bell's heart ached sharply. Even though he had never killed anyone in his life, he felt responsible for every life lost, and that was something that would never leave him in peace. And the fact that those words were said by Alise, someone who had grown very fond of her that month, made them much more painful. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Bell repeated those words over and over in his mind as tears streamed down his face, but thanks to the mask, nothing could be seen. When I grow up, I'm going to be a hero, Grandpa. His memories recalled the words he had said to his grandfather as a child. A hero so strong he can save everyone. With each memory, Bell bit his lip hard, causing it to bleed, while still blocking Alise's attacks. One who brings smiles to others. A hero, Bell thought sadly. There's no turning back now. Bell shouted forcefully, looking at a silver-haired woman. I'll save the others even if I'm hated and seen as a damn villain. it's the only thing I can do. With a sad smile, Bell dodged a slash from the Redeed, giving her a weak kick in the stomach, making her take a few steps back. When this whole damn war is over, your beautiful smile will be the most striking thing in the city, Bell thought with a small smile, looking at Alise, who was confused by that weak kick. Are you underestimating me? Alise asked as the flames disappeared from her body. His time to maintain the magic had ended. I have to somehow gain the trust of those idiots, Bell thought, hearing the enormous orichalcum door make a noise. It's open now, shouted the guy in charge of that job. So I'll keep doing every job they give me, he thought, taking steps backward. I won't let you. Alise shouted, ready to attack Bell when she saw him trying to enter the warehouse. But before he could move, he had to dodge a sword that was headed for his chest. Do what you have to do, Boss Jin said playfully, standing in front of the Redeed. Don't kill her, Bell whispered, just low enough for only the twin to hear. Fine, I accept without taking my eyes off the Redeed. Don't let him into the warehouse. Kagaya shouted as she saw the masked man walking towards that place. The others tried to stop him, but were quickly intercepted by the 5 members of Evilis. First they have to defeat us, Jin said after whispering a few words to his brother Jun, who made a face of disapproval but accepted. The girls, with frustrated expressions, launched their attack, seeking to defeat them as quickly as possible and stop the robbery. But they couldn't, even though the other 3 members of Evilis weren't very strong, the twins were another matter, and that prevented them from passing, even if there were 6 of them. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, Bell just stared at the large number of weapons that were there. It must have taken them a long time to gather all this, Bell thought, looking at swords, axes, spears, and other items of very good quality. In the background I could hear the blows and clashes of swords. If they took any longer, the Ganesha familia would arrive, or worse, the Loki familia. He seriously doubted he could defeat the dwarf or the hobbit from that familia. Let's finish this, he thought as he took a small cloth from his pocket and looked at all the weapons. Fun cloth. While outside the warehouse, the 3 members of Evilis were already defeated on the ground, the only ones left were the twins who continued fighting with the Estri family, not allowing any of them to pass them. Heavens, they're tough, Jin said with a tired expression, showing a few cuts on his cheek. That's right, Jun whispered, in the same situation as his brother. While the others were not in better condition. Alise, Kagaya and Ryu were level 3, and Lyra, Nise and Iska were level 2. Maintaining a battle with 2 level 4s was proving very difficult for them, and it could be seen in their tired expressions and the wounds on their bodies. We have to defeat them and prevent the robbery, Alise thought with frustration. She was the most tired of all, having used her magic and feeling fatigue begin to overwhelm her. But then a glimmer came from the warehouse, catching everyone's attention. Jin chuckled softly. Seconds after that flash, the masked man left the warehouse with nothing in his hands, confusing all the girls. We have to go, Bell ordered the twins when he saw that the rest had already been defeated. And you think we'll let you go? Alise asked angrily, pointing her sword at him. But Bell did not answer her, he only looked sadly at Alise and then lowered his gaze. Goodbye. Jin shouted, jumping up, as did his brother and Bell, and they began to flee across the rooftops. Stop. Alise shouted, starting to follow them, as did the others, not giving up so easily. The only one who didn't follow them was Lyra, who ran towards the warehouse and was left in shock. Impossible, Lyra whispered, unable to believe it when she saw the warehouse was completely empty. But the damned man didn't have anything in his hands. Then filled with anger and still in shock, the hobbit began to run across the rooftops and catch up with her companions. While Bell ran as fast as he could, the twins watched as Alise and the others kept a close eye on them. "TSK, they're persistent," Jin said, his cheerful smile replaced by one of annoyance. "It's Alise, she never gives up," Bell thought, knowing what the Redeed was like. "I had to find a way to lose them. I didn't want to keep fighting with the Redeed." "We're almost there," Alise shouted, getting closer and closer to her enemies. Of all of them, she was the fastest because thanks to a certain skill she enhanced her strength. "Almost there, I can't let them get away with it again," Alise thought, gripping her sword tightly as she got closer and closer. While Bell grew nervous seeing her closer, not to mention that thanks to the previous fight his mask was cracked, if he fought again, it would surely be torn to pieces and his identity would be revealed. "I'm fed up, I'm going to kill her," Jin said, preparing his sword to attack Alise. While Alise saw what one of the twins was going to try, she too was going to prepare herself without stopping running. "Agris. Gospel." A small whisper was heard in that part of the dark city, surprising Bell. Seconds later a powerful attack struck the ground between Alise and Bell, creating a gust of wind. Alise, being close, was blown several meters by the gust of wind. "Alise!" shouted Kagaya, who was running after Alise and catching her before she hit the ground. Meanwhile, Bell and the twins stared in surprise at the gust of wind and the curtain of smoke that had risen up. "Let's go," Jin shouted, grabbing his brother and starting to run. Bell just stared worriedly at the smokescreen, even though he knew that the attack hadn't hit the retreat. "I'm sorry, Alise," and with that whisper Bell fled, using all his speed to get away from the smokescreen. Meanwhile, the girls from the Estri family were just standing guard, watching as all the dust raised by the attack dissipated. They didn't know who attacked them, but they wouldn't recklessly rush to be killed. Alise kept her gaze fixed and her sword ready to attack any enemy that might be there. But when all that dust disappeared, all that remained was the crater in the ground from the attack and the empty street with no sign of Evilus. "They escaped," Alise whispered, still unable to believe it. "Damn it." Ryu shouted angrily, gripping her sword tightly. "TSK was all," Kagaya said in frustration. "What was that attack?" Nise asked, puzzled. "Whatever it is, the owner of that attack is not weak," Iska replied with an exhausted expression. Seconds later Lyra caught up with them and, seeing their expressions, knew they had escaped. Lyra said Alise, approaching the hobbit to ask her about the warehouse. But before he could ask anything, Lyra just shook her head. "I don't know how he did it, but the warehouse is completely empty," he replied, looking away in annoyance. Those words were like a bucket of cold water for Alise, who gripped her sword tightly. "Damn it," I whispered with pain, frustration, anger and many more negative emotions. Once again, he had lost against Evilus without being able to do anything to prevent them from achieving their goal. Once again, her pride as a warrior had been crushed by Evilus. She had them in front of her, she could have stopped them and prevented the robbery, but right in front of her face they had succeeded. "Damn it," was the frustrated cry that echoed from Alise throughout the street. Meanwhile, with Bell. He and the twins had already reached one of the passageways that connected to Evilus's hideouts, where he sat on the floor, leaning his back against the wall to rest. "Phew, it's been a while since I ran so much, right June?" Jin said, looking at his brother. "True," he replied, letting out a sigh. "And how are you feeling, Bell?" Jin asked, returning to his cheerful demeanor. "We've completed the mission, so get lost," Bell said wearily, not wanting either of those two around. They irritated him. "TSK, at least give us a thank you for the help," Jin complained, walking away from Bell, followed by his brother. As the albino was left alone, he let out a long sigh and then removed his mask. No longer having her, tears could be seen running down her face as she remembered Alise's angry and sad expressions. "I was hoping she would understand and believe me when I explained, but now I seriously doubt she'll listen, not after seeing her like this," he whispered with a bitter smile. "I'm an idiot. I never expected to see Alise there, and her presence caused me to become agitated and panic for fear of being discovered. That stupid woman from Valletta probably knew about it and that's why she sent him." But before he could sink any further into his thoughts, calm footsteps began to be heard in the hallway, catching his attention. When he looked up, he saw Alfea slowly approaching him, only this time her eyes were not closed. After a few seconds, Alfea stopped in front of Bell. While he was still sitting on the ground, he looked up at her. "Why did you help me?" Bell asked, confused. But Alfea did not answer him, she simply knelt down in front of Bell. He watched in surprise as Alfea brought her hand to his cheek and gently dried his tears with her finger. "I'm sorry," Alfea whispered sadly, stroking Bell's cheek. "It's my fault." "No," Bell interrupted before she could continue. "Bell, run away from here," I whispered, continuing to caress her cheek. "I can't," Bell replied with a sad smile, standing up, a smile that hurt Alfea. "You know I won't, even if I could." Upon hearing those words, Alfea could only sigh sadly, letting go of Bell's cheek. "I know you've already made your decision," she said, turning away and continuing on her way. "But please, never stain your hands with blood." "I won't do it." And with those words, Alfea walked away from Bell, leaving him with a sad smile. He just watched as she walked away until she was out of sight, feeling a relief in his heart. "At least I know she doesn't hate me," I thought with relief. But why was she ignoring me? That was one of his big doubts. He knew it wasn't the first time she had helped him from the shadows, and that made him very curious. But it's not the time to think about that, she thought, letting out a sigh. After that, Bell took a small bag out of his pocket. Now to deliver this, he thought, also getting lost in the corridors of that labyrinth with that sad smile. With each passing day, things would become more complicated for him. End of chapter. Chapter 9. You're not useless. In one of the many streets of Verario, a certain albino was leaning against one of the walls of a house, watching as people walked back and forth, doing shopping, some work, or something else. 2 days had passed since he attacked that warehouse, leaving him with a bitter taste after seeing Alise's expressions, those expressions of sadness and pain. "Who would have thought that with that encounter I would end up growing fond of him," he thought with a small smile, remembering when he stopped the thief and Alise wouldn't let him go until he gave him credit for his righteous act. Just remembering that made me let out a small laugh. She definitely has a unique and very lovely personality, he thought with amusement. If only we had met under different circumstances. These were his thoughts, accompanied by a sad smile. He wanted to get away from Alise, but he couldn't anymore. Somehow, he always ended up running into her, just like today. A small smile formed on Bell's face as he saw a smiling Redeed approaching him, dressed in her armor and carrying her sword in hand. That's the expression I like on Alise, I thought, letting go of the wall and raising my hand in a greeting. Bell. Alise greeted him with a very cheerful attitude, even more cheerful than usual. It's good to see you. She said with a big smile as she stood before him. He was a little surprised by the Redeed's attitude. It almost seemed as if she was forcing herself to act that way. Why yes, I'm glad to see you're okay, she said, putting those doubts aside and smiling. As always you're surprised by my beauty, she said very proudly. Come on, let's go. Without warning Bell, Alise took his hand and led him to the bakery in front of them. It was the bakery they used to visit whenever they went out together. Miraculously, it hadn't been destroyed by any of Evilus's attacks. Alise was the one who invited Bell that day, which he accepted without any problem, although he wanted to refuse, but he couldn't, all he wanted was to continue spending time with that lively girl. I heard they've added new things to the menu, Alise said excitedly, taking a seat with Bell and reading the menu. He just watched Redeed's attitude with curiosity. She was being as lively as ever, but he felt there was something different about that attitude, and he already knew why her personality had changed. Mint cake, I think I'll try it. What about you? Alise asked curiously, looking at her friend. The fruitcake and black coffee, he replied, leaving the menu on the table. Black coffee, I don't understand what the point is of drinking that, he said, confused. You'll understand when you're an adult, she said, letting out a small laugh. Are you implying I'm a child? Alise complained, puffing out her cheeks. Even if it doesn't seem like it, I'm very mature for my age. I'm too beautiful and wise for this world. Ha. What are you laughing at? I asked, offended. I'm sorry, but your personality always cheers me up, I like that side of you, he said, stopping laughing. A small blush appeared on the Redeed's cheeks upon hearing those words, and she looked away. Well, I'm glad to know my personality pleases you, she said sheepishly. People usually say it's annoying. It doesn't bother me at all. That personality is what makes you so wonderful, she said sincerely. Please, never change, Alise-san. Redeed was only slightly surprised by those words, but then she smiled, a sincere smile. Don't worry Bell, my perfect personality isn't going anywhere, she said proudly and happily. Seconds later the waiter arrived where they were with their orders and then left. I'm surprised you're not patrolling, lately you were doing it almost all day, even at night, said Bell, taking a sip of his coffee. How do you know I'm patrolling at night? Alise asked, puzzled. Although Bell maintained a calm expression on the outside, inside he was nervous and scared for having said a comment he shouldn't have said. But he knew how to stay calm. He had been through enough to know what to do in situations like this. As long as there is no God who can see through their lies. I sometimes walk around at night, one of those times I saw you running with your friends on the rooftops, he replied calmly. Oh, I think I know which day you mean, she said with a bitter smile, believing the lie. He trusted Bell. He was his friend, so he had no reason not to believe in him. So, going back to the initial question, why aren't you patrolling? He asked curiously, enjoying his cake. Let's just say I was overdoing it, so much so that Estri-sama gave me the divine order to take at least one day off, she replied with a nervous smile. So here I am with you. The others are patrolling somewhere in the city. They wanted me to rest a bit too. You're right, you shouldn't push yourself too hard, Alise-san, I advised, worried. Are you getting enough sleep? Yes, he replied, looking away. That yes doesn't really convince me, he said, narrowing his eyes. Don't act like you're my father, I'm not a child, she said angrily, puffing out her cheeks. I'm just worried about you, Alise-san, he said with a sigh. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Bell knew what Evilus was like. If Alise was too tired, it would greatly affect her in a fight, and Evilus would take advantage of that by frightening her with what might happen. But he calmed down when he felt Alise take his hand, which was on the table, and look up at her. Don't worry, Bell, nothing bad will happen to me, she said with a warm smile, making Bell's heartbeat faster. If it makes you feel better, I'll rest more. You're right, if I'm tired I'll just be a burden to everyone else. A bitter smile appeared on Alice's face as she said that. I don't even need to be tired to be a failure, thought this depressed woman. I hope you keep your word, said the albino, now a little calmer. Are you going to ask for anything else? This time it's my treat. Alice's eyes sparkled when she heard those words. Really? Then I'd like another mint cake, they're delicious, she said excitedly. And I'd like another coffee with sugar. Really? I asked in surprise upon hearing those words. Yes, a little sweetness on my body from time to time wouldn't hurt, she replied with a slight smile upon seeing Alise's expression. Then I'll have a black coffee, he said, looking at the waiter who had arrived after Bell had raised his hand to place the order. I'll show you I can do it too. Good luck, he said, letting out a small laugh as he watched Alise enjoy her mint cake like a child while the other one arrived. I really enjoy being by your side, he thought sadly. He hoped and prayed to all the gods that he could achieve his goal without anyone in Arario noticing his identity. Who knows, if everything goes well he might open a bakery and give Alise free cakes. It's too good to be true, I thought, letting out a small laugh. Is something wrong? Alise asked, confused by that laugh. I'm just laughing at the thought of the faces you'll make when you drink black coffee, he teased, making Alise puff out her cheeks again. Well, you'll just have to keep wanting because I'm not going to show any expression, she said, finishing her cake, although she then smiled happily when she saw the other one she had ordered arrive along with the black coffee. Go ahead, Bell challenged, still maintaining his mocking smile. Alise, not wanting to lose in that little game, took her coffee and began to drink it. She put all her willpower into not making any expression of disgust, although on the third sip she could not resist it and a grimace of displeasure appeared on her face. Haha, Bell laughed, watching Alise cross her arms in defeat. I knew you couldn't do it. At least I tried, she said, defeated. Here, let's switch. Bell, having ordered a coffee with sugar, decided to give it to Alise and took the black coffee himself. You're too weak to handle this. You'll see, one day I'll be able to drink a normal black coffee, he said, not satisfied with the result, taking his sweetened coffee and sipping it. Much better. By the time that happens, I'll already be dead, he mocked, further enraging the redeed. I can just imagine 100-year-old Alise arriving at my grave and saying, "B. Bell, I see can finally drink black coffee," he said, mimicking an old woman's voice. You woke up today wanting to make fun of my little rabbit, he said, pinching Bell's cheek. I can't help it, he said, sipping his coffee. The truth is, I just wanted to make you smile, he thought, watching Alise, who was eating her mint cake and seemed much more cheerful than when she arrived, forcing her personality. Please, never change, Alise-san. Delicious, whispered the redeed, very happy about the mint cake. After spending some time there, they both left satisfied with the food. This is definitely one of the best places in Arario, Alise said, happy about the 2 cakes she ate. I won't deny that, although they say there's a restaurant run by a dwarf who makes exquisite food, Bell said, remembering those rumors. I understand, we should go there next time, she suggested, eager to try the food. So what do we do now? We have all afternoon. Wouldn't you rather go back to your headquarters and rest? Bell asked, puzzled. Nope, I prefer to be with you, she said with a sincere smile, embarrassing Bell. Well then let's walk around there, maybe we'll see something interesting, she said a little shyly. That sounds good to me. I accept without hesitation. And so the 2 friends began to walk through the streets of Arario, which were a little empty. Because of the recent attacks by Evilis, people were afraid to go out. Few people walked the streets and only a handful of adventurers. You know, Bell, I was thinking that maybe in the future we could patrol together, Alise said calmly. Really? Bell said, surprised. This time I'm serious. You've improved your swordsmanship a lot these past few weeks. I'd love for you and me to go around bringing justice to the city, she said, a little shyly but excitedly. I know you're not interested, but it would be nice if we patrolled together, even just once. Bell just stared in surprise at Alise. He had no idea that she was really so excited to patrol with him. Maybe in a few weeks, he said, a little embarrassed. Really? Alise exclaimed happily. Thank you. Taking Bell by surprise, Alise gave him a hug, making the albino blush slightly. You'll see, I'm sure that after the first patrol you'll want to patrol with us every day, she said with a happy smile. Just tell me the day and I'll be patrolling the street with you. Oh okay, he whispered, embarrassed and a little surprised by Alise's happiness at those words. Well, look who's here. They both got a little scared when they heard a voice above them and looked up. On a rooftop were 3 girls watching them jump and land in front of them. Girls? Alise said in surprise. It was Ryu, Lyra and Kagaya, with the latter 2 having amused smiles as they watched Alise. Wow Alise, I didn't think you'd spend your day off with your boyfriend, Kagaya joked with a playful smile. Kagaya? Alise exclaimed, embarrassed by those words. Haha, our captain going on a date, how romantic, joked the hobbit. Lyra? I'm not against you dating a guy, but always remember to stay alert for any attacks, Ryu advised. You too, Lion. Bell laughed, embarrassed by those comments. Don't listen to them, Bell Alise pleaded, blushing and nervous. Wow, I think this is the first time I've seen her so nervous, said Kagaya, feigning surprise. I think we've had enough teasing today, said Lyra, watching as Alice's skin color became closer to the color of her hair. What do you want? Alice asked angrily, crossing her arms. That reaction amused the three girls and Belle. We were just doing our patrol and saw our captain on a romantic date with her boyfriend, Kagaya mocked again, earning an angry glare from an embarrassed Alice. For some reason, when you said you were going for a walk on your day off, I knew you were going out with him, Lyra said, looking at Belle, who had remained silent. It's nice to see you again, kid, Kagaya greeted, looking at Belle with a playful smile. Don't look at Belle like that, Alice said, standing in front of the albino. Are you jealous? I asked mockingly. Ugh. Just don't bother him. She pleaded, feeling embarrassed again. Kagaya could only let out a small laugh at her captain's behavior. It was obvious she liked the boy standing behind her. By the way, Alice, are you feeling better now? Ryu asked worriedly. You've been very tired lately. What are you talking about, lion? I'm in perfect condition. I exclaimed with my lively attitude. You can say that, but your expressions these past few days said otherwise, Lyra remarked, her hands on her hips. Hey, you dumb albino. What? He said, a little offended by the nickname. I don't know what you did, but thank you, Alice looks much more cheerful, Lyra said with a small smile. It seems the cure was for her to spend time with her boyfriend, Kagaya joked with a mocking smile. Thank you so much for taking care of Alice, Ryu said, bowing slightly. At that point Alice was very embarrassed and decided it was best to remain silent, as she knew that if she said anything it would only increase Kagaya's teasing. Don't thank me, Alice-san is my friend, and I'll always help her, he said with a shy smile, earning an embarrassed look from the redeed. Wow, kid, with each passing day you get more courageous with Alice, I congratulate you, Lyra joked, giving Belle a few light nudges. After Alice, she was the one who knew the albino the most because of all the training, unlike Kagaya and Ryu, who had only exchanged words a few times. But remember, if you want to be her boyfriend, you first have to ask Estri-sama for permission, advised the Oriental woman. Kagaya. Alice shouted, embarrassed. I'll keep that in mind, Belle said with a nervous smile. Belle. I shouted, much more embarrassed than before. Ha ha ha. Everyone, including Ryu, started laughing at the redeed's reactions, earning an angry look from her. Don't you have to be patrolling? Alice asked, arms crossed. What? Does it bother you that we're hogging Belle's attention? Kagaya asked. Yes. I mean, no. They've only come to make fun of me. Haha, don't worry Alice, we were just leaving, said Lyra, turning around along with the others. Goodbye Belle, take care of our captain, Kagaya said with a playful smile. Enjoy your day, said Ryu with a small smile. Thank you, Belle said sheepishly. They'd better patrol well in my absence, Alice said, looking away angrily. Yes, Captain, the three of them said at the same time, walking away from the place with amused smiles until they could no longer be seen. Now that they were alone together again, Belle turned his gaze towards Alice with a nervous smile. Hey Alice, and Belle said, a little scared. You're a fool, the girl said, not wanting to look at him since she was still a little flushed. And so are they. Come on, they just wanted to cheer you up. There are many ways to cheer me up, but they only came to make fun of me, she said, still angry. Although she wasn't really angry, she was just embarrassed and avoiding looking at Belle. She knew how much her friends would joke around, especially Kagaya and Lyra, so she'd expected something like this when they arrived. Let's keep walking, Belle suggested, earning a small nod from Alice as they started walking again. Now they were both silent, not knowing how to start the conversation again because of what had just happened. I'll keep that in mind. Alice's memories brought back Belle's words when Kagaya advised him that he had to ask Estri for permission if he wanted to be her boyfriend. You're a fool, she thought, embarrassed. Alice-san. The girl was a little startled by the sudden call but calmed down. Why yes. Is something wrong? He asked, worried. I thought it was just me, but even Lyra-san and the others have noticed you've been acting strange these past few days. Alice only opened her eyes a little, surprised by those words. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me, we're friends, he said with a small smile, trying to reassure her. Don't worry Belle, I'm fine, he said, smiling a little, although Belle didn't believe him. Come on. To Alice's surprise, Belle took her hand and began to guide her along the path as she, confused and a little embarrassed, followed him. After walking for a few minutes, they both arrived at a park which was empty because people were afraid to go out. What are we doing here, Belle? She asked curiously. Come on, let's sit down, he said, leading Alice to one of the benches and sitting down together. Wait, is she going to confess? She thought in surprise. No, I don't feel ready for something like that yet, she thought, touching her cheeks in embarrassment. Although deep down she knew why Belle had taken her there and was partly happy that he cared so much about her. Now we can talk calmly, he said, looking at the redeed. I already told you I'm fine, Belle, she said, returning to her fake smile. That's the same smile you had this morning, Belle said, concerned. Is something bothering you? Belle knew what might be bothering him, and if his suspicions turned out to be true, he was going to feel even more guilty and like trash. Even though you might not seem like it, you're very observant, Belle, Alise whispered with a small smile, looking down. I can't lie to you. If you don't want to, then don't say anything. I can't force you to do anything either, she said, not wanting to pressure her friend. Don't worry, I trust you, Belle, she said with a beautiful smile. Belle felt a little embarrassed by those words, but also happy. Alise let out a long sigh to try to relax and explain everything. It's really complicated being a captain, she said, catching Belle's attention. The girls say I'm special. No matter how badly things go, I always keep a smile on my face, and they admire that about me. It is certainly admirable, Belle praised. I recently lost to Evilus again, he said, clenching his fists. I had them right in front of me, I was able to stop them, but in the end they achieved their goal by stealing an entire weapons warehouse. Belle's heart ached upon hearing those words. That defeat really affected the girls, but I managed to cheer them up with my smile. After all, I'm a great person, she said, letting out a small laugh. As captain of the family, I have to stay strong. If I get depressed, who will encourage them to keep going? I simply can't allow that. As captain, I have to take on that role and show a positive attitude above all else, but that also affected me. I can't blame you, you're human, Belle said, looking down. It must have been frustrating, right? Why yes. Belle opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing Alise's trembling voice, looking up to see her gazing at the sky with a smile, but tears were streaming down her face uncontrollably. Losing to them is frustrating, she said, not bothering to wipe the tears streaming down her cheeks. I proudly say I uphold justice everywhere, but I'm so useless that I couldn't even protect my comrades' weapons when they stole them right in front of me. Belle's heart broke as he watched Alise's small smile disappear, replaced by an expression of pain as tears continued to stream down her face. I'm pathetic, I insisted to Shakti that we patrol at night so we could help more with protecting the city, and all I did was fail and couldn't do anything, she said, her voice becoming more fragile. For the girls, for my friends, I have to stay strong, but I can't help crying when I feel so useless. You're not. Belle shouted, grabbing her shoulders. You're the strongest and most wonderful girl I've ever met. You're not useless. Being able to keep going despite everything is truly admirable. You're human, obviously you can't save everyone, but being able to keep smiling after all that makes you the bravest and most wonderful girl in the world, and anyone who says otherwise is an idiot. Alise was simply surprised to hear those words, seeing Belle's serious expression and knowing that he was serious. A small smile formed on her face as the tears continued to fall. Belle. Yeah? See, can I give you a hug? I asked with a sad smile. Clear. And without waiting a second, Alise threw herself into Belle's arms, buried her face in his chest, and began to cry. Belle simply returned the hug with a sad smile, gently stroking her hair while listening to the redeed's cries. Belle knew that Alise couldn't show her friends how she truly felt, not because she didn't trust them, but because she didn't want to appear weak. She believed it was her job to stay strong and positive to encourage her family, but what about her? Who encouraged her? That's why she was able to tell him everything she felt, because he wasn't part of the family and because she trusted him a lot, so she didn't hesitate to vent everything she wanted and let out everything she was keeping inside, all those insecurities and frustrations. You are the most wonderful woman, Alise, and he whispered, continuing to stroke his friend's hair. She just clung tighter to Belle, not wanting to leave until she'd shed all the tears she'd been holding back in that lonely park. Although the truth was that in the distance, in some trees, they were being watched by 3 girls. Silly girl, Lyra whispered with a small smile and tears in her eyes. You're not a useless captain, Kaguya whispered, holding back tears. Unlike Ryu, who was crying after hearing Alise's words, wanting to go and comfort her, but knew that wasn't what Alise wanted. Let's go, we need to give them some privacy, said Lyra, walking away from the place, followed by her 2 friends, taking one last look at Alise, who was clinging to Belle. While he continued to pat Alise gently, she was still crying, but now less so. Belle, Alise whispered without breaking the hug. Yes. He said in a calm voice. Thank you for being my friend and being with me. The feeling of warmth appeared in Belle's heart upon hearing those words. Thank you for existing, Belle whispered with a small smile, fully embracing the redeed, who snuggled closer to his chest and tried to calm down. You're welcome, she whispered, letting out a small laugh and closing her eyes. And they remained in that position for a long time in the park with no intention of separating. That day Alise's feelings for Belle grew much stronger thanks to that action of the albino. It's warm, I thought with a small smile, still hugging him. End of chapter. Chapter 10. A gift with love. We find ourselves at the Estri family headquarters where all the family members had already returned to their headquarters after a day of patrolling without any encounter with Evilis, but they knew that they would soon have another confrontation with that hateful organization. And in one of the many rooms of that headquarters was a certain special, very lively redhead girl who had just taken a shower and changed her clothes, but always putting on her reliable armor and putting her sword at her waist, in case the enemy suddenly attacked. "The day is the day," Alise said with a beautiful smile, looking at herself in the mirror. Then she turned her gaze to her bed where there was a carefully wrapped gift, making her smile grow even wider. The day is Bell's birthday, she thought excitedly. A few days had passed since Bell comforted her in that park, making her feel a little more affection for him. Thanks to that action of the albino, Alice's affection for him had increased a lot, not to mention other more embarrassing words for the vigilante girl. He certainly won't expect this, she thought with a beautiful smile, taking the gift in her hands. He'll be very surprised today. As always, she had arranged to meet Bell somewhere in the city, only this time she would bring the surprise gift, eager to see his reaction. "I look just as beautiful as ever," she said, taking one last look in the mirror. "Great. Let's go." And keeping a happy smile, Alise left her room and began walking down the corridors, eager to reunite with her friend. Thanks to the conversation she had with Bell where she let out everything she felt, she was now calmer and more cheerful, although she still had that anger of wanting to finish off Evilis. "I hope she likes it," she thought, looking at the gift. "Are you going out with your boyfriend again?" Alise felt a little embarrassed when she ran into Kaguya in the hallway, saying those words to embarrass her. "Isn't it obvious?" I asked, feigning annoyance. "That's right, I heard from Lyra that you had a gift for that boy," she said with a mocking smile as she saw the gift in her captain's hands. "I'm sure that will win him over." "What a clever plan you've hatched, Captain," she congratulated her. "I have no ulterior motives, I just want to give my friend a present for his birthday," she said, puffing out her flushed cheeks. "Yes, very believable," she said sarcastically, not believing those words. "But it doesn't matter, tell him my congratulations." And with those words, Kaguya patted her on the back and continued on her way through the halls of the headquarters, leaving Alise alone once again. "Lately she's been more of a joker, just like the others, even Lion," she whispered, eyeing the Asian girl suspiciously. "Since when did I become the butt of jokes? That was supposed to be Lion's job. I think that since you started seeing that guy and showed a different kind of interest in him." Alise was a little startled to hear another voice in that place, seeing that it was her goddess Estri who laughed a little at her reaction. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," the goddess apologized with an embarrassed smile. "No problem, Estri-sama, besides, the amazing Alise isn't easily scared," she reassured, continuing on her way with Estri walking beside her. "I bet you're going to see that boy again, aren't you?" Estri asked curiously, smiling slightly. "Yes," Alise confirmed, embarrassed. "Today is her birthday, so I'm going to give her her present," she explained excitedly. "That's a very nice gesture," Estri praised with a motherly smile. "It's been over a month since you met him, and I'd really like to meet him." "Me too, but that fool is always busy when I invite him to headquarters," she said, puffing out her cheeks. "And when we actually spend time together, I always forget to invite him." "I find it rather strange that he's always busy," Estri said, a little puzzled. "Do you know why?" Bell wants to open his own bakery, so he must spend a lot of time practicing," she said, remembering the times the albino had talked to her about his goals. "Or maybe he's embarrassed to come to a place full of beautiful women. He's quite shy, after all." "It's likely," Estri said, letting out a small laugh. "But I'm sure that at some point I'll meet him and then I'll know what makes him so special that you like him so much." "Estri-sama," Alise exclaimed, embarrassed by those words, seeing her goddess begin to laugh a little. "Are you too?" "Sorry, but I didn't want to miss out on the jokes either," she apologized, stroking her daughter's hair. "Good luck, I'm sure the gift will make him happy." And with those words, Estri took another path, leaving Alise alone at the exit of the headquarters. "Am I that obvious?" she thought, blushing as she looked at the gift she had lovingly prepared. "No, I'm sure it's just teasing. They're taking advantage of my innocence and perfection." And with those thoughts, Alise left the headquarters in the direction of meeting her friend who was surely already waiting for her. The streets were almost empty, fear still lingered in people because of the recent attacks, and that only served to further ignite the flame within Alise, to bring peace to that city. "I have to be strong," she thought, smiling. Although she wore a happy smile on her face as she walked through the streets, she was alert to take her sword in case an enemy appeared. She couldn't be careless or overconfident. "It's quiet today too," he thought, watching the few people on the streets hurry through their shopping. "That's good. I wouldn't want Bell's special day to turn into a battlefield because of Evilis, but if that happens, I'll be there to eliminate evil with my incredible superhuman strength." Even though she had already lost twice in a row against Evilis, she couldn't help but occasionally show her positive side, or rather, her narcissistic side from time to time. After all, it was part of her charm, or so her friend said, making her feel proud. When this whole Evilis thing is over, I'll help Bell with his bakery. I'm sure it'll become one of the most famous places in town, he thought excitedly, continuing to walk. What should we name it? Justice Bakery. The Rabbit Hole. What's up, Doc? It's hard to think of a good name. When Bell told her about his future plans, she quickly volunteered to help him wherever he was, and with a nervous smile, she accepted. One of these days I'll ask him to bake bread. I want to see how good he is, she thought, a little anxiously. Who knows, maybe I'll become really good at baking bread. I'm sure I'll surprise him with my amazing skills, she laughed proudly. As she was lost in her thoughts, praising herself, she saw her albino friend standing near her, which immediately brought a beautiful smile to her face. She was ready to go to him but got confused when she saw him talking to a man, so by pure instinct she hid in an alley, and thanks to her enhanced senses, she could hear what they were saying. Why am I hiding? Alise thought, confused, as she listened to the conversation. He felt bad doing that. It wasn't right to listen to other people's conversations, but he didn't want to interrupt their chat either, so he decided to wait there until they finished talking, a conversation he would accidentally overhear with his enhanced senses. And remember not to do anything stupid, the man said, confusing the redeed. Lately you've been doing whatever you want and it's really angering her. Her? Alise thought, confused. Who is she? Remember that we're always watching you, so watch your step, the man warned, placing his hand on Bell's shoulder. Watching? The redeed thought worriedly. Yeah, I know, I've been told that 1,000 times, Bell said wearily, taking his hand off her shoulder. Now get lost, I'm waiting for someone. DSK, you're just a troublemaker. And with those words the guy walked away, making Bell let out a tired sigh. There's pain in the neck, she thought, feeling tension in her neck. And idiots, coming to talk to me in the middle of the street isn't the smartest thing to do. Meanwhile, Alise remained hidden and confused by the conversation she had just overheard. What was that? She thought anxiously. Do they want to hurt Bell? It never crossed her mind or heart that Bell was involved in anything wrong. The only conclusion Alise reached was that someone was taking advantage of the albino, trying to hurt him. If that was the case, then she would have to help him as his friend. I have to ask him. And with those thoughts, Alise left her hiding place to talk to Bell. I wonder when Alise will appear. The albino thought, confused. Bell? The albino was startled to hear his friend's voice, turning his gaze to that place and seeing the redeed looking at him with a confused and worried expression. That was a clear sign that she had overheard their conversation, as she could see him coming out of an alley. He unconsciously began to get nervous, although he didn't show it. Who was he? She asked curiously. Him? Who are you talking about? He asked, doing his best not to appear nervous. The man who just left mentioned a woman telling you not to get into trouble and that they were watching you, she said, worried. Is someone threatening you? If so, tell me and I'll take care of it. I can't let them hurt you. What? Of course not, he quickly denied, relieved to see that Alise had only heard the end of the conversation. He's the son of the owner of the house where I live. They were warning me not to damage the house because I'd get in trouble. And using his intelligence, Bell quickly invented a lie, feeling pained at having to lie to Alise again. A lie which she believed. I see, I'm glad it's nothing serious, Alise said, sounding a little calmer. But you're right, it's true you pay to stay in that house, but it's not yours, so you have to take care of it, although that's not the way to ask. That man lacks tact. He understood, Bell said with a smile, seeing the attitude he liked from the redeed. At that moment, Alise remembered her main goal for the day, bringing a smile back to her face. By the way, happy birthday. And with those words, Alise lunged towards the albino to give him a hug, surprising and embarrassing him. That's right, today is my birthday, Bell thought, surprised to have forgotten that date, a date he hadn't celebrated since he was a child. Now you're older than me by just a few months, Alise said with a happy smile, pulling away from the hug. You're already starting to get wrinkles from getting old. Old? Don't lie, my face still looks just as young, he said, playing along with the redeed. You're the one starting to get wrinkles. It's disrespectful to say that to a beautiful young lady, Alise scolded, gently pinching Bell's arm, making him laugh. Sorry, he apologized, rubbing his arm until he noticed a certain wrapped box in Alise's hand. What's that? This is your gift from your beautiful and perfect friend, she said with a lovely smile, extending her arms with the gift in her hands. Happy birthday again, Bell. Bell just stared in surprise at the box in Alise's hands, feeling something warm slowly appear in his heart and beginning to feel moved. Slowly, I bring my hands to the box to pick it up carefully, as if it were the most fragile object in the world. Come on. Open it. she exclaimed excitedly, eager to see Bell's reaction. She had prepared that gift with a lot of love, so she was really hoping Bell liked it. If Bell didn't like the gift in the end, he would probably start crying right there in the middle of the street, and she wasn't kidding, he would really cry. Slowly, Bell began to unwrap the box, curious to know what this gift was that would most likely become something very special to him. After removing all the wrapping, he opened the box, and his eyes, it was a book and a watch that were in the box, immediately causing a feeling of nostalgia to strike his heart. I slowly took the pocket watch and opened it, seeing that inside there was a rabbit logo. Do you like it? You told me once that you like those kinds of watches, so I decided to give you one, he explained with an embarrassed smile. Bell wasn't lying, he really liked those watches, they reminded him of when he went to the countryside with his grandfather to work, and the old man would always take out his watch to know when it would be lunchtime. Seeing a watch like that really brought back a lot of nostalgia. After a few seconds of nervously staring at the clock, Alise turned her gaze and found the cover of a book about heroes that she really liked. Oh. Last time you told me you really liked the Argonaut hero, so I decided to buy you the book, she said excitedly. And another thing that reminded him of his grandfather was the story he always asked him to read before going to sleep. Beautiful memories, although sadly that book burned down along with his house that day. Do you like it? Alise asked, a little nervous since Bell wasn't saying anything. Although seconds later she was surprised to see tears begin to run down Bell's face, alarming her. Bell, what's wrong? Didn't you like the gift? The redhead asked, very worried about her friend. And no, it's not that, she said, her voice trembling as she tried to wipe away her tears. The truth is, I feel like I don't deserve any of this, not even your friendship, she thought. Why do you say that, Bell? You're my friend. Of course you deserve it, he said cheerfully, trying to cheer up the albino. Although she had also become sad, seeing Bell cry without knowing the clear reason hurt her. So don't cry. I don't know why you think you don't deserve them, but I prepared these gifts with a lot of love, so I really hope you'll accept them, she said, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. You're my friend, so that's more than enough reason for you to deserve these gifts. Alise and Bell whispered in surprise after hearing those words. And taking the redhead Bell by surprise, he wrapped his arms around her to give her a hug without letting go of the gifts. Thank you so much, it's the first gift I've received in years, Bell whispered warmly. Thank you, Alise-san. A small, happy smile appeared on Alice's face when she heard those words. You're welcome. I exclaimed happily, returning the albino's hug. Anything for a precious friend. They stayed embraced for a few minutes, not wanting to separate, although they knew they couldn't stay like that forever, so they slowly separated, embarrassed. Thank you, I'll take good care of them, Bell said with a genuine smile, looking at the redhead who was surprised to see that smile on Bell for the first time. Why, you're welcome, I'm happy you liked it, she said, looking away a little embarrassed. It was rare for Alise to behave like that, but when she was caught off guard, she showed what she truly felt. By the way, how much did it cost you? These kinds of watches and the book aren't cheap, he said, a little surprised. The price is the least of it, so don't worry, said the redhead, not wanting to reveal the price of her gifts. More importantly, today is your birthday, so we have to celebrate. Is there more? He asked, surprised to see how animated Alise was. Unfortunately, I don't have any presents left, but we can go out to eat, she said, taking out a small bag of valises. This time it's my treat. It's not necessary, you already gave me these precious gifts, so I'll pay for the food, he refused, not wanting the redhead to spend any more money on him. Whatever you say, I will pay for the food, and I will not take no for an answer, he said firmly. Okay, you win, I agreed, seeing that I wouldn't be able to convince her. Sometimes he forgot that she had a stubborn attitude and it was difficult to change her mind once she had decided on something. Bell carefully placed the watch and the book in the box so he could carry it in one hand. Alise just watched with a happy smile, feeling relieved that she liked the gifts. Another day of surpassing yourself, Alise thought proudly as she and Bell started walking down the street. By the way, Lyra helped me wrap the box. She said that would be her present. I don't know why I'm not surprised, she said with a nervous smile, knowing what the Hobbit was like. But it's still appreciated. Kaguya also sends you her happy birthday, although of course, she made fun of me before, she said, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. Come on, I'm sure her teasing isn't meant to be malicious, I tried to reassure her, seeing that my friend was starting to get moody again. I know, but it's disrespectful to their captain. Lion was the one being mocked, not me, he said, still in a bad mood. You like it when other people are bothered but not you, what a girl, Bell said mockingly, earning a small punch from an embarrassed Alise. And whose fault do you think it is that they make fun of me? I asked, looking reproachfully at the albino. My fault? Why is it my fault? He asked, confused. As if you didn't know, she said, looking away, blushing. But it doesn't matter. The next time they make fun of me, they'll feel the wrath of their perfect captain. Bell could only laugh at Alise's childish attitude. It was nothing like the personality she adopted when facing Evilus. They were like two completely different Alises. At that moment, they both passed by an establishment from which they were taking clothes out and placing them on a cart. "What are you doing?" Bell asked, confused, stopping along with Alise to watch. "They're probably closing the place because of Evilus's attacks. They'll surely store all their merchandise at the guild," Alise replied, since many establishments were doing the same. They saw no point in keeping the place open if they could be attacked by Evilus at any moment, so for now they would store all their things at the guild until further notice, in short, until Evilus ceased to exist. "The guild is the safest place in the city, right?" Bell asked curiously. "Yes, all the powerful families are close to the guild, so an attack by Evilus would be suicidal, knowing that the top classes will be there in a matter of seconds," he explained with a smile. The Loki, Freya and Ganesha families were close to the guild, unlike the Estri family who were in the city. Alise saw the positive side, as this meant they could arrive in time to save people. At that moment, a man took a wedding dress out of the store and ran back inside to continue working. Alise laughed when she saw the beautiful dress in the cart. "What's wrong?" asked her companion, confused by his friend's sudden laughter. "Seeing that wedding dress reminds me of the time the girls made fun of me when they found out my dream was to get married someday," she explained with a nervous smile. "The teasing lasted for a whole week. I was so embarrassed." "Really?" he said, surprised by that detail. "I thought that all the girls in that family weren't interested in those topics, but apparently the captain was, having a very surprising goal which was to get married." "Yes, I think I'm the only one in the family who wants to get married someday," she said with a nervous smile. "Do you think I'd look good in a wedding dress?" Upon hearing that question, Belle felt a little embarrassed but turned her gaze to the wedding dress that was in the cart, then looked at Alise and imagined her wearing it. "I have no doubt that you would look very beautiful," she said, a little embarrassed to say those words. A small blush of embarrassment appeared on Alise's cheeks when she heard that, but a happy smile also appeared on her face. It's more than obvious, I look perfect in any dress," she said, praising herself proudly. "I'm sure I should have been born a goddess." Belle just smiled with amusement at her friend's narcissistic attitude, even though in many people that personality was repulsive, in Alise it made her seem very special and cute. "The man who marries you will be the luckiest man in the world, I have no doubt about that," Belle said with a small smile, looking at Alise. She was surprised by those sudden words, feeling her heart begin to beat rapidly again, but that did not prevent a smile from appearing on her face. "You're right. You'll be very lucky, Belle." And with those words Alise continued her walk, leaving Belle in the same place, who was observing the wedding dress with a smile. Although seconds later he began processing those words in his brain and started to understand the message. What do you mean by that, Alise-san?" he asked, embarrassed and surprised, starting to follow the redeed. Hurry up, we have to find a place to eat." The girl laughed, starting to run while Belle followed her. "Alise-san, wait." Belle shouted, following the redeed, wanting to know what she meant by that. As Alise ran through the streets with a beautiful smile and a blush, she watched as an embarrassed Belle tried to catch up with her. "You're a fool," she whispered with a cute smile, stopping to wait for Belle, and when he caught up with her, she started running again, getting away from him again with amusement. "Alise-san. Come on, Belle. Run." A very nice day for both of them, one they would remember fondly. End of chapter. Well, that's the end of today's chapter. I hope you liked it. If so, please vote and comment on what you thought, as that motivates me to keep writing. With nothing more to say, I'll say goodbye, take care and don't do drugs. Some pictures of the beautiful Alise. Chapter 11. The truth is getting closer. The sound of cutlery clattering on plates was the only thing that could be heard in the Estri family headquarters. It was night and currently all the members along with their goddess were enjoying dinner without making any noise other than dedicating themselves to enjoying the food. Although they were all eating, they looked curiously at the captain of the family who had barely touched her food, observing her plate with a thoughtful face. And it wasn't something that happened at that moment. Since the beginning of the day, Alise had been patrolling with that thoughtful attitude without even showing her narcissistic side all day, which was very surprising. Honestly, her whole family was starting to worry about their captain's health, thinking she was sick, although others recognized that look, the look of someone thinking about something very important, but they didn't yet know what that important thing was to make her look like that. Slowly, Alise took a small portion of her food and began to chew it slowly while still having that debate in her mind. "I hope he's not considering my nuclear bomb plan, it was just a joke," Lyra thought with a nervous smile. "Is she angry with us for the little jokes? Ryu thought worriedly, regretting having laughed at Alise. I didn't think Alise was capable of such a concentrated expression, Kagaya thought in amazement. The day's meal turned out exquisite, thought Estri, happy and proud of herself. The minutes continued to pass as they all ate in silence, watching their thoughtful captain wondering what she was thinking. I've decided. Although they all jumped slightly, startled by Alise's sudden scream, she stood up with a big smile on her face. She's back to her old self, they all thought with relief. What did you decide, you idiot? Kagaya asked curiously, wondering what had taken her captain all day to decide while she drank her coffee. I'm going to confess my feelings to Bell tomorrow. She exclaimed with a beautiful smile and a slight blush. And just as Kagaya drank the coffee, she spat it in Lyra's face. And not only her. Some also spat out their coffee or started choking on their food, or in the case of Estri, who was putting a little salt on the food and upon hearing Alise's words ended up spilling the whole jar. What? It was the scream that was heard from all the girls, who couldn't believe it. You heard me. Tomorrow I'm going to tell Bell how much I like him, she repeated, her eyes filled with determination. Wait. Ceasefire. Lyra interrupted, still unable to believe it as she wiped the coffee from her face. Confess. So, you admit? Yes. Alise interrupted with a smile and a blush. I'm in love with Bell. Well, it was kind of obvious, Kagaya whispered, though her surprised expression said otherwise. But Alise, are you sure about doing this? Ryu asked, embarrassed. Absolutely, she replied confidently. I don't know if Bell feels the same way, but I can't wait for him to say something, so I'll make the first move. It's a very brave thing to do, really, Nee said, still in shock. What if he rejects you? Kagaya asked, posing the tough question, but acknowledging that it was also likely to happen. I'll run to my room and cry. She replied with a big smile. How sincere. They all shouted in surprise. They definitely never expected their captain to deliver such shocking news that day. It had caught them completely off guard. Tomorrow we're volunteering at the soup kitchen with the Demeter family and Belle promised to help me, so when the whole event is over, I'll confess my feelings to her, she explained with a beautiful, enthusiastic smile, wishing the next day was already here. Yes. I admitted. Your beautiful and perfect captain has fallen in love. Upon hearing those words, the others couldn't help but smile tenderly at how happy Alise looked. Putting the initial surprise aside, I wish you luck, Captain. I don't know much about love, but I'm sure that fool feels the same way about you, Lyra encouraged, giving a thumbs up. Are you sure? Alise asked anxiously. Calm down, Captain, you'll get your answer tomorrow, said Kagaya with a mocking smile. I don't know him very well, but he seems like a good guy, I wish you luck, Captain Nee said with a big smile. Don't be afraid, I'm sure he'll accept your feelings, Nguyen said, smiling slightly. I just hope you don't climb too many steps too quickly, said the embarrassed elf. Ara, what are you thinking, you little perverted elf? Kagaya said with a mocking smile, embarrassing the elf. Earl's allies whispered with a touched smile as she saw their support. Thank you. You're the best friends. The others just smiled at their captain's words. Seeing her so happy and in love for some reason also brought them joy. Although I'd like to meet that boy before you confess your feelings, I wish you all the best, Estri said with a motherly smile. When you're officially dating, bring him to headquarters immediately. He needs my approval. Understood. I agreed, striking a military pose. And don't worry, Bell is a good boy, she'll like him very much, but don't show your beautiful smile, Estri-sama. Oh, Alise is afraid that our beautiful goddess will make her boyfriend fall in love with her, Lyra teased, embarrassing the redeed. If that happens, I apologize in advance, Alise, Estri said with an innocent smile. Don't start, Estri-sama, Alise pleaded, puffing out her cheeks. Seeing that, the others began to laugh at their captain's childish attitude, making the atmosphere much more lively. Haha, I never thought our captain would end up falling in love, Kagaya said with a small smile. Although, when you first spoke about him the day you met him, I had a feeling it wouldn't just be a simple encounter, and boy, was I wrong. You two have been very close lately during training. I hadn't said it, but it was more than obvious that you were in love, Lyra said with amusement. It's written all over your face, every time you talked about him your great interest was obvious, Nee said, resting his arms on the table. I knew it from the beginning, after all, you can't lie to the gods, said Estri, letting out a small laugh. See, come on, you're embarrassing, Alise said Ryu, seeing how red the redeed was. You're all idiots, Alise said, throwing out her best insult while puffing out her cheeks. When you fall in love, I'll make fun of you until I'm sick of it. Good luck with that, let's see if you don't get bored waiting for that to happen, Kagaya said with her characteristic mocking attitude. The nevers never ever come, Alise said, sitting back down. I'm sure of it. The others just laughed slightly at that attitude, taking their seats again and resuming their dinner. How salty. said Estri with a disgusted expression, having forgotten that she had put a lot of salt in her food. Estri-sama is very careless, Alise teased. Look who's talking, Kagaya remarked. By the way, you silly girl. Hey. When did you fall in love with him? Kagaya asked curiously. Upon hearing the question, they all turned to look at their captain with curiosity, while she felt a little embarrassed by the question. When? I honestly couldn't say, she said, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. Perhaps it was when he comforted me in that park. The others, upon hearing those words, were confused, not understanding what he meant, with the exception of Lyra, Ryu, and Kagaya, who had witnessed that moment. Or maybe it was when we did so many charity jobs together all over town, she said with a small smile, remembering that day. I'm not really sure, I've had so many good times with Bell that I don't know when I fell in love with him. The only thing I'm sure of is that I like Bell, I like him a lot. The others just smiled tenderly at how happy their captain looked, remembering her days with that albino boy. It was the first time she had shown such expressions, so they knew how special he was to her. If he breaks her heart, I'll kill him, was the thought that crossed the minds of Alise's 10 companions, not wanting to see their friend sad. They definitely didn't want that. So tomorrow will be a great day, I'm absolutely sure of it, she said with a very positive attitude. So we all have to give it our all at that event. We also have to bring smiles to people's faces, it's our duty as a family of justice. Yes, Captain, they all agreed, catching the Redeed's attitude. Alise is definitely the heart and soul of this family, Estri thought with a beautiful smile as she gazed at her beloved daughter. Never change, Alise, you're the light that guides the others. She wasn't a goddess of beauty, but she was 100% sure that Alise's soul was one of the purest in that city. A soul as valuable as hers had to be cared for and not tainted by negative feelings. Haha, tomorrow will be a great day, Alise thought happily and a little nervously as she thought about how to tell the albino her feelings. Should she be direct or give him hints so he could understand? She didn't know. It was very complicated even for her, who usually did things without thinking much. This time she was hesitating about what to do. It doesn't matter, I just have to be myself so Bell sees I'm serious and that my feelings are genuine, she thought, motivated. Damn. I'm so nervous. The others just watched with amusement the expressions Alise was making, a sign that she was having a mental debate. Lyra was about to make a sarcastic comment, but an explosion was heard in the city, alerting everyone. They quickly left their food and went to the window of the headquarters, watching as a curtain of smoke rose into the sky, causing them all to adopt a serious attitude. Evilous, they all whispered. Lion, Kagaya, Lyra, Nise and Noin, you will come with me, the rest of you stay to protect Estri-sama, were the orders of a serious Alise. Yes. They all agreed without complaint. Luckily, they were all still wearing their battle suits, so they just grabbed their weapons and ran out of the mansion towards the site of the attack. This time they won't escape, Alise thought with a serious attitude, gripping her sword. About half an hour earlier at the site of the explosion. In a secluded house on Dedalo Street, inside said house was a certain albino sitting in a chair observing an object in his hands. It was Bell, who was fondly looking at the pocket watch that Alise had given him. I'm absolutely certain she did the rabbit logo on purpose, he thought, letting out a small laugh. Even though I hate it when all those idiots call me rabbit, for some reason it makes me happy when Alise says it. A small smile appeared on his face as he thought about the Redeed. I think I've fallen in love, he thought, letting out a laugh while still glancing at his watch. Although it's obvious, spending so much time with such a wonderful girl as her was bound to awaken these feelings. But a small bitter smile appeared on his face as he recalled a certain detail. But our friendship is incomplete as long as I keep lying to you. The pressure appeared in Bell's chest as he thought about it. Alise hated Evilous. He was the only thing the Redeed hated. She didn't even want to imagine how he would react if he found out that he belonged to that organization. That's why. I have to tell him the truth, Bell thought with a serious expression, squeezing his watch a little. Alise trusted him, that was for sure, so she knew that when he told her the truth, she wouldn't try to kill him right then and there. She would probably ask him his reasons for being in that hateful organization, and at that moment he would tell her the truth and his plans. I'm sure she'll offer to help me so we can take down the high command one by one, Bell thought with a determined look. I've decided. Tomorrow, after that event, I'll tell her everything. The sooner the better. I don't want to take any risks. Evilous was already moving for a massive attack, so it was time to get an ally for his plan. Interestingly, everyone in that organization had different plans. Valletta wanted the complete destruction of Aurario, Earbus just wanted to see how everything would unfold with his plan, the twins were in their own world who knew what the odious Thanatos was thinking. Zald was determined to fight, so that a hero would be born in that war, and Althea. He wasn't sure what she wanted. In theory, she had the same objective as Zald, or at least that's what it was at first. According to Zald, the reason she stayed in the organization was to take care of him or something like that, although at first he didn't pay much attention to it since he was angry with her for being a child, but as time passed he realized that those words were true. Ah, from now on everything will be more complicated, the albino thought, staring at the ceiling. Although I find it strange that Valletta didn't plan anything. Normally Valletta wouldn't stand idly by at a charity event like tomorrow's, but she hadn't planned anything at all. He met Alise and asked him about it, and Alise reluctantly told him that he knew nothing about it. Then he asked the twins, although he immediately regretted it when he saw that they wouldn't stop talking. The only thing he knew about Valletta was that she was randomly attacking some adventurers in the dungeon, something typical of her. There's no point dwelling on it, he thought, letting out a tired sigh. Even so, my goals for tomorrow remain the same. And now a little more relaxed, Bell turned his gaze to the book that Alise gave him on the only sofa in the room. A small smile formed on Bell's face as he watched him carefully place the watch on a small table and walk to the sofa to pick up the book and sit down. Argonaut, I thought I would never read this book again, he thought with a nostalgic smile as he opened it. He quickly skimmed a few pages of the book, letting out a sigh of relief when he saw that it was the same story his grandfather used to tell him. It's good that it's the original. Usually, some people alter the story and sell it. Luckily, Alise bought the original, he thought with relief. Then he turned his gaze to the kitchen. I should make some coffee and sit down to read, I'm feeling a bit anxious to be honest, he thought excitedly. Aren't you a little too old to be reading those kinds of books? Bell's excitement turned to weariness and annoyance upon hearing a voice in the place. Bored, he turned his gaze to a place in the house, seeing Valletta leaning against the wall, looking at him with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw an open window and let out a tired sigh. Haven't you ever heard of knocking on the door? Bell asked sarcastically. I prefer the window, to be honest, he replied without moving from the spot. What have you come for? I asked, bored. I came to give my favorite boy my belated birthday present, she said with a smile, walking towards Bell. A gift? He said, confused. Yes, here you go. And with those words, Valletta threw something to Bell, who caught it and watched it. A blank expression appeared on the albino's face as he saw his gift, then he looked at Valletta. A dead rat? I asked, my face conveying anything but happiness. It's not just any rat, it's a black rat, they're hard to find in the city, she said, sitting down in a chair in the place. Oh, well, thanks. Last year it was a dead cockroach, we're really moving up a level, she said boredly, tossing it into the trash can where it hit the target. Is that all you came for? You would have been better off saving yourself the trouble. No, actually I also came to remind you, she said, adopting a serious attitude. It seems you didn't listen to me and continued meeting with that bitch. Bell merely frowned at the way he called Alise but decided to remain silent. He didn't want to start a fight in the city at night. I'm still curious to know what you're up to, he said, leaning forward slightly in his chair to look at Bell. I know you, Bell. We've lived and been through so much together that I can tell when you're plotting something. You talk as if we had an affair, Bell said with distaste. For many years I was just your punching bag and your slave. Only when I reached level 4 did I gain some freedom. You should thank me, the other lunatics wanted to kill you because they enjoyed killing children, but thanks to you being my subordinate, they never did anything to you, he said with a conceited smile. There wasn't much difference, really, Bell said angrily, remembering the times when he was a child and Valletta, angry for some reason, used him as a punching bag to relieve stress while he was under her care. He never told anyone that, only Zald when he joined the organization, and according to him, if Althea found out about it, she would kill Valletta without hesitation, although at the time it seemed strange to him since he believed that Althea hated him, but now it was more believable. The point is, I'm getting annoyed that you keep meeting with that woman. Whatever you're plotting won't work out. Or are you just playing with her? He asked playfully. That's none of your business, you sent me to find the warehouses, so I had to create a profile if I was going to live in the city, Bell lied, crossing his arms. Ooh, you're a bad boy, he said playfully. But I still recommend you stay away from her if you don't want to lose your life. Huh? I remind you that I'm not that crybaby anymore, Bell said with a serious expression, looking at Valletta. Maybe I should return a few of the blows you gave me when I was a kid. Haha, since when did you become so arrogant? Valletta asked, standing up. Did you copy that narcissistic personality from that stupid retard? Shut your mouth, he said, gritting his teeth. What? Did you get attached to her because of the gifts? He asked mockingly. You think I don't know that she gave you that stupid book and that ridiculous watch? As she said those words, Valletta picked up the watch that was on the table. Let that out, Valletta, Bell said, standing up. What's so special about this trinket? The stupid rabbit inside or what? I asked, looking at the watch with boredom. That retard is even terrible at choosing designs. Valletta stopped, that he whispered, clenching his fists. Huh? Are you mad? She said with a small smile. What will happen if I squeeze it a little? As she said those words, Valletta applied a little force to her hand, where Bell could hear something creak. He didn't know when he moved, but when he realized it, he had already given Valletta a powerful kick that sent her flying through the wall. The clock was left hanging in the air where Bell quickly caught it, alarmed to see that from the outside it remained intact. But unfortunately, when he opened it, he saw that the glass covering the hands had broken, but it was still working. The feeling of sadness flooded Bell's heart when he saw how Alice's gift had been damaged. Ahahaha, I knew it, you're much stronger. From the hole that had formed in the wall, Valletta appeared with a smile on her face as she wiped blood from her mouth and veins stood out on her forehead. You're right, you're not that crybaby anymore, he said, his tone turning angry. Now you're a rebellious child who needs to be disciplined like in the past. I'll say it again, I'm not a traitor, he said, cracking his knuckles. Looks like I'll have to beat you to it, Valletta. Try it, rabbit. And with those words, they both disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing face to face, bumping fists. Upon impact, a shockwave formed in the room, sending everything flying and cracking the walls due to the pressure. Incredible, Valletta thought in surprise as she felt Bell's strength when their fists collided. She hadn't fought him since he reached level 4, but the difference from the past was noticeable. Bell. She remembered that she had trained him, or rather, taken him to places with monsters she herself had captured, watching with amusement as the boy tried to defend himself and almost died more than once. And now that same child stood before her, an equal force. Or was he? Valletta was surprised to see how she was forced to back away as she felt the albino apply much more force, having to quickly duck to avoid receiving a punch to her face. DSK, he clicked his tongue angrily, trying to land a hook punch on Bell, but Bell dodged it with difficulty. But Bell didn't stop there, launching himself again towards Valletta, trying to land another punch. That won't work for you, Valletta said mockingly, stepping back. Although she opened her eyes in surprise when she saw Bell in front of her while the palm of her hand covered her face. Remember when you put that hot iron on my face? Bell asked with a crooked smile. Well, I'll give it back to you. Shit. Firebolt. The explosion hit Valletta's face, and not only hers. Having used much more magic than usual, the house was blown to pieces while a curtain of smoke rose into the sky from the explosion. Damn, I think I went too far, Bell thought as he realized that the explosion had alerted Aurelio, while his house collapsed completely, leaving him exposed to the elements. Although he snapped out of his thoughts by dodging a knife that was going to his face, unfortunately he could not dodge a punch which hit him squarely in the face, sending him crashing into a wall. You bucking piece of shit. Valletta shouted angrily, showing a large part of his burned face. Even his left eyelid had disappeared, leaving his entire eye exposed. You look good, Bell said mockingly as blood trickled down his head from the blow. That only made Valletta burn with more anger, ready to launch herself at Bell and leave him scarred for life. Okay, that's enough. They both stopped when they heard a lively voice accompanied by applause, turning to look in that direction. Your bus, Valletta whispered, looking at the smiling god. What are you doing here? Bell asked, puzzled. I was taking a nighttime stroll through the streets and heard a noise. Who would have thought it was you two having another fight, although it seems that this time it's Valletta who's more hurt than you, Irbus said, looking at the girl with a smile. She just clenched her teeth angrily, wanting to lunge at Bell and beat him until she was exhausted. If she hadn't been confident, she wouldn't have received that magic directly on her face. I'd like to see them fight, but many families are coming this way, so it's best if they leave it at that, he said calmly. DSK, whatever, she said grumpily, looking at Bell. Next time you won't come out whole. Neither do you, Bell laughed innocently. After that, Valletta turned to look at Irbus. Are you sure this idiot is on our side? Valletta asked suspiciously. Irbus, still smiling, turned his gaze to Bell. Do you want to betray us? I asked calmly. No, Bell replied calmly but fearful inside. Upon hearing that answer, Irbus narrowed his eyes, then looked at Valletta with a smile. I am a god, you can't lie to me, was the short reply given by the smiling Irbus. That response was more than enough for Valletta, who began to walk away in a bad mood. You're going to regret this, and I'm going to hit you where it hurts the most, he whispered, disappearing into the darkness, leaving God and human alone. Bell just turned to look at Irbus in confusion. Why? I asked, confused. Huh? What do you mean? I asked, smiling slightly. He's a god, I can't lie to him, he said, puzzled. I just want to see what kind of justice you have, that's all, she replied, continuing her leisurely stroll down an alley. You should leave. The families are nearby. And with those words the god disappeared, leaving the albino alone in his destroyed house. He's just a god after all, he just wants to have fun, he thought wearily as he stood up, ready to leave. Although he did remember something about that. The watch Alise gave him was in his pocket, but what about the book? Frightened, Bell threw himself into the rubble, beginning to search for that precious gift, hoping that nothing had happened to it. The voices of the adventurers could be heard in the distance, and they were beginning to grow more alarmed. Fortunately, he found it and, to his relief, it was intact, just a little dusty. Stupid Valletta, now I don't have a home anymore, and with those thoughts, Bell ran at top speed from the place with his two precious objects disappearing from the scene of the crime. Seconds later the adventurers appeared, who were the Ganesha family and the Estri family. The explosion came from here, Shakti said, her sword in hand, alert for any attack. There's nobody here, Alise said, confused, seeing only the destroyed house. Haha, they must have been scared when they felt my overwhelming power approaching. Whatever you say, Kagaya said, observing the place seriously. It looks like there was a fight here, and they're strong, judging by their appearance. Luckily the houses are far away so there are no injuries, RD said, relieved, as was Ryu. This wasn't caused by an explosive, it was magic, said Lyra, since explosives were her area of expertise, and she knew very well whether it was caused by magic or by one. It was probably a fight between two people, Shakti whispered, analyzing the scene. But who? Captain? One of the Ganesha family members who was investigating the place called her, and she approached along with the others. What's going on? Shakti asked, curious like the others. Look. As he said that, the man showed a mask that was under the rubble, causing Shakti, Alise, and the others to open their eyes in surprise. That mask, Shakti whispered in frustration, remembering that it was the kind that had defeated her that day in that factory. And not only her, Alise also adopted a serious expression as she remembered that night in that warehouse of that guy who stole everything without knowing how. It's that guy, Alise whispered, clenching her fists. Well, at least we now know who one of the people in this fight is, but we still need to find out who the other one was, said Lyra, lifting another piece of rubble and noticing that there were more masks with different designs. Shakti recalled that the man told her he had many masks and that he used to change them. This is bad, Shakti said, capturing everyone's attention. Why is it bad? RD asked. There are so many masks, it means this house belonged to him, he said, surveying the destruction. If he lives here in Arario, it means he's posing as a civilian. I understand, Kagaya whispered. Someone is posing as a civilian, and that masked man isn't exactly weak. He's probably gathering information. The warehouses, Ryu said, understanding everything. It has to be someone good at gathering information, who doesn't raise suspicion, and who is strong enough to defend themselves if they are discovered, Lyra said, biting her finger. And above all, someone whose identity we don't yet know, Shakti finished, looking at the mask. TSK, this is complicated. Well, I'm sure we'll end up solving everything and evil will be defeated, Alise said with her positive attitude. We won't gain anything by getting frustrated here. We'll find that masked man and make him pay for all the damage he's done, but with anger controlling us, we won't be able to think about anything. You're right, we need to relax and think clearly, Shakti said, letting out a sigh and relaxing. Apparently, the guy had a conflict with someone, probably someone from Evilis as well. An argument between colleagues, it's normal, Lyra commented. And seeing that they were making a big fuss, they decided to flee before being discovered. That means we can return to headquarters and rest, said Kagaya wearily. Yes, we left our dinner unfinished, Alise said with a smile. You can leave, we'll take care of finding something of interest in the rubble, Shakti said, walking with her companions. Goodbye Ryu, girls, RD said with a small smile, following her sister. Good. Before returning to headquarters, we should take a walk around the city in case the enemy is nearby, Alise ordered. The others just sighed wearily, but had no choice but to obey the order. And with a leap, all the girls of the Estri family began to run across the rooftops, leaving the Ganesha family alone. While Shakti just watched the destruction with a serious expression, remembering the words that masked man told her the day she confronted him. You have a sister, right? I'm sure she'd be sad if you died. It was that guy's warm voice that reached the memories of a confused Shakti. Who are you? I whispered with that uncertainty. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his family members take a shirt out of the rubble and leave it lying on the ground as it was of no importance. It was a shirt that Bell used to wear when he had a date with Alise, but Shakti didn't know that, so she didn't pay any attention to it, since nobody in the city would remember a person by the type of clothing, least of all someone who tries not to attract attention. This night will be long, he thought wearily, joining his companions to find something of interest in the rubble. The truth was too close to coming to light. End of chapter. Chapter 12. A False Friendship. We find ourselves at the headquarters of the Estri family where the family's patron goddess was looking out the window at the city with a worried expression. A few hours ago her daughters had left to volunteer at the Demeter family's soup kitchen, where Alise left the headquarters very excited and nervous. Obviously, they all knew the reason for the Retide's attitude, which made them smile. The reason Estri was worried was because about half an hour ago she had heard explosions in the city. It was more than obvious that Evilus had attacked again, taking advantage of the fact that many people were gathered for that event. Please, let them be alright, Estri thought anxiously. She knew they were alive because she could feel their presence, but for some reason she had a bad feeling that hadn't left her alone since those explosions. Even with that worry, Estri walked towards the sofa and sat down and tried to relax a little. I hope all this doesn't ruin Alice's plans, he thought, remembering how excited his daughter had been for that day, but if Evilus had attacked, he'd probably postpone it to another day, since he wanted to help all the civilians. I need a coffee. Estri was about to go to the kitchen, but a loud slam of the main door at the headquarters startled her, making her think it was some member of Evilus who had entered the place. But he relaxed when he heard his daughter's voices approaching the room, but he also became confused and worried. Judging by their voices, they were having an argument. I could even hear Kagaya and Ryu's voices, which were filled with rage. The worried Estri stayed in the same place waiting for her daughters to arrive and ask them what had happened, although she couldn't help but be a little surprised to see the living room door literally kicked open. "Girls," Estri whispered as she saw them enter. She remembered how they left that morning, smiling as they teased an embarrassed but happy Allies, but now. Many of them wore bewildered expressions, like Nise and Iska, Lyra who had an expression that said she couldn't believe what was happening, Kagaya and Ryu who clenched their teeth full of anger, they looked like they were about to scream in anger. And Allies. The image of smiling Allies that morning came to his mind, an Allies who was embarrassed but determined to confess her feelings. That same Allies was now behind all her companions with her head down, but she was still able to see her eyes which had lost their shine, being replaced by an empty look, an expression she never thought she would ever have. What happened? Estri asked, afraid of what she might hear. What happened? Kagaya shouted, surprising Estri. He knew Kagaya could get angry, but this was the first time he had seen her so angry. I'll tell him what happened. Kagaya shouted again, her voice filled with hatred. That damned piece of shit. She screamed, clenching her hands tightly and digging her nails into her skin, her voice trembling with anger. The other girls just clenched their fists, knowing what Kagaya was going to say. Alice's damn friend turns out to be a member of Evilus. A damn member of Evilus. Kagaya shouted loudly, as if the only way to release her anger at that moment was by screaming. Upon hearing that news, Estri's eyes widened in disbelief, while behind them all, Alice clenched her fists as tears welled in her eyes. What? A few hours earlier. The day we're going to help in any way we can. Alice shouted with a big smile. We were in the streets of Verario, which were normally empty but were now full of people, and among all those people were all the members of the Estri family, ready to help in the soup kitchen. Wow, there are a lot of people, Ryu whispered in surprise, seeing many people walking through the streets with smiles on their faces. It's more than obvious, there are many families who don't have enough to eat, so this is their opportunity to satisfy their hunger, Lyra said with a smile. And we will be the ones to protect those smiles. Exclaimed the beaming Allies with excitement. It is our duty as the Lion family of justice. Why are you so excited, Captain? Nise asked with a smile. Because we can bring smiles to all these people, she replied with her positive attitude. Are you sure? It's not because of a certain albino boy and a certain confession, is it? Kagaya asked mockingly. A small blush appeared on the cheeks of the lively girl and she began to laugh sheepishly. Hey, that's also why I admit shyly. But I'm also happy to bring smiles to people's faces. You're easy to read, Captain Lyra laughed, as did the others, embarrassing her. Don't start, girls, she complained, puffing out her cheeks. And speaking of your boy, Kagaya whispered. They all turned their gaze to a spot on the street, watching as Bell approached them. Come on, Captain, your boy is here, said Iska, giving Allies a slight push. Confess what you feel, Lyra whispered mockingly. Tell him how much you like him, Kagaya joined in the teasing. Wait, it's still too soon, said Allies, embarrassed and nervous, watching as Bell got closer to them, hoping he didn't hear those taunts. The others could only laugh at how shy and nervous Allies became in Bell's presence. Hi, Allies, Bell greeted them with a smile as he stood before them. Hello, Bell, I'm glad you came, Allies said with a happy smile and a small blush on her cheeks. I promised you, so I couldn't miss it, she said, smiling slightly. Although I'm very surprised by the large number of people here. As Bell said those words, he watched everyone become even more confused that Valletta hadn't planned anything. Yes. As you can see, all these people have smiles on their faces and we'll be the ones protecting them, Allies said, returning to her cheerful demeanor. So I hope you and I can do a great job again. Well, then we'll go our own way, said Kagaya with a hint of mockery. Are you leaving? Allies asked, frightened. It's not my style to deal with a lot of people, so I'll be in the kitchen, said Kagaya with a playful smile. Me too, said Lyra, raising her hand. We'll be patrolling the surrounding area, Nese said, as did the others. And you, Lion? Alise asked hopefully, looking at the elf. I guess I'll help you two serve the food, Ryu replied with a nervous smile, making Alise let out a sigh of relief. Great. Then the three of us will be in charge of keeping the happiness going today. Alise shouted, her excitement returning. Good luck, Captain, Kagaya said, as did the others, going their separate ways and leaving Bell, Alise, and Ryu alone. I hope I do a good job, the albino said with a nervous smile. Now there are two of us, Cranel-san said Ryu, also a little nervous. Don't worry. You'll see that everything will be alright, Alise said, her voice filled with emotion. We'll transform all that hunger people have into happiness. That's our job. The elf and the human could only chuckle slightly at the Retide's attitude. They couldn't help but be infected by her happiness. So what will we do? Bell asked curiously. We'll go to the kitchen to get the food and make the citizens happy, so follow me, and with those words Alise started walking, followed by Bell and Ryu. I'm surprised she's so positive, Bell whispered. I was very surprised too when I joined the family, Ryu whispered with a nervous smile. Although you get used to it over time. You're right, her personality is cute, she said, laughing a little. Ryu couldn't help but smile slightly at those words. It gave him hope that his captain's feelings would be reciprocated. What are you two whispering about? Alise asked, stopping and squinting at her companions. What are you planning, Lion? The woman blushed deeply when she understood what her captain meant. It's not what you think, that's not my intention, she said nervously and embarrassed. For an elf to try to steal a friend's love interest was a very low thing, something that could tarnish your honor as an elf. I definitely wouldn't do something like that. Haha, just kidding, Alise laughed, then looked at Bell. I hope you don't get distracted today. This is your first official mission as an ally of justice. Really? I asked, surprised. Yes. So from today on we are allies and friends of justice, she said with a big happy smile. I'm sure you'll do a great job bringing smiles to others. What makes you think that? He asked, embarrassed. Because you make me happy. She replied sincerely, with a beautiful smile. A slight blush appeared on Bell's face at those words, and also on Ryu's, who didn't believe that her captain was being so romantic with her words. Meanwhile, Alise was just confused to see the two of them blushing. Although seconds later she understood the reason for it, and she too began to blush. What I wanted to say is, and never mind, she whispered, looking away in embarrassment. I don't think I can forget it, to be honest, said the albino with a shy smile, further embarrassing the Retide. I was just being honest. Now let's go, people are waiting for their food, Alise said, turning away to hide her embarrassed face, as she continued on her way while Bell and Ryu just looked at each other. Unconsciously, they both let out a small laugh at the Retide's embarrassed attitude and started following her again. Meanwhile, Alise just walked along, slightly blushing, remembering his words. I hope she didn't realize how I feel. That's not how I meant it, she thought, nervous and embarrassed. The great Alise shouldn't get flustered over something like this. I have to be strong. And encouraging herself, they continued their walk towards one of the many kitchens that were on the streets so that people wouldn't have to wait too long in one place. They finally arrived, Kagaya said with a hint of mockery at Alise's blush. Here it is. The Oriental woman placed a large pot of food on a table and next to it many plates to put the food on. There's plenty of food, so don't be afraid to give a little more to people, and with those words Kagaya returned to the kitchen, leaving her friends alone. Great. Let's get to work, Alise said excitedly. With Bell's help, they moved the table to a more comfortable place to serve everyone, both putting on aprons and each taking a ladle. Everyone who wants to satisfy their hunger, get in line. Alise shouted with a smile, watching as people quickly began to line up to receive their food. This brought a feeling of happiness to Alise's heart as she realized she would be helping all those people. Let's do a great job, Bell, she whispered, looking at the albino standing next to her with a lovely smile. Why yes, he agreed, getting lost in the girl's beautiful smile. Let's work together, Alise. And you too, Lion. She shouted, looking at her friend. I'll do my best, Ryu said resolutely. Great. Let's get to work. And keeping her smile, Alise began serving food to each person who arrived, filling their plates just as Kagaya had told them. While Bell and Ryu were a little slow, so it took them a bit longer to serve the food, they did a good job. A small feeling of happiness appeared in Bell's heart as he saw the happy smiles of the people receiving the food, wondering if this was how a hero felt when saving others. Thank you very much, young man, an old woman said gratefully as she received a plate of food from Bell. Why, you're welcome, she said with an embarrassed smile. What are you laughing at? Bell asked, confused by the Retide's laughter. I just feel so much closer to you when we're fighting for justice together, and that makes me happy, Bell, she said with a beautiful smile, turning her attention back to the people and giving them food. He was only embarrassed by the Retide's words. That day she was being very nice with her words, and for some reason he also felt happy. Just as Bell thought, looking down. He really wanted to fight alongside Alise without hiding, to be by her side and support her, but it wasn't so easy. But if everything went well that day, at least Alise would know the truth and wouldn't hate him, or so he wanted to believe. If Alise hates me, I wouldn't know what to do, Bell thought, starting to smile in a fake way at the people he was giving food to. A smile which did not go unnoticed by Ryu, who wondered why she was smiling like that. After a while the pot was completely empty, but more food would soon arrive for those who hadn't been able to eat, so in the meantime they would rest a little. Look, Bell. People are happy, Alise said, watching them eat their fill. This is our job, to keep those smiles going. I wonder how they're able to smile, Bell whispered. They're at war with Evilis, and yet they still smile. Because they know everything will get better, she said with a small smile. You know, after the storm comes the calm, and they all trust that will happen. But I still don't understand, he whispered, looking down. A large part of his life Bell had lived in misery because of Valletta. Seeing that was like him smiling as a child, even knowing that in a few hours he was going to get a beating from her, he couldn't understand it. You don't need to understand it now, Alise said softly, placing her hand on Bell's shoulder. The more you stay on the side of justice, the more you'll understand, and you'll see that there will always be light after darkness. Bell just stared in surprise at Alise, who was looking at him with a smile. He still couldn't believe that someone as pure and positive as her existed in a corrupt city like Arario. With each day by your side I realize that you are someone very special, Alise, Bell whispered, smiling slightly. Upon hearing those words, the Retide blushed slightly and looked away. It's more than obvious, she stammered, embarrassed. Meanwhile, Ryu just watched the interaction with a small smile, deciding to step back a little to give them their space. By the way, Bell. The albino turned his attention back to the Retide upon hearing her voice. When the charity event is over, I'd like you to come with me to the wall where we trained, he said a little shyly. There's something important I want to tell you. Really? She said in surprise. The truth is, I also want to tell you something important. You too? I exclaimed in surprise. Why yes, it's very important, he said, nervously looking away. Great. No one will be able to see or hear us on the wall. This will be my chance to explain everything, he thought, feeling motivated. Meanwhile, Alise just lowered her gaze, feeling her heart race. He also wants to tell me something important, she thought, blushing, glancing sideways at Bell, who had a determined look on his face. Could it be that he'll confess too? She couldn't help but get nervous thinking about it. Confessing both of them at the same time was something her heart wasn't ready for. No. It's definitely something else, she said, trying to stay calm but unable to stop feeling nervous and happy. But if that's it, then I have to be quicker. I've prepared a lot for this moment. A flame of determination appeared in Alise's eyes, resolved to be the first to confess. Okay, that's enough rest, get back to work. The one who said those words was Kagaya, who arrived with another large pot of food, placing it on the table. There are still many people who are hungry, he said with a mocking smile, watching the Retide before leaving. Get to work, Bell. Alise said, taking the albino's hand and leading him back to the table to attend to the civilians. Ryu simply approached, letting out a small laugh at her captain's attitude. It was more than obvious that she was in love. I never thought I'd see Alise like this, Ryu thought, arriving at the table, taking a plate and starting to fill it with food. You'd better make Alise happy. Thinking that, Ryu glanced sideways at Bell, who was attending to everyone who arrived with a small smile, but it wasn't a genuine smile, it was a fake one. Why are you smiling like that? She thought, confused by the albino's fake smile. She wanted to ask about it but didn't want to seem nosy, so she decided to keep quiet and continue giving food to the civilians. The rest of the morning the three of them spent giving food to every civilian who arrived, some even asking for a second portion, where Alise very happily gave them a second plate of food. A very busy morning for everyone. Hours later. It was now midday in the city, and Ryu, Alise, Kagaya, Lyra and Bell were walking slowly through the streets. They had all decided to take a break since the event was not yet over. They planned to go and give out food on Dedlo Street where they would surely work much more. My shoulders still hurt, Kagaya complained. Tell me about it, I've been near the fire all morning, my face is burning, said Lyra, feeling how her face was still hot from being exposed to the fire for so long. I've lost my appetite from handing out so much food, Ryu whispered with a nervous smile. Why are you complaining so much? We've brought smiles to so many people. You should be happy. Exclaimed a beaming Alise. learn from Bell, who hasn't complained at all. The three girls turned their gaze to the albino, who had a thoughtful expression, but upon feeling the girl's gaze, he turned to look at them. "What?" he said, confused. What's wrong?" Lyra asked curiously. "You've been very pensive for a while now, it's not normal for you." "Huh? Me?" he said, confused. "Obviously stupid," said Kagaya. "Is something wrong?" "Bell?" Alise said, looking at the albino. Meanwhile, Ryu just remained silent, watching Bell. "Oh, of course not, I'm fine," she said with a nervous smile. "I'm just wondering if we'll have enough food for Dedalo Street. It's a very busy place, to be honest." "You're right. But don't worry. The Demeter family donated a lot of food, so there's more than enough," Alise exclaimed, returning to her cheerful demeanor. "Just thinking about it is making me tired," Lyra whispered wearily. "When this whole event is over, I'm going to take a big bath," Kagaya said, letting out a tired sigh. Bell just let out a nervous smile upon seeing that, but inside he had a strange feeling. Since that morning he had a bad feeling that hadn't left him in peace. It was as if his senses were warning him about something bad. "For some reason, I felt the need to take Alice's hand and run to the wall to tell her the whole truth. All my senses are on high alert." "Why?" Bell thought, confused, feeling a drop of sweat trickle down his forehead. Cranel-san, Ryu thought, confused by the albino's expression. "Don't complain, girls, if we want to bring peace to this city we have to make an effort," Alise said to Lyra and Kagaya. "I envy you, Captain. I don't know where you get so much energy," Kagaya said, looking enviously at the Redeed. "It almost seems like you have infinite energy," said Lyra, letting out a soft laugh. "When it comes to bringing justice, I will never tire," Alise exclaimed excitedly. "Alise, don't shout, we're in the middle of the street," Ryu scolded, taking his eyes off the albino. Meanwhile, Bell, still with that strange feeling, looked around alertly. The atmosphere has changed, Bell thought, watching each civilian who passed near them. For some reason he felt like he was being watched by a malicious gaze, a gaze which was making him more and more nervous with every passing second. "You'll see. Soon Bell will also have unlimited energy to bring justice," Alise said proudly. But Bell wasn't listening to the conversation. His senses were focused on all the civilians near him, desperately searching for something. "Bell?" Alise said, confused when she saw that Bell wasn't saying anything. At that moment Bell's breathing stopped and his steps stopped too. His gaze had been fixed on a single spot on that street. Hee. In an alley, leaning against the wall, was a certain pink-haired girl watching him with a mocking smile while playing with a dagger. Valletta, Bell thought when he saw her there. "Hi, Bell." I couldn't hear her from that distance, but by reading her lips I knew she had said that. And at the same time, explosions began to be heard in a part of Aurario, putting all the girls on alert. The cries of despair began to be heard in the city as civilians began to flee, knowing what that meant. The Evilists had attacked again. "Those bastards!" Ryu shouted angrily. "I was starting to find it strange that they weren't attacking," Kagaya whispered, drawing her sword. "The Evilists, how dare you attack such an important event as this," Alise said, clenching her hands angrily that they had erased the smiles of happiness from people's faces. The explosions stopped, but the sounds of battle began to be heard all around, a sign that the adventurers were fighting with the members of Evilists. "We have to go," Lyra said, pulling out some bombs. "Yes," Alise said, not wanting those bastards to ruin this sacred event, then looked at Bell, worried. "Bell, you go too." Alise's words were cut short by applause coming from an alley. The four girls turned their gaze towards that alley, except for Bell, who already had his gaze fixed there. "And to think I would find you here," said the person, stepping out of the alley and revealing their face. "Valletta." They all exclaimed in alarm upon seeing an Evilist leader there. The streets were empty, people had fled, and only the sounds of fighting could be heard in the surrounding area. Alise quickly stepped in front of Bell to protect him since he was in front of her. Haha, laugh escaped Valletta upon seeing that action. "What happened to your face?" Lyra asked with a hint of mockery, noticing that one of her eyes was missing its eyelid, leaving her entire eye exposed. "That's none of your business, you nosy hobbit," she said angrily. "How dare you attack this event? You're a damned woman." Alise shouted angrily, drawing her sword. Seeing people who had been smiling happily now fleeing in panic had made the Redeed angry. "You're wasting your words on this bitch, Captain," Kagaya said, positioning herself next to Alise. Lyra and Ryu stayed behind with Bell, although Ryu looked worriedly at Bell, who kept his eyes fixed on Valletta. Shit. Bell repeated over and over again in desperation, racing his mind to find a solution to this problem. Meanwhile, Valletta just glanced sideways at Bell with a mocking smile, making him tense up. It reminded him of the times when he was at the mercy of Valletta's tortures, while she looked at him with that same smile, unable to do anything. "How I hate the look in your eyes," Valletta said, looking at Alise. it disgusts me. The only disgusting one here is you, Kaguya said angrily, intending to launch an attack. No matter what I do or how many places I destroy, that look of determination in your eyes doesn't disappear, Valletta continued, her gaze darkening. No matter what you say or do, my determination and my flame of justice will never be extinguished, it will always remain lit, Alise said confidently, pointing her sword at her. Are you sure? As she said that question, Valletta turned her gaze towards Bell with a mocking smile. No matter what you do, you're finished. That was what Bell could read in Valletta's gaze. Upon seeing this, Alise quickly stood in front of Bell, glaring angrily at Valletta. You won't hurt Bell. Alise shouted, ready to activate her magic, just like the others ready to attack. Me? Valletta said, her voice filled with pain. How could you think that? I would never be capable of attacking a fellow comrade. Upon hearing those words, the four girls were confused, while Bell didn't know what to do. Whether to flee, attack Valletta, or remain silent. His mind was in chaos. Partner? Lyra asked, confused. Explain yourself, bitch, Kaguya said angrily but also confused. Those words had given him a bad feeling. That's right, you don't know it, said Valletta, feigning ignorance. You know what? Ryu asked as his hand holding the sword trembled. Bell, my little Bell Cranel belongs to Evilus, Valletta said with a big smile, looking at the albino. That's not right, Bell. Lyra, Kaguya and Ryu turned their bewildered gazes to the albino who was only staring intently at Valletta. What do you mean by that, Bell? Lyra asked, looking at the albino in bewilderment. The same applied to Kaguya and Ryu, but the latter's eyes were gradually becoming sharper. While Bell desperately thought about what to do. Admitting that he was from Evilus and explaining the truth to everyone, no, that would make him look like someone desperately trying to invent an excuse to remain innocent. Telling him they would take him to the goddess Estri so he could see that I was telling the truth wasn't an option either. The moment he admitted he was from Evilus, no one would be stupid enough to take him to their goddess. Running away, that would give them the answer and I would look like a coward. Attacking Valletta, no way, he surely had a plan to escape and that action would confirm to Valletta that he was a traitor, having as an enemy not only Evilus but also all of Aurelio. Upon learning that he belonged to that organization, in short, both sides would try to kill him and all that suffering and pain for years would have been in vain. No matter what the hell he thought, he always ended up losing. This time Valletta had really put him in check. What's wrong, Bell? Tell them the truth, Valletta said with a mocking smile. Come on, explain yourself, Kaguya whispered, slowly tightening her grip on her sword. At that moment, they were all starting to look at Bell with suspicion, well, all except one who hadn't even turned to look at him. Nice trick, but you should have come up with a better lie, said Alise, who hadn't taken her eyes off Valletta. She didn't have to think about those words, there was no need, her mind and heart would never believe that Bell belonged to that hateful organization, that was another trick of that woman. It was impossible, that boy would never be involved in that. Ha 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 ha. Valletta laughed, seeing that Alise hadn't believed those words. I'm truly surprised by your naivety. I don't know what you're trying to do to Bell, but it won't work, Alise said, gripping her sword tightly once more. Bell, run from here and save the civilians. We'll stop her. Alise, the girls whispered when they saw that their captain hadn't hesitated even a little. But what happened next would shock everyone, even Alise. Bell slowly began to walk, passing by the retreat and walking towards Valletta. Bell? Alise said, confused by what her friend was doing. Stay away, that woman is dangerous. Despite everything, her heart remained steadfast, not distrusting Bell, but… Don't you understand yet, Alise? Valletta asked with a mocking smile. When Bell reached her side, she quickly approached him. Alise was ready to attack Valletta, thinking she would hurt Bell, but what she saw left her in shock. With a big smile, Valletta put one of her arms around Bell's neck, ending in a half-hug while she watched Alise. Bell is from Evilus, get that through your head. Little by little, Alise's expression of determination crumbled, replaced by one of shock. They turned their gaze to Bell. He didn't even have the courage to look her in the eyes. He simply couldn't. This is a joke, right? Lyra asked with a nervous, crooked smile. Be Bell, just say you're being manipulated. I'm sorry. That was all Bell whispered, leaving everyone in shock. Alise's noble heart began to crack upon hearing those words, not believing that this was happening. Ha 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 ha. Valletta laughed loudly. You should see their faces. Especially yours, Alise. Valletta, shut up, Bell whispered, wanting it all to end. But Valletta was not over. Seriously, you make me laugh, Alise, she continued, while the four girls stared at her in shock, though Alise kept her gaze fixed on Bell. Did you really think he was your friend? You even gave him birthday presents. That watch is ridiculous, by the way, but what else can you expect from an idiot like you? Alise's heart broke again upon hearing that. The gift she had made with so much love, if she knew, it meant. Do you remember all those warehouses you wanted to protect and failed to do? Who do you think did it? Who do you think the masked man was?" Upon hearing that, they all forgot to breathe. "Hey, are you the masked one?" Lyra asked as her arms trembled. But again Bell did not answer, keeping his gaze lowered, feeling his whole body tremble. "Let us shut up," Bell whispered again, wanting to do something, but his body wouldn't respond. Bell was ordered to find the warehouses, but he had to remain inconspicuous with those words. Valletta pointed at Alise. And what better way than to pretend to be friends with the stupid, naive captain of the Estri family? It was the best idea he could come up with. Ha ha ha. Once again, Alise's heart broke even more, unable to take her eyes off Bell. As Ryu and Kagaya's veins began to bulge on their faces, they clenched their teeth. "Friends? Partner in justice? I've never met such a stupid girl in my life, and it seems Bell knew how to use that stupidity of yours very well." "Valletta, don't say any more," Bell whispered again, not wanting to hear any more. "Every day you boast about your strength and beauty, which you don't have," he said, looking at Alise with a small smile. "There's only one thing you should boast about, and that's your stupidity." "Shut up," Ryu whispered. "You're stupid, you were just used as a toy by Evilus," he said mockingly. "Shut up," said Ryu through gritted teeth. "You're not Alise Lovell, the most beautiful woman in Arario. You're Alise Lovell, the stupidest woman in this city." And with those words, Alise's noble heart broke into 1,000 pieces, dropping her sword as tears began to stream down her face. They all knew it. Alise had crumbled. They had taken her noble and beautiful feelings and crushed them. His flame had gone out. "Ahahahaha. You're amazing, Bell. Be quiet." And with a scream filled with rage, even with tears from the hatred they felt at that moment, Kagaya and Ryu launched an attack, but not to attack Valletta. They went straight to Bell to kill him. Sensing the murderous instinct of the two, he instinctively raised his foot and threw a kick. He didn't want to do it, but it was as if his brain had programmed it from so many times he was on the verge of death as a child. He simply reacted on his own. Kagaya, blinded by anger, was unable to dodge that kick in time. They all watched in shock as Kagaya received the kick to the stomach, sending her flying and crashing into a house and through the walls. "Bell," Alise whispered, staring in shock at what had happened, unable to move but watch everything that was going on. "That's not the strength of a level 1. Shouted Lyra, who had already come out of shock, glaring at Bell with great anger. Ryu also came out of shock, watching with great anger as Bell tried to pierce her with her sword, but Valletta took advantage of the second she was distracted to connect with a strong punch to her face, which sent her crashing into a house. "Well done, Bell, these bitches are nothing to us," Valletta said mockingly. "Stop," Bell whispered, his voice trembling. "Damn, it." Lyra screamed, pulling some bombs out of her pockets as tears welled up in her eyes. She considered Bell her friend after so many training sessions they had together, that's why she felt so hurt. Meanwhile, Alise just stood there without moving a single muscle, her eyes fixed on Bell. "I wanted to say something, do something, but I couldn't." "You are nothing against us," Valletta mocked, ready to attack Lyra. "So how about you face me?" Valletta had to cover herself with her arms, feeling them receive a strong blow from a dwarf who had arrived on the scene. The force of the blow sent her flying, causing her to hit a wall. "Damn dwarf," he complained, standing up again. "Are you alright, girls of Estri?" Gareth asked, watching as Ryu and Kagaya emerged from the houses, their eyes blazing with anger. Bell, seeing that Gareth had arrived, snapped out of his trance, realizing that everything was starting to get complicated. "It didn't matter what I did, there was no going back. Everything was over. We have to go." Bell shouted, positioning himself next to Valletta. If they stayed any longer, things were going to get complicated. "I hate to admit it, but you're right, that dwarf is a problem," Valletta said angrily. "You're not going to run away, you damned coward." Kagaya shouted, seething with rage as she launched her attack. "Ha ha ha ha. First they'll have to defeat them." As he said those words, more than a dozen members of Evilus fell from the rooftops, surrounding them. "They're in the way." Kagaya and Ryu shouted, angrily attacking their enemies while Garrett helped them. "Let's go, Bell," Valletta whispered, starting to flee. Bell just stood there staring at Alise, who was still in shock as tears streamed down her cheeks without her moving a muscle. He could only lower his gaze helplessly, threatening to cry, but that wasn't going to solve anything. "Goodbye, Alise." And with that whisper filled with pain, Bell began to run away from the place at great speed. "You damn traitor." Kagaya shouted, knocking out the last member of Evilus and running after Bell, as did Ryu and Gareth. While Alise could no longer stand, she fell to her knees with a lost look in her eyes. "Alise?" Lyra shouted, approaching her friend with concern. But she did not answer him, she just kept her gaze lowered and her eyes empty, from which tears fell. The image of Bell admitting he was from Evilus came to his mind, as did Valletta's taunts. She unconsciously bit her lip as tears began to stream down uncontrollably. She felt stupid. She felt like she had only been used by him. In short, there was never a friendship. That lovely friendship she cherished so much was fake. She was just a toy of Evilus. Just a stupid and naive toy. Bell, she whispered in pain, unable to control her tears. Lyra, who was crying when she saw her friend like that, could only give her a tight hug. That day the flame in her heart. His charisma. Its positive side. His lively attitude. And above all. Her beautiful smile. Everything about her was dead. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Tears of Pain. We found ourselves at the headquarters of the Estri family, a place that was usually quiet and had a warm atmosphere, but now it was the complete opposite. The tension was palpable in the air. Alise's damn friend turns out to be a member of Evilus. A damn member of Evilus. Kaguya shouted loudly, as if the only way to release her anger at that moment was by screaming. Upon hearing that news, Estri's eyes widened in disbelief, while behind them all, Alise clenched her fists as tears welled in her eyes. What? Was all the goddess said, unable to believe it. What Estri Sama heard. Ryu shouted this time. Crane, that damned man belongs to that organization. All this damn time, Kaguya whispered, clenching her teeth tightly with rage. Wait, I'm not understanding, said Estri, unable to process all that information so quickly. The words are clear, Estri Sama, Lyra whispered, her voice subdued as she gazed at the ground. Bell Cranel, the boy Alise and I thought was our friend all this time, was creating a profile in Aurario to find out the locations of every warehouse. He was just teasing us. Lyra's voice broke off as she finished those words, clenching her fists tightly. Meanwhile, Estri was simply in shock upon hearing those words. That day was supposed to end with Alise arriving with a big smile announcing her relationship with Bell. She never expected something like that. We were so close to catching him, but the damn guy was fast, Kaguya whispered, remembering how they chased Bell, but he ultimately managed to escape along with Valletta. Just remembering that caused pain and anger to each of them. They simply never imagined that something like that would happen. Now it makes sense, Nise whispered, catching everyone's attention. That was the reason why he refused to meet Estri Sama every time Alise invited him. That damned coward knew Estri Sama would discover his lies. He's nothing but trash. Kaguya whispered, her voice dripping with hatred. I'm partly glad about that, Ryu said. I'm happy that a piece of trash like him didn't set foot in headquarters. While they were talking, Alise stood in the back with her head down and tears welling up in her eyes with every word her friend said. How did you find out? Asked Estri, still in shock. I Valletta's bitch, the Asian woman replied. I don't know what kind of problems those two have, but it seemed like she was making fun of him. That's the least of it, Lyra whispered. All this time we were like idiots in Evilus's palm, all this time wondering who was attacking the warehouses, and he was always right in front of us, pretending to be a good, weak boy. And what angers me the most is that he made fun of Alise, Ryu said, clenching his fists. He was just using her, mocking her feelings. With every word the girl said, Alise's already broken heart ached more and more as she remembered the good times she had spent with her friend. Alise thought Estri worriedly, seeing her daughter tremble slightly. What did you expect? He's a damned member of Evilus, those bastards only seek to harm others, Kaguya said, filled with rage. However, at that moment Kaguya opened her eyes in surprise when she thought about a certain detail. Kaguya quickly went to Alise and took her by the shoulders. Iridide was startled by her friend's sudden action, looking up with tears in her eyes. Alise, please tell me you didn't give him any information about any of us, Kaguya pleaded, hoping the answer would be negative. Upon hearing those words, Alise opened her eyes in fear. Her memories brought back moments with Bell, moments where Alise proudly told her about her friend's incredible skills and magic in great detail, so that she would admire them and want to work with them in bringing justice. And not only that. They would tell him the places where they rested each time they went to the dungeon, the time they started patrolling and the time they finished. They would also tell him the places they patrolled frequently and the places they didn't. All of that was so that he would know what to do when he patrolled with her for the first time. And now he realized what he had done. I am sorry, Alise apologized, lowering her gaze as tears slowly fell. Damn it. Kaguya shouted angrily, letting go of Alise and stepping back, feeling her head begin to hurt. Great, this can't get any worse, Iska said with a bitter smile. Now they have all the information about us, Nise said, her voice filled with frustration. Obviously. Because of the captain's loose mouth, Kaguya said, seething with rage. Kaguya, Alise was just used by that bastard, it's not her fault. Ryu shouted angrily. I know that, you damn elf. But if Alise didn't trust her so much, we wouldn't be in this mess. The Oriental woman shouted, clenching her fists. Alise certainly puts others at ease, Nise whispered. And that's a problem now. But that's not the way to say it. Ryu shouted angrily again. Friend or not, you should never give so much trust to someone you've only known for a few months. And worse, to a damn stranger off the street who turned out to be from Evilis. We also considered him a friend, so it's not Alice's fault. Unlike her, I didn't reveal any family information. Shut the damn mouth. They all fell silent upon hearing the loud angry scream of the hobbit in the family, turning to look at her. Lyra had small tears in her eyes as she looked at them angrily. Allies this, allies that, allies was to blame for talking too much. Is that all you can say? Lyra shouted, clenching her fists tightly. Don't you ever stop to think about Alice's feelings. She's the one suffering the most and you're just blaming her. Idiots. They all opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing Lyra's words. They slowly turned their gaze to the captain of the family, who no longer bothered to hold back her tears, which fell continuously down her cheeks and onto the carpet on the floor. They allies, and I Kagaya stuttered. She had let anger take over and said words she shouldn't have said, and she had hurt the Redeed. I am so sorry G-girls. That's what Allies whispered in a voice filled with pain. Then before anyone could say anything, Allies ran out of the room, leaving everyone shocked and hurt by the expression of the usually lively girl. Allies? Kagaya shouted, wanting to go to her. But the little hobbit stood in her way. You've said enough today, the hobbit whispered, glaring angrily at Kagaya before running out of the room to find her captain. An awkward silence fell over the room after that moment, leaving everyone with a bitter taste in their mouths. This time you really screwed up, Kagaya whispered. In the end, you're the one with a loose mouth, Ryu said angrily. Perhaps everyone is very angry, but that was no reason to treat allies like that, Estri said, looking disapprovingly at the Asian woman. When things calm down, you'll have to apologize to her. I know, Kagaya whispered, clenching her fists. I'm such a fool, I'm sorry allies. And no longer able to hold it back, Kagaya began to shed tears of pain, anger, frustration, and an endless stream of feelings that had spiraled out of control, mainly because she had hurt her captain, her friend. Slowly, Estri gave her a hug, trying to calm her down. It would be best if everyone rested, they need it more than anything, she whispered in a motherly voice. It pained her to see her daughters like this, feeling useless for not being able to help in any way other than comforting them. This won't end like this, Ryu thought, clenching his fists as he remembered the albino's face. I'll kill you, you bastard. Meanwhile, with Lyra. She was standing in front of the Redeed's bedroom door after seeing her go in. So, letting out a sigh as he walked away, he began to speak. Hey allies, can I come in? I asked nervously, but I didn't hear a response. It was obvious that Allies was devastated. She was the one suffering the most. Learning that the friend she cherished so much and whom she had even fallen in love with turned out to be part of the organization that had caused so much harm to Aurelio was not easy to accept. The thought terrified her, but it was more than obvious that Allies would never be the same after that. I'm going in. The little hobbit gave notice by opening the door and entering the room. Upon entering, the first thing he saw was his captain sitting on the bed with her gaze lowered as drops of tears slowly fell from her eyes. Seeing that scene hurt Lyra a lot. She never expected to see her so devastated. With a sigh, Lyra walked over and sat on the bed next to Allies, patting her on the back. Allies, he didn't love me, Allies whispered, interrupting the hobbit. I wasn't even considered his friend. He was just using me. Allies, Lyra said with pain upon hearing her captain's words. Letta's right, I'm an idiot, she laughed, though her pained expression betrayed otherwise. Friends, colleagues of justice, I wondered if she was secretly mocking me every time she said something like that. She must have been thinking how stupid I was. No allies. You're not, Lyra said, not wanting her friend to insult herself. That bastard took advantage of you, of your kindness and goodness. But I just can't understand, Allies stammered, trying to wipe away her tears. When I was with him, everything felt so real, so wonderful. To my eyes, his smiles were genuine. His memories came flooding back of all the things they had done together, when they helped the citizens repair their homes, when they put on that small performance for the children. Even when he gave her his birthday present, Belle's smile at that moment was sincere in her eyes, that smile that had made her fall in love. She simply could not accept that this boy belonged to such a horrible organization as Evilis. Her noble heart could not accept it. And what if they're manipulating him? Allies exclaimed desperately, grabbing Lyra's shoulders and searching for a way to make him innocent. What if he's doing all this against his will? Allies, Lyra whispered, hurt to see that her friend was not accepting reality. If that's the case, he needs our help. We can't abandon him. He's our friend. I cried out in pain, still believing in him. But Lyra only hugged her gently while stroking her hair. Just accept it, Allies. The more you deny it, the more you'll hurt yourself. Bell is with Evilis. He admitted it himself. Because of him, our arsenal was cut in half, and who knows what other crimes he's committed, he never saw us as his friends. Upon hearing those words, the little hope in Alice's heart vanished, and she began to cry uncontrollably, hugging Lyra tightly. The loud cries of the lively Reed could be heard throughout the room, cries filled with pain and suffering. Why? Why of all people did it have to be him? She screamed, letting all the pain from her heart out. He wasn't my friend, Lyra. He never considered me his friend. I meant nothing to him. Outside the room were the other family members who had come to apologize to the Reed for what had happened, but upon hearing the cries of pain, they just stood there listening with sadness and anger to their friend's cries. Allies, they all whispered, frustrated at not being able to do anything to help her. I was just a toy, Allies whispered, remembering the albino's smiling face. An expression that used to bring her joy every time she remembered it, but now only brought her sadness and pain. WYB Bell. That day Allies cried until she couldn't cry anymore in her friend's arms, tears full of sadness and suffering, and although she wanted to, anger did not appear in her heart, only pain. And one thing was certain. She would never again be the same smiling and lively Allies who brought joy to the hearts of others no more. Meanwhile, in another part of Aurario. Two people were walking through some underground corridors, one with his head down and the other with a big smile. This day was incredible. Their expressions of pain were the best, Valletta said, bursting into laughter. But the albino did not answer, he just continued walking behind Valletta with his head down. What's wrong, my little Belle? Valletta asked, stopping and turning to look at him. Why do you have that face? Just keep walking, Belle said without turning to look at her. Wow, so that really affected you, the girl said, adopting a serious attitude. It seems that girl was really important to you. Good thing I ruined that relationship. Belle just clenched his teeth upon hearing those words. I still don't know what you were planning by joining the Estri family, but whatever it is, it won't work out for you now, she said with a small triumphant smile. If you think I'm such a traitor, why don't you kill me? He asked, looking her directly in the eyes. Good question, and to be honest, she said, placing her hand on Belle's shoulder. Believe it or not, I have a certain fondness for you. You? Yeah, right, he said sarcastically. It's the truth, although I detest you too, and the contempt I have for you is far greater than any affection I might have for you, he said with a mocking smile. But that little affection I have for you is what prevents me from killing you and keeping you here suffering. As she said those words, Valletta began to walk around Belle. I love that look in your eyes, that look of suffering and being powerless to do anything. I love seeing you suffer like when you were a child. I really like that look of despair. As she said those words, Valletta gave Belle a half hug from behind. I hate seeing you happy with that Reed. I hate that, so I decided to ruin that relationship, and also because I knew you were up to something. Valletta stopped hugging Belle and walked around him, standing face to face and looking directly into his eyes. I hope this serves as a message to you. I don't care that you're not a child anymore. Even if you're a level 5, you'll always be inferior to me. I'll always be one step ahead of you. Valletta slowly brought her hand to Belle's hair and stroked it. You'll never be able to leave this organization, so behave yourself. The next time you try to do something stupid, I'll go and kill that Reed. Understood? I said, understood. Yes, he replied, avoiding looking at Valletta. He thought he had overcome it, but it seems that his childhood traumas were still there, making him feel like he did when he was a child, unable to do anything. Perfect. I'm glad you understood, he said, pulling away from Belle and turning around. For your safety, you're no longer a high-ranking officer in Evilis. I don't want to risk you finding out about our future plans, so you're just another subordinate. Those stupid twins will be happy about that. And as she said those words, Valletta began to walk away from Belle. Goodbye, and think twice before doing something stupid. Meanwhile, Belle just watched as Valletta walked away until she was out of sight. A trembling sigh escaped the albino, who leaned against the wall and slowly fell to a seated position on the floor. Damn it, she whispered in frustration, clenching her fists and trying to hold back her tears. Images of Alice crying flashed into his mind, causing his heart to ache intensely. I am sorry, Alice, he whispered, his voice cracking. I'm a damn idiot. He was afraid that Alice wouldn't trust him enough, so he decided to wait, and when he was sure that Alice would believe him, Valletta acted faster and revealed everything, hurting the most important person in his life. A small tear of sadness escaped from Belle's eye as he remembered Alice with her beautiful smile, a smile he will probably never see again. Wow. Look, June. It's a rabbit and it's crying. Belle made a face of annoyance upon hearing the voices of the most annoying people in that organization. At last, I'm not in the mood to deal with your nonsense, he whispered, glaring angrily at the twin standing in front of him. Now we have the same position on Evilis, Jin said mockingly. Looks like Valletta got you this time. Shut up, Jin, Belle whispered, looking down. You should be grateful. At first, Valletta ordered us to assassinate the captain of the Estri family, but at the last minute she changed her mind. Thanks to that, your little girlfriend is still alive, he said, letting out small, mocking laughs. Valletta took pity on you. That's right, June confirmed, looking mockingly at Bell. I told you to shut up, Bell said, losing patience. If you want to bother someone so badly, bother those two stupid elves and see if you get out alive. And get killed by those two mentally ill women. No thanks, I still want to have fun, so we prefer to bother you, he said, letting out a small laugh. True. So keep crying, we'll be watching. But he had to stop his taunts when he dodged a punch that was going for his face, meeting Bell's angry gaze. The rabbit is rabid, we have to go, June. And bursting into mocking laughter, both twins ran off, leaving Bell alone again, who let out a tired sigh. Those two always put him in a bad mood. Crying won't solve anything, she thought with a serious expression. The image of Alise flashed through his mind, causing him heartache, but he had to be strong. I will keep going even though everything has become complicated, even if I am alone, I will save this city even if I am seen as a traitor, even by the girl I love. If I want to create a better place and destroy them. Evilus had already destroyed many villages before arriving in Arario, including his own village where his grandfather was killed. He simply couldn't allow them to achieve their goal, not in the city his grandfather always spoke so highly of, and even less so now that the most important person in his life lived there. I will not give up. The image of Valletta flashed through his mind, causing him to clench his fists. It won't be today nor tomorrow, but one day I will kill you. And with those thoughts, Bell began to walk through the long corridors and get lost in them, now much more determined to finish off Evilus. His revenge was not over, it had barely begun. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Bitter. We find ourselves in a village far from the city of Arario, specifically on one of the rivers near the village, where a child no more than 6 years old was sitting on the bank fishing. That child was Bell Cranel, a very lively and innocent child, although a little lazy. I think I caught quite a lot, the little boy thought as he saw 2 buckets full of fish. That's more than enough. He had gone to the river to fish for the week's food because his grandfather ordered him to, since he couldn't go because he had important things to do, spy on women. The little boy, having completed his task, stood up and took the 2 buckets full of fish. It's heavy, the boy whispered, feeling the weight. I wish I had the ability to carry many things effortlessly, but that's not the attitude of a hero, so I'll just have to put up with it. So, letting out a sigh, the boy began to move away from the river and walk towards the village. But the further he left the forest and the closer he got to the village, the more the smell of burning filled his nose. Confused, he increased his pace until he emerged from the forest and stood before the entrance to the village. His eyes widened in shock and he dropped the buckets of fish. What? The frightened child whispered. The whole town was in flames and cries of despair could be heard everywhere. He could see his acquaintances, the few children who were his friends, running away, only to be killed in cold blood by a group of people. Leave no one alive and take everything you can. There will be nothing left of this town. Were the words spoken by a pink-haired girl who looked to be around 20 years old, with a wicked smile, while carrying 2 heads in her hands. An expression of horror appeared on the boy's face as he witnessed such a massacre and how all his acquaintances died one by one. With tears in his eyes and in despair, Bell began to run away from the village while listening to the cries of pain from all those people. The place he was going to was the cabin where he lived with his grandfather, a cabin that was a little far from the town. Desperately, he ran as fast as he could to warn his grandfather and help the people. But when he got closer he could see a pillar of light appear where his home was, a huge pillar which began to rise into the heavens while the earth trembled slightly. He didn't know what it was, but whatever it was something bad, so, even more desperate, he ran home hoping his grandfather would be there. But when they arrived, there was no sign of their grandfather and they began to get scared. The only ones there were a man with black hair and a man with red hair. Wow, you really killed him, Vito, said the black-haired man, feigning surprise. You just killed one of the most important gods. Didn't Irba-sama have to kill him? Asked a man now known as Vito with a small smile. Nah, it doesn't matter, although I am surprised that a god of his caliber has been living in this forgotten place for years, Irba said dismissively. We'd better head back to the village. Surely Thanato's children have finished. Both men turned to leave, but were met by Bell's angry and tearful gaze as he grabbed a stick and pointed it at them. Who are you? Where is my grandfather? The frightened and desperate boy asked. Grandfather? It's true, Zeus mentioned that we shouldn't harm his grandson, said Irbus with a small smile, looking at Bell. The whiny child, I expected something more, Vito said with boredom. Grandpa? Where are you? The boy asked, starting to get more and more scared. The way those 2 men looked at her sent shivers down her spine. This kid is really getting on my nerves. Should I kill him? Vito asked, drawing his sword. No, Earbus denied with a small smile. I wonder why Zeus decided to raise this child. Is he someone special? He's probably some descendant of his hateful family, the red-haired man theorized. It's likely, besides, her hair reminds me of someone, Earbus whispered as they began walking towards Bell. Don't come any closer. Bell shouted, ready to attack Earbus. But before he could do anything, he was grabbed by the collar of his shirt and lifted up. Who is this child? Bell's expression turned to one of fear as he saw the pink-haired woman who was murdering the townspeople. The girl's hands were covered in blood, making him even more frightened. Don't kill him, Valletta, said the smiling god, staring intently at Bell. For some reason, I feel this child is special. Huh? Are you going to recruit this brat? Valletta asked with an annoyed expression. Let me go. Please. The little boy began to plead with tears of despair. He didn't know what was happening, but he was sure of one thing. His grandfather had died. Your voice is very annoying, Valletta said irritably. So in a swift movement he struck Bell in the neck to knock him unconscious, but he misjudged his strength and nearly broke his neck. Be careful, I don't want the newest member of my family to die so soon, said the god, looking at Bell with a fake smile. As the albino slowly closed his eyes, he unconsciously became the last thing he saw. The false smile of that god. For some reason I feel that you will give many surprises in the future. Present. Bell walked with a serious expression through the long corridors that were Evilus's lair beneath Aurario. 2 days had passed since Valletta revealed his secret to Alise, and to this day, it still hurt to remember the Redeed's pained expression, making him feel like trash. I have to be strong, Bell thought as he reached a huge door which opened upon sensing his presence. Upon entering that place, he could see a certain black-haired god observing with a smile a huge stone with letters which he could not understand. Irbasama. The god stopped paying attention to the stone and turned to look at the albino. Do you need something, Bell? Asked the smiling god. I want you to update my status, he asked with a serious expression. Since Valletta had revealed everything, her attitude had become much more subdued than usual. Sure, sit there, said the god, pointing to a stone that looked like a seat. Bell immediately went to the stone and sat down, lifting his shirt. I updated your status 3 months ago, I wonder how much you've improved, the god wondered, feigning excitement as he pricked his finger and let the drop of blood fall onto Bell's back. A small smile appeared on Earbus's face as he saw Bell's condition, taking a sheet of paper and copying the status to give it to him. You've gained a lot more today, congratulations. Bell, still with that dull expression, began to read his status. Bell Cranel. Race. Human. Level. 5. Statistics. Force. 899, 1050s. Speed. 1120, 1200s. Agility. 740, 810a. Dexterity. 733, 798b. Resistance. 1000, 1150s. Magic. 980, 1100s. Development skills. Hunter G. Abnormal resistance D. Escape C. Swordsman F. Skills. Never retreat. It strengthens the user's condition whenever they fight one-on-one. Frenzy. The more consecutive attacks the user makes, the greater their speed and strength become. The effect ends when the consecutive attacks stop. Magic. Fun cloth. The owner summons a cloth that shrinks anything placed inside it, as long as it is an inanimate object, without causing any physical harm. The size of the cloth can be changed at the owner's will. The owner can return objects to their original size by removing the cloth. Firebolt. The user fires a burst of flame. Artima. Magic of mass destruction in a radius of 100 meters, destroying everything in its path. The owner also receives damage upon activating the magic. Chant. In the shadows of the dark universe. Destruction reclaims what is rightfully hers. Chaos unfolds without ceasing. And all in its path will be destroyed. Destructive forces rise with fury. Shatter the peace, sow dark insecurities. Break the balance, plunge the world into adversity. From the deepest abyss of hell to the very pinnacle of heaven, the world will tremble. Unleash Artima. A little more and you'll be able to reach level 6, Earbus said, patting Bell on the back. But there aren't many feats that will allow you to level up, maybe if you defeat King Zald, Althea, or Loki's children. There aren't many options, really. I'm not interested in leveling up right now, Bell said, whispering Firebolt, causing a small flame to appear in his hand, burning away the sheet of his stats, and causing the flame to disappear. Thank you for updating my stats, Earbus-sama. Are you leaving so soon? Don't you want to chat for a while? The smiling god asked. There's not much you can do, really, not since Valletta cornered you. Bell slightly clenched his fists upon hearing those words from Earbus. I don't know what you were planning, but you were too slow. You could have achieved something, but your insecurities held you back, and Valletta took advantage of that, the god said in a mocking voice. What are you getting at, Irba-sama? Bell asked, turning to look at him. That day you knew I was lying, but you did nothing, and it seems you have no intention of saying anything about it. There's no need to say anything since you're not a problem, he said, narrowing his eyes at Bell. Whatever you're planning won't work. Your sense of justice isn't strong enough to stop my plan. A child with so many insecurities and fears will never achieve anything, not while all of that is tormenting you. As long as you're not, you're just another piece on my chessboard. Bell clenched his fists upon hearing those words, but for some reason he knew that God was right. I'm leaving, and with those words Bell turned around and left the room, leaving Irbus alone. A small smile of excitement appeared on the god's face when he no longer saw Bell. I'm eager to see everything you'll accomplish in this war, Bell. He was nothing like the crybaby boy I had known back then. He had definitely changed a lot. Unfortunately, you can't be a hero, but I'm 100% sure that your actions will awaken a hero in this war. You are an important piece on this enormous board. Show me what you are capable of. Back to Bell. He walked with a grumpy expression, moving away from those long corridors until he reached the dungeon, specifically the 18th floor. Irba-sama has been very talkative lately. I wonder what he's planning. She thought, frowning. He's always seemed like an enigma to me. I can never guess what he's thinking. Bell. The albino snapped out of his thoughts when he heard a male voice behind him turning around. In front of him was a boy with brown hair and a bored look. Jack. Bell said. Jack is a member of Evilus, specifically a level 4 high-ranking officer, although unlike the others he does not kill for pleasure, but for the money that the organization offers him for working with them. He was probably one of the few members Bell could talk to without wanting to hit them. What are you doing here? Bell asked curiously. Nothing in particular, I'm just looking to de-stress. And you? I asked disinterestedly. Just wandering around, there's not much to do since I was removed from my position, he replied calmly. That's right, you're no longer a high-ranking officer, he said listlessly. Never mind, goodbye. And with those words the boy began to walk away under Bell's watchful gaze. However, the albino then remembered something important that could be of help to him. Jack. Yeah? Out of curiosity, how much money do you make with Evilus? 5 million. Why do you ask? He asked curiously. Would you like to earn 3 times that amount? A puzzled expression appeared on Jack's face when he heard that question, but he immediately focused all his attention on Bell. What do you want me to do? Meanwhile, on the surface. A certain Redeed with a dull look walked through the corridors of the Estri family mansion. That day Estri had told them not to patrol, that they should relax and rest, although some were not very happy since justice should not rest, they even thought that their captain would say something. But to everyone's surprise, he said nothing during the entire conversation, only keeping his gaze on his plate of food which he had barely touched. Those 2 days had been very uncomfortable for the whole family. They were also used to waking up in the mornings to the lively shouts of their captain, who was very motivated to bring justice throughout the city, that even though they were a little annoying, they were all happy with that attitude. But now they all felt uncomfortable seeing the Redeed subdued and silent attitude. It was as if their captain wasn't there, and that was affecting them all, causing them to start behaving that way too. There were hardly any conversations among them in the mansion, simply because the soul of the family, the one that united them, was no longer there, or rather, its flame had gone out. Allies? The Redeed stopped walking down the hallway when she heard a voice behind her. She slowly turned around to see who had called her, being the elf and newest member of the family. Lion, she whispered, looking at the elf with those lifeless eyes. Do you need something? A small pressure appeared in Ryu's chest when he saw his captain's eyes. They were nothing like those eyes filled with happiness and determination. Where are you going? Ryu asked curiously and a little nervously. Estri-sama said we should take this day off. I know, I heard it this morning, he said, maintaining that subdued tone of voice. I'm just going for a walk around town, that's all. Then I'll go with you, said the elf, walking towards Allies. No, she refused, stopping Ryu in her tracks. It's not necessary, I'll just walk. I just want to keep you company, Allies, he said sadly when he saw that she refused. Previously I would have accepted his company with a smile, but now. I'm fine, so don't worry, she said, turning her back on him and continuing her walk. But what if that evil? Ryu? The elf was slightly startled when she heard Allies call her by name. Don't talk about him please, she pleaded, clenching her fists. I am sorry, Ryu apologized regretfully. Talking about Bell in front of Allies was absolutely forbidden, since they knew how much it affected her, although Ryu sometimes let her anger get the better of her and ended up talking too much. I'm just going for a walk around town, so don't worry. And with those words, the Redeed walked away from the hallway, leaving the elf with a sad expression. Ally, she whispered, watching her friend disappear down the hallway. Only 2 days had passed, but now she seemed like a completely different Alise than the one she had known. She felt that she was drifting further and further away from all of them, and that made her depressed. Family isn't the same without you, he thought, missing the smiling Redeed. Meanwhile, with Alise. She walked towards the exit of the headquarters, trying not to think about anything other than moving her feet. Although before reaching the exit she met another of her friends. Alise. Slowly, the Redeed raised her gaze and found herself looking at the Asian member of the family. This time he didn't have the typical arrogant and mocking look he always had. Now it was a discouraged and uncomfortable look. Is something wrong, Kaguya? Alise asked seriously. Aye, she said nervously because of the Redeed's gaze. I hadn't had the chance to talk to her since that incident, and now that I had her in front of me again, I felt nervous. I wanted to apologize to you, she said, not having the courage to look Alise in the eye. That day I was stupid and let my anger control me. I'm sorry for saying that to you, it's just that. Kaguya. The words of the Oriental woman were cut off by a soft voice. Slowly, Kaguya turned her gaze back to her captain, finding a small smile on Alise's face. But that was the fakest smile he had ever seen in his entire life, a smile full of negative feelings. Don't worry, Kaguya, in the end, it's not like you told a lie. And with those words, Alise walked past, leaving the mansion and leaving Kaguya standing in the same place. Frustrated and trying to hold back her tears, Kaguya bit her lower lip, hurt to see Alise like this and feeling guilty for saying those hurtful words. Sorry, Alise. I'm so sorry for hurting you. Meanwhile, Estri could only watch her daughter sadly from afar. Seeing her family fall apart and her daughters drifting apart was causing her immense pain. What can I do? Estri whispered sadly, disappearing down the hallway. Meanwhile, with Alise. She walked with her head down through the city streets, trying to clear her mind, although it was impossible for her. She felt that the moment she looked up she would see a place that reminded her of Bell, and that would hurt her a lot. Although in the end her body betrayed her, raising her gaze and observing her surroundings. The first thing she saw was a house which she and Bell had painted. She even saw the smiley face that she had painted on the wall. Alise-san, this isn't your house to draw whatever you want. The little face paint won't hurt anyone. I quickly look away as I feel a pain in my chest upon seeing that and remembering those moments with Bell quickly walking away from the place. Although it didn't take long for him to find another place that reminded him of Bell. Evil will never triumph over justice. Ha 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 ha. You'll never defeat me. It was the place where she had performed that little play with Bell, a very nice moment together with him, but one that now caused her pain. A few tears began to well up in Alise's eyes as she remembered that, and she started running, not wanting to be there any longer. But no matter how far she ran or where she went, everywhere she went she had memories with the albino. Moments that were very beautiful to her. Ahaha, you didn't even notice I changed the cups. Who am I? Are you Veronica? You're not. You're the strongest and most wonderful girl I've ever met in my entire life, you're not useless. The man who marries you will be the luckiest man in the world, of that I have no doubt. Thank you so much, it's the first gift I've received in years, thank you so much Alise-san. Bell, Alise whispered, stopping as tears streamed down her cheeks. She couldn't control it. Memories with Bell always came back to her. He wanted to forget them, he wanted to hate Bell with all his might, but the feeling of hatred never appeared in his heart. Only a deep sadness covered him. Slowly and with that dull look, he raised his face to see where he was. The hostess of fertility, Alise whispered as she saw the sign on the restaurant door. I remembered it. I had promised to go with Bell to that place some time ago, although unfortunately that promise could no longer be fulfilled. Alise slowly began walking to that restaurant bar and went inside. The first thing he saw was a dwarf at the bar and a brown-haired catgirl cleaning tables. The place was empty, only 2 people were eating in the distance, although it was obvious, Evilus was constantly attacking, so they didn't dare to go out. I slowly walked to the bar and took a seat, keeping my gaze lowered. Are you going to order something? The dwarf asked, looking curiously at the girl. I knew about Alise because she was very famous in the city, and from what I had heard she was a very lively and smiling girl, although she didn't look anything like what I was seeing. Do you have black coffee? I asked, looking at the owner with those empty eyes. It's not something they ask for much around here, but they do have them, said the dwarf, surprised. Do you want one? In response, Alise nodded slightly, looking down again. Sir, a black coffee. Alise couldn't help but be startled by the dwarf's sudden scream, jumping a little in fright, but immediately returned to her dejected and empty expression. By the way, my name is Mia. What's your name? Mia asked curiously, even though she already knew. Alise, she whispered, her gaze fixed on the bar. Seeing that the Redeed had no intention of chatting, Mia let out a tired sigh and went into the kitchen to clean. Meanwhile, Alise just stayed at the bar patiently waiting for her coffee. Normally I would start chatting with the catwoman who was cleaning tables since she seemed like a very lively girl, but no, I had promised not to act so familiarly with other people anymore. She didn't want to befriend anyone who wasn't family or an ally. She was afraid of making another friend only to find out they were also one of Evilice's people and were just using her. No more, she whispered, clenching her fists. Sorry. Alise snapped out of her thoughts, looking up to find a gray-haired waitress with a small smile. Here's your coffee, said the girl, smiling slightly. Thank you, whispered Alise, taking the coffee in her hands. Meanwhile, the gray-haired girl just stood there watching the Redeed, who was starting to get nervous because of the look. How sad. What? Alise said, confused by the whisper. Nothing, enjoy your coffee, and with those words the girl went back into the kitchen, leaving Alise alone. And why are you crying? Mia asked, surprised to see Sir enter the kitchen while wiping away a tear. You know how I get when I see such depressing souls, Sir replied with a small smile. Oh, it's that girl, right? Mia said, understanding everything. I once saw her soul. It was as strong as fire, full of pure feelings and determination, but now she's joined the many depressed souls in the city, Sir said with a disheartened smile. It's so sad how a soul can change so much. That's what happens in this war. I'm surprised that girl stayed so positive for so long, but sooner or later she was going to fall too, Mia whispered, going back to cleaning. Meanwhile, Sir just went to wash the dishes, remembering that lifeless soul. Back to Alise. She stared at the coffee in her hands and then took a sip a few seconds later. The bitterness of the coffee invaded her entire palate, causing a small, sad smile to appear on her face. It's bitter, I whispered, trembling slightly. But despite that, Alise continued to sip her coffee one after another without showing any displeasure. I'm sure if Bell saw her at that moment he would be surprised and proud of her. Small tears began to run down Alise's cheeks as she thought about it, taking the last sip of her coffee and leaving the cup completely empty. Without a doubt, it was bitter, very bitter. I want another coffee, I whispered, seeing the empty cup. Alise? The Redeed snapped out of her thoughts, turning her gaze behind her. There stood Reveria, the high elf of the Loki family, who had a calm expression as she looked at the Redeed. Reveria, Alise whispered. May I sit down? The elf asked politely. In response, Alise nodded, turning her gaze back to her empty cup. Reveria just sat next to Alise, looking at her dull gaze and feeling sorry for her. He knew what was happening to her. Gareth didn't know all the details, but it was more than clear. Alise had a very close friend, but it turned out he was from Evilice. Anyone in her situation would be depressed. I'm surprised to see you here, Alise whispered, starting a conversation. It's a place I often visit during my breaks, Reveria explained calmly. The food is delicious, so it's worth it. The coffee is delicious, she whispered, looking at her empty cup. Although at once the smiling Sir arrived, leaving another cup of black coffee on the table and taking the empty one. The usual? Sir asked, looking at Reveria, who nodded in response. With a smile, Sir walked away, leaving the two of them alone again, where Alise, without waiting, began to drink her black coffee. Listen, Finn was going to ask you guys something, but since I see you, I'll say it, she said, looking at the Redeed. I know you're going through a tough time, but we have to keep fighting. We've discovered another Evilice base, and Finn was thinking of asking you guys if you could go and take down the family there. I don't mean to sound disrespectful, but why don't you do it yourselves? A strong family like yours wouldn't have any problems, instead of sending a weaker family, she asked, taking another sip of her coffee. We have a lot of business to take care of, so Finn trusts you to destroy that place, Reveria said, unable to help feeling a little saddened by how much the Redeed had changed. Will you? Where is the base located? Upon hearing the question, Reveria began to explain everything about the mission so that they wouldn't have any problems when attacking, while Alise, despite having her gaze lowered, listened to every word. A while later. And that would be all. Reveria finished, watching as the Redeed left a bag of Alice on the bar and stood up. Well, tomorrow the Estri family will take care of defeating that base, he said, starting to walk towards the exit. One last thing, Alise. The girl stopped when she heard the elf's voice, paying attention to what she would say. We don't know who the leader of that base is, but according to reports it's someone with white hair, that's all we know. Thank you for the information, and tell Finn that the Estri family will complete that job. And with those words Alise left the restaurant, leaving Reveria alone. A sigh escaped the elf as she was left alone, looking at the place where Alise had come from. I never expected to see her like this, she thought sadly. I somehow miss her lively comments. Me too. Reveria looked confused as the gray-haired waitress sat next to her. Sir, noticing the elf's gaze, laughed nervously. Haha, here's your food, and leaving a plate with sandwiches and orange juice, he left, leaving the elf alone again. I need a break, thought Riveria, letting out a tired sigh. Meanwhile, with Alise. She walked through the streets with that same sad expression on her face, heading towards her headquarters to report on the attack they would launch tomorrow. Is that you, Bell? Alise thought, recalling Riveria's words. It doesn't matter, I have to do my job and destroy Evilis. I have to bring peace to the city. And clenching her fists and adopting a serious expression, Alise continued her walk to her headquarters, ready to put together a strategy for that attack. Although she would have prepared black coffee before, she was somehow beginning to like that bitter taste on her palate. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Crushing defeat. It was night in the city of Arario. Normally the nights would be quiet, but in that city, tranquility did not exist. 8 girls ran across the rooftops, each with a serious expression. That was the night they would attack the Evilis base that the Loki family had found, where each one was prepared for any outcome that might occur. Are you sure we're not all here, Alise? Ryu asked, looking at the Redeed when she saw that only 8 of the 11 had gone on that mission. We cannot leave Estri-sama alone, at least 3 of the family must protect her in our absence, Alise said seriously without taking her eyes off the road. The others just watched Alise's attitude uncomfortably. Normally she would be shouting about justice and how that Evilis base would be destroyed by her incredible strength, but since then her cheerful attitude had completely vanished. Do you think Bell is at that base? Lyra was the one who dared to ask that question, a little nervous knowing how delicate that subject was with the Redeed. The others just frowned angrily at the mention of that name. Their hatred towards him was clear. I don't know, Alise whispered, gripping her sword. But there aren't many people with white hair in the city, so it's likely. Just hearing Bell's name made her heart ache, but she couldn't fall apart, not now that she was on such an important mission. Whatever happens, we have to win, Evilis has to fall, Alise said with a serious expression. Yes, they all agreed, each gripping their respective weapon. Honestly, everyone except Alise wanted Bell at that base, especially Ryu and Kagaya. The bloodlust in their eyes at the mere mention of the albino was clear. They would try to kill him without hesitation if they had the chance. Of course, their anger always clouded their judgment, preventing them from thinking about what Alise would want or how she would feel seeing her former friend being murdered by one of her friends. They would probably only think about that once they had done something crazy by letting their anger control them. Bell, Alise thought painfully as she remembered the albino's smiling face. No. I have to concentrate. Despite her serious expression, inside she was a complete mess. If Bell was there, she wouldn't know how to react, but one thing was certain. She wouldn't freeze like last time. Even so, she was afraid of how her heart would react to seeing the albino again. She still didn't feel ready. Calm down, she thought, feeling nerves invade her body. It's Evilis, I have to defeat them, I can't think about anything else. Alise, Lyra whispered as she saw the Redeed's hand tremble as she gripped her sword. I'm fine, she said with a sigh. We need to concentrate, we're almost there. After running for a few more minutes they arrived at the place Riveria indicated, a place uninhabited by people. It was a church located in one of the abandoned parts of Arario. The church was very old, so no one would suspect that they were hiding there, or so they thought. Knees, Alise said without taking her eyes off the church. I hear voices inside, the she-wolf said, listening intently. I'd say there are about 20 people. 20, this is going to be tricky, said Lyra, biting her finger. Any plans, Captain? Well, we should split up and look for a back entrance while we attack the front, Alise said, analyzing the situation. Knees, go with Iska, Noin and Ryana to the back of the church. I'm sure there's a second entrance. Understood, the girl said, jumping up and leaving Ryu, Kagaya, Lyra and Alise alone. While we attack from the front, I think that's best. You should prepare a smoke bomb, Lyra, that way you'll obscure their vision. Understood, I agreed, Lyra, preparing the bombs. Kagaya, you and I will start attacking once the smoke has covered the entire church. We will try to take down as many members as possible, and I'm sure if you will try to escape through the back, so Knees and her group will defeat them. Understood, Captain, Kagaya accepted, preparing her sword. And you, Lion, will prepare your magic. Once the leader appears, you will cast it to eliminate those who remain and end this mission. Lion. Alise, Lyra and Kagaya looked at each other in confusion when they saw that Ryu wasn't saying anything. The elf was still with them but kept her gaze upwards. Upon seeing this, the 3 of them turned their confused gazes there, noticing that she was observing the church's bell tower, which was at the very top. But what made them open their eyes in surprise was seeing a white hair appear for a few seconds and then disappear. It seemed to be swirling around there. Because of his height, none of them could see who he was, but they could tell that his hair was white or similar. And that's what complicated the situation. Gradually, veins became prominent on the elf's face as she gripped her sword tightly, forgetting everything, even Alise's recent words. "It's that bastard." Ryu shouted angrily, jumping up and running towards the church entrance. "Wait, Lion. We have to stick to the plan." Alise shouted in alarm when she saw that Ryu had left on her own. "That stupid elf." Kagaya shouted angrily. She too was filled with rage upon seeing that white hair, but she was able to control herself, although her companion could not. "Come on, or that idiot will face everyone by herself." Lyra shouted angrily, jumping up, as did Alise and Kagaya, following the elf. The first to arrive was Ryu, who didn't hesitate to kick down the church door, alerting everyone there. "What the?" exclaimed those inside, alarmed. There were a total of 20 of them who were sitting on the church pews, but upon Ryu's arrival they stood up and took their weapons. Seconds later the others arrived with their weapons ready to fight, glaring angrily at all the members of Evilus. "We'll talk about this later," Lion, Alise whispered, seeing that Ryu had disobeyed and jeopardized the mission. "But first, we have to take care of this." "Well, if it isn't the Estri family," one of the men said mockingly upon recognizing them. "And there are only 4 of them. They're so confident in their strength that they think only you can stop us." "Where is your leader?" Kagaya asked, filled with rage. "Our leader?" one of the guys said, confused. "Bell Cranel. Where is he?" Ryu shouted, restraining himself from attacking them. "Bell Cranel." All the members of Evilus looked at each other, bewildered by those words, confusing the girls. Although seconds later. "Ha! Ha ha! Ha!" Loud, mocking laughter began to be heard throughout the church, further confusing and angering all the girls. "Did you hear that? They say Bell is our leader." One of them shouted, laughing uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've heard in a long time," shouted another, also laughing loudly. The loud laughter only served to further agitate all the girls. "What's so funny?" Alise shouted angrily this time. "Isn't Bell their leader?" Lyra asked, preparing her bombs. "Valetta's little dog isn't our leader, especially now that he's been stripped of his high command position," said one of the guys, wiping away a tear caused by laughter. Hearing Valetta's little dog and Evilus's high command caused Alise a pain in her heart, but she controlled herself. "What do you mean by that?" Kagaya asked, pointing her sword at him. "That's none of your business, girl," one of them said, drawing his sword. "But that idiot Bell isn't our leader. Valletta seems obsessed with him. She's got him completely under her thumb." "You're right, I wouldn't even be surprised if those two were in a relationship, after all Valletta can't take her eyes off him, she seems toxic when it comes to him," another one said with amusement. The pressure appeared in Alise's heart upon hearing those words. Knowing that there might be a chance that Bell had a relationship with that girl hurt her a lot, but she refused to believe it. "So? Did you come here to talk or to fight?" One of them asked with an arrogant smile, pointing his sword at Alise. "They will pay for all the sins they have committed," Alise whispered, gripping her sword tightly. And with those angry words, Alise launched an attack along with Ryu and Kagaya, while Lyra kept a safe distance, throwing small bombs to confuse her enemies. "There are 20 of us and only 4 of you. Do you really think you'll accomplish anything?" one of the guys asked mockingly. Although at once the back door of the church was knocked down and the rest of the Estri family entered. "I see the plan didn't go as we expected," Nee said, seeing that a pitched battle had broken out in the church. "Hell, that stupid elf," Kagaya said angrily, blocking the attacks of 2 men. "It's her fault for not controlling her impulses. She's an idiot." "I know I was an idiot, so you don't need to remind me," Ryu shouted, furiously attacking her enemies. "At least you admit it, idiot. You're the idiot. Stop fighting already," Lyra shouted, wanting to throw a bomb at them too. While they were fighting, Alise was having a battle with the group leader who, due to his strength, was a level 3 at the end of the road, giving her difficulties. "Where is Bell?" Alise asked with an extremely serious expression, clashing her sword with her enemy. "Why are you so obsessed with Valletta's dog?" the guy asked, confused but still smiling. "Just tell me where it is," he yelled, launching a barrage of attacks. The guy, with some difficulty, dodged all of Alise's attacks by jumping back and looking at her with a smile. "I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you," he said mockingly. Almost no one likes to hang around him, not since Valletta killed more than a dozen members of the organization for taking Bell without her consent. "Hahaha, that crazy woman doesn't like anyone touching her toy." "Toy?" Alise thought, confused. "But we're not here to chat. Show your power, captain of the Estri family," she shouted with a deranged smile, beginning to apply more force to her attacks, forcing Alise to retreat. While the rest continued their battles with the other members, Ryu attacked his enemies with great fury. So much so that his attacks were unpredictable, confusing his enemies since he did not follow a specific pattern like all the swordsmen. "Control yourself, Ryu." If you let anger control you, something will go wrong, advised Iska, who was attacking her enemies with her fists. I know, the elf whispered angrily. She knew her actions weren't right, but her anger ended up controlling her, and by the time she realized it, she was already doing something she shouldn't be doing. This mission would have been simpler if it weren't for that swamp elf, it goes without saying who said that. Shut up. Lyra's explosions as she tried to knock out her enemies could be heard throughout the church while the others fought, destroying pews and walls. The fight was becoming difficult for them because all their enemies were together, making it hard for them to concentrate their strength on just one of them. If that battle dragged on any longer, they would be the ones who suffered. Meanwhile, in the church bell tower. The person was observing the star-filled sky with a calm expression, feeling the coolness of the night on their skin. But all that tranquility disappeared from his face when he began to hear noise in the lower part of the church, causing him to frown angrily. I thought I told you not to cause a disturbance, a female voice whispered angrily. I let you stay here because Earbus asked me to, but my patience has run out. The woman was dressed in a robe covering her face, but silver hairs were visible sticking out from under the robe, as well as eyes of a different color. Slowly the woman turned around and began to descend from the bell tower with an angry expression. I'm not going to let them ruin my sister's favorite place. Returning to the battlefield. What's wrong, girl? Weren't you going to defeat me? The guy asked, looking mockingly at Alise. Is that the most your justice can do? It's pathetic. Shut up. Alise shouted, trying to control her anger, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. I didn't know why she was angry, but I was sure it was because of the mention of Bell. It hurt and angered him to know that Valletta and Bell's relationship was much closer than he thought, but he doubted they were a couple. Bell wouldn't date a girl like that, someone so disgusting. And she was also angry at the way they referred to Bell, like a dog. She didn't understand it. She was supposed to hate Bell, but she hated those guys who talked badly about him. Her feelings were a mess. Allies, concentrate. The guy's scream snapped the redeed out of her thoughts, and she quickly dodged a sword that was going for her neck. I let my guard down, she thought in frustration, feeling blood trickle down her cheek. Is that all? I asked, looking at Allies with a wicked smile. You're very weak, I honestly expected more. You haven't seen anything yet, Allies said, gripping her sword, ready to activate her magic and end it. Agorist. I thought I told them not to cause a commotion. They all stopped their attacks upon hearing a female voice that echoed throughout the church, coming from a hallway. The girls just watched in confusion as all their enemies went from a confident attitude to one full of terror upon hearing that voice, but seconds later they too became frightened as they felt a pressure invade the entire place. Slow footsteps began to be heard in the corridor, getting closer and closer to the main place, making the members of Evilus increasingly nervous. It's strong, Alise thought as she felt the pressure in the air. Very strong. While the others only cautiously retreated until they were alongside Allies. It was their chance to finish off all those Evilus members who were frozen, but for some reason they didn't have the courage to do it, not while that pressure was in the air, which made them nervous. It was the first time I had felt such great power. The woman in a robe appeared in the hallway. Although her face was covered, one could tell she was very beautiful and terrifying because of the aura that surrounded her. White streaks, no, they're silver, Allies thought as she looked at the woman's hair. While she just stared at the destruction in the church with a frown, she then turned her gaze to the members of Evilus. They destroyed my sister's favorite place, Althea whispered, directing her pressure towards all the members of Evilus, who fell to their knees in fear. It's not our fault, one of the men said, terrified. They arrived. It doesn't matter, Althea whispered, looking indifferently at the men. After all, I was planning to get them out of here. That wasn't our intention. They are very noisy. None of the girls in the Estri family knew what happened. It all happened in a flash, and they didn't understand anything. They only heard the woman whisper a few words, forcefully sending all the Evilus members in the church flying, leaving them embedded in the walls and unconscious. They even had to back away a bit because of a strong gust of wind created by the attack. That's what they deserve, Althea whispered with distaste. All the girls just stared in bewilderment at what had happened. Are you serious? Lyra asked with a nervous smile. The 8 of us couldn't defeat them, and this chick took them down all by herself in less than a second. It seems like a lie, Kagaya said, gripping her sword tightly. Who is she? Allies thought in shock. As Althea disposed of the Evilus members, she turned her gaze to the girls, who shivered as they felt the pressure in the air return. You were also involved in the destruction of my sister's favorite place, Althea said angrily, walking towards them. You'll have to pay for it. DSK, she's strong, Lyra whispered. I would have much preferred it to be Bell in that bell tower instead of this woman. Bell? Althea's step stopped when she heard her nephew's name. Do you know Bell? He quickly paid closer attention to the girl's appearance, realizing that they were Bell's friends. He knew them because he had once secretly followed the albino, seeing him meet with them, and he knew they were also the reason for his current state. Yes, we already know Valletta's dog, said Kagaya angrily at the mention of the albino. What did you call him? Kagaya could only back away slightly in fear as she felt the pressure in the air increase, while the eyes beneath that robe sharpened. They didn't know why, but it was obvious that insulting Bell had angered her. Dog. A damn dog, that's what it is. To everyone's horror, the one who said those words was Ryu, who, despite being afraid, had the courage to say them because her anger towards the albino was much greater. So, dog, Althea whispered, looking down. He knew why they were angry. Zald had told him everything that had happened. He'd even had to restrain his urge to kill Valletta because Bell had asked him in the past not to interfere. And it angered her that they spoke ill of Bell. Did they know everything she had suffered? All the sacrifices she had made? I wanted to kill them, but I knew that if I did, I would hurt Bell even more than he already was. But. They all opened their eyes in shock as they saw how in the blink of an eye, Althea was already in front of Ryu, who upon seeing her, tried to cover herself with her sword, but Althea's strength was so great that she ended up breaking the sword and hitting the elf hard in the stomach. Such was its force that it sent it flying out of the church and hitting a building. The others just watched in shock what had happened in a matter of seconds. Lion. Alise shouted, worried about her friend. Her bloodlust towards Bell bothers me, Althea thought, turning her gaze to the others. Damned. Kagaya and Nice shouted, launching themselves into the attack along with Iska and Noin. Gospel. But again, with a simple whisper, Althea invoked her magic, sending the four of them flying far away and leaving them unconscious. Lyra tried to throw her bombs, and Rihanna tried to throw her magic, but Althea kicked each of them hard, knocking them out of the fight. Alise could only watch in shock as in less than 30 seconds her friends had been defeated without being able to move. Slowly, Althea turned around to look at Alise, who tensed up at the sight of her. But Althea whispered, looking at the redeed. They all have that bloodlust for Bell except you. Who are you? Alise asked, gripping her sword tightly, ready to activate her magic, but she knew it would make no difference, and she would always be defeated. I want you to tell me something, girl, Althea said, moving a little closer to her. What do you think of Bell? Why are you asking me that? I asked uncomfortably, taking steps backward. Reply. Alise just looked at her suspiciously. She didn't know what relationship she had with Bell, but apparently she knew him quite well, and he even had a certain resemblance to her, or at least from what she could see of his face. He betrayed me, he just made fun of me, Alise whispered, her voice trembling with pain. I hate him. I see, Althea said calmly. You hate him, but your eyes don't say so. Alise tensed up even more at those words. It seemed that this woman could read what she was feeling. I'll just tell you this, girl, Althea said, raising her palm and pointing it at Alise. Trust Bell. That. Gospel. And upon hearing those words, Alise received the magical attack in her stomach, sending her crashing into a wall and instantly losing consciousness without giving her time to process those words. Slowly, Althea lowered her hand, letting out a tired sigh as she surveyed the destruction. I'm sure Materia will kill me for destroying the church and for not taking care of her son. A sad expression appeared on her face as she thought about it, then she turned to look at Alise. Even though everyone hates him, I'm sure he'll be happy if you believe in him, she thought, listening as more adventurers approached. I'm sorry, Bell. You told me not to interfere in your affairs, but I can't just stand idly by. The moment everyone turns against you, I'll act. Nothing else matters. And with those words Althea left through the door, walking away from the church, listening to the voices of people entering the place. She didn't care about that war, she wasn't with Aurario or Evilus, she was only with Bell and nobody else. I don't have much time left to live, at least I want to help you for all the times I wasn't there for you when you were a child, he thought sadly, getting lost in the dark alleys of the city. Well, inside the church. What happened here? Shakti said in shock upon seeing the destruction of the church and the members of Evilus and the Estri family out of action. Ryu. RD shouted in alarm as she saw the elf embedded in a wall outside the church, running to help her. Quickly. Put all members of Evilus under arrest and take the Estri family to a hospital. Shakti ordered her subordinates. Yeah. While arresting the Evilus members and helping the girls, Shakti approached Alise to check on her condition, relieved to see that she was not seriously ill. Who did this to you? She whispered, seeing that the Redeed had been defeated by a single attack. With each passing day, this war gets much more complicated. And letting out a sigh, Shakti carried Alise to take her to a hospital to treat her injuries. They didn't know who defeated them, but it was obvious that this person would be a problem in the future, and that only caused them more stress. The bloody night is getting closer for Aurario. End of chapter. Chapter 16. I will not lose again. Oh. What a surprise were the words Irba said as he placed his falna on a small Bell who was still scared and dejected. His grandfather was dead and he was surrounded by all these bad people without knowing what their intentions were, and that terrified him. Is something wrong? Valletta asked, surprised, as was Vito. Look, he said, handing the status sheet to both of them to read. Both of them couldn't help but open their eyes in surprise when they saw what the sheet said. Fun cloth. How is it possible that it has magic if this is the first time it has had falna? Valletta asked, much more puzzled. Tell me, little one, said Irbus, approaching Bell with a small smile, which startled Bell. Have you ever read a grimoire in your life? What is that? He asked, frightened. I'll make it easier for you. Have you ever read a book that made you faint and when you woke up, the pages were blank? He asked, still with that kind smile. At that moment Bell remembered something from his past, understanding what they meant. Why yes, a few months ago, it was a book of my grandfather, she replied, wanting to cry when she mentioned her grandfather. I understand, he said, satisfied with the answer, walking away from Bell and looking at the other two. Very convenient magic, isn't it? You're right, Valletta said, laughing as she read the sheet. This magic is going to help us a lot in our upcoming attacks. Then that boy definitely has to come with us, said Vito, turning to look at Bell, who was startled to hear that he would have to go with them. I knew he'd surprise me, but I didn't think it would be so soon, said the smiling god. But he needs to train if he's going to be part of the organization. I'll pass, I don't want to take care of a brat, said Vito with distaste. Don't worry, that will be Valletta's job. What? Me? Valletta said, starting to get angry. Why do I have to take care of a damn kid? Because the other members of the organization respect you, and if you are in charge of Bell they will not kill him. And what makes you think I won't kill him? She asked with a deranged smile that frightened the little boy. Because you know it's valuable because of that magic, you want to destroy Aurario, and that magic will be very useful in strengthening us, I explained, still smiling. Tell me, will you do it? DSK, fine, I reluctantly agreed, turning to look at Bell. You'd better behave yourself, brat. I don't want to go with you. The boy shouted, backing away in fear. I don't want to be a criminal. Small tears began to trickle down Bell's face. He didn't want to die, but he didn't want to go with them either. He had to be a hero, not a criminal. Haha, you're going to have to put up with that crying every day, Valletta Vito mocked, walking away from the place. I'm sorry, little one, but now that you have that magic, you can't leave, Irbus apologized with a small smile. From now on, Valletta is in charge of you. It's not the best option, but at least the other members of Evilus won't hurt you. Slowly Irbus also moved away from the place, but not before whispering a few words. Don't kill him, Valletta. If you do, you'll be in serious trouble. And with those words the god left, leaving the grumpy girl and a frightened Bell. I'm a killer, not a babysitter, I whispered, glaring angrily at Bell. Don't hurt me, the child pleaded, wanting to cry loudly. Shut your mouth, she said, grabbing Bell's hand tightly and pulling him away. The boy wanted to complain about the pain caused by the grip, but he felt at the moment he said anything it would be worse for him, so he had no choice but to remain silent. He didn't know what would happen to him from now on, but he was sure that his life would no longer be the peaceful life he had with his grandfather. Not anymore. The next day. In a dark room, Bell sat with tears in his eyes, looking at a tray which only had 2 loaves of bread and a glass of water. That was supposed to be his breakfast, but he wasn't even hungry. Grandpa, she whispered, wanting to see him. Although he had to snap out of his thoughts when he saw the door open and the person who would take care of him enter. Eat that quickly, we have to go, Valletta ordered angrily, scaring the little boy who had to eat by force. When Valletta finished, she took his hand again and dragged him out of that room and took him with her. It seems they were located in one of the villages near where he lived, and yes, all the inhabitants of that place were dead, with Evilus taking over the place. Where are we going? He asked, frightened. Shut up, she whispered grumpily, scaring the child even more. They walked for a few minutes until they reached a forest near the place. In that same forest there was a huge hole 3 meters deep and about 6 meters wide. Bell just watched curiously, but got scared when Valletta kicked him and he fell into the hole. A small whimper escaped the child as he fell, struggling to his feet and looking up in fear at Valletta. What are you doing? Let them go. Valletta shouted, looking away. 2 men approached the place with a huge cage which they threw into the hole, which opened when it hit the ground. Seconds later Bell watched in fear as about 15 goblins came out of the cage. You won't get out of that hole until you've killed those 15 goblins, that's your training, my little Bell, Valletta said with a deranged smile. Please let me out. The boy begged upon seeing the monster that had traumatized him in the past. Haha, of course not. Valletta pulled a dagger from his pocket and threw it down, landing next to Bell. Learn to survive, brat, and be grateful I only go after the weakest monster. If you keep crying, next time it'll be a minotaur. The frightened and desperate boy took the dagger and watched as those monsters approached him with the intention of killing him. "You'd better not die, kid," Valletta whispered with a mocking smile. Tears began to stream uncontrollably down Bell's face as he watched someone intent on attacking him. If that was how his life was going to be from now on, he would have preferred to be dead, and the worst part was that he didn't even have the courage to kill himself with that dagger. "I had no choice but to survive. Grandpa." Present. We find ourselves on the 18th floor of the dungeon where our protagonist was sitting on a rock observing the river with a calm expression. He didn't know it, but for some reason watching the stream of water relaxed him, that and reading the book of heroes he had in his hand. "I'll never get tired of reading this book," she thought, looking at it fondly. He still remembered the beautiful smile Alise gave him when she gave him that book, that smile he loved so much and which he sadly had never seen again. "I miss you, Alise," he whispered sadly. "I wanted to see her, I wanted to hear her voice, I wanted to see that beautiful smile, I wanted to be by her side." Curiously, when he met her that day he didn't want to get together with her again, knowing the problems it would bring with Valletta, but the lively Reed was always insistent on getting together with him, and without realizing it, Bell enjoyed her company a lot, so much so that he ended up falling in love with her. "How are you, Alise?" he whispered, looking at the crystals on the ceiling of the apartment. The minutes passed on the 18th floor where Bell did not move from his place, observing the river with the book in his hands. Although seconds later a bored expression appeared on him as he took his watch out of his pocket to check the time. "Why is this guy taking so long? It's been an hour since the agreed time," he thought wearily, putting his watch away again. Although a few steps behind him caught his attention, letting him know that the person he was waiting for had already arrived. Using his magic, he placed the book in his magic cloth and shrunk it until it was the size of his thumb, then put it in his pocket. She slowly stood up and turned around to see the person she was waiting for. "For a moment I thought you weren't coming," Jack Bell said, looking at the man. "I was sleeping," he said, shrugging his shoulders in boredom. "The important thing is that I'm here now." "Punctuality isn't exactly your strong suit," I whispered wearily. "So? Do you have any information for me?" "First give me the money," Jack demanded, extending his hand. Bell, without objecting, simply picked up a bag of valise that was on the floor and handed it to Jack. 15 million as I promised you, I even added an extra million for the help." "Thank you," he said without bothering to count the money and put it in the backpack he was carrying. "Now the information," he demanded, crossing his arms. "The party will begin in 4 days." "Party?" he said, confused. "You know, a complete massacre," he said wearily. "Valletta has deliberately allowed 3 of Evilus's lairs to be discovered and attacked by adventurers. They intend to lure adventurers there." "And what will he do with it?" the curious albino asked. "Bury them alive," he said, taking a seat on a rock. "Thanatos plans to strap bombs to almost all of his followers, you know, they'll all be suicide bombers trying to kill as many adventurers as possible." Bell couldn't help but frown angrily upon hearing that. They were supposed to be his allies, and Thanatos would kill them just like that. He knew that the vast majority of Evilus members were there deceived, believing all the lies of that god. That was the reason why they gave their lives without hesitation. "Anything else?" Bell asked seriously. "Yes, Valletta is planting bombs all over the city, or rather, she's already planted them. She wants to destroy a large part of the city with them and take advantage of that weakness so that all of Evilus will launch into war. In short, it will be a bloody night," Bell whispered angrily. "And not only that, Zald and Alfea will also be there. Their goal will be to defeat the first classes, so it will be a clear defeat for Aurario. That night will be a great party," Valletta said. Bell just frowned in frustration. Without a doubt, that whole attack would be a big problem. He knew Valletta was planning something, but he didn't think it would be this troublesome. "What are you going to do, Bell?" Jack asked curiously. "I know you were never part of the organization, you hate Valletta, and you want her dead. What's your plan?" "That's a secret," the albino said calmly. "Although, if I'm honest, I'm still thinking about what to do." "Well, I don't care if Evilus wins or loses. Once things get complicated, I'm leaving the city," he said, standing up and turning away. "That'll be my report and I won't do you any more favors. I don't want Valletta to find out about me." "Thanks for your help, Jack." And with those words the guy disappeared into the woods, leaving Bell alone again. A sigh escaped him as he processed all the information he had just received. "So bombs all over the city, you're crazy, Valletta," he said, letting out a dry laugh and starting to walk himself in the direction of the secret entrance on the 18th floor to Knossos. Now he had to get to work and find a way to stop that plan, although he doubted he could do much. If he had an ally it would be easier. If only allies believed in him. "I've finally found you." The moment Bell entered the halls of Knossos, leaning against a wall, Valletta was watching him with a smile. Finally I've found my favorite guy, lately you hardly say hello, he said mockingly, approaching Bell. You degraded me yourself, the best way I have to waste my time is to sleep on the 18th floor, she said boredly. Well, cheer up, Bell, I have a job for you, he said, placing his hands on the albino's shoulders and looking at him with that smile he hated so much. I want you to attack the last warehouse left in Arario. Huh? I thought all the weapons we got were enough. He said, puzzled. Yes, but we also need that for certain things that will happen later, she said with a deranged smile. Tomorrow night you will attack that warehouse along with Alise. That's strange, I almost always team up with the idiot twins. They are busy planting plants. Oh, I understand, Bell whispered, knowing what she meant. So tomorrow you'll have to attack that warehouse and you're not allowed to fail, understood? And I refuse. Do you know anyone else who has your convenient magic? I asked sarcastically. You have to do that mission, no matter what. You know the consequences if you refuse. Okay, I understand, he agreed angrily, looking away. That's my boy, I congratulated him, giving him a few light pats on the cheek. I expect good results tomorrow night. And with those words, Valletta turned around and walked away from Bell until he could no longer see her. A small grimace of displeasure appeared on his face when he could no longer see her. So tomorrow, he thought, letting out a sigh. I have no other choice, I have to hold out a little longer and Evilus will fall. The determination in her eyes only increased with each passing day, but so did her fears and insecurities, which was perfectly normal. I'd better think about my future plans, there are only 4 days left, I have to hurry. And with those thoughts, Bell wandered through the corridors, thinking about the war that was getting closer and closer. Those days would be very problematic. Meanwhile, in another part of Arario. Specifically at Diane Sex Hospital. A certain Redeed was in one of the hospital rooms, slowly opening her eyes with difficulty. Where am I? She thought, disoriented, looking around and realizing she was in the hospital. What happened? Sore, Alise sat on the bed trying to remember why she was there until memories of that woman beating them all up came back to her. That's right, I lost against Evilus again. A bitter smile appeared on Alice's face as she said those words. She couldn't even remember the last time she had a victory against Evilus. Lately, she only lost and lost, becoming more discouraged with each defeat. Damn, tears wanted to escape from her eyes because of how frustrated she was. Everything went wrong for her. Every time she said she would defeat Evilus, she always ended up losing. If it hadn't been for that woman who defeated those 20 members of Evilus, they probably would have ended up losing and subsequently being killed. I'm a failure as a captain, I whispered with a dry smile. I don't even deserve to bear the name of justice. She wouldn't normally let that affect her. In the past, even when defeated, she always smiled positively, thinking that everything would get better. But ever since Bell left her, ever since she discovered he was part of that organization, she had fallen apart. She simply couldn't be positive like before. She had succumbed to depression. Trust Bell. The words that woman said came back to her and she frowned in confusion. What did he mean by that? He thought, trying to find some logic in those words. Bell was from Evilus, so there was no reason to trust him. She had given him all her trust in the past, even her affection, but he trampled all of that. She couldn't trust him again. But even so, I didn't understand that request from that woman from Evilus. Did they want to use her again? I didn't blame them. She had proven herself stupid by giving all her trust to the albino. They probably thought they could use that stupidity to their advantage again. I won't fall for their games again, not anymore, she thought, wiping away a tear that was running down her cheek. I won't be anyone's toy anymore. You hate him, but your eyes don't say so. Other words that woman said came back to him, causing a pressure to appear in his chest. I don't even know what I feel, she thought, placing her hand on her chest. I don't know what I'll feel when I see him again. Would it be anger? Would it be joy? Would it be hate? Would it be sadness? Would it be all of those feelings together? She didn't know what his reaction would be when she saw him again, and that made her nervous, very nervous. I need to calm down, she thought, letting out a long sigh. At that moment the doors to the room were opened, directing his gaze there. It was Kagai and Lyra who put on an expression of relief upon seeing her awake. I'm glad to see you're okay, said Lyra with a small smile. Yes. Fine, she whispered, looking away dejectedly. Both girls just made a sad expression when they saw that Alise still carried that attitude. How are the others? I asked worriedly, looking at them again. The others have recovered and returned to headquarters to take care of Estri-sama, Kagai replied, somewhat happy to be talking with Alise again, even if it wasn't like before. Besides you, the only one still in the hospital is Lion. She was the most seriously injured of all of us. You're right, that blow he received was very strong, Alise said, remembering that powerful punch. He deserves it for disobeying orders. If he had followed the plan, we would have finished off that group of evilists quickly, Lyra said angrily. I won't deny that, although I don't blame her, Kaguya whispered, understanding Ryu and her anger a little better. Changing the subject, that woman was a monster, Lyra said, a shiver running down her spine. I didn't know Evilis had someone so strong. Shakti did some research but couldn't find out who it was, Kaguya said, frustrated. You were the last one to be defeated. Did she say anything important? No, he didn't say anything, she replied, not wanting to talk about it. With each passing day, this gets more complicated, Lyra said, biting her finger. I don't know if you noticed, but it seems that woman has some connection to him. You're right. Are they related? Kaguya asked, somewhere between curious and angry. Who knows? Alise replied dismissively as she stood up. Are you going somewhere? They both asked curiously. I'll go see Lion, you guys go back to headquarters, he said, starting to walk towards the exit. But. I'm fine, don't worry, and with those words Alise left, leaving both girls alone in the room. I never thought I'd say this, but I miss his jokes and his narcissistic attitude, said Lyra, letting out a dejected sigh. Yes, I miss her, Kaguya whispered dejectedly. No one could take away the guilt of having hurt her, and that guilt probably wouldn't be erased until he saw his captain smile again. Meanwhile, with Alise. Following some directions from some members of the family, Diane arrived at the room where Ryu was, entering without bothering to knock. Upon entering, he saw that she was awake, sitting on the bed, with a bandage on her head. Alise? Ryu said, a little surprised to see her there. Are you alright? Have you recovered from your injuries? But Alise didn't answer her, she simply kept walking until she was in front of her and saw her. Alise? But what he didn't expect was for the Redeed to give him a gentle slap. She barely had any strength but still felt the small blow on her cheek. You're a fool, Alise said, hugging Ryu after slapping her. I don't want you to do something stupid like that again. Hey Alise, Ryu whispered in shock. Slowly, Alise pulled away from the hug and stared intently at Ryu. Listen, Lion, you're my friend and I love you very much, but I'm also your captain. A serious expression appeared on Alice's face as she said those words. Because of your recklessness and disobeying the plan, more than one of us would have died last night at the hands of Evilis. If it weren't for that mysterious woman, we would surely be mourning the death of one of us. She didn't want to be harsh with Ryu, but she had to. She had to show her that her reckless actions had consequences. It was her duty as her captain to do that. I don't want you to do something like that again, Lion. Next time we might not be so lucky. Small tears began to trickle down Ryu's face, knowing Alise was right. Because of her, her friends could have died, all because she couldn't control herself. I'm sorry, she apologized, trying to hold back her tears, but it was impossible. Alise gave her a gentle hug, trying to calm her down. I'm not angry with you, all I ask is that next time you think about the consequences of your actions, she said in a soft voice, stroking the elf's hair. I'm sorry, Alise, she apologized again, her voice breaking. She truly regretted what she had done, but her emotions always dominated her, and because of that, her friends were at risk of death, which made her feel even more guilty. Alise just smiled slightly as she watched Ryu fall asleep in her arms after a few minutes. The fatigue of the last few days was finally catching up with her, or perhaps that woman's punch had drained too much of her energy. The best thing to do was let her sleep. I slowly placed her back on the bed and dried the tears that were still in her eyes. After that, Alise stood up and left the room. She would probably take a walk around the hospital before returning to Ryu and heading back to headquarters. But when he went outside, he was surprised to see Shakti leaning against the wall. Shakti? She said, surprised. I never thought you would ever act like this, Shakti said as she overheard Alise's words to Ryu. It's rude to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. I know and I apologize for it, but I couldn't help it, she said, a little embarrassed. Do you need anything? I asked curiously, starting to walk with Shakti down the hallways. Actually, yes, I want to ask you a favor, he said, adopting a serious attitude. Tomorrow my family and I will go to the dungeon. We've noticed some activity there, so we're going to investigate. A large part of the Ganesha family will go, and the other part will guard the headquarters. So what about it? Alise asked, puzzled. I want you and your family to protect the last remaining weapons depot in our absence, he requested, turning to look at the Redeed. The Loki family can't, as they're investigating certain locations, and the Freya family, well, the Freya family. You know very well that these last few times I've lost time and time again against Evilis. Do you really still trust me? Alise asked with a dejected smile. I trust you more than anyone, Alise, Shakti said confidently. I trust that you and your family will be able to protect him. A very small smile appeared on Alise's face upon hearing those words, unable to help but feel happy. Will you do it? RD will also be with you since she won't be going with me on that mission, I asked, hoping Alise would agree. Fine, I'll do it, I agreed resignedly. It's not like I have another choice. Protecting Aurario is my job, so it's my duty to protect that warehouse. I'm glad to hear that, Shakti said, relieved. They'll start looking after the warehouse at 2 in the afternoon. Understood, I will protect that warehouse with my life, I won't let anyone steal anything, he said, adopting a determined attitude. I trust you, Alise. And with those words Shakti left the place, leaving Alise alone in the hallway, who put on a very serious expression. No more, Alise clenched her fists tightly, angrily recalling all the defeats she had suffered against Evilus the last few times. I won't lose again. For the first time since that event, Alice's eyes lit up again with that flame of determination, although there was also frustration in them. I won't lose anymore. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Bell vs. Estri family. We find ourselves in the last weapons depot in the city of Aurario, which was located near the Tower of Babel. This depot, made of orichalcum, was being guarded by a member of the Estri family and a member of the Ganesha family. We're going to do a great job together today, Ryu. RD exclaimed excitedly, looking at her elf friend. Why yes, but tone down your excitement, said Ryu, a little nervous about the girl's lively attitude. Although RD really wanted to liven things up, normally Alise would be doing that, but for obvious reasons that wasn't happening. Alise had her eyes fixed on the full moon in the sky, her hand on the hilt of her sword. Alice. What's wrong, Kaguya? The Redeed asked upon hearing the Oriental woman's voice, but without taking her eyes off the moon. Do you think someone might attack the warehouse? She asked curiously. It's been many weeks since the last attack on a warehouse, you know, that day. Alice's memories came back to that day when that masked man stole every weapon from that warehouse, leaving it completely empty. The masked man who in the end turned out to be Bell. Who knows, we have to be prepared for anything, she said seriously, turning to look at Kaguya. We can't lose again. You're right, losing to Evilus is becoming a tradition for this family, said Lyra, approaching them both with a tired expression. We know, but don't say it like that, Kaguya whispered, feeling her pride being trampled. Don't worry, girls. RD said, capturing everyone's attention. I'm sure everything will be alright. If we join forces, we can defeat any enemy. She's very positive, Knees thought with an anime-style sweat drop. She reminds me of someone, Rihanna thought, glancing sideways at Alise. So we just have to give it our all and stop them from stealing the weapons, together we'll do it, she said with a big smile, giving the other team members more confidence. I hope you're right, RD Alise whispered with a small smile, turning around and walking around the warehouse. A dejected sigh escaped RD when she realized she hadn't achieved her goal, which was to make Alise scream with excitement along with her. You'd better stop trying, RD. I don't think you'll achieve anything more than that little smile, Lyra said, watching her captain walk away while swinging her sword. I still can't believe Alise has changed so much, RD whispered sadly. Was she really that close to that boy? Not many knew about Bell and his history with Alise, only the most important members of each influential family in Aurario, warning them to be careful with a boy with white hair. In the end, there were still many members of Evilus who had not revealed themselves to the city, unlike some like Valletta, who was the most wanted member of the guild. Bell was very special to Alise, Lyra whispered sadly. I don't think I've ever seen her so happy and excited in her life. Alise RD whispered sadly, looking at the Redeed who was still walking far away from them. But that damned. Let's stop talking here, Kaguya said before Ryu could begin her tirade of insults. If Evilus attacks, we'll be very agitated, so we need to calm down. Sorry, Ryu apologized when he saw that she was behaving that way again. Anyway, the full moon is very beautiful, Lyra said, looking at the sky. Be careful, Knees. I can only transform at will, the werewolf said, letting out a small laugh. Although that suits me well. That way I can increase my power. That's cheating, Moin whispered jealously. In total, there were 8 people guarding the warehouse. Alise, Kaguya, Lyra, Ryu, RD, Knees, Rihanna, and Moin. The rest of the family, as always, had stayed behind to protect Estri. They couldn't afford to leave her alone. Alright, it's already the middle of the night, so we need to be more alert, Alise said, approaching them again. It's best if each of you stays in your position. If we're talking, Evilus will take advantage of that distraction. Yes. They all agreed, walking to their posts, taking care of every part of the warehouse. One of the times it had been forced open, so they couldn't be too confident. Meanwhile, Alise also headed to her post, but not before seeing the full moon once more. Why? Alise whispered, gripping her sword tightly. Why am I afraid? It was a feeling he had had since he started taking care of the warehouse, and he wasn't liking it. I felt that something was going to happen. I don't need to overthink it, I need to focus on protecting the warehouse, Shakti trusts me, Alise thought, letting out a sigh and walking to her post. The confrontation was very close, a confrontation of feelings and pain. Meanwhile, in another part of Arario. Two hooded figures ran across the rooftops of the houses towards the weapons depot, illuminated by the moonlight. I think this is the first time we've teamed up, Alise said with an excited smile, without stopping running. No, we teamed up when we stole Rakia's arms shipment 3 years ago, Bell said calmly without taking his eyes off the road. That's right, I still remember the rage-filled screams of the god Ares, Alise whispered with amusement. By the way, I see you're not wearing your mask today. They were all destroyed because of Valletta, he said angrily, remembering that fight he had with Valletta a few weeks ago. I'm still not sure what kind of relationship you two have, Alise said, looking at the albino with surprise. Are you friends or what? Stop talking so much, old woman, and focus on the mission, he whispered, tired of so many questions. I'll say it again, don't call me old, she said angrily. Remember, you're no longer a high-ranking officer, so you're inferior to me. Even though I'm no longer a high-ranking officer, I'm still 2 levels above you, he said, turning to look at Alise mockingly. That only made Alise even angrier, but he knew that in a one-on-one battle against Bell, he would end up losing unless he cheated, so he decided to hold back. We're close, you know the plan, we defeat all the guards quickly, open the gate, steal everything and leave, said Bell, adopting a serious attitude. He wanted to finish that mission as quickly as possible, since he didn't want what happened last time with the appearance of the Estri family to happen again. He still didn't feel ready to see Alise. Don't talk like you're the boss, he said angrily. I know your way of doing things is without killing anyone, but I won't follow that rule. I'll do things my way. Bell just frowned angrily upon hearing those words. Many lower-ranking members of Evilis obeyed him when he gave an order, but someone like Alise, a veteran in the organization, did whatever he pleased, and that annoyed him. We're almost there, said Bell, seeing that they were already within range of the warehouse. It was a place uninhabited by people since the warehouses were a target of Evilis, so it was best that there were no civilians nearby, leaving the surrounding houses empty. I sense the presence of adventurers, Bell whispered, getting closer and closer to the warehouse, putting one foot on the street to approach stealthily, just like Alise. Click. Unfortunately, the moment Bell stepped onto the street, something made a noise beneath him, causing him to open his eyes in surprise. Should I, whispered, watching a glow coming from the ground. But the girls from the Estri family. They were on guard, watching the warehouse and looking all around in case any enemy appeared. Although they were startled to hear an explosion coming from the street closest to the warehouse, a few meters away from them. Haha, it seems they fell for my bombs, whispered Lyra, letting out a mocking laugh. DSK, so they came to attack, Gagaia said angrily. Gagaia, Lyra, and Nese, you're coming with me. The rest of you, protect the warehouse. Alise ordered, gripping her sword. Huh? I can go too, Ryu said, puzzled to see that she wouldn't be going with them. Protect the lion warehouse, Alise ordered, jumping up along with the others and heading towards the place where the explosion came from. Don't get discouraged, Lion, protecting the warehouse is the most important task, Nguyen encouraged him when he saw that Ryu had become discouraged. Although we must be prepared, Ryana whispered. Lion, it's best to prepare our magic in case the enemy is strong. Yes, I agree, Ryu decidedly. Meanwhile, RD just watched, worried, the curtain of smoke that had risen from the explosion. Meanwhile, with Bell and Alise. Cough, cough, Bell coughed through the curtain of dust that had risen. Great Bell, thanks to you our stealth is screwed, Alise said angrily. How was I supposed to know there was a bomb in the middle of the street? Bell said, puzzled. Although these kinds of explosives seem familiar to me. But Bell had to snap out of his thoughts when he felt the air in front of him cut short. Bell quickly drew his sword and blocked a direct attack towards his chest. The clash of both swords caused the curtain of dust to disperse, making the place visible again. Bell was about to return the attack to knock his enemy unconscious, but seeing who he was clashing weapons with made him open his eyes in surprise. Hey, Alise. And not only him, the moment the dust disappeared, Alise clearly saw the person she tried to stab frozen in surprise. Be Bell. Their faces were close because their swords were clashing, allowing them to see each other's faces clearly. The flood of emotions washed over them both as they saw each other again after so long, not knowing what to do. And no, Alise stammered when she saw the albino's eyes. Although the Redeed had to quickly recover from shock when she felt a sword moving towards her head. So, by jumping back, Alise dodged that attack, ending up about 10 meters away from Bell. DSK, I failed, Alise said angrily, positioning himself next to Bell. So, the Estri family. A mocking smile appeared on Alise's face as he glanced sideways at the albino, who was still in shock. Seconds later Kagaya, Lyra and Nise arrived next to Alise, seeing that she had a bewildered expression directing her gaze to the same place that she was looking. And obviously they were also surprised to see the albino in that place, who had a bewildered and frightened expression, just like Alise. Bell whispered Lyra, looking at the one she once considered her friend. And not only him, there's vendetta too, Nise whispered, looking angrily at them both. You damned bastard. So you decided to show your face by robbing the last warehouse you were missing, Kagaya said with clear anger, looking at the albino. Haha, wow, this is quite a touching reunion, Alise mocked, further angering the girls. I didn't think you had the nerve to show up like this, Bell, Lyra said angrily, looking at the albino. Bell, right. Or was your name a lie too? Upon hearing those words, the albino could only lower his gaze in pain. He didn't have the courage to look them in the eyes, much less Alise. The moment their eyes met, Bell felt a pain in his chest at not seeing the beautiful face of determination that the Redeed always carried. Now it was an expression that, although it did not show it, carried pain, a pain that became much greater when their eyes met. Life hates me, the albino thought, cursing his luck. Why won't you look us in the eyes? Kagaya asked angrily, trying to control her rage. You're just a damn coward. If Ryu had gone with them, he would have launched an attack without thinking, and Alise would have taken advantage of that. Haha, they haven't seen him in so long and they treat him so badly, your friends are really mean, Bell. Alise mocked the situation again. Shut your mouth, you damned lunatic. Lyra said, her eyes filled with rage, turning her gaze back to the albino. Why aren't you saying anything, Bell? Say at least one damn word. But the albino said nothing, he just kept his gaze lowered, not knowing what to do. He didn't have the courage to face any of them, much less Alise, the person he loved most, and running away wasn't in his plans either. Who knows what Valletta would do if he didn't complete that mission. Explain the situation to them and tell them the truth. No, Levis was with him, and besides, he doubted the girls would want to listen to him. Yes, life definitely hated him. We have to protect the Allies' warehouse, Kagaya said, gripping her sword tightly and controlling her emotions to keep from launching an attack. Allies. The three girls turned their gaze towards their captain when they saw that she wasn't saying anything, thinking that she was in shock like the time she found out the truth without even being able to move. Bell, Alise whispered softly, looking at the albino. From the moment Alise saw Bell, she hadn't taken her eyes off him, even though he refused to look at her. For some time now she had wondered what she would feel upon seeing Bell again. Anger. Hate. Sadness. Joy. That was something that had not left her at ease, fearing what a reaction would be. But now that she had locked eyes with him, the moment she saw the boy who stole her heart and trampled on it, the feeling she feared most appeared in her heart. Slowly, Alise lowered her gaze, letting her hair cover her eyes as she trembled slightly. The guy Lyra Nise appeared in front of Vendetta. Upon hearing those words, Bell looked up, startled, knowing what she meant by that, looking at the Redeed who had also looked up at the same time as him. And when he saw Alise's eyes, his heart ached. He felt a great pain at the look the Redeed was giving him. A look he never thought he'd see. It was a look of anger. I will face Bell, he whispered, staring intently at the albino and gripping his sword tightly. But Alise, Kagaya whispered, disagreeing with that decision. Agris Alvicent. Even though Alise said her magic in a soft whisper, it exploded as if she had shouted it with all her might. The girls had to back away in surprise as they felt the heat of the magic was much more powerful than before. Even a lampus near Alise began to turn red as it burned with magic. Alise, Bell whispered in surprise, sensing the great power, seeing how even the Redeed's hair seemed to be surrounded by fire. And suddenly Alise took off at great speed towards Bell, raising her sword and bringing it down with great force. The albino instinctively blocked the attack with his sword, but Alise's strength was so great that even the ground beneath him cracked. Startled and bewildered, he looked again into Alise's eyes, who was just inches away from him without taking her sword away. Although he opened his eyes in pain as he saw tears falling from Alise's eyes, tears which evaporated from the heat of his fire. They Alise and I. But he couldn't say a word when a powerful kick was delivered to his stomach, sending him crashing into a house behind them and through it. I entrust Vendetta to you, and with those words Alise once again took off from the ground and headed to the place where the albino had landed. What power, Alise whispered, bewildered, unable to believe that the captain of the Estri family was so strong. TSK, we'll finish you off quickly and go help Alise, Kagaya said, gripping her sword tightly, not wanting to leave her friend alone in a fight that was surely hurting her deeply inside. We'll defeat you. And as he said those words, the mocking smile returned to Alise's face once more. Haha, let's see if you can defeat me, he said, drawing his sword and launching an attack, just like the three girls. Meanwhile, with Bell. It had passed through the entire house and hit the other street with force. That kick was really strong, he thought, wincing as he felt the pain in his right side. It's much stronger than before. He slowly stood up, raising his gaze to see someone walking slowly towards him from the darkness of the house, surrounded by intense fire. The echoes of her footsteps could be heard throughout the street, making the albino nervous as he watched a newspaper leaf flying by catch fire as it passed near the redeed. Alise Bell whispered as he watched her leave the house with that same look that caused him pain. The tension was palpable around them, making the atmosphere very heavy and cold, even though fire magic was activated at its maximum power. Their gazes were fixed, unwavering. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't look away, as if something were forcing them to see each other. Alise, let me explain, Bell said desperately. I didn't want to fight her. I didn't have the courage to hurt her. I simply couldn't do it. Explain what? Alise asked, her voice breaking. Explain the ways you and Valletta mocked me. And no, that's not it, Alise and I. Be quiet. It was the loud scream that echoed throughout the street, cutting off Bell's words. I don't want to hear you, Bell, she whispered, her tears still evaporating in the heat. Your voice alone causes me pain. Before, that voice used to cheer her up. Bell would never understand how happy and in love Alise felt every time she heard it and spent time with him in the past, but now all that was over. Only pain remained within her. You've come to rob the last warehouse, haven't you? He asked, raising his sword and looking at Bell with anger and pain. Then you'll have to kill me if you want to do it. Alise wait. But again the redeed didn't let him finish, launching herself into another attack with the intention of cutting the albino. Being 2 levels above her, Bell was able to block that attack again, feeling the redeed's great strength forcing him to retreat. But Alise, without waiting, began to launch one attack after another with great force, while Bell blocked each one at the last second. When Alise was angry, she left many openings that Bell could exploit to attack her and knock her out of the fight. But I couldn't hurt her. What's wrong? Why aren't you attacking me? She asked angrily, seeing that Bell was only defending himself. Am I not even worth that much? Although she didn't show it, Alise felt great pain with every attack she launched at Bell. Memories of the two of them laughing as they walked through the city came to her mind, beautiful memories of when everything was happiness for the redeed and the only thing that mattered was her friendship and feelings for Bell. And now they were here, fighting each on different sides, with her wanting to seriously injure her friend, or the one who once was. I don't want to hurt you, Alise, Bell whispered, blocking another attack aimed at his chest. Although he opened his eyes in surprise when he saw his sword crack a little from the impact, the force Alise was using was so great that it did that. Hurt me? Alise asked, bewildered, tears still streaming down her face. You don't want to hurt me. Do you really dare say that? The fire around Alise only burned brighter as she said those words. Why you already hurt me, Bell, she whispered, her voice breaking as she tried to hold back her tears. She didn't want to appear weak, she didn't want to cry. She wanted to appear strong in the fight, but she couldn't hold it back. Tears escaped her eyes with every passing second. Bell, let me tell you everything, Alise, Bell pleaded, no longer wanting to continue the fight. He knew it was stupid to do that knowing that Alise was nearby and could hear his words, but at that point he didn't care anymore. He just wanted the redeed to believe in him and stop crying. Tell me what? Is this another lie? He asked, gripping his sword tightly. Your dreams, your age, your birthday, your name, I don't know if everything you told me was a lie or the truth. I don't even know if the Bell I knew exists. I don't even know if that smile I love so much was real. Alise, Bell whispered, surprised by those words. Alise simply launched herself into the attack again, her flaming sword clashing repeatedly with Bell's sword. The ground beneath them both cracked with each collision, destroying every place they passed through. Small cuts appeared on Bell's body as the battle dragged on. He could turn the tide of the fight thanks to his never retreat ability, but he couldn't get serious in the fight because that would mean hurting her. Every single moment was so special to me. Alise cried as her flames intensified. Our short but fun dates. Our time together at our favorite bakery. Our time alone in the park. Our time together helping civilians. You have no idea how much I loved those moments with you. They were very special to me too, Alise. Bell shouted, blocking another attack aimed at his chest. Every moment with you was very special to me too. Liar. Alise's feelings at that moment were in chaos, and not only her, Bell felt the same way. Lies. All our friendship was a lie to you. He shouted, forcefully lowering his sword. Bell just gritted his teeth as he blocked the attack, splitting the ground beneath him, watching as his sword began to turn red as it came into contact with Alise's fire sword. Do you have any idea what I wanted to tell you that day on the wall? The redeed whispered, throwing a flaming punch at Bell, who managed to dodge it, though his cheek was slightly burned. Some days I wonder what your answer would have been if I hadn't realized the truth. Would you have agreed just to keep making fun of me? Bell just looked confused, not understanding what Alise meant by those words. I feel so stupid. she yelled, throwing punches and slashing with her sword at Bell. "Every day I wondered what it would feel like to see you again." Bell didn't understand it. Alise was supposed to be level 3, but her strength at that moment was absurd, even forcing him to get serious just to block her attacks. Anger. Hate. Joy. Sadness. Alise's attacks became slower and slower, ceasing to attack Bell, who remained standing with his gaze lowered, but his magic still burning brightly. "I feel a great anger, but it's not towards you, it's towards myself." Bell was only more confused by those words, but without letting his guard down. Is she going after herself? Why? "I am so stupid," she whispered, lifting her gaze and revealing her tear-streaked face. "I'm so stupid because my heart beat when I saw you beat the same way I did when I realized I'd fallen in love with you." What? Bell opened his eyes in shock upon hearing those words. Had he heard correctly, or was it a trick of his mind? No, those words that Alise said were true. Why, Bell? Why did you have to be Evilis's? He asked, his heart shattered and his feelings in complete disarray. "Please, Alise. Let me explain." Bell cried desperately. "Let me tell you the whole truth." "You already told me the whole truth that day. There's nothing left to explain," she shouted, refusing to listen to him. "It's not what you think, Alise. I love you too." Luminous whined. Bell's words were cut short when a powerful magic struck his back, creating a large explosion at the location. Alise had to retreat because of the gust of wind that formed as a result of the explosion, seeing the curtain of smoke that had risen up. Meanwhile, on the roof of a house stood a certain elf with her eyes full of anger. Even the veins on her face were bulging. "I knew it was you, you bastard," Ryu whispered after unleashing such powerful magic, glaring at the spot where his magic had struck. Meanwhile, Alise just stared at the cloud of dust, wondering if Bell was alright after such a powerful attack. "Why am I worried?" he thought in frustration, gripping his sword tightly. "He's my enemy." Gradually the curtain of dust disappeared, revealing the state in which Bell had been left. Thanks to being a first class, he managed to withstand that magic attack, but he did not emerge unscathed. The upper part of her body was torn to shreds, revealing countless scars on her body, along with the new wounds caused by Ryu's magic, from which blood was flowing. Small drops of blood trickled down from Bell's head and fell to the ground as he breathed with difficulty. What terrifying magic, he thought, surprised by such a magical attack. Then he turned his gaze towards Alise, who was staring at him, specifically at all the scars on his body. "Alice." But again he could not say another word when the wall of the house to his left was destroyed. In shock, I watched his knees, with his red eyes and in his beast form thanks to the full moon, connected a powerful punch to my face at great speed, feeling the great force he was using in that attack. Like a projectile, Bell went to hit a house, knocking down the walls and raising another curtain of dust as the house collapsed on top of him. "Knees," Alise whispered in surprise. Seconds later Lyra and Kagaya arrived at the scene with a few wounds and bruises on their bodies, but in optimal condition to continue fighting. "And Vendetta?" Alise asked. "Knees left him embedded in a wall," Kagaya replied. "Knees in his beast form increases to level 4, a level 3 like Olivas wouldn't stand a chance against me, and Lyra being there too." Ryu jumped down from the roof, walking towards her friends and maintaining that hateful gaze towards the place where the albino had landed. "Girls." RD, Noin, and Rihanna ran towards them after the elf had abandoned her post, and they heard the explosion of her magic. "From their expressions I can get an idea of who the enemy is," Noin said, seeing everyone's angry expressions. Ryu RD whispered upon seeing the elf's angry expression. Little by little the rubble of the houses moved until the albino managed to get out, hurting from the strong punch he received. "Damn," Bell whispered as he saw the 8 girls standing a few meters in front of him. They all had hateful looks except for RD and Alise, the latter of whom didn't even know what she felt. "If I don't take this seriously, I'll be defeated," he thought nervously. He couldn't talk to them and explain. None of them wanted to listen, and he couldn't give himself up either, since he didn't know what awaited him after that. He couldn't lose there, not while Valletta's diabolical plan was only 3 days away from being executed. "I had to fight, no matter what." "I'm sorry, Alise girls," he whispered, gripping his sword tightly and staring at them intently. "But I can't full yet, it's not time yet." "You'll pay for everything," Kagaya whispered, pointing her sword at him, while Lyra pulled out her bombs, Rihanna prepared her magic, and Noin drew his sword. Knees just stared at Bell with an angry expression as his beast form made his emotions uncontrollable. RD just watched everything with concern because she knew that what was about to happen was going to be more than just a fight. Meanwhile, Ryu kept his gaze fixed on the albino, a look of absolute hatred. And Alise. The flames were still around his body, only less intense than at the beginning, but strong enough to keep fighting. "We will defeat you, Bell," Alise whispered with an empty expression in her eyes. "I'm sorry but that won't happen." Bell's battle against the Estri family had begun. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Because I Love You. Tension was palpable that night on a certain street in the city of Valerio, where 8 girls stared intently at a certain injured albino who had just emerged from the rubble of a house. Believus was defeated. I didn't expect anything from him, and yet he still disappointed me, he thought as he stood up and picked up his sword from the ground. The other girls became wary when they saw that Bell had his weapon again. It seems they won't hear anything I say, he thought, looking at Alise, who, when their eyes met, made an expression of pain while trembling slightly, clutching her sword. He slowly turned his gaze towards the enormous full moon that illuminated all of Valerio, letting out a long sigh. There's no other way. Don't look away. The first to attack, filled with rage, was Ryu, believing that Bell had lowered his guard by having his gaze fixed on the sky. He skillfully dodged the slash that was going towards his head, leaving the elf surprised and thinking he was distracted. You are strong, but your impulses make you very predictable. If you could control them, you would surely be a great threat to your enemies, said Bell as he jumped back. Shut up. She shouted angrily, believing he was mocking her as he launched another attack. Bell easily dodged the elf's predictable attacks, which only made her angrier as she failed. Bell was about to make another comment but adopted a serious attitude upon seeing an angry Kaguya also launch an attack. His sword technique was good, so he had to be careful. With difficulty, he blocked the attacks of both girls with his sword, having to retreat with each attack from each of them, looking for a way to knock them out of the fight. Although an explosion behind him caused him to lose his balance, he watched in surprise as Lyra, with a hateful expression, stood behind him. Damn it. Bell complained as he received a deep cut on his shoulder from Kaguya, who was distracted by blocking Ryu's attack. But he quickly had to put his arms in an X shape when he saw knees running towards him at great speed, connecting with another strong punch to his arms. He was once again thrown backwards by the force of the blow, heading towards Alise. Still with tears in her eyes and filled with pain, she raised her sword to meet the albino with an attack. Bell, seeing the fire intensify on the redeemed sword, knew that this was no ordinary attack he was about to receive. So, trying to regain his balance in the air, Bell looked for a way to dodge that attack without harming Alise. He still refused to hurt her. Arvelia. With great force, Alise lowered her sword, having the albino close enough to knock him out of the fight, but without killing him. The loud explosion soon occurred on that street, causing the other girls to back away from the gust of wind and heat that had formed in the place. Nearby houses had caught fire, leaving a wall of fire around them, leaving only the street as a battlefield. The 8 girls just watched a blaze of fire that remained in the street, hoping that the albino had been knocked out by it. But unfortunately, he slowly emerged from the fire, showing a few burns on his body and face, but with the strength to continue fighting. I admit it, he's strong, Noin whispered upon seeing him. What level will it be? RD wondered curiously. That doesn't matter, Kaguya said, gripping her sword angrily. We have to find a way to defeat him. Lion, Rihanna, prepare your magic, we'll buy you some time, Lyra ordered, seeing that Alise was not in the best condition to give orders. Alise showed little pain on her face compared to what her heart felt. Inside, he wished the albino had been defeated with that last attack, so he wouldn't have to keep fighting. The longer the battle dragged on, the more his heart ached. Just give up, Bell, she thought sadly, no longer wanting to continue with it. Come on. And with Kaguya's shout, all the girls launched into the attack except for Ryu and Rihanna, who were preparing their magic to end the fight. Bell, already a little tired from the attacks he had received, raised his sword and clashed it forcefully with Kaguya's sword, creating a crack beneath both of them from the force they used. Noin and RD each launched themselves to either side of the albino to attack him as he was defending himself against Kaguya. But with great skill, he kicked Kaguya in the feet, causing her to lose her balance, and he took advantage of this to dodge the attack from both girls. Bell quickly kicked Noin in the stomach and punched RD in the left side, sending them both crashing into a wall. Damn it. Kaguya shouted, filled with rage at seeing that, wanting to attack Bell again. But he grabbed her head with both hands and gave her a strong headbutt which almost broke her nose. Disoriented and dizzy from that strong headbutt, Kaguya fell to her knees on the ground, unable to stand up. Bell was about to hit her in the neck to knock her unconscious, but knees came towards him again, unleashing a flurry of angry punches. Bell struggled to dodge the girl's rapid punches, surprised by her strength. In terms of physical strength, she and Alise are the strongest, he thought, throwing a punch as well. Their fists barely grazed each other, connecting on each other's faces, causing both to back away, although Knees was a little stunned as Bell connected the blow to her jaw, making her brain vibrate. And lifting his foot, Bell connected with a kick to Knees' stomach, sending her flying towards a house. But he didn't even have time to catch his breath when Alise also launched an attack, slashing at him which he dodged with difficulty. Just give up, Bell, Alise whispered in pain as she stood before him. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm sorry Alise, but I can't give up here, Bell apologized, unable to look the retreat in the eyes. Frustrated, she began launching attack after attack at Bell, who was only focused on dodging, but not on attacking. Why do you refuse to hurt me, Bell? She thought, confused. She saw how he had no problem attacking her friends, but he refused to do it with her, and that confused her more and more. Taking advantage of a moment of inattention on her part, Bell grabbed her arm and, applying a little force, made her lose her balance without harming her. The albino took advantage of this, passing by her and running at great speed towards Lyra. Damn it! Yelled the hobbit, throwing one of her most powerful bombs at Bell. The explosion shook nearby houses, raising another cloud of smoke, with Lyra wondering if she defeated him. But to her surprise, he emerged unscathed from the explosion and was still running towards her. Lyra was about to pull out another bomb, but the albino was faster, standing in front of her with his fist raised. I'm sorry Lyra, and with that whisper Bell connected a punch to the hobbit's stomach, knocking the wind out of her and sending her falling unconscious to the ground. Lyra? Kagaya shouted worriedly, standing up after recovering from that headbutt. There are 7 left, she whispered, looking at the others with a pained expression. From the rubble of a house, Knees rose, still in his beast form, glaring angrily at the albino, as did Nguyen and RD, who were recovering from the blow he had given them. Let's finish this, and with those words Bell launched into the attack again, just like the others. While Alise, still with her magic active, watched with pain as her friends fought with everything they had against the albino, who, despite being 4 against 1, had the advantage. He's not fighting with all his might, Alise thought as she noticed that detail. Although he attacked the others forcefully, he did not launch attacks with the intention of killing, even though he had a sword with him, he always threw punches, only using the sword to block cutting attacks. Why? He whispered, gripping his sword tightly. Why did it all have to end like this? Her memories brought back her along with Lyra, Ryu and Kagaya, laughing with an embarrassed Bell at some of the Oriental girls' jokes, very special moments for all of them when they were very good friends. And now that friendship had been forgotten, with the girls attacking Bell with the intention of seriously injuring him or killing him, as is the case with Kagaya and Ryu. Because. In a swift movement, Bell landed a powerful blow to Nguyen's jaw, instantly knocking her unconscious and sending her to the ground. Because. With a leap, Bell dodged an attack from RD, who watched in surprise as the albino stood behind her. I tried to attack him, but he was faster, landing a powerful blow to the back of her neck, knocking her out of the fight. Why? Alise's flames only increased in strength as tears continued to stream from her eyes as she gazed at Bell's exhausted face. There were only 5 left, Bell whispered, looking at Knees and Kagaya. ITS, ready. Ryu and Ryanna's shout alerted the others that the magic was ready. Kagaya and Knees quickly took RD, Nguyen, and Lyra away from the place. Bell could only watch as a great mass of magical power of light and fire approached him, illuminating the entire place. Barely are strong, Bell thought with a nervous smile, sensing the enormous magical power. But they still have a long way to go. And before the magic could affect him, he raised the palm of his hand. Firebolt. Although his fireball wouldn't stop the powerful magic, it was more than enough to weaken the place it hit on its side. The enormous explosion knocked down nearby empty houses and created a loud sound that most likely woke up half of her area. Alise just watched a huge explosion as her hair moved in the gust of wind that had occurred. This isn't over, Alise whispered, surprising Knees and Kagaya. But that's impossible. Exclaimed Kagaya, unable to believe it. She somehow managed to weaken the magic with her magical attack, she explained, not knowing why she felt relieved. If that magic had hit him at its full power, Bell would already be dead. Meanwhile, with Ryu and Ryanna. Did we defeat him? Ryanna asked, looking at the smoke screen. It's more than obvious, he's probably already dead, Ryu replied, hatred in his voice. He deserved it. But her hatred turned to shock, just like Ryanna's when she saw Bell slowly emerge from the curtain of dust. This time he had not escaped unscathed, with many wounds and burns all over his body, some bordering on serious, but he was still standing, staring intently at both girls. He's a monster, Ryanna whispered, not believing he was still standing. You should be dead. Ryu shouted, filled with rage, intending to launch an attack. But Bell was faster, passing by her, grabbing Ryanna by the face and using the necessary force, slamming her to the ground, leaving her unconscious. You damned bastard. Ryu shouted, launching himself towards Bell. Bell wasn't sure, but he could say that Ryu was the one who felt the most anger towards him, and he partly understood why, since it seemed as if he had mocked Alise. If he were in her place, he would be angry too. I'm glad Alise has friends who love her so much, Bell whispered, taking Ryu's sword in his hand and looking at the elf with a small smile. She looked at the albino's smile, confused, and was puzzled by his words. I'm sorry, Ryu-san. And at great speed Bell connected 3 blows to the elf in vital points, causing her to instantly lose consciousness and fall to the ground, out of combat. Letting out a big sigh and trying to control the tiredness and pain in his body, Bell turned his gaze to the smokescreen which was beginning to dissipate, seeing that on the other side were allies, Nise and Kagaya, who looked in shock at their defeated friends. There were only 3 left, he whispered, swaying slightly but managing to stay on his feet. All the attacks he had received throughout the battle were already beginning to take their toll on his body. If he had wanted to, he could have ended that fight quickly with all his power, but he didn't want to seriously harm any of them, so he had to reduce his power, and that caused him to be vulnerable to many attacks, leaving him in his current state. Bell just watched as Alice's sword turned a deep red, understanding that she was accumulating what was left of her magic in her sword, since there was no longer fire surrounding it. She's very strong, Nise said, seeing that almost all of them had been defeated. He was a high-ranking officer, obviously he's strong, he's definitely level 5 or 6, Kagaya said angrily. You'd better not miss that attack, allies, if you do, we'll lose. Iridide just stared at her sword, which was burning brightly, before looking at Bell. I won't fail, allies whispered, clenching her fist tightly. If he wanted to win that fight, he had to launch that attack no matter what. He only wished deep down that Bell would withstand it and not die. We'll buy you some time. And with that shout, Nise and Kagaya launched their attack towards Bell, who gripped his sword and got into a fighting stance. With great difficulty due to his injuries, Bell blocked Kagaya's katana with his sword and stopped the beastman's fist with his hand. Her bones ached as she felt the strength of both, knowing that neither was holding back with their attacks. You two are truly amazing, Kagaya and Nise, Bell praised, smiling slightly. You'll both be great adventurers. Don't think that praising us will save you from your fate, Kagaya said angrily, beginning to launch a barrage of attacks with great speed. Bell would simply clash his sword against the oriental one, causing the street below them to crack every time their swords crossed. I will never forgive you for making fun of allies, he whispered, glaring angrily at the albino. I never made fun of her, he said, his voice heavy with sorrow. Allies is to me. I'm fed up with your lies. She shouted, forcefully lowering her katana. Bell quickly put his sword up as a shield, blocking the attack, but feeling the great force it used, causing his wounds to bleed much more from straining his body. I never lied to her. Bell shouted, applying more force, causing Kagaya to lose her balance and look at Bell in surprise. And with a leap, Bell gave Kagaya a powerful kick to the jaw, causing her to fall to the ground out of combat. Letting out a big sigh, Bell turned his gaze to Nise, who had no weapons in her hands. It seems that in his beast form he only attacked with his fists. Out of respect, Bell dropped his sword and got into a fighting stance. It's only fair, I whispered, staring intently at Nise. But she took it as a mockery towards her, launching an attack and beginning to exchange punches with the albino. Blood splattered the ground with each punch that both connected on their opponent, with Nise being the most affected as she received the most powerful blows from the albino, but she would not give up. So, grabbing Bell by the arm, he lifted him up with all the energy he had and slammed him hard into the ground, making the albino spit blood. Filled with rage, Nise positioned herself on top of Bell, trying to punch him repeatedly in the face, but Bell was faster, launching a powerful headbutt that forced her to get off him. Both quickly got up to continue the fight, starting again with another flurry of punches at great speed. After allies, she's the strongest, Bell thought with surprise and pain as he received a strong punch to his ribs. Perhaps Kagaya was superior to her, but if the full moon was present, things changed. Now I understood why a beastman was dangerous on a full moon. Both threw a powerful punch, their fists colliding and forcing each other back from the force of the impact. Nise just stared angrily at her fist, which had fractured after that blow. He's stronger than me physically, she thought, frustrated, ready to keep fighting. But she was surprised to see Bell already standing in front of her with his fist raised. Desperate, she threw a punch, but to her surprise, Bell ducked down and hugged her tightly around the waist. And without waiting, Bell picked it up and spun it around quickly to slam it with great force on the ground. Nise's brain vibrated from that strong blow as she slowly lost consciousness and was knocked out of the fight, surprised by the strength the albino had. Finally able to breathe easy, Bell fell to his knees, exhausted from all the effort he had put into that battle. The Estri family was stronger than it seemed. If they had all been one level higher, I would have surely lost. Bell slowly raised his gaze, seeing the only remaining opponent. Allies. Iridide was breathing with difficulty. Although she had not received any damage, she had maintained her magic all that time while being near the zero mind, but her willpower kept her standing. His sword had a strong blood-red color. It was surely burning hot. Slowly and with difficulty, Bell stood up, picking up the sword he had dropped a few minutes ago and looking at Allies again. Why don't you give up? Allies asked, pained. Is robbing that warehouse so important to you? This isn't about the warehouse anymore, he replied, breathing heavily. I can't fall here, it's not the right time yet. Alise only gripped her sword much tighter upon hearing that answer. So you leave me no other option, I whispered, adopting a fighting stance. Bell could only watch in pain, gripping his sword tightly. I don't have another option either. If I want to achieve my goals, I have to defeat you, he thought, also adopting a fighting stance. I have to hurt you to escape from here. More adventurers wouldn't be long in coming after the commotion that had been caused there, so he had to leave. The cold air covered the entire place, both illuminated by the moonlight, staring intently at each other. A stone broke off from a house and fell to the ground, as if it were a signal to launch an attack. Using all her strength, Alise took off from the ground and ran towards Bell, raising her red sword. The albino copied the same action, running towards the retreat with his sword and fist, ready to knock Alise out of the fight. But as Bell got closer, he saw Alise's gaze. Tears of pain streamed down the retreat's cheeks, a sign that she was suffering greatly from what was happening, while her arms trembled. That was something that broke Bell, making him realize he couldn't do it. I couldn't hurt Alise. A sad smile appeared on Bell's face as he realized this, loosening his grip on his sword and lowering his guard further and further. In the end, I can't do it, I whispered sadly as I stood before Alise, who lowered her sword. I already hurt you so much. Alise watched in shock as Bell completely lowered his guard, leaving him vulnerable to any attack. Worried, she tried to stop his attack, but realized it too late. The burning sword cut Bell, causing a large wound from his shoulder to his stomach. Blood began to spurt from the albino's body, who made an expression of great pain as he felt the flesh burning, cauterizing the wound, which stopped bleeding, but burned his body more and more, causing unbearable pain. Still standing, Bell dropped his sword, feeling all his energy leave his body, slowly falling until he hit his back hard on the ground, still feeling the pain of his flesh being burned. Alise just watched in shock what had just happened as her sword returned to its normal color, deactivating her magic, feeling all the fatigue in her body and the zero mind close. But I still had enough energy to put an end to all of that. By piercing Bell with their swords, Kagaya and Ryu would probably have already done so. But she. Slowly, Alise released her sword and walked towards Bell, who was still conscious and looking at the retreat. With tears in her eyes and clenching her fists, she sat on top of the albino and began throwing punch after punch at his face, while Bell did nothing to defend himself. Why? Alise cried out in pain. You had the chance to defeat me. Why didn't you? Anger, pain, and frustration filled the retreat's voice, as she couldn't understand why Bell never attacked her. Was it only out of pity? You had the opportunity to wipe us all out without even trying. Why didn't you? Why did you let them win? Alise's punches grew weaker and weaker, giving Bell the opportunity to speak, who smiled slightly as he looked at the retreat. I can't hurt you, he whispered, his voice thick with pain from all his wounds. I just can't. Why? Alise whispered, ceasing her punches and simply sitting atop Bell as tears streamed down his cheeks. Why don't you? Because I love you, I whispered with a weak smile. That response made Alise clench her fists in pain, starting to hit Bell again as her tears continued to stream down her face. Liar. If you loved me, you would never have done this to me. You were only with me to mock me and use me. She screamed, her voice heavy with sadness, continuing to hit him. Admit it. You don't attack me because you pity me for how pathetic I am. Why, you're not pathetic, Alise. Slowly, Bell raised his hand until he placed it on the retreat's cheek. Upon feeling the albino's hand drying her tears, she stopped her blows, but without taking her eyes off Bell. Why, you're the most amazing girl I've ever met, he whispered, gently caressing the retreat's cheek. Your kindness and your lovely sense of justice made me fall in love with you. Small tears of sadness ran down Alise's cheeks as she heard those words. I don't have the courage to hurt you. Just thinking about hitting you makes me hate myself, he said with a weak smile. Why, you're the most important thing to me. Slowly, Alise lowered her face until she was just a few centimeters from Bell's face, looking at him with an expression of sadness and confusion. So why? I asked, still not understanding. Why are you with those damned evilists? She wanted to believe Bell's words, but at the same time she didn't. She had already been deceived once because of her naivety, and she didn't want that to happen again. But I still wanted to hear his explanation. I wanted to know what led him to do all that. The feeling of relief appeared in Bell's heart when he realized that Alise would listen to him. Alise. The truth is that. Before he could say another word, Bell saw with a start a person standing behind Alise, who was confused when she saw him stop speaking. Alise, be careful. Using what little strength he had left, Bell pushed the retreat aside, who fell to the ground with a little force. Angry, she was about to confront Bell about it, but she watched in horror as a sword pierced the albino's stomach. Bell. He shouted, wanting to stand up, but his body had stopped working, all his strength was gone, he even felt that he would soon fall into mind zero. In shock, she looked up at the one who had caused it. "You damned piece of shit," Alise whispered hatefully as he moved his sword against Bell's stomach. The albino vomited a large amount of blood as a great pain took hold of him. "Leave him alone." Alise shouted in alarm, wanting to stand up, but her body wouldn't respond. "I didn't know it, but I didn't want Bell to die. It hurt me to see him like that." "Why? He's supposed to be your enemy," Alise said mockingly, drawing his sword and stabbing Bell in the shoulder again. A groan of pain escaped the albino as he felt himself slowly losing consciousness from all the blood he had lost. "And he's supposed to be your partner. Why are you doing this to him?" she shouted desperately. "This bastard was never my partner," Alise said angrily, drawing his sword and stabbing him again, this time in his other shoulder. "I know, Bell, I know what you're planning." A frightened expression appeared on the albino's face upon hearing that. "I overheard your conversation with Jack, you want to betray us, that was your goal from the beginning." Alise was shocked to hear those words, looking at the albino who was barely conscious. "He betrayed them? I never intended to help you on this mission. I offered to come because of my plan. I let those stupid justice officials think they defeated me, so they'd all turn on you and kill you, or at least weaken you enough for me to finish the job. And boy, did it work," he said mockingly, drawing his sword and stabbing Bell in the leg again. "Why, you're a coward," Bell whispered with difficulty. "I'm fed up with Valletta always refusing to kill you. Because of her damned obsession with you, you almost achieved your goal once, and I won't allow that a second time," he said, drawing his sword from Bell. "Valletta will probably be furious to hear that I'm going to kill you, but I don't care. This is for the good of the organization." "Wait, don't do it," Alise pleaded, frightened, as she saw Alise raise his sword. He didn't want to see the albino being killed in front of his eyes, he didn't feel ready for it. Desperate, Alise tried to stand up, but her legs gave way and she fell back to the ground. "Don't worry, girl, in a few seconds you'll be keeping him company," he said with a mocking smile. "Stop." Alise shouted as a tear escaped from her eye. "Ha ha 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 ha." Alise's expression of despair turned to one of shock when she saw Alise's head had been severed from his body. "What?" whispered Alise's head as it fell to the ground, still processing what had happened, watching as his body fell backward. Still bewildered and feeling the last trace of life leaving his head, he looked up to see who had decapitated him. "You're very noisy," Alfea whispered, holding his sword in one hand and pointing the other at Alise. "Gospel." Thanks to the powerful magic, Alise's head flew off in pieces, ending his life. Meanwhile, Alise just watched in shock what had happened. Just moments ago Bell was about to die in front of his eyes, and the one who ended up dead was Alise at the hands of that mysterious woman. Although in that he remembered the albino's condition. Bell. Full of worry, Alise began to crawl towards Bell, who had already lost consciousness from all the blood he had lost. But before she reached him, the silver-haired woman arrived at the albino carrying him in her arms. "If only I had arrived earlier, that bastard wouldn't have stabbed you," he said angrily, looking at the albino's condition. What are you doing?" Alise asked worriedly, wanting to see Bell's face. "Take him somewhere safe. If I leave him here, your friends will try to kill him when he wakes up, or some family that appears will take him prisoner," she said as she started walking. "Wait." Alise shouted, wanting to see the albino. "You're very noisy too," said Alfea, annoyed by Alise's shouting. "Tell me the truth. Why is Bell an eviless?" "That's not for me to say," he said, turning his back on the redeed. "If next time you decide to listen to him instead of attacking him, you'll know the whole truth." And with those words, Alfea jumped up and disappeared from the place, leaving Alise on her knees on the ground. Little by little, tears of pain accumulated in the redeed's eyes. "Why?" she whispered in pain. I don't know what to believe anymore." Part of her wanted to believe what the albino would say, and the other part made her believe that she would be used again. But now that he had witnessed a scenario he hadn't expected, he no longer knew what to think of Bell. Was it from Evilis or was it not from Evilis? Slowly, Alise fell to the ground, feeling her consciousness fading away from having used her magic for so long. She was even surprised that it had lasted so long. "Bell," she whispered as a tear fell from her eyes, and she lost consciousness. A total of 8 girls lay unconscious throughout the area, along with the dead body of Alivis, a high-ranking officer of Evilis. They may have lost, but they managed to protect a warehouse, thanks in part to Bell's lack of commitment. The battle was about to take place with Alise's feelings as she awoke again, determined to find out the truth behind it all. And to know if I could trust him again. End of chapter. Chapter 19. What do I do? We found ourselves in a certain abandoned church where an albino was sleeping on one of the many church pews. Although that didn't last long, as he began to show signs of waking up. Ugh, a groan of pain escaped the boy as he moved a little, managing to sit down with difficulty on the bench. "Where am I?" I whispered, realizing I was in a dark church. Slowly, I lowered my gaze, noticing the bandages on my chest and stomach, instantly remembering everything that had happened. Damn Alise, I couldn't explain anything to Alise, Bell thought in frustration. But what am I doing here? He remembered nothing since Alise stabbed him for the fourth time, as he was left unconscious, so he didn't know what had happened. Although his questions were answered when he looked up and saw a silver-haired woman sitting quietly about 2 benches away from him. "Aunt Althea," the albino whispered upon recognizing her. "Don't call me that," the woman said, standing up and walking towards him, looking him up and down. "How are you feeling?" "A little sore," he said, putting his hand to his chest. "Sorry, I couldn't give you the potions in time, so you have scars," he apologized as he took out a potion and gave it to the albino. "Drink the potion, it will take away the pain." "Thank you, and don't worry, you've already done a lot by saving my skin again," she said with a small smile, uncorking the potion and drinking it. As she drank it, she felt her energy return and the pain lessen, allowing her to sigh with relief. "Where is Alise?" Bell asked worriedly, remembering that the Redeed was the only one who remained conscious after the battle. "Probably with his family," he replied calmly, sitting down next to Bell. "And Alise?" "Decapitated and with his head mashed into a pulp," he replied calmly again, not having a shred of remorse for what he did. "Oh, I understand," Bell said with a small smile upon learning that he was dead. Unlike the letter Vito, Bell did not feel as much hatred for Alise since he hardly communicated with him, so he was not bothered that Althea killed him. But he had to kill the other two, no matter what. It was his duty after they had ruined his life. "I don't want to give you false hope, but you have a chance to become friends with that girl from the Estri family again," Althea said, regaining Bell's attention. "Huh? Why do you think that?" he asked, confused. Althea only remembered the image of Alise crying while begging Alise not to kill Bell. A small smile appeared on her face as she remembered that. "I just know it," he said, opening his eyes to see Bell. "You like that girl, don't you?" "Why do you ask that question?" he asked, embarrassed. "It's just curiosity," he said, smiling slightly as he saw Bell with expressions other than hatred or sadness on his face. "Why yes, I like it," he admitted, embarrassed. She's a very noisy girl you fell in love with, but it's a noise I can tolerate, I like her," he said, surprising Bell, since it was rare for him to like someone. "Because I feel like you're giving me your approval," she said, narrowing her eyes. "That's not my job, but I'm sure Materia would happily accept that girl. They would get along very well," she said, remembering her sister with nostalgia. "So, Mom," Bell whispered sadly. "I really would have liked to meet her mother, but unfortunately that wasn't possible." Now the only living relative he had was the woman who was next to him, someone he barely spoke to. It was the first time he had spoken to her so much in a long time. "I'm sorry, Althea," Bell whispered dejectedly, omitting the aunt knowing it bothered her. "Why are you apologizing?" he asked, getting an idea of the reason for the apology. "Because of everything I said to you 4 years ago when we first met," he said, regretting those hurtful words he had said. "You call yourself my family. Then where were you when my grandfather was killed and I was kidnapped?" Just remembering those words caused Bell pain, knowing that he shouldn't have said them and that they hurt Althea. "And on top of that, you want to willingly join this organization that has taken thousands of lives, and now you want to come with me and live a peaceful life. It's too late for you to try that." A small, sad smile appeared on Althea's face as she remembered those words. "Don't worry, you were right after all," she said, looking down. "Instead of taking care of you as my only memory of my sister, I decided to run away, and when you had already suffered so much, I wanted to fix everything. I really am the worst." "That's not true. I'm the awful person. You just wanted to get me away from that organization and live a quiet life," he said sadly. "But you have to understand that I couldn't leave the organization anymore, not knowing they wanted to destroy the city my grandfather spoke so highly of. You can't do it alone, let me." "No," he refused before she could finish speaking. "Your goal is to awaken a hero in this war, so you should follow your ideals. That ideal disappeared when you appeared, all I want now is to help you." I know very well that you helped me behind the scenes ever since you joined the organization," she said, smiling slightly. "I never had the chance to thank you, Althea. It's the least I could do for you as my nephew, at least to make amends for something from the past," he said, gently stroking Bell's hair, something he had always wanted to do. Although suddenly he started coughing up blood forcefully, worrying Bell. "Aunt Althea," he exclaimed, worried. "I told you not to call me that, you idiot," he said wearily, taking out a handkerchief and wiping the blood that remained on his hand. "Your illness is already very advanced," Bell whispered sadly. "Yes, I feel very weak. I probably only have a few weeks to live," she said with a small smile, looking at Bell. "Why are you sad?" I regret not spending time with you, why you're my only family, and I pushed you away. It's not your fault, Bell, it's all my fault, she reassured him, approaching the albino and giving him a gentle hug. For a moment I thought you still hated me. I'm glad that's not the case. I never hated you, Bell whispered, feeling Alfia's warmth. It was like a mother's hug. After hugging for a few minutes, they slowly separated, with Alfia stroking Bell's hair. Do you like stroking my hair? He asked, embarrassed. Something like that, she said, letting out a small laugh. It's as soft as your mother's hair. What was my mother like? I asked curiously. She was the kindest woman, and at the same time the most terrifying when she got angry, he said nostalgically, remembering those times. Would you like me to tell you some anecdotes about her? Yes, Bell agreed eagerly, looking curiously at Alfia. That action touched a woman, but inside he sometimes still behaved like a child, perhaps because more than half of his childhood was destroyed. Let's see, where do I begin? They spent about 2 hours chatting and laughing, talking about their likes and other things, where Alfia was surprised to learn that Bell didn't like sweets very much. It was probably the first conversation they had had as a family, and that brought Alfia a lot of joy. They also talked about what she did during the time she wasn't with Bell, telling him that she was with Zard in the school district acting as protectors. That was until Airbus arrived and made them that proposal, which they both accepted, although that changed for Alfia when she realized that Bell was in that organization. So Zard is determined to awaken a hero in this war, Bell said after talking about the past. Yes, and nothing will change his mind, she said, letting out a sigh. And you? Why did you want to create a hero and act like a villain? Bell asked curiously. Upon hearing that question, Alfia smiled sadly. I did it so you'd never have to pick up a weapon and could live a peaceful life, though all that vanished when I found out you were with them, he replied bitterly. I don't care anymore if there's a hero in this city or not, I just want to help you, though of course, with this illness, I doubt I can do much. I feel like every time I cast my magic I get weaker and weaker. If I faced Zard now, I'd surely lose. I don't have the same strength I used to. I can't imagine you losing the truth, Bell whispered in surprise. The only reason I'm still going is to help you and do something for you in my life, she said with a small smile, stroking Bell's hair. I see you won't change your mind no matter how much I reject your help, right? You're my only family, I won't change my mind even if you yell at me not to. Bell just sighed upon hearing those words and then smiled slightly. Then I just want to ask you a favor. Ask for whatever you want, she said, determined to help Bell. Alfia. Bell just moved his lips, saying a few words that made Alfia open her eyes in surprise upon hearing his request. And that would be all. Will you do it? Are you sure? Alfia asked, still surprised. Completely. Fine, if that's what you want, I'll do it, I agree with a small smile. Although I also have something to say. What is it? Alfia simply approached Bell and whispered a few words, causing Bell to burst out laughing. How are you so sure? I asked with a slight smile. I just know, he replied, shrugging his shoulders. If you say so, she said, standing up and stretching. I think I've rested enough. Are you going somewhere? I asked curiously. Valletta will put his plan into action in 2 days, so I have to hurry, he said as he walked toward the exit. Are you sure you don't want me to help you? No, if you help me, your life will probably be cut short, he said, turning to look at her with a smile. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I hope so, she whispered, not very sure. Goodbye, Alfia, it was a very pleasant chat, I hope we can have another similar conversation soon. I hope so too, Bell, he said, smiling slightly. And with those words, Bell left the church, seeing that it was already night, jumping onto a rooftop and putting his plan into action. Alfia, now alone, sighed as she watched the albino go. I hope everything goes well for you, she whispered as a trickle of blood ran from her mouth, which she quickly wiped away. Although I hate not having spent more time with you, I hope we can have one more conversation like this before I die. A small, sad smile formed on her face as she thought about it. I hope that when I meet you again you'll forgive me for everything, Materia, he whispered, walking slowly towards the exit and looking up at the dark sky. Starting with stealing your talent. And with those thoughts, Alfia began to walk slowly through the dark streets and lose herself in them, waiting for her moment to act. Meanwhile, at the Estri family mansion. A certain Redite in her room suddenly opened her eyes, sitting up quickly on her bed. Bell. She cried desperately, breathing heavily. But all she found was her room, causing her to let out a long sigh. The reason for his despair is because in his dream he saw the albino being murdered by Alise, something that caused him a lot of pain in the dream, even now it hurts him just to imagine it. How long have I been asleep? She thought, confused, as she stood up. He quickly put on the clothes he usually wore when he was at his headquarters and left the room. The hallways were empty and I didn't hear any voices nearby, so I was alone in that hallway. She slowly began walking towards the living room, hoping everyone was there. As she walked, memories of that night came to her mind, with Bell telling her that he loved her and about to be killed being saved by that mysterious woman. Bell, she whispered dejectedly. She wanted to see him and force him to tell her the whole truth about why he was in that organization. After what she saw that night, she was beginning to doubt what she believed. As she approached the room, she began to hear voices, leading her to believe that the others were there. He quickly arrived there, opening the door to the room and entering. And indeed, her companions were there, although some had bandages on their bodies like Niz or Rihanna, and others had complicated expressions. Allies, they all whispered, relieved to see her awake. Girls, what happened? Allies asked worriedly. That's what we should be asking, Kagaya said, standing up. What happened, Allies? Huh? What do you mean? You've been unconscious for a day, said Estri, who was drinking tea. We were waiting for you to find out the truth, Lyra said with a sour expression. After Bell defeated us all, you were the last one left standing, according to Niz. And when we woke up, we realized the warehouse was still intact, Bell had disappeared, and Vendetta had been killed, Kagaya said, her expression confused. What happened, Allies? Who killed Vendetta? Where is Bell? Upon hearing those questions, the Redeed sighed, knowing she wouldn't escape that interrogation. Allies, Ryu whispered worriedly. I defeated Bell, or rather, he let me win, Allies replied, looking down. What? They all said, confused. What do you mean? Lyra asked, confused. As you heard, Bell had the opportunity to defeat me, but let me win, she said with a sad expression that was noticed by all her friends. Why? Kagaya asked, puzzled. Allies just let out a long sigh, taking a seat next to her goddess and explaining everything that happened that night. What happened was. After a long explanation. They were all still in the room, not knowing what to say after Allies' explanation of what had happened that night. It was very difficult for them all to process. So Vendetta tried to kill Bell for treason, but before she could, that mysterious woman decapitated him, said Lyra, frowning. What do you mean by betrayal? Ryu asked, confused. I don't know, I can't explain it, Allies whispered, looking down. DSK, I hope you're not thinking what I think, Allies. The one who said those words was Kagaya, capturing everyone's attention. What do you mean? Allies asked, confused. Just because that damned Alise said that doesn't mean Bell is on our side, Kagaya said angrily. They're all filthy scum and murderers. It's definitely a plan of theirs to trick you again and use you. I'm sorry for saying something like this, but I have to be honest and prevent the same thing from happening again. Kagaya, Estri whispered, hoping there wouldn't be another argument in the room. Allies simply lowered her gaze sadly. She couldn't tell them she wanted to hear Bell's explanation. That would surely only anger them more, especially when some of them agreed with Kagaya's words. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, Kagaya, Lyra said with a complicated expression. I don't believe in Bell or anything like that, but I highly doubt someone like Alise would go along with a plan like that knowing he's going to be killed. It doesn't make sense. That's true, Niz agreed. Girls whispered, Allies. Then why do I call him a traitor? Nguyen asked, much more confused. They're psychopaths, something must have made him angry, Ryu whispered, looking down. They're just a bunch of damn murderers, Kagaya muttered. If Bell had wanted to, he could have killed us. But he didn't, Allies whispered. The others couldn't deny that. Throughout the fight they knew that Bell was superior, but he always held back, avoiding seriously injuring them and only seeking to knock them unconscious. But one of them did not take that comment well. If you believe in that trash who made fun of you so much, then run into his arms, but I don't want you coming back crying because they used you again. Kagaya shouted angrily, leaving the room and leaving everyone in silence. This girl, Estri whispered, seeing that anger had once again taken hold of Kagaya. Although she understood her, all she wanted was for them not to use her friend again, even though she didn't use the right words again. Allies simply lowered her gaze sadly. She knew Kagaya was right, but she also wanted to see Bell and hear his story. I'm going to sleep, said Ryu, who quickly left the room. She was probably angry too, but being a bit more reserved and respecting Allies, she decided to keep her comments to herself. When the others saw that the atmosphere had become uncomfortable, they decided to go and rest as well. Whatever the truth is, it will come out eventually, Lyra said, turning to look at the Redeed. Maybe it's because of the time I spent training with him and the little jokes we shared, but I'd like to hear his side of the story too. And with those words Lyra also left, leaving Allies alone with her head down next to Estri. The goddess simply got up from her seat to sit next to the Redeed. Allies, Estri whispered as she saw the girl begin to shed tears. I don't know what to do anymore, Estri-sama, Allies said, her voice trembling. Kagaya is right, but I also want to hear from Bell. It's really complicated, but after what he did to you, it's obvious the others are going to be angry to know that a part of you wants to believe in him again, Estri said, placing her hand on Alise's shoulder. But after hearing what happened in that battle, I'm also starting to doubt the truth that everyone believes. Estri-sama, Alise whispered, looking at her goddess. Listen, Alise, I can't decide what you want to do, she said as she stood up. You can choose to follow your feelings or fulfill your duty as part of the Justice family, but it's you, I'm sure you'll make the right choice. Meanwhile, Alise just stared in surprise at her goddess as she approached the exit of the room. By the way, there's a family meeting at the Tower of Babel tomorrow, you and Kagaya will be there so you have to be on time. And with those words Estri left, leaving Alise much more thoughtful than when she woke up. She, still with tears in her eyes, placed her hand on her heart, remembering the words of her goddess. Follow my heart or fulfill my duty as captain of the family of justice, she thought as she tightly closed her fist. Whatever decision she made was going to be very difficult for her, probably the most difficult decision she would ever make in her life. What do I do? He thought with frustration and sadness. Difficult decisions for Alise's heart had begun. Meanwhile in Knossos. So Levis was killed, Valletta said wearily upon hearing Vito's words. Though I don't care, what I do care about is knowing where Bell is. We don't know, he disappeared after the attack, Vito said, shrugging. Most likely he killed Levis, the bastard betrayed us. It's possible, I know Bell, although I also know that his hand trembles when it comes to killing someone, so I doubt it too, but perhaps he betrayed us, he said, while sharpening a dagger. DSK, stop acting indifferent. If you had killed that idiot earlier, this wouldn't be happening, the Redeed said angrily. Relax, you idiot. Bell knows nothing about our plans. All he did was kill Levis, so I forgive him, he said, smiling slightly. But when I catch him, he'll regret his betrayal. I'll chain him up in a cell for the rest of his life. After all, I told him, he'll never leave my side. I thought you were obsessed with that idiot Finn, but I see your obsession with Bell is much bigger, said Vito with a nervous smile. Call it whatever you want, he said boredly, staring at a dark part of the hallway. Hey, idiots. We have names, you know. True. From the darkness emerged the twins Jin and June with a bored expression. What do you want, Valletta? Jin asked curiously. Find Bell and bring him here. Ooh-oh. Finally, an interesting order, Jin said excitedly, as did his brother. Is Bell's head the only one you want? If you kill him, I'll make you both regret it for the rest of your lives, Valletta said, glaring at them. Just do your job and capture him. DSK, fine, he agreed, bored, turning away. Come on, June, we have a job to do, even though it'll be boring since we can't kill the rabbit. That's right, June confirmed grumpily. And so both twins walked away from the corridor, leaving Valletta and Vito alone. Sometimes you scare me, Vito whispered, seeing the girl smile. Think what you want, but Bell is mine, so I'm not going to let anyone but me hurt him, he said, turning and walking away. You just keep doing your job. In 2 days, it'll be war. And with those words, Valletta also left, leaving the boring Redeed all alone. Everything would be easier if you just killed him, he thought grumpily, walking away from the place as well. The war between Aurario and Evilus was getting closer and closer, a war that would change many things. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Reunion. We find ourselves on one of the floors of the Tower of Babel, where the captains and executives of the most important families of Aurario were gathered ready to have their meeting. Alise sat in one of the seats with her head down, and Kagaya sat next to her, the awkward atmosphere between the two noticeable. Alright, I think it's time to start the meeting, Finn said, seeing that everyone was already in the room. Apparently, there have been some interesting events these last few days. Does anyone want to start? My family and I went to the dungeon, Shakti commented, capturing everyone's attention. We only found a few members of Evilus, but nothing interesting, although when we reached the 18th floor we felt slight tremors, although they came from many floors below. We couldn't figure out what it was. Is it a monster? Asfi asked, a little nervous. That's the last thing we need, for a new species to appear and threaten Aurario, Gareth said wearily. It's likely, although there's also the possibility that those tremors are related to Evilus. Whatever it is, it'll be a problem for all of us, Finn said, feeling a slight ache in his thumb. Anything else? Probably 1 or 2 of our enemies are true warriors, Otta remarked with a serious expression. Are you referring to the holes that were brute forced into the walls of Orichalcum and the mysterious woman who defeated the Estri family? Reveria asked, maintaining her calm demeanor. Kagaya couldn't help but frown upon hearing that. All those defeats still hurt. Yes, someone capable of doing that with brute force alone and a woman who is able to defeat second-rate adventurers without any effort is to be feared. What level do you think they are, Otter? Finn asked curiously. 6, or perhaps more, are strong warriors, he replied seriously. It doesn't seem so far-fetched to me, Kagaya whispered, having felt the power of that woman firsthand. I wonder if they have more warriors like that, Shaki said, tapping the table lightly with her finger. Let's hope not, that would be a big problem, Finn said, letting out a big sigh and looking at Alise and Kagaya. I think you two have some very interesting information. Starting with Vendetta's death, Riveria whispered. What happened? What you already know, Alise replied. We tried to protect the warehouse, but that boy defeated us. According to Alise, there was an argument between Alise and Bell, with the latter about to die at Alise's hands, but he was killed by that mysterious woman, who then left the place with him, Kagaya explained, recalling those events. In short, you were all saved by the enemy, you're very pathetic, Alan said, looking at both of them with disgust. What did you say? Kagaya asked, frowning. It's obvious. If that woman hadn't shown up, Vendetta's idiot would have killed his stupid traitorous captain's friend, then killed all of you while you were unconscious and looted the entire warehouse, accomplishing his objective. It's truly pathetic to be saved by the enemy, Alan mocked, looking down at them both with a smug air. Take back what you said. Kagaya shouted, getting even angrier. What are you angry about, you stupid Asian girl? You're all a bunch of useless people. Have you done anything besides lose and cry lately? And what have you done, you damned flea-ridden cat? All you do is wag your tail for your goddess, she said, tempted to draw her sword. We've done more than you, stupid girl, keeping most of Evilus's first class in check, and we don't even go around saying we're the Justice family. That word is way too big for a bunch of whiny girls. Alan, keep your comments to yourself, Otter said, wanting to avoid an argument. But I'm telling the truth, he said, looking at Kagaya with annoyance. They're just a bunch of girls crying because they realize their friend's betrayal. Nobody stupidly sent their captain to place so much trust in a stranger. Alise just lowered her gaze, not having the courage to say a word, knowing that in one way Alan was right. TSK, just look at your captain. Are you sure someone with such an insecure attitude can handle something like justice? Alan said, turning to look at Alise. Are you going to be like this forever? Crying because your boyfriend cheated on you? If it bothers you so much, just cut off his head and pretend he never existed. Damn you. Don't you ever stop to think about how Alise feels. Kagaya shouted, growing angrier by the minute. We're at war, you stupid girl. Feelings are the least important thing if you want to bring peace to the city. Really? And you call yourselves the Justice family? You'd be better off going back to your parents and crying, which is all you know how to do. Damn it. Kagaya shouted, wanting to attack Alan. But before she could jump towards the cat, Alise grabbed her hand and stopped her. Sit down, Kagaya, Alise asked, looking down. But. Just do it, she pleaded again, trembling slightly. The guy reluctantly agreed, glaring angrily at Alan, who smiled mockingly at her. While Alise just clenched her fists in frustration, what hurt her most about those words was that they were true. That was why she didn't even have the courage to answer Alan. He was right. Are you done talking, Alan? Finn asked wearily. Your attitude is very childish, Riveria whispered, a little angry at the catman's comments. Huh? What did you say? Just shut up, Otter said wearily, hitting Alan on the head, who was slightly stunned and stopped talking. Thanks, Otter, Finn said, letting out a sigh and adopting a serious demeanor. Getting back to the main topic, one of our troublesome enemies is now dead, but that doesn't mean it's all over. We've found 3 bases belonging to Evilus in different parts of Verario, Riveria said, taking out a map, placing it on the table, and showing the locations. These are likely the main bases, as there's been a lot of activity in those areas. Our plan is to attack them tomorrow night and finish them off. It's our chance. Don't you think it could be a trap? Shakti asked, a little doubtful. It's likely, but if we have that mindset, we'll never take the step to defeat Evilus. We have to take risks, Finn said seriously. The Loki Familia will attack one of the bases, and I imagine the Freya Familia will attack the other. In response, Otter simply nodded calmly. That only leaves one base. The Estri family can take care of the last base, Alise said, looking up. And lose again. Great idea, Alan scoffed. Shut up, you stupid cat. Kagaya said, still angry. The Ganesha family and the Estri family will take care of the last base, that will make things easier, Shakti said calmly, looking at Alise, who seemed depressed by Alan's comments. Okay, now that the plan is finalized, we'll attack the 3 bases tomorrow night. It might be a trap, but we have to take the risk, Finn said, putting away the map. There's a good chance a war will start tomorrow, so you have to be prepared for anything. We can't afford to lose, Evilus has already gotten away with too much, Riveria said, frustrated. We will do everything possible to win, Shakti said seriously. The Estri family will strive to bring peace, Alise whispered as she clenched her fist slightly under the table. We'll crush them, Alan said confidently. Okay, it will begin tomorrow, that concludes the meeting. And with those words everyone stood up and began to leave the room one by one where Kagaya glared at Alan, who just smiled mockingly and left with Otter. Alise and Kagaya were also about to leave, but Reveria stopped them. Alise waits. Iridide stopped in the hallway upon hearing the elf's voice. Is something wrong, Reveria? Ignore what Vana Freya said, he said seriously. He's a fool who can't see the effort others put in. Alise was slightly surprised by the words the tall elf said, as was Kagaya. Both of you, along with your entire families, have done everything you could to protect the city. Don't let the words of an ignorant cat discourage you. You are all great warriors. I'm sure you will protect the city. Reveria's maternal instinct didn't want to let either girl fall into depression. She didn't want them to think that her efforts had been in vain. She wanted to show them that despite all their falls, they could get up and prove why they were the Justice family. Miss Reveria. Thank you very much, Kagaya said with a slight smile. Yes, thank you very much, Alise replied, smiling slightly. You all have done a great job too. We'll beat Evilus tomorrow. I agree with you, I wish you both luck and please take care. And with those words Reveria turned around and left, while both girls said goodbye until she disappeared from the hallway. Once they were alone, they both returned to the expression they had before the elf arrived, and Kagaya immediately turned to look at Alise with a serious expression. Alise? Aren't you angry about that stupid cat's words? Kagaya asked angrily, following Alise, who had started walking. That idiot made fun of all of us, and you didn't say a word. So? It's not like I told any lies, I whispered, looking down. What? Do you agree with him? The Asian woman asked, frowning. Upon hearing that question, Alise stopped and turned to look at her with a dejected expression. What have we done so far, Kagaya? She asked, looking her friend in the eyes. All we've done is lose to Evilus over and over again and argue amongst ourselves every time something goes wrong. Just admit it, if Bell had wanted, we'd be regretting the warehouse robbery right now. I wouldn't even be able to look Shakti in the eye. Kagaya tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come out of her mouth. Deep down she knew Alise was right. Sometimes I wonder what justice is and if we deserve to carry such an important title on our shoulders, I whispered, walking towards the window in that hallway to see the enormous city of Aurario. Kagaya simply approached Alise and saw her with a sad expression on her face, an expression that had remained on the Redeed since that day. Everyone in the city trusts us, they trust that we will protect them and bring peace to the city, but what have we been doing? Can our actions really be called justice? Alise clenched her fists as she said those words, her gaze fixed on the city. Alise? I'm tired of all this, Kagaya, she said with a sigh. Vana Freya is right, and that's why I didn't stop him. We're just a bunch of crybabies who whine about everything, that's the truth, but that ends now. Alise turned around and stared at her friend with a confident expression. Yesterday Estri-sama gave me two options, either follow my feelings or follow my duty as captain of the Justice family, and I have already made a decision. I choose both. What? Kagaya said, surprised. I will bring peace to the city. I will strive to achieve it. That is my duty as captain of the Justice family. I don't yet know the definition of that word, but at this moment, the definition is to bring peace and end that organization, she said with a serious and determined attitude. And I will also listen to Bell. What? But he. You can hate me and call me stupid, but that's what I'll do. There's something in this story I don't know, and if I let my feelings cloud my judgment, I'll do something I'll regret, she said, looking down. This time I won't attack. My other definition of justice right now is to listen and then judge. I won't make decisions lightly anymore, not anymore. And again she raised her gaze with a determined expression. If it turns out he really was a traitor, I'll take justice into my own hands, and then I'll cry all I want, but I'll be at peace knowing I listened to him beforehand and have no regrets, she said, looking at her surprised friend. I hope you understand, Kagaya. That's my justice right now, and you won't stop me even if you call me stupid 100 times. The woman from the east only let out a sigh upon hearing those words, crossing her arms. If you think it's the right thing to do, then do it, she said, looking away. You're my captain, after all. A small smile appeared on Alise's face as she heard those words, extending her hand towards her friend. Kagaya, tomorrow we must strive to bring peace to the city. We must earn the right to bear the title of justice. It's our duty, after all, the Asian woman agreed, shaking Alise's hand, but without looking her in the eye. We can't allow another mistake. No more, Alise whispered seriously. And now that their conversation was over, both girls started walking out of Babel towards their headquarters, thinking about their recent conversation. Kagaya was still not convinced that Alise should try to contact the guy who used her. She simply couldn't accept it. But Alise seemed very determined to do it, and honestly, she didn't want to ruin that determination with a hurtful comment, so for that reason alone, she accepted the Redeed's decision. Ah, Alise is right, all this time I've let my feelings cloud my judgment, this isn't justice, the frustrated Asian woman thought. I have to try harder. She would have continued in her thoughts but was distracted when she saw her captain suddenly stop. Alise? You go back to the Kagaya mansion, I'll be there in a little while. Huh? What will you do? She asked curiously. I'll just take a quick look around. When I get back we'll make our plan for tomorrow's attack. Okay, but don't take too long. And with those words, Kagaya walked away from the Redeed, who, once alone, began to walk slowly through the city. I'm doing the right thing, she thought, sure of her words, walking through the streets she used to walk with the albino. But when he reached a lonely street, he began to tremble slightly, leaning against a wall. Small tears of frustration began to well up in her eyes as she recalled Alan's words. Although she had shown herself to be full of determination towards Kagaya all that time, it was only to bring some encouragement back to the family, because in her heart she still felt fear and insecurity, fear of knowing the truth and insecurity about the decision she was going to make. Justice? I've strayed so far from that word, she whispered as a tear fell to the ground. Vana Freya is right. What have I been doing? I have to try harder. But. Slowly I raised my gaze and for a few moments I saw the silhouette of her and Bell walking while they talked and laughed, a beautiful memory of those times when everything was happiness for Alise. Because of those memories he made with Bell, even if they were false, he would listen to him once and then do what he had to do. What will I do? I whispered, my voice trembling. Would he even have the courage to take justice into his own hands? Would he be capable of doing it? Because I love you. The words Bell said that night came back to her, bringing her hand to her heart. Did you tell me the truth, Bell? She thought, feeling the gentle beating of her heart. I would be lying if I said I didn't feel a warmth when I remembered those words. If he had said them before everything fell apart, I would surely have jumped for joy and planted a kiss on him, but for obvious reasons I didn't, mainly because at that moment I felt a lot of anger and sadness. Tomorrow will be a decisive day, I have to prepare, she thought, clenching her fist and trying to control her emotions and not break down again in front of her family. I have to be strong. This. Alise was startled by a sudden scream behind her and slowly turned around. And when she saw who called her, she got even more scared. Hello, miss. In front of her stood a man dressed as a clown with balloons in his hands and a big smile on his face, greeting the Redeed, who honestly got a little scared. Is there anything you need? I asked, confused. The clown, still wearing a big smile, made some movements with his hands and then magically pulled a small piece of paper out of the Redeed's ear, who was a little surprised. This is for you. He said, still smiling, handing the paper to Alise. Confused and hesitant, she took the paper in her hands, wondering what it was. Goodbye, miss, have a happy day. And skipping with joy, the clown went away giving balloons to the children he met along the way until he disappeared into the streets. Alise, still confused, continued on her way, observing the little piece of paper with curiosity. He didn't think twice before he started unfolding it to see what was written on that paper. And when he opened it, he couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise. Bell, she whispered, reading the message. Curiously, he didn't even mention the albino's name, but he quickly recognized that the small letter was from him, and that was because he knew his handwriting after spending so much time with him. A serious expression appeared on Alise's face as she read the message, wondering whether to believe it or not. I didn't even know the truth about him yet, so I couldn't afford to trust that message. What if it was a trap? I couldn't just trust someone again. But what if she was telling the truth? What if that message was a warning for her? What do I have to do? She thought hesitantly, reading the note again. Tomorrow was the decisive attack against Evilis, so he had to hurry. He couldn't hesitate, even though it was difficult since the note came from someone who had lied to him once. It wasn't an easy decision. Unconsciously, he clutched the paper, directing his gaze to the sky with that new doubt in his heart as he let out a sigh. Where are you, Bell? She whispered, undecided whether to believe the message or not. It's a trap, they're suicide bombs. Meanwhile, on a section of Dedlow Street. In one of the many alleyways of that labyrinth, a certain albino sat on the ground with dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't slept at all since yesterday, focusing on his goal and not having time to rest. I hope my message reached you, Alise, Bell whispered, looking up at the sky. Night was already approaching, darkening the streets of that entire part of the city. I'd like to explain everything right now, but I can't. I don't want to put you in any more danger, Bell thought, peeking out into the alley and seeing two smiling twins leaping across the rooftops, their eyes searching for someone. Not while those two idiots are behind me. Since last night they had been following the albino. For some reason they both knew where he was, but they didn't know the exact location, so they were circling the surroundings, something they had been doing all night and day, making Bell's job more complicated as he didn't want to attract attention. I have to hurry, there are only a few hours left before Valletta puts her plan into action. I have to be quick, he thought, looking at the time on his pocket watch that Alise gave him. And using his great speed, Bell began to run, trying to lose the twins and concentrate on his mission. He's moving away, June whispered as the irises of his eyes crinkled. Which way? Asked the smiling Jin. It's heading north of the city, unfortunately I don't know the specific location, the boy whispered again, smiling slightly. It doesn't matter, that's more than enough. Let's go, June. And with a great leap, both twins started to go to the same place where Bell had gone, looking to capture him. The war between Evilus and Aurario had already begun. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Against the ropes. The sun was beginning to set over the streets of Aurario, which were completely empty. There were usually 1 or 2 people walking around, but not this time. The streets were completely deserted, creating a tense atmosphere, as if something was about to happen. And at the entrance of the Estri family headquarters were 11 girls with serious expressions and in their battle outfits leaving the mansion. The family's patron goddess was not with them. A few hours earlier she had been escorted by one of her daughters to the Tower of Babel to ensure her safety there and to provide them with peace of mind because what was about to happen was not going to be just any battle. We're all ready, Alise Kagaya said, approaching her captain. The Ganesha Familia has probably already left their headquarters. The attack is due to start in half an hour, so we should start moving. Yes, we need to head to the place, Alise whispered, starting to walk, followed by her entire family. Ryu walked with a serious expression while gripping her sword, as did the rest of the members, unable to help feeling a little nervous about what was about to happen. Upon seeing this, Alise decided to say a few words to encourage them a little before continuing on. We have to give it our all, girls, Alise said, stopping and turning to look at her friends. It's time to show why we're the family of justice. I know we haven't had good results lately in these recent confrontations with Evilus, and I know you're all frustrated, just like me, but we can't let our emotions control us. As I said those words, I turned to look at Ryu, who lowered her gaze in embarrassment, catching the hint. We have to win, he said, clenching his fist. Let's forget the anger and frustration we feel from the recent defeats. We must focus on bringing peace back to Aurario. That is our only goal, our duty as the Justice family. We must fight for the good of tomorrow. Yes. They all exclaimed, ready for the confrontation. It seems some of her determination has returned, Lyra thought, feeling happy for her captain. The allies I know is slowly returning, Kagaya thought, seeing the Redeed's serious expression. Well, there's still something missing. I have to try hard, I have to earn the right to be part of Estri Sama's family, Ryu thought, watching allies turn around and start walking away. I have to prove myself worthy enough to walk beside them. This time I'll help them. Hurry up, Lion said Knees when she saw that the elf had fallen behind the group, who, realizing this, increased her pace. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Alise also had her own doubts. They were about to have a decisive battle with Evilus, however her mind was on something else related to it. It's a trap, they're suicide bombs. Ever since yesterday, when she read that short message the albino gave her, she hadn't stopped thinking about it, having many doubts in her heart. Obviously, she hadn't discussed it with any of her colleagues. The moment she told them about it, they would say it was a trap, and she didn't blame them, she thought the same thing. It was probably to deceive them all and prevent them from launching an attack, thinking it was a trap, and Evilus would take advantage of this to attack when he saw that they hadn't all advanced. But what if Bell was telling the truth? Alise just clenched her fists as she continued walking, unable to decide what to do. There were only a few minutes left before the attack, so she had to hurry. Whether he believed or not, there was going to be a big change in the course of the battle, and all that responsibility was on his shoulders, starting to feel the pressure of not knowing what to do. To believe or not to believe. What do I do? He thought with frustration, getting closer and closer to his destination. This was noticed by her companion Lyra, who looked puzzled at the complicated expression on the Redeed's face, as if she were having the biggest mental debate of her life. Alise thought the hobbit worried about her. After walking for a few more minutes, they met the members of the Ganesha family who were waiting for them. They took a while, Shakti commented as she saw them arrive. Sorry, we were just a little delayed, Alise apologized, positioning herself next to Shakti and continuing on the way to that base that was near Dedalo Street. The people who were in their homes just watched from the window as the adventurers walked by with their weapons in their hands, beginning to get scared because that meant there was going to be a war. That base is probably commanded by a high-ranking Evilus officer, so we mustn't let our guard down, Shakti whispered with a serious expression, without taking her eyes off the road. We came prepared for everything, Alise replied seriously, still having that internal debate. Meanwhile, some girls were chatting in the back. We have to give it our all to win, Ryu RD said with a small smile, trying to liven up the atmosphere. "We have to make an effort," whispered the elf, determined to be of help to all her friends. "I'll watch your back, RD." "And I'll watch your back, Ryu," said the smiling girl. After walking for a few more minutes, they all arrived at a rather large building which appeared to be empty, although that was a lie, so they all hid before attacking. "According to reports, there are more floors underground, so we'll probably have to go all the way down if we want to finish them all off," Shakti said, recalling all the details of that mission. "Underground floors?" Allies thought in surprise. "They are suicide bombs. That would be a good place to kill us all with the explosions and be buried under the rubble," Allies thought, understanding Bell's message better. If they went all the way down, it would be harder for them to escape because of a multiple explosion throughout the building, and knowing Evilus, he wouldn't care about leaving his comrades buried as well. A perfect plan to kill two families at once. "What's the plan?" Kagaya asked Shakti. "Unfortunately, the only thing we can do is go in and defeat all our enemies," she replied, a little frustrated at not having a better plan. "There's no other option but to attack head-on," Lyra said, accepting the plan. "There are 2 minutes left before the attack begins on the 3 bases, so take your weapons and prepare yourselves," Shakti ordered, ready for combat. While everyone was getting ready, a drop of sweat ran down Alice's cheek as she thought about what to do. Sure, the plan was very likely, but it could also be a lie to avoid an attack. Whatever it was, he had to think fast before Shakti gave the order. "IIB Bell." Alice clenched her fists, remembering the albino's smiling face and the small note he gave her. "Aye. You want to betray us, that was your goal from the beginning." And as a final memory came the words that Alise said minutes before dying, making her open her eyes, determined, making that decision however risky it may be. "There's 1 minute left, be ready." "Shakti." Upon hearing her name, the woman turned to look at the Redeed, who had a serious expression. "What's wrong, Alise?" I asked, confused. "There's something important I have to tell you," he said, staring intently at the girl. "Now? We're about to have a battle, Alise, it better be." "Shakti, please, it's very important." Shakti and the other girls only saw the Redeed's expression, an expression which made them understand the importance of what she was about to say. "Okay, say it, I agree," turning my attention to her. Alise simply gripped her weapon and made her decision. "Believe in Bell. You see, I think that." Meanwhile, in another part of Aurario. Sitting in an alley was Bell with a tired expression on his face, a sign that he had already gone 2 whole days without sleep. "I hope I've made it, I don't have time for anything else," he thought, checking the time on his watch before looking at the sky, which was beginning to darken. "Alise, please believe me." His plan would succeed if Alise believed in him, and if he was lucky, Valletta would fall that night, or so he hoped. "It seems those stupid twins will take a while to catch me. Don't they ever get tired? They've been following me non-stop for 2 days," the albino thought, confused, as he slowly stood up. "Never mind, now I have to prepare for what's coming. I just hope most of them have disappeared." And starting to walk out of Bell Alley, he took his sword and headed to his other destination. Or so it would have been if a voice hadn't stopped him. "I admit it, you took me by surprise." Bell stopped walking when he heard a voice behind him, turning around. Erebus was walking slowly down the alley with a small smile. "Erebus," Bell whispered, looking seriously at the god. "I underestimated you. It seems some of those insecurities have disappeared, and that's what's helped you achieve whatever you're planning right now," he said, stopping about 2 meters from Bell. "You really are a very interesting person. I don't understand. Why, even though he knew I was going to betray them, did he never do anything against me? I just can't understand it," he asked, confused and unable to comprehend the god standing before him. "For the same reason I told you the first time, you don't pose a threat to my plan right now, besides, I want to see how far you can go," he said, maintaining his smile. "In this war, a hero must awaken. And causing a massacre of innocent people is the only way to do it?" Bell asked angrily. "People need to know how weak they are, they need to feel despair firsthand if they want to keep moving forward. If they don't, they'll all end up dying at the hands of the great beast. You know, a hero wouldn't be a hero without obstacles in their path, and that's what Aurario needs. A taste of fear to know what awaits them in the future if they don't strive to overcome their limits." "But. Do you remember that village that Thanatos' family destroyed 5 years ago?" the smiling god asked. "I remember every town we've attacked," he whispered with a serious expression. "Well, from what I heard, the few survivors decided to rebuild the town from scratch. A god even came and gave them his fauna and divination. In 5 years, 4 of them managed to reach level 2 without needing the dungeon, simply by striving to avoid that experience again. Sometimes people need to experience despair firsthand to overcome their limitations, and that's what Aurario needs if it wants to progress." Bell just clenched his fists upon hearing those words, knowing that Erebus had a point. We are a necessary evil, Bell, and believe me, I'm sure your actions are also awakening a hero in this war, he said, smiling at the albino. How are you so sure of that? I knew it from the first moment I saw you. You would bring great surprises in the future, and I wasn't wrong, he said, turning to leave. Although, unfortunately, this time you started your plan too late, so our area will be plunged into darkness tonight. Your justice isn't strong enough yet. I'm sorry to tell you that I only see two possible outcomes tonight. Evilus losing or a draw between both sides, Bell said confidently. Who knows, maybe you're right, he said, starting to walk away from the albino. Although I doubt it. And with those words the god disappeared into the alley, leaving Bell alone with a serious expression. I'll never understand what that god is thinking, he thought, frowning. Never mind, I have to hurry. And starting to run through the alleys, Bell walked away hoping that allies had believed in him, although his mind was also on the words that the god Earbus had told him. No matter what, Auraria will not fall tonight. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the base, the Estri family and the Ganesha family were attacking. TSK, why are you taking so long? Leaning against a wall, Valletta stood with a grumpy expression, wanting to start her explosive party, but for the last 10 minutes, she had only heard sounds of fighting above her and things being destroyed. I hope that stupid girl from the guild didn't get the information wrong, she whispered, tempted to go upstairs and destroy everything herself, but she didn't want to ruin her plan. His stress had been there for a long time, thanks to the albino who hadn't appeared for 2 days, wanting to see him to correct him, just as he used to do in the past when he failed at something. Stupid twins. Can't any idiot in this organization do anything right? And it all started with that moron Levis. They all get on my nerves. Valletta was about to throw a punch at a wall to release some of her frustration, but then the door of the place was knocked down, catching her attention. They're finally here, Valletta whispered, turning around as an excited smile appeared on her face. In front of her stood the members of the Estri family and the Ganesha family with serious expressions, although they all had dust on their clothes, as if they had been destroying things. That idiot Finn isn't here, TSK, they can't even do that right, I whispered angrily, looking at my opponents. I congratulate you on getting this far, even though it took you a long time, but I don't take anything away from you. Are you trying to compliment us? Because your smug, conceited expression says the opposite. What are you thinking, Valletta? Lyra asked irritably as she brushed dust and some small pebbles off her head. What am I thinking about? Well, maybe ways to get rid of all of you. He replied as a smile formed on his face. Everyone present narrowed their eyes upon hearing those words, with Shakti and allies looking at each other for a few seconds and nodding slightly. Especially you, Alise Lovell, Valletta whispered, looking at the woman, who frowned at the sound of that. For some reason, I feel a great hatred toward you. I could say I feel the same way about you too, the Redhead said, glaring at the woman. Tell me, where is Bell? And is she still going on about that? Some girls from the Estri family thought when they saw that allies still wanted to see that albino. That's curious, I was about to ask you the same question, he said, placing a finger on his chin. He hasn't shown up since the failed attack on the last warehouse. I was hoping he was trying to trick you again or something, haha. The others angrily gripped their weapons upon hearing those words, wanting to launch an attack, but they restrained themselves. No, you're the one being deceived here, Alise whispered as a small smile formed on her face. Valletta was a little confused when she saw Alice's smile, that smile she hated so much. Seriously, I don't know why Bell got involved with someone like you, he whispered angrily. I spent years trying to corrupt his mind and finally make him like me, so we could enjoy killing together, and when I thought I was going to succeed you came along and threw it all away. What? Alise said, confused upon hearing those words. You have no idea how much I hate you, you bucking bitch, he said, clenching his fists tightly. Valletta grade. Shakti shouted before the fight began. We've surrounded the entire building, and all your troops have been taken into custody. It's time for you to surrender. Ahaha. Do you really think I'm going to give myself up that easily? She asked with a mocking smile. Don't be stupid. The only stupid one here is you for thinking you already have victory in your hands, Kagaya said with a smile on her face. TSK, we'll see if they keep making fun of you after this. Come out, guys. He shouted with a confident smile, snapping his fingers. Hey? A confused expression appeared on Valletta's face when she saw that no one had shown up at the location. Idiots, get out. He shouted again, starting to get angry. But again, no one appeared and they began to open their eyes wider and wider. What's wrong, Valletta? Did your plan not work? Alise asked, still smiling, making Valletta look at her in surprise. Why you? What did you do? He shouted angrily. At that moment, the doors on both sides of the room where Valletta's pawns were supposed to come out opened, making her smile again. But his smile faded again when he saw that instead of them, the members of the Ganesha family came out carrying some of their unconscious pawns. Miss Alise was right, Captain, one of the men said, looking at Shakti. Every single one of them had bombs strapped to their bodies. They planned to bury us alive here. There were even children among them, said another man carrying an unconscious girl in his arms who no longer had her bombs. It's horrible. How can they involve children in this? RD said, horrified at what they were planning to do. Alise just watched as her heart beat faster and a smile formed on her face, a smile of happiness. He told me the truth, she thought, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. He didn't lie to me, Bell didn't lie to me. Meanwhile, Valletta looked around in bewilderment, not believing what was happening. I don't know how you did it, but your information saved our lives, Alise Shakti said, looking at the Redid who was still smiling. I didn't save their lives, the Redid whispered with a small smile. It was him. Flashback. You see, I think this is a trap, Alise said seriously. Listen, Finn said it, if we go in with that mentality, we'll never take the step to destroy evil, Shakti said, trying to reason with Alise. I didn't explain myself well, I meant that this is a trap. What do you mean? Kagaya asked, confused. They're bombs, every member of Evilis has bombs in their bodies, she said with a serious expression, so the others would see she was serious. And how are you so sure of that? Shakti asked, surprised. That doesn't matter right now, he said as he stood up. Let's go into that base and defeat the first members of Evilis. You'll see I'm telling the truth. And right at that moment, the minute arrived to begin their battle against Evilis. Still confused by the Redid's words, they all launched an attack, destroying the entrance door when they saw that many members of Evilis were gathered there. Attack. Shakti ordered, attacking her enemies along with her entire family, as did the Estri family. The battle on the first floor was very easy for everyone. They were just novice members of Evilis, giving them free passage to the next lower floor, but instead of advancing, they stayed there. See for yourself, Alise said, looking at the captain of the Ganesha family. Although Alise wanted to appear serious, the truth was that inside she was very nervous and scared to know if everything was a lie by Bell. If it was a lie, she wouldn't need to listen to him anymore. That would be more than enough to know that he wasn't on her side. Please let it not be a lie, Alise thought, clenching her fists. Shakti, still a little confused, knelt down and removed the robe from one of Evilis, and as she did so, everyone watched in surprise as explosives surrounded his body, and not only them, Alise also opened her eyes in surprise when she saw that it was true. These guys have explosives too, Captain, said a member of the Ganesha family, looking at other members of Evilis. Here too. And here. It was true, Alise thought, unable to believe it. Little by little, a gleam appeared in Alise's eyes as she understood everything more. Shakti opened her eyes in surprise when she saw that everyone had bombs, causing her to quickly stand up. Of course. That's why they were attacking the magic stone factories, they were trying to create these explosives, he said, understanding everything as he looked at all his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Tie them up before they wake up and deactivate all those bombs. Yeah. And now, with that order given, Shakti and the other members of the Estri family watched Alise in surprise. How did you know? Kagaya asked, puzzled. Alise wanted to shout with joy at that moment, but held back as a glimmer of determination appeared in her eyes, and a certain extinguished flame in her heart slowly reignited. That doesn't matter right now. Alise shouted, adopting a serious demeanor. I'm sure a high-ranking Evilis officer is waiting for us down there. We have to go down by creating 3 different paths and surround him. But there is only one way, said Lyra, still surprised by the information Alise had obtained and seeing her act like this again after a long time. Then we'll forge our own paths. We must destroy the walls on our sides and descend. I'm sure there are many Evilis members hiding, waiting to attack when we let our guard down. My hair will get so dusty, Kagaya thought upon hearing that plan. Alise, you, Shakti whispered, looking in surprise at the Redid who once again had that look from the past. This is our chance to change things. Evilis must fall. I shouted with a determined expression. We have to win. Why yes. And with that shout the group split into 3, beginning to destroy the walls on the sides, seeing that there were indeed hidden passageways there that connected to the floors below. They began attacking every member of Evilis they encountered, tying them up or removing the explosives from their bodies, all while going deeper and deeper, checking beforehand that there were no more members of Evilis on the floors they passed through. And throughout that journey Alise maintained a determined expression in her eyes and a small smile formed on her face. Bell. End of flashback. I didn't save their lives, Alise thought, remembering the albino's face. Why you? How did you find out about my plan? Valletta screamed, her veins bulging on her face. How did you do it, you bitch? I didn't understand it. Supposedly, only the top brass at Evilis knew about that plan. I couldn't think of any other way they could have found out unless there was a traitor among them. Reply. But Alise didn't answer her, she just watched her with a small triumphant smile on her face, making Valletta open her eyes in surprise. Of course Bell, that damn piece of shit, he whispered, understanding everything, clenching his teeth tightly. He couldn't see any other explanation for this. That's why Bell seemed so calm in the days before he disappeared without trying anything with the organization. It was because he already knew the whole plan. Keep laughing, Valletta, Alise said, pointing her sword at her. Keep mocking us. You're asking for a lot, Alise. Can't you see her expression? Kaguya said mockingly, further angering Valletta. DSK, even though you've guessed my plan, I still have many surprises in store, said Valletta, drawing her sword. I'll kill you all. Are you sure? Shakti spoke, standing next to Alise. It's true, you're level 5, but you're the only one up against 6 level 4s and multiple level 3s. Do you still think you can win? A drop of sweat slowly trickled down Valletta's forehead as she surveyed all the enemies in front of her, being the only one of Evilus left standing in that building. Bell, you wretch, I whispered with a nervous smile. You really got me this time. Agris Alvicinth, Alise whispered as her body and sword burst into flames, pointing at Valletta. The image of the albino flashed through her mind, causing a small smile to appear on her face. This time she definitely wanted to see him and hear every word he wanted to say to her. You will be defeated, Alise whispered, staring intently at Valletta. By justice. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Together again. Shit. At the bottom of an Evilus Valletta base, with an altered and rage-filled expression, she dodged the attacks of all the enemies in front of her. Damn you, Bell. When I find you, I'm going to torture you until I'm satisfied, she thought, filled with rage, dodging a slash from Alise's flaming sword. A small cut appeared on her cheek, causing her to clench her teeth tighter as she glared angrily at the redeed. She quickly tried to stab her with her sword, but a light bomb from a certain hobbit exploded in front of her, forcing her to retreat in a daze. And without giving her time to breathe, Shakti delivered a powerful kick to her stomach, sending her crashing into a wall. You look terrible, Valletta, Kaguya mocked, launching herself into the attack along with Ryu. Shut your mouth, you damned bitch. He said as he stood up and began to rapidly attack both girls with his cursed sword. Despite being the only one standing up to them all, she was holding on and demonstrating why she was one of the most important high-ranking officers of Evilus. But she knew very well that if that battle dragged on much longer she would not emerge victorious, so she had to find a way to escape. Ryu? RD cried out in concern as she saw the elf receive a deep cut on her arm from Valletta's cursed sword. It doesn't matter if they attack in a group. They're still trash. I yelled, kicking the elf in the stomach and sending her flying. But before she hit the ground hard, RD appeared, catching her in her arms and looking with concern at the wound she received. Meanwhile, the rest of the Ganesha and Estri family attacked Valletta, who, with a grumpy expression, retreated and launched the occasional attack, looking for a way to escape. Lion. A worried Alise approached her friend who was in RD's arms. The potions don't close the wound, RD said, placing potions on the elf's arm, but it didn't heal. It's because of the cursed sword, Alise said angrily. Take her too. No. The elf refused, standing up. I can still fight. It's just a cut on my arm. Valletta is right in front of us. We have to defeat her. Alise just stared in surprise at Ryu, who had a determined expression, causing a small smile to appear on her face. Let's finish this quickly so you can be healed by the saint, Alise whispered, positioning herself next to the elf. While Valletta demonstrated why she was a first-class fighter, she defeated many of her enemies, mainly the weaker ones, looking for ways to reduce the number of opponents. But he had to grit his teeth tightly as he blocked an attack from Shakti, feeling the strength of the captain of the Ganesha family. Your grave will be down here, Valletta, Shakti whispered, engaging in a battle of strength with the woman who refused to yield. I will not die here, he said with a confident smile, leaping back and dodging Kaguya's sword, who clicked her tongue in frustration at having missed. But as soon as she put her feet on the ground, she had to quickly dodge a punch that was going for her face from knees by ducking to avoid it, but what she didn't count on was that the wolf would throw a knee strike, hitting her squarely in the face, forcing her to retreat again. What did you think of that? Knees asked, watching a trickle of blood run down Valletta's nose. Gripping her sword tightly, she attacked Knees, but again her attack was blocked by Shakti, making her angrier and angrier. She was superior to any adventurer in that building at that moment, but with so many experienced adventurers fighting her at once, the situation was very difficult. She couldn't concentrate on just one, as the others would take advantage of it, so she had to keep her senses focused on all of them, something difficult even for her. This is annoying, I whispered, jumping back to dodge some bombs that Lyra had thrown. But again, as she put her feet on the ground, she saw a blur of fire approach her, raising her sword to block Alise's flaming sword, coming face to face with her. I have an idea. I'll kill you in front of Bell so he suffers. It'll be a fitting punishment for him, Valletta said, glaring angrily at Alise. I'm sorry to tell you that won't happen, the Redeed whispered, beginning to clash sword after sword with Valletta, causing small sparks of fire to fly out with each clash. If they hadn't met, Bell would have gone mad. It was so close, she said, filled with rage, applying more force to her attacks, forcing Alise to retreat. You have no idea how much I hate you. What did you do to Bell? Alise asked, starting to get angry upon hearing those words. What did I do to him? Valletta whispered, a sadistic smile spreading across her face. Just remembering it thrills me. His tears, his screams, his pleas, his laughter descending into madness. I love it just thinking about it. It was wonderful to watch him slowly break down. He was so close. You're a damned woman. Alise shouted angrily as her flames burned brighter, her sword clashing violently with Valletta, cracking the ground beneath them. Now I have to start all over again to recreate the Bell I wanted for myself, and it's all your fault, you bitch. Don't let her words distract you, Alise. Shakti shouted, launching a slash towards Valletta, who dodged it at the last second. They're in the way, she whispered, throwing a punch towards Shakti, who covered herself with her sword, but upon feeling Valletta's strength, she was forced to retreat. Allies, Shakti. Get out of the way. Kagaya shouted to both girls, who without hesitation moved away without asking what they were planning, trusting their companions. Luminous whined. And the moment they both separated, Ryu didn't wait a second to unleash her powerful magic on Valletta, not caring if she died in the process. She could only watch with an angry expression as the magic approached her, leaping to the left. The powerful explosion shook the building, causing everyone to cover their eyes from the gust of wind that had formed. When the wind stopped, Alise and the others stared with serious expressions at the curtain of dust that had risen, hoping that Valletta was unconscious or dead after that attack. Ryu. RD said worriedly as she saw the elf fall to her knees from the magic and thanks to the wound from the cursed sword. I'm fine, she said, wincing in pain. Of course you're not. Your arm hasn't stopped bleeding. We have to finish this quickly, Alise thought, wanting to take Ryu to the hospital to be cured of that curse. Unfortunately for all of them, Valletta ran out of the dust curtain on the left side with a sadistic smile on her face, despite having many wounds on her body, thanks to Ryu's magic. They were all about to launch an attack, but were surprised to see bombs in Valletta's hands. Hahaha. Take this. And with that shout, Valletta threw the bombs towards the group. Back off. Shakti shouted in alarm, starting to back away with the others. Unfortunately, the Ganesha family members who were in front were unable to escape in time as the bombs exploded in front of them. A second cloud of dust rose up all over the place, causing everyone to back away with a ringing in their ears as they were near the explosion. Girls. Are you okay? Alise asked worriedly to all her friends, unable to see anything through the curtain of dust. Yes. Don't worry, Alise. The others replied, much to the Redeed's relief. But he immediately went on guard, expecting an attack from Valletta, taking advantage of the dust cloud, an attack that never came. Little by little the dust disappeared, giving visibility to everyone again. All they could see were the corpses of 5 members of the Ganesha family on the ground, and Iska and Noin with their arms and legs damaged as a result of the explosion, although Lyra quickly approached to heal them with potions. An angry expression appeared on Shakti's face as she saw 5 of her dead companions begin to look around Valletta. But it wasn't anywhere. She's running away. Alise shouted when she realized that the explosion was just a distraction so she could escape. DSK, that damn, Shakti whispered angrily. RD. Please take Lion to the hospital. Alise pleaded, looking at her friend. I can still. No. Alise refused before he could finish his sentence. Your wound from the cursed sword shouldn't be taken lightly, so go. Let's go or we'll lose track of Valletta. Shakti shouted, starting to run, followed by the rest. We have to go, Ryu, said RD, carrying her friend who had weakened from blood loss and starting to run with the others. We can't fail, Valletta has to fall, Alise thought, gripping her sword. All floors higher. Valletta, with a sadistic smile, ran, getting closer and closer to the exit. They're all idiots, she thought mockingly, wiping the blood from her forehead. The war up there has already started. I have to join the party. And with a confident smile, Valletta left the building, looking outside with a smile, but it immediately faded because of what she saw. If there was a battle raging throughout the city, he knew it from the shouting and clashing swords everywhere, but the city wasn't in flames as he had planned. What? She said, bewildered, seeing that only a few buildings were destroyed. She immediately started running, looking around the entire city in bewilderment. There were corpses as she wanted, but there were far fewer. The city was supposed to be completely destroyed thanks to her plan. You. Valletta shouted, grabbing the shoulder of an Evilus member who was running by. What happened? I ordered over 100 bombs to be planted all over the city. Why do fewer than 20 seem to have exploded? I don't know, Valletta-sama, B for some reason the other bombs didn't detonate W with the others, the frightened man replied. Valletta, filled with rage, simply swung her sword and cut off the man's head, then continued running as the veins bulged on her face, knowing who was responsible for all of this. You're wretch, Bell. He swore, a twisted smile spreading across his face. When I find you, you'll regret it. And with those thoughts, Valletta continued running, killing anyone who crossed her path, hoping to find the albino and give him what he deserved. Returning to the building from the beginning. The others, upon leaving, were surprised to see that a war had broken out throughout her area, hearing battle cries from all sides. Of course, just because we avoided the trap doesn't mean the others did, Lyra thought, frustrated, as she saw collapsed buildings. If only I had believed in Bell much sooner, Alise thought, clenching her fists and regretting not having told the other groups that this would happen. Quick, help the civilians. Shakti shouted, quickly grasping the situation and giving the order to her subordinates. Then Valletta. One of them asked. The damn woman escaped, right now our priority is the civilians. Move. And without thinking twice, they all scattered, starting to help people and battle all the Evilus members who were attacking the city. Alise Kagaya said, looking at the woman named. Shakti's right, our priority is the civilians, Alise said, unable to hide her frustration at not capturing Valletta. We have to join the battle. Save everyone you can. Understood. They all said, beginning to disperse into groups. The explosions could be heard in the surrounding area, probably from members of Evilus committing suicide in an attempt to take some adventurer with them. This only made them understand the seriousness of the war that had begun. RD, please find the saint and have her heal Lion, Alise pleaded, looking at the girl. Yes. RD agreed without hesitation, looking at Ryu, who looked weaker from blood loss. I'll go with you, Kagaya said, not wanting to leave them both alone. What will you do, Alise? Valletta can't be far away, I'll look for her while I help the civilians. You alone won't be able to defeat her, Lyra said, not wanting her to go alone. She's weakened after Lion's attack, I have a chance, Alise said, leaping away across the rooftops. Lyra, go with her, Kagaya said, looking at the hobbit. You don't need to tell me, he said, starting to run after Alise as well. Meanwhile, RD and Kagaya took their side, hoping to quickly find the Holy Ermid and cure the curse of the cursed sword on the elf. The Great War had just begun throughout her area. Meanwhile, in another part of the city. Don't panic, if other people see the adventurers in that state they will also fall into despair. On the battlefield, the goddess Estri had appeared, giving words of encouragement to the desperate adventurers who were far from Babel, seeking to stop the enemy. Goddess Estri. What are you doing here? It's dangerous. These were the surprised comments heard from all the adventurers upon seeing the goddess of justice on the battlefield. All citizens, go to the city center. You will be safe there, Estri said, seeing the civilians frightened by the war. Adventurers, please stay and fight and protect those who cannot, and I will bless you all in the name of the stars. Why yes, Estri-sama. And regaining their spirits thanks to the goddess's words, all the adventurers began to mobilize to defend the city. Some launched an attack, while others accompanied the civilians to the city center. The goddess Estri, with an angelic smile, approached an alley where a girl and a boy were trembling with fear, hugging each other. Don't be afraid, little ones, I promise you nothing bad will happen to you, he whispered in a soft voice. Ami-sama, both children said with tears in their eyes. Come with me, I'll take you to the city center, he said, extending his hand with a small smile. The little girl took the goddess's hand without hesitation, while the boy took his sister's hand so as not to separate. Estri was about to leave with the children for the city center, but some shouts behind her made her quickly turn around. Its, Valletta. Estri could only watch in surprise as the high command of Evilus arrived at the place, who with a deranged smile, cut off the heads of 3 adventurers without any difficulty. Estri quickly stood in front of the 2 children who were crying as they watched 3 people die in front of them. Oh, if it isn't the goddess of justice, Valletta said with a small smile, looking at the goddess. Protect Estri-sama. Shouted the adventurers who were there, standing in front of her. You're all just trash, Valletta mocked, launching an attack and quickly defeating all the adventurers. Estri, saddened by their sacrifice, decided to turn back, taking the children with her and placing them in a safe place. Of course, Valletta wouldn't allow that, swiftly defeating the adventurers without bothering to check if they were dead. Her target at that moment was the goddess Estri. Where are you going, goddess Estri? Valletta asked, appearing in front of her in the blink of an eye. Don't you want to join the party? Estri just put on a serious expression as she stood in front of the 2 frightened children. Do you enjoy ruining the lives of innocent people that much? I asked, staring intently at Valletta. The goddess of justice like yourself would never understand our satisfaction, he said with a small smile, swinging his sword from side to side. You, more than anyone, know this, goddess. If there is light, there must also be darkness. You're right about that, there will always be bad people in this world no matter how much time passes, but there's something you're forgetting. The fact that. A small smile appeared on Estri's face as she remembered the faces of all her daughters. There will always be a light that will erase all that darkness, no matter how many times it appears. Just as evil will always remain in the world, so too will justice to stop it, no matter what, he said with a confident expression, looking at Valletta, who was irritated by those words. PSK, that way of thinking reminds me of that stupid deed, she whispered, ceasing to swing her sword and pointing it at Estri. I have an idea. I'll send you back to heaven. I'm sure that will be a hard blow for all your daughters. Both children behind Estri trembled upon hearing those words, but the goddess was not frightened. She simply kept her gaze steady, watching her. Do it, I trust my daughters and I know they will be able to move forward even if I am not with them. Are you joking? If you die, the justice they believe in so much will have disappeared, he said mockingly. It seems you don't understand, Estri whispered with a small smile. I am not their guardian of justice or their pillar of good. Justice resides in the heart of each of my daughters, and although I don't deny they will be affected, they will find a way to move forward, especially allies. You feel angry, don't you? Seeing how the flame within her has been rekindled. I think you take justice far too lightly. The veins stood out on the woman's face as she glared angrily at the goddess of justice. It was the first time she had exchanged words with her, and she was already beginning to get irritated. Thanatos is right, you're a very curious goddess, she said with a sadistic smile, gripping her sword. Well, I hope you'll send your daughters encouragement from heaven, though I highly doubt they'll last long without Fauna in this war. And with those words, Valletta ran towards Estri, who, with a small smile, stood in the place awaiting the attack without showing any fear. You will be the first goddess to fall tonight. He shouted with a wide smile, lunging towards Estri, seeking to stab her heart. Stay strong, my girls, Estri thought, seeing the sword just inches away from her. Just a few seconds, maybe 2 more seconds, and that sword would have pierced his heart, changing the course of history. But to the goddess's surprise, she saw a person speed past them, and seconds later Valletta's arm flew through the air along with her sword. Was all Valletta said, bewildered as she watched her arm fall to the ground while blood began to gush from it. She didn't even see what happened. She was so focused on killing Estri that she didn't notice that presence approaching. Still bewildered, she turned her gaze to the place where that person was, as did Estri and the frightened children. Damn it, I was going so fast I couldn't aim properly, muttered a grumpy boy with white hair, slowly turning around and staring at Valletta with his red eyes. Estri was surprised by the boy's appearance, remembering the description Alise had happily given her about her friend when their friendship began, a boy she wanted to meet from the first time the Redeed spoke about him. Bell Cranel, Estri whispered, staring intently at the albino. Upon hearing her name, Bell turned to look at her with those tired eyes and smiled slightly. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Estri-sama, he said politely, positioning himself in front of her, standing a few meters away from Valletta, who was still staring at him in surprise. Hey, you. An adventurer who was lying injured on the ground was startled to see Bell speak to him. Do me a favor and protect Estri-sama, take her to a safe place with the children, he asked calmly without taking his eyes off his opponent. Why yes. Said the still bewildered man, approaching the goddess. Let's go, Estri-sama. Will you be alright? Estri asked, unable to help but worry about the boy in front of her. Just by looking at him, she could see he was tired. She still remembered how Kagaya and Ryu spoke angrily about him, imagining him to be someone despicable, but if she was honest, she didn't think he was a bad person. His presence wasn't that of someone evil. Don't worry, she replied with a small smile. I'll be fine. Now find a safe place for yourself and those children. If something happens to you, Alise will be sad. Okay, but take care, there are many things I want to talk to you about. I don't plan to die here, I still have many things to discuss with Alise. A small smile appeared on Estri's face upon hearing those words. You know, I imagined you differently, I expected to find the most despicable person in the world, but you're the complete opposite. An embarrassed smile appeared on Bell's face at that praise. Take care, Bell Cranel. And with those words, Estri began to back away, taking both children by the hand and starting to leave with the adventurer who would protect her, turning around to see the albino's back one last time. I think I know now why Alise was so hesitant, she thought with a small smile. She doesn't have the look of someone who has fallen into evil, she's curious. And now, with the two of them alone without the presence of the goddess Estri, the atmosphere became very heavy in that street as Valletta's surprised gaze turned into one of total seriousness. You're a very bad boy, you know that. Valletta whispered, walking to his hand on the ground and picking up the sword. You look tired. I see it took you a lot of time and effort to deactivate over 100 bombs in less than 2 days, though I'm still not sure how you found out about that plan. I have my contacts, he said with a confident smile. You don't look too good yourself either. I see your plan to bury your enemies under bombs didn't work. The vein popped out on Valletta's forehead when she heard those words. Darling, when I get my hands on you, you'll wish you hadn't rebelled. You mean hand. The veins on Valletta's face only grew larger as she heard Bell's clear mockery while tightly gripping his sword. Even with only one hand, I can still defeat you, he said confidently. I pity you, Bell. You put so much effort into this plan, only for it to end in failure. It's too soon to say that, he said, adopting a fighting stance. Hahaha. When I defeat you, I'm going to torture you in so many ways until I'm satisfied, she said with a smile that was both sadistic and excited. I'm going to enjoy it as much as I did those years. Bell frowned slightly as he recalled those unpleasant memories from the past. And as the cherry on top, I'll torture that friend of yours right in front of you, it's going to be the best. Arvelia. Valletta watched in shock as Alise emerged from an alley engulfed in flames, unleashing a powerful burst of fire from her flaming sword, creating a huge explosion that forced her to retreat to avoid being harmed. Bell, upon seeing who had arrived, could not help but open his eyes in shock, seeing Alise who was next to him with her body covered in flames, staring seriously at Valletta. Although that serious expression disappeared when she turned her gaze to him and a small smile appeared on her face. Hello Bell, Alise greeted in the same tone of voice she used in the past. The albino couldn't help but blush slightly upon seeing Alise's expression after so long. Alise, he whispered, not knowing what to say, freezing in place. The gleam formed in both their eyes as their gazes met again, and a feeling of happiness appeared in Bell's heart when he saw that this time Alise did not have a hateful look directed at him. Thank you for the information, Alise said, still with her small smile. You're welcome. Perfect, the couple is reunited, Valletta said with disgust, stepping out from behind the cloud of dust raised by Alise's attack. That suits me just fine, so I can torture you and kill your stupid friend right in front of you. I have so many things to tell you, Bell, and I know very well that you also have many things to tell me, but first we have to take care of her, Alise said, returning to her serious demeanor and looking at Valletta. I agree, Alise, the albino whispered with a small smile, positioning himself next to Alise, unable to hide his happiness at the Retide's presence. By the way, I'm so glad to see your beautiful smile after so long. A slight blush spread across the Retide's cheeks upon hearing those words. Shut up, I haven't heard your story yet, so it's not like I trust you 100%, she said, embarrassed, looking at the albino. Haha, just trusting me a little is more than enough, she said with a smile. You bastards, and you dare to act like this in front of me? Valletta said, her voice thick with anger. I'll tear you both apart. Try it, they both said at the same time, raising their swords as the sounds of war and clashing swords could be heard everywhere. The war between Aurelio and Evilus had barely begun. End of chapter. Chapter 23. Bell and Alise vs Jin and June. The full moon rose high above the city of Aurelio, illuminating every street where battles to the death were being fought. Hundreds of dead people lay on the ground, including Evilus, adventurers and civilians, on a very bloody night that showed no signs of ending. Cries of despair and fury could be heard everywhere as they tried to stop Evilus somehow, although they were finding it very difficult. And in an alley in the middle of all that war, two people were walking calmly at a slow pace while talking about something important. What will you do, Althea? Asked a large man in armor, looking at the silver-haired woman standing next to him. Have you made a decision yet? I suppose I'll help you, Zold, she whispered her answer after thinking for a few seconds without even opening her eyes. I promised to help create a hero in this war, and I have to keep my word even if it's just for tonight. Are you sure? Zold asked, stopping and turning to look at her. Somewhere in the city, Bell is fighting some Evilus lunatic. I'm not saying he's weak, since I trained him myself, but it seems strange that you don't want to help him. He asked me not to interfere, she replied, turning her gaze to the moon in the sky. He probably doesn't trust me yet. I don't think that's it, to be honest. He's probably worried about you, he said, catching the woman's attention. Think about it. If you help him, your illness will progress too quickly. You probably won't last 2 days if you keep using your magic. He doesn't want you to die so fast. After all, you're his last remaining family. Perhaps. You're right, she whispered, remembering the smile the albino had given her that night in the church. If only I hadn't abandoned him. Even if you blame yourself day after day, you'll never go back to the past. All that's left is to correct your mistakes, she said, turning away. But I'm still surprised you're not going to do anything. I know he asked you to, but he's your nephew, after all. Althea remembered the words Bell had said to her in church and his request, causing a small smile to appear on her face. "It's not the right time yet, so I'll keep my promise to Earbus just this once," he said, starting to walk. "Why would you do that? Didn't you say you didn't care anymore whether there was a hero or not?" Zald asked, puzzled. Upon hearing those words, Althea stopped to answer without even turning to look at him. Perhaps because I still have a little hope that Bell has a future in this world. It's too late to change the past, but I have hope that there is a possible future for him, a future where that lizard doesn't threaten this world." And with those words, Althea continued on her way, leaving a confused Zalt behind. "Future? Are you talking about offspring or what?" I asked, puzzled. "Bell is too young for that." But Materia had him at. "Shut up, I'm still angry at that idiot for sleeping with my sister," Althea said sulkily. Zald couldn't help but let out a slight laugh as he followed Althea. "Then we have to show Aurelio the desperation." And with those words from Zald, they both left the alley ready to search for their victims under that bloody moon. "Take care, Bell," Althea whispered, looking at the moon. Meanwhile, in another part of Aurelio. On a certain street, a girl who only had one arm was backing away while blocking with her sword the attacks of an albino and a redeed with difficulty. "Is running away the only thing you can do?" Bell asked, slashing at Valletta, who dodged it. "Shut your mouth," she yelled angrily, trying to stab Bell, but Alise appeared with her flaming sword, blocking the attack. Firebolt. A burst of fire shot from the albino's palm towards the girl, who clicked her tongue angrily and jumped to dodge the attack. She was starting to get annoyed because all she could do was retreat. She had no opportunity to attack, and with only one arm, things were getting much more complicated for her. "Bell's slower, it seems the fatigue is catching up with him," Valletta thought, watching the albino who didn't look too well, having not been able to rest for very long. "That's good, if he were at his peak energy he'd be finished, maybe he'd have a chance if that bitch weren't around." But hatred, she directed her gaze towards Alise, who looked at her seriously when she saw that she was looking at her. If only he hadn't sent Bell to find the warehouse locations, he wouldn't have met Alise, and therefore Bell would have gone mad, something Valletta always wanted to happen. "TSK, I hate to admit it, but I can't win, I have to find a way to escape," she thought in frustration, looking around for a possible way out. "Keep your eyes on your opponent," Bell shouted, launching into another attack. "Don't worry. When I have you chained up and under my control, you'll have my full attention, so don't despair," Valletta shouted with a deranged smile, clashing his sword against the albino's. As it was a collision between two level 5 buildings, a somewhat strong gust of wind occurred at the site, cracking the ground around it. "I'm so excited imagining all the things I'll do to you," she shouted, looking at Bell with that same smile, who couldn't help but shiver. "That will never happen," Alise shouted, trying to stab Valletta in the side while she was blocking the albino's attack. But Valletta, with years of combat experience, wasn't going to let something like that defeat her. So, by kicking the albino in the stomach, he forced him to decrease his strength, taking the opportunity to jump and dodge Alise's sword. But before he could get any further away, Bell grabbed his foot the moment he jumped, preventing him from getting away. "You won't run away." And using great strength, Bell lifted her into the air, still holding her foot, and slammed her hard into the sole. "Ugh." Valletta groaned in pain as she was hit on the ground, spitting up a little blood from the impact. "Damn it." And angrily, Valletta raised her foot and delivered a powerful kick to Bell's face before he could attempt anything, stunning him and causing him to release her. But she didn't have a moment to breathe when Alise arrived with her fire sword, slashing towards Valletta, who stood up to dodge it, although she managed to cut her shoulder, a wound that quickly burned from the fire. "Don't get too cocky, you stupid redeed," he yelled, launching a powerful barrage of attacks towards Alise, who struggled to block each attack, forcing her to retreat. "Even though she only has one arm, she doesn't give me a chance to counterattack," Alise thought, seeing the great speed Valletta used in her attacks and her great strength, which made her give way little by little. But once again he had to stop his barrage of attacks and retreat angrily, dodging Bell's sword, who had already come out of his stupor. "Are you okay, Alise?" Bell asked worriedly, positioning himself next to the redeed. "I'm fine, don't worry," Alise reassured him, trying to relax her arms, which were trembling from the pressure she had put on them while blocking the strong attacks. Valletta, seeing this, only made an angry expression. It made her furious to see them so friendly. Alise was supposed to hate Bell, but it seemed that all that hatred had been forgotten by the redeed, or at least a large part of it. "Can you still maintain your magic?" "Yes. I still have plenty of magical reserves," Alise replied confidently without taking her eyes off Valletta. "Okay then, let's continue." TSK Valletta clicked her tongue angrily as she saw Alise and Bell approaching her again. His body was already starting to feel heavy. He had lost a lot of blood since his arm was cut off and was beginning to weaken. If that continued, his head would probably be the next thing to be cut off. No matter what you do, Bell, she said, dodging a slash from the albino and blocking Alise's sword. Her area will fall, and all your efforts will have been in vain. If you get on your knees and beg my forgiveness, I can make your punishment something you'll enjoy too. I would rather die than kneel before you, he replied, clashing his sword forcefully against hers again. That's a shame, and I was serious about forgiving you and giving you a special punishment. Bell will never do it. Alise shouted, throwing a punch at Valletta that grazed her cheek. Haha, leave this boring redeed and come back to me. I promise you won't regret it, she said, stepping back and wiping the blood from her cheek. All you need to do is go crazy and we'll have a good time. You're sick, Alise whispered, seeing Valletta's smile. Believe me, she's sicker than that, Bell said, watching Valletta breathe heavily and stagger slightly. She had lost a lot of blood and it was taking its toll. This was the perfect moment to finish her off. Alise, attack Valletta alone, I'll cast my magic from behind, it will be a distraction, Bell whispered to the redeed. Understood. I accept without hesitation, ready to fight again. I don't know what you're planning, but it won't work, you pair of idiots, Valletta said, swaying slightly but managing to stay on her feet. Last chance to get on your knees before me. And you'll keep waiting because that won't happen. And with those words, Bell raised his hand, pointing at Valletta, ready to unleash his magic. Firebolt. She simply jumped to the left, dodging the fireball, while thinking of a way to attack or distract them so she could escape. Firebolt. But a second fireball interrupted her thoughts, forcing her to jump again to dodge the magic, but on the other side, Alise launched herself with her flaming sword, forcing Valletta to defend herself with her cursed sword. You're a damn busybody, I whispered angrily, looking Alise in the eyes. Bell will never go with you, Alise said, making her flames burn even brighter. Sooner or later it will be in my hands again, and you will be left crying when you realize how useless you are, he mocked with a sadistic smile. Firebolt. But to his anger, a third fireball was shot from Bell's palm in his direction, while he continued to block Alise's sword. That trick would only work if your useless friend were stronger. Valletta shouted, launching a powerful kick into Alise's stomach, sending her flying a few meters. And full of confidence, she dodged the fireball again, although at the moment she jumped to the left, a fourth fireball, much larger than the previous one, hit her face, sending her crashing into a house and knocking it down in the process. Haha, in your face. The redeed mocked, a little sore from the kick, as she stood up and approached Bell. Are you okay? It didn't hurt, he replied, avoiding showing any grimace of pain. From the rubble, Valletta slowly rose as blood streamed down her face, which was burned, and she was breathing with difficulty. Amity whispered, slowly standing up and staggering. Not only was she at a great disadvantage because of the loss of her arm, but also because of the battle she had with the Ganesha and Estri family a while ago, which left her tired and now in a 2-on-1 battle, while losing more and more blood from her arm, without a doubt nothing was in her favor. The sounds of battle could be heard all around along with the explosions. He was probably celebrating, but the only thing on his mind at that moment was surviving that battle. You're finished, Valletta, Bell said, walking slowly towards her. Shut your damn mouth, I whispered angrily as drops of blood fell from my forehead to the ground. If I were at full power, you wouldn't stand a chance. A defeat is a defeat, he said, standing a few meters away from Valletta and raising his palm. Firebolt. And another fireball shot out of his hand, hitting the woman in the stomach, sending her flying and crashing hard into a nearby wall behind her. I'd like to enjoy this, but. Thinking that, Bell turned his gaze towards Alise, who had a serious expression looking at Valletta, probably waiting for Bell to finish off the dying woman. I don't want Alise to look at me like that, so I'd rather finish this quickly than give her a worse impression of me, he thought, walking slowly towards Valletta. I wouldn't lie if I said I had a strong desire to give her a taste of all the things she did to him when he was a child, but I'd rather keep that desire to myself and let Alise see that side of him. This time I was going to do things right. Last words? Bell asked, looking at Valletta, who was sitting on the floor, breathing with difficulty due to all her injuries and blood loss. She just looked up as the blood ran down her head, glaring at Bell with hatred. Gee, go to hell, he whispered, wanting to grab his cursed sword, but Bell just kicked the sword away. A few final words befitting someone like you, he said, raising his sword, ready to finish that. Alise simply looked away, not wanting to see Bell kill someone, but she knew he had to. It seemed he had a history with Valletta. She would talk to him about it later, if he was willing. Valletta laughed, looking at the serious albino. Goodbye, Valletta. And with those words, Bell lowered his sword to end her life and put an end to those years of suffering once and for all. But before the sword touched Valletta, all of Bell's senses went into overdrive, causing him to open his eyes in surprise. And suddenly a powerful kick struck the albino's face, sending him flying forcefully towards some houses. We found the rabbit. Jin shouted with a deranged grin after delivering that powerful kick to Bell. Bell. Alise shouted worriedly when she saw that, wanting to go and help him. But his instincts warned him of a danger moving quickly behind him. Unfortunately, he reacted too late, seeing a sword pierce his shoulder, causing him to let out a groan of pain. "You're his girlfriend," June shouted with the same smile after piercing Alise's shoulder. She quickly pulled the sword from her shoulder, intending to attack June, but he was faster, delivering 2 powerful punches to her face and finishing with a kick to her stomach, sending her crashing into other houses. Both twins watched that with satisfied smiles and were excited to continue. "Finally they're doing something good," Valletta whispered, still sore and sitting on the floor. "Do you need help?" Jin asked mockingly. Shut up and give me a potion," he ordered angrily. He chuckled slightly, taking out the only medium-quality potion he had in his pocket and handing it to Valletta, who took it with her one hand, uncapped it with her teeth, and began to drink it. As Bell slowly emerged from the rubble, he glared angrily at the twins, but that became secondary when he saw the Redeed a few meters away, kneeling and clutching his shoulder with a grimace of pain, which was still bleeding. "Allies?" Bell shouted in alarm, running towards the Redeed. "And no worries, I'm fine," I tried to reassure Alise with a small smile, but the pain in her shoulder prevented her from smiling. "You're not okay. That damn thing went right through your shoulder," Bell said angrily, looking for a way to stop the bleeding. Meanwhile, Alise only smiled weakly at the albino's concern, wishing that after this war, everything would go back to the way it was before. As Valletta finished drinking the potion, she felt a little energy return to her body, slowly standing up, her feet still feeling weak. "TSK. Don't you have another potion?" Valletta asked, looking at Jin. "Nope, I only had one, and June drank the ones he had with him because he got thirsty," he replied calmly. "That's right, they do quench your thirst," June confirmed. "You pair of idiots," Valletta whispered, looking angrily at Bell as he searched for a way to heal Alise. "I'm too weak, I can't fight like this. If you want, you can leave. June and I will finish the job," Jin said with a smile, swinging his sword from side to side. "In that state, you'll only get in our way." "You insolent little brat, you've become very conceited," said Valletta with a crooked smile. "I wonder why that is," he said with an air of confidence about him. Bell watched them intently in case they tried to do anything, but also kept an eye on Alise's injury. "Bell, that flame you summoned, see, can you keep it in your hand?" she asked, wincing in pain. "Why?" he asked, puzzled. "Burn my shoulder?" he asked without hesitation. "What?" he shouted in alarm. "Of course not. Do it, that way the wound will close. If you don't, I'll lose a lot of blood," he said, looking Bell in the eyes and seeing his concern. "Don't worry, Bell, I know very well that you would never hurt me, but this time it's necessary." Bell just clenched his fists in frustration, not liking the idea of burning Alise's skin at all, even if it was just to help her. But some words Valletta said pulled him out of his reverie. "Well, I'll leave it to you, I'm off," he said wearily, wanting to heal all his wounds. "Understood." They both shouted excitedly. "You're not going anywhere," Bell shouted angrily, standing up. "I'm sorry, my dear Bell, as much as I'd like to teach you a lesson, I'll have to wait," she said, looking at him with a small smile. "But don't be impatient. Very soon you'll be under my control again." And with those words, Valletta began to walk with some difficulty because of all the blood she had lost, but still with enough strength to fend for herself in everything that came to the entrance of Knossos. "Valletta." Bell angrily launched an attack, wanting to stop her, but a smiling June ran towards him, clashing his sword forcefully with the albinos. When the swords clashed, Bell opened his eyes in surprise. What? Is he stronger?" Bell thought, puzzled, looking at the smiling June. "Will the orders be the same?" Jin asked before Valletta walked away. "Leave Bell alive and bring him to me, the other one you can torture her until she dies." And with that last order, Valletta went into an alley, fleeing the place. Upon seeing this, Bell clenched his teeth angrily, applying more force to his arms, but June did not give in, maintaining his smile. "Surprised, Bell?" asked the smiling Jin. "A week ago we killed the floor boss, the one with 2 heads. Haha. That allowed us to level up, although Vito helped us too, but we did most of the work. That means. Yes, we are both level 5. And with those words, Jin appeared at great speed in front of Bell, who was still protecting himself from June's attack. And without giving him time to react, he gave him a strong kick in the stomach, causing Bell to spit out a little blood. "Now we know why level 5 is so special," Jin said, raising his fist just like June. "There's a huge difference in power compared to level 4, it's magnificent." And with those words, they both delivered a powerful blow to Bell's chest, who felt his bones crack as he was launched towards a wall and hit hard. "Bell." Alise shouted worriedly, standing up and not caring much about the blood she had lost. "Now let's go for the Redeed." Jin shouted excitedly, launching himself into the attack just like his brother. Upon seeing this, Alise rapidly increased the flames on her body, concentrating them in her sword. Arvelia. And in a desperate attempt to stop them, Alise launched her most powerful attack, forcing both twins back and avoiding the powerful explosion that occurred at the scene. Taking advantage of this, Alise quickly ran towards where Bell had fallen to help him. Cough, cough, the albino coughed blood, falling to his knees from the heavy blows he received in the chest. Bell. Alise arrived where the albino was, kneeling in front of him, hoping that he was not in a serious condition. "See, calm down, I'm fine," she said, breathing a little heavily. "This is bad, both idiots are level 5, not to mention we're tired and they're full of energy." As he said those words, Bell saw Alise's shoulder, from which blood was still flowing, and clenched his fists in frustration. "Firebolt," he whispered as a flame formed in his palm and remained there. "I'm sorry, Alise." "Do it?" she asked without hesitation, bracing herself for the pain. And upon receiving approval, Bell brought the flame of fire to Alise's shoulder, which quickly began to burn on both sides, closing the wound but leaving a severe burn on the shoulder. Alise only showed an expression of pain as she felt her flesh being burned, managing to withstand it. "When we finish this, we'll look for a potion so that there's no scar left," Bell whispered, extinguishing the flame in his hand and looking at the burn with frustration. "And we'll talk about many things," Alise whispered with a small, forced smile as her shoulder throbbed with pain. But they both had to stop talking when they saw the twins emerge from the cloud of dust that had risen up, quickly standing up and assuming their fighting stance. Both were exhausted. Alise had maintained her magic for a long time, and Bell hadn't rested for more than 2 days. They were not in good condition. On the other hand, Jin and June were in excellent condition, even though they hadn't slept either because they were looking for Bell. They didn't look exhausted, they looked full of energy. "What's wrong, Rabbit? Angry about the Redeed's injury?" Jin asked mockingly, seeing Bell's angry expression. "For your information, that wound didn't hurt at all," Alise said, trying to appear strong. "Maybe you need another one," June whispered excitedly. "Do that again, and you can say goodbye to your hands," Bell threatened, his sharp gaze fixed on both of them. Jin and June adopted a serious attitude upon hearing those words, something unusual for them. "Alright, Rabbit, if you care so much for that girl, you'd better do everything in your power to protect her," Jin whispered, raising his sword. "Don't hold it against us. These are Valletta's orders." Upon hearing those words, Bell quickly stood in front of Alise to protect her. "Get out of here, Alise," Bell whispered without taking his eyes off them both. "What? Of course not. I'll stay here to help you," he shouted, refusing to leave Bell alone, not now that they were back together and could fix everything. "Do it. These idiots are level 5, and unlike Valletta, not one of them is tired. Run from here." "No. Listen to the rabbit," Jin shouted, launching himself into the attack along with his brother. "TSK Firebolt." Bell quickly launched a burst of fire towards both of them, who, using their new speed, easily dodged it by going in different directions to confuse Bell. "I am an adventurer too, I can protect myself," Alise said, gripping her sword tightly and making the flames around her body intensify. She had few mental reserves left, but if she wanted to be of use in that fight, she had to give it her all. She was the captain of the Justice family after all. "I had forgotten how stubborn you are," Bell whispered when he saw that he wouldn't be able to convince the Redeed. "You already know me," she said with a small smile. And at great speed, the twins took off from the ground in different directions. Jin to attack Bell and June to attack Alise. Both quickly raised their swords to protect themselves, clashing forcefully with the twins' weapons. "You were very stupid to betray us," Jin said, beginning to exchange strong attacks with the albino. "Think what you want," Bell said angrily, blocking every attack from Jin. "I still don't understand how Valletta is able to forgive you for every rebellious act you do. If it were June or I, we'd already be dead." "Benefits of being liked by the boss," shouted the smiling June, launching powerful attacks towards Alise, who retreated with a grimace of pain for each attack she blocked. June was gradually overtaking her due to the 2-level difference. While Bell just watched in frustration, wanting to help Alise, he also had an annoying problem named Jin. "Haha, finally we're equal in power," he said playfully, throwing a powerful kick at Bell. But he quickly jumped back, dodging the attack and assuming a fighting stance. "Equal in power? Don't make me laugh," he said, raising his sword and clashing it forcefully against Jin's, cracking the ground beneath them and the nearby walls. "Just because you've reached level 5 doesn't mean we're equals. Let's see if you still say that when you're defeated." While they were fighting, Alise was doing her best to resist June's strong attacks, who was clearly holding back for the sake of having fun. "Ahaha, is that all your justice can do?" he asked mockingly. "You haven't seen anything yet," he shouted, causing the flames on his body and sword to intensify. June opened his eyes, a little surprised to see that Alise's strength had increased. And that was because his Lubrud Bequia ability had activated, an ability that increased all his stats if he was in trouble. Interesting, June thought as he received a cut on his cheek. I can win. I won't lose. Were Alise's thoughts, determined to defeat the enemy in front of her. That's what she thought, but she knew very well that the odds were not in her favor. Her ability was active, but it didn't help her much because she was already very exhausted, while June had barely made an effort. That. Alise opened her eyes in surprise as she watched her sword begin to crack from blocking the twins' powerful attacks. A few more attacks and it would break. You should have gotten a better sword, June mocked, throwing a kick at Alise's stomach. She managed to shield herself with her arm, wincing as the blow nearly broke her arm, forcing her to stumble back. You're pathetic. Meanwhile, Bell couldn't help but glance at Alise, who was slowly losing ground in the battle, adopting a defensive stance to block June's attacks. Alise won't last much longer, Bell thought worriedly as he saw Alise's pained expression as she strained her arm, which was almost breaking. Worried about your girlfriend? Jin asked, throwing a punch at Bell, who managed to dodge it. That's what happens when you get involved in a war when you're such a weakling. Alise is not weak, Bell whispered angrily at that comment. Of course she is. If she weren't, you wouldn't be so worried and watching her every move. That's more than enough to know she's weak and useless in this battle. I said it isn't. He shouted, launching a flurry of attacks with his sword, which were blocked and dodged by Jin. Haha, it seems that girl is his weak spot, he thought with satisfaction at Bell's reaction. Then I know what to do. While Bell tried to control his emotions, not wanting anger to overwhelm him and wanting to think his moves with a cool head, Jin's comments always angered him. She's very important to you, isn't she? Jin whispered, clashing his sword with Bell's, bringing them face to face. That's none of your business, I whispered angrily, wanting to gain ground in that clash of swords. So. In a swift movement, Jin launched a kick towards Bell, who, seeing this, decided to jump back, avoiding the blow and quickly getting into a fighting position to continue his fight. But to his surprise, he watched in shock as Jin, instead of going to him to continue the fight, ran straight towards the Redeed. First we'll kill your little girlfriend. He shouted madly, running towards Alise, who watched in shock while blocking June's attacks. If two level 5s faced her, she wouldn't stand a chance. She would die in seconds. We're going to tear you to pieces. They won't. It was Bell's loud scream, gathering all his strength in his feet, feeling his muscles begin to ache, but he didn't care. He had to protect Alise. And when it had the necessary energy, it took a great leap, taking off from the ground and leaving a crater where it had been before. Jin and June watched in surprise as in a matter of seconds, Bell was already in front of them with an angry expression. Leave her alone. Bell shouted angrily, slashing at Jin with his sword. He mockingly dodged the attack with the intention of making a comment to mock Bell. But what I didn't expect was that the albino would throw a powerful punch with his other hand, hitting him squarely in the face. The blow was so strong that he was sent flying, colliding with his twin June, causing both of them to fall heavily to the ground. Firebolt. And from the palm of his hand, Bell launched a flame much larger than the previous ones at both twins who were still on the ground. They quickly stood up and jumped back, avoiding the magic, but the explosion was bigger than normal, sending them flying a few meters. Meanwhile, Alise could only watch in shock the albino's display of power. I knew it when he fought against us, he held back, she thought, looking in surprise at Bell's back. He never intended to hurt us. While the albino stared seriously at his opponents who were slowly getting up. I have to admit, you took us by surprise, Jin said with a nervous smile, looking at Bell. That's right, June whispered. Alise, stay out of this, Bell whispered, slowly starting to walk towards the twins, not wanting Alise to put her life at risk against those two mentally ill people. She watched with concern as her flames died down, cancelling her magic. But she said, not wanting to leave all the work to Bell, but at the same time understanding. She was just a level 3 who wasn't even at her full power facing two level 5s. If she fought, she would only get in Bell's way. Don't worry, I'll be fine, he said, turning to look at her with a small smile. Fine, we'll play your game, Jin said, starting to walk slowly toward Bell, along with his brother June. We'll defeat you and then kill your girlfriend right in front of you. Defeat me, what a good joke, even if you are level 5 you are not equal to me, you will lose. And with those words, Bell moved at great speed, as did the twins, disappearing from Alise's sight, only for the ground around them to begin cracking seconds later, as the three exchanged attacks, obviously with Bell at a disadvantage as it was 2 against 1. Bell, he thought in frustration, wanting to go and help him, but he knew that if he did, he would only hurt Bell. Little by little, he clenched his fists helplessly, seeing all the cuts that appeared on Bell's body, feeling the pain in his heart and the helplessness of not being able to help him. Ahaha, you've become weak, Jin mocked, ducking to dodge the albino's sword. And you guys are very predictable, Bell replied, dodging an attack from June and counterattacking. Despite being 2 against 1, Bell demonstrated why he was a very experienced level 5, facing both of them and keeping pace with the battle. But that wouldn't last long if the battle dragged on, and allies knew that, which worried her even more. I can't stand idly by. I have to help him. And with those thoughts, allies took a step forward ready to join the battle and help Bell, but a tremor made her stop. And not only her. Jin, June and Bell stopped their battle due to the tremor, confused and instinctively turning their gaze to the sky. And in the surprised eyes of Bell and allies, one could see a pillar of light rising to the heavens. Meanwhile, in another part of Aurario. In an alley, a certain god walked calmly with a smile, observing the moonlight, while battle cries could be heard all around. I'm sorry, Bell, I know you put a lot of effort into stopping all this, but you have to understand that it's necessary, she thought with a melancholic look. I understood Bell and his sense of justice. He wanted to save Aurario in his own way, but he also wanted to save it from a chaotic future, and if he had to be the villain of the story, he would do it without hesitation. He had to be the necessary evil. The life of mortals is so special and so short at the same time, I whispered as I watched a pillar of light rise into the heavens. And there goes the first one. Aurario will be filled with despair. Elsewhere in the city, King Otter could be seen embedded in a wall, unconscious, and a few meters away, Zold was holding Alan's head tightly. "Ah!" screamed the Freya family cat, feeling the pain of its head being crushed by Zold's hand. "Let me go, you bastard. What a disappointment, you boasted so much and ended up being total trash," Zold whispered, letting out a tired sigh. Then he turned his gaze to the sky, seeing a second pillar of light ascending, a sign of the death of another god. "Aurario has become very weak," he whispered, disappointed. After that he turned his gaze to Alan, who was still holding his head. "I'll kill you, you bastard," the cat said hatefully. Empty words. And with those words, Zold slammed Alan 5 times in a row with force, leaving him unconscious. "They have a long way to go, they're all trash," I whispered, observing the 2 unconscious first-class warriors. After that he began to walk slowly through the streets filled with corpses from both sides and destroyed buildings. "I'd better look for Althea, her illness is getting more and more advanced," he thought, continuing on his way ignoring the shouts of the people and the adventurers. Meanwhile, elsewhere. In an alley, Althea slowly walked away from a dwarf and an elf who were unconscious on the ground after having received her powerful magic. Althea walked slowly, leaning on the wall with her hand while covering her mouth with the other, from which she kept coughing blood. "I only used my magic twice, and this stupid disease made quite a bit of progress," he thought with frustration, feeling his body weaker than before. He slowly turned his gaze to the sky, watching as 3 more pillars of light ascended. "I just hope all this is worth it," she thought as she remembered her nephew's face. "Bell," she whispered sadly, "you have to be strong." She wanted to go to him and find out how he was, but at that moment her body felt so tired that it was screaming for rest. If she didn't rest and went back to fighting, she probably wouldn't make it through the night, and she didn't want that. She wanted to have at least one last pleasant conversation with her nephew, whom she had abandoned, and make up for some of those years she hadn't spent with him because of her stupidity. "Althea," Zold whispered as he passed by on the street and saw the woman slowly emerging from the alley. "Do you want help?" "I'm fine, I can walk on my own," she replied with a sigh. "You need to rest, let's go." "We've done our part of the job," the man said seriously, starting to walk. "Bell. Don't worry, Bell is strong, very strong. After all, I trained him. He'll be fine," she reassured, smiling slightly. "You've already fulfilled your deal with Earbus, so next time you can help him as much as you want, but this time you have to rest. If you don't, you'll never see him again." "I know," he said, letting out a sigh as he began to walk away from the battlefield with Zold, but not before taking one last look at the pillars in the sky and thinking about the albino. "Take care, Bell." Returning to the battlefield. Bell watched in shock, as did allies, as 8 pillars of light rose to the sky, a sign of the death of many gods. "The Earbus-sama, are you so determined to do this?" Bell whispered, unable to believe it. "This goes far beyond what I thought tonight would be." "Ahaha, the gods are very unpredictable, aren't they, Bell?" Jin asked mockingly. Meanwhile, allies just watched with concern, hoping that her goddess was alright and in a safe place. "Oh, of course, that's why I didn't know anything about this. The rise of the gods wasn't Valletta's plan, it was Earbus's plan," he thought with frustration. "I admit it took us by surprise too, but hey. This makes the night more interesting," Jin said, happily eyeing the pillars. "And you know what will make it even more interesting?" Upon hearing that, Bell became wary, sensing that they were planning something. "Seeing you fall into despair." And with those words, both twins launched another attack. "It's useless," shouted the albino, clashing his sword against the smiling Jin. But to his surprise, June didn't attack him and walked past him, going toward someone else. Yes. Desperate to see your girlfriend's corpse. Jin shouted excitedly as he watched his brother approach Alise. No. Alise. Bell shouted in terror, wanting to go to the redeed, but Jin wouldn't allow it, launching a powerful barrage of attacks that forced him to defend himself. As Alise saw June approaching, she stood on guard with a serious expression. Come on. I'll face you. She said with determination, ready to activate her magic. The stupid girl, June mocked, stopping abruptly and jumping back. Alise watched in confusion, wondering what he was planning, but her confusion turned to shock when she saw June take 3 red stones out of his pocket and throw them at her. Enjoy them, he whispered with a smile, walking away from her. Meanwhile, Alise just watched as the 3 stones, a few centimeters away from her, began to glow. Explosive stones, she thought, reacting late to having been taken by surprise. Alise. Bell shouted desperately, giving Jin a hard kick in the stomach as he tried to go and help her. Boom. But unfortunately for him, before he could even run towards her, the explosion occurred at the scene, causing him to open his eyes in terror at the sight. Ahahahaha. Nice one, Jun. Jin mocked from the rubble of the house where he had fallen. Bell just watched in shock as the explosion raised a curtain of dust, but he didn't care and ran towards it. Alise. He cried desperately, hoping she was alright. Meanwhile, the twins just watched with satisfied smiles as Bell fell into despair. Alise. Alise. Bell shouted, searching with his eyes as the curtain of dust disappeared, making his desperation increase. Until finally the place was visible again, seeing the redeed a few meters away on the ground. In a panic, he ran towards her, kneeling in front of her, seeing the state she was in, causing her to open her eyes in pain. It seemed that a few seconds before he had managed to retreat, avoiding death, but he always had the damage. Multiple burns covered her body and beautiful face, causing Bell to clench his fists in frustration at seeing her burned like that, remembering the redeed's beautiful smiles. They Alise, he whispered in pain, bringing his hand to the cheek of the unconscious redeed and gently caressing it. Luckily, the injuries could be healed with some good quality potions, but the pain of not being able to protect her remained in his heart. I am sorry, he whispered sadly, feeling useless. Oh, isn't she dead? Jin and June's mocking voices could be heard behind Bell, causing his gaze to gradually darken. Haha, we were hoping he'd die in the explosion, but oh well, we'll have to cut off his head, then Jin mocked, approaching Bell as did June. Bell simply gently laid Alise on the ground, softly caressing her cheek one last time, and stood up. He slowly turned around, looking at both twins with a hateful expression. Are you angry? It's not our fault, remember these are orders from Valletta, Jin said, showing no fear at the look. Right, move aside, rabbit, so we can finish the job, June said impatiently. Both felt so confident with their level 5 that they believed no one could stand up to them, further provoking the albino. He simply stared at them with a hateful gaze, preparing for what he was about to do. It doesn't matter anymore, I have to do it, Bell whispered, letting out a sigh. What? Are you going to give us a free pass? They asked mockingly. In the shadows of the dark universe. The mocking smiles of both twins changed radically upon hearing those words as their skin turned pale. Hey Bell, don't you think it's rash to do that? Jin asked, taking a step back. Why yes, your girlfriend will die too, June said, also taking a step back. But Bell just kept looking at them with that hateful stare, taking a step forward to show that he was serious. I don't care if my body is destroyed, Bell thought, seeing the nervous smiles of both twins. Are quick. Don't let him complete his magic. Jin shouted desperately, launching himself into the attack along with his brother. They will pay for hurting allies, Bell thought, ready to face both twins at once as he recited his magic. The final pillar of light rose to the heavens, the last god dying that night as the war grew increasingly bloody across the city, unaware that her area was about to be shaken. Destruction reclaims what belongs to it. The bloody night between Aurario and Evilus had reached its final stage. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Kiss and Tears. If the twins had to describe Bell's magic, it would be absolutely terrifying. They still remembered that day when the albino decided to level up to 5 by killing the Ambisphia, where they both decided to follow him out of curiosity to see if he would die in the attempt. Throughout the battle, both twins mocked Bell's failed attempts to kill the monster, although everything changed when he began to recite his magic. They didn't remember much, only how a huge light invaded a large part of the floor and how the Ambisphia was destroyed into pieces and vanished even before its magic stone was destroyed. Both of them couldn't help but be shocked and a little scared by that display of power, seeing how a large part of the floor had been destroyed, leaving Bell unconscious and seriously injured in the middle. The destruction on the floor was so great that a different monster began to emerge from the walls, a skeletal monster that terrified both twins as they felt the deathly pressure emanating from it and the enormous power it possessed. Although his presence in that dungeon did not last long, as Alfie arrived almost immediately after he was born and destroyed him in the blink of an eye, then seconds later took the wounded albino in her arms and left. From that day on, Jin and June felt fear for the first time in a long time, fear at seeing Bell's terrifying magic, feeling a little more respect for the albino, just a little, and wishing never to be targets of that magic. The day they will never forget. We have to stop him, June. Yeah. Hundreds and hundreds of bloody battles were taking place in the city of Arario, under the light of the moon, bringing the end of that war ever closer. And on a certain street, both twins attacked Bell, who dodged the attacks with difficulty, but without stopping reciting his chant, demonstrating his great skill in it. Chaos unfolds without ceasing, Bell whispered, blocking June's desperate sword with his own. Since when can you sing concurrently? Jin asked angrily, launching a barrage of attacks towards the albino, who, frowning angrily, began to dodge or block them, unable to avoid receiving one or two cuts on his body. This will make you stop singing. June shouted, intending to attack an unconscious Alise who was a few meters away from them. But before he could start running, Bell, with a darkened expression, grabbed his foot tightly, preventing him from going to her. And he will destroy everything in his path, the albino whispered again, before forcefully throwing June several meters and crashing into some houses. And without stopping there, Bell began attacking Jin at great speed, making it so that he could only block his attacks while retreating further and further. You were exhausted. Where the hell do you get so much strength from? Jin asked furiously and bewildered, watching as his sword cracked with every blow the albino delivered. Destructive forces rise with fury. Jin just clenched his teeth in anger as he watched Bell continue reciting his chant, growing more desperate. Jun emerged from the rubble of the collapsed house with an angry expression, launching himself into another attack, starting to attack him at the same time as his brother. While Bell, wincing in pain for every attack he blocked or for some wounds he received on his body to avoid vital points, did everything he could to not lose focus on his chant and to be able to continue fighting, something very complicated. But what both twins didn't know was that the more they attacked, the further they got from the place where the unconscious Alise was, something that Bell just watched with relief, seeing her getting further and further away and feeling calmer to use that magic. It breaks the peace, it sows dark insecurities. Shut your damn mouth. Desperate, Jin launched a powerful kick to Bell's left side, who clenched his teeth in pain as he felt the strong blow. But without stopping there, June threw a powerful punch at Bell's face, taking the full force of the blow and taking a few steps back, managing to avoid falling on his back. It breaks the balance, it plunges the world into adversity. And that only enraged them both when they saw that he continued reciting his song despite the blows. Die, 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 die. They both shouted, attacking with their swords at great speed, while Bell, with an altered expression, blocked them, making it increasingly difficult. Die. Jin shouted, slashing with his sword and wounding Bell in the chest. But to his surprise, Bell launched a powerful attack with his sword, causing him to quickly defend himself with his own sword, but he opened his eyes in surprise as he saw his weapon shatter into pieces from the strong clash with Bell. We're both level 5s. We're superior to you. Jin shouted angrily, launching a flurry of punches at Bell, who painfully took a few blows to his body as he tried to dodge June's sword. You're wrong, Jin, the albino thought, looking at the twins. The moment you had the chance to level up, you did so without hesitation. You never pushed your levels to the limit, whereas I. He still remembered how in every statistic he was always in S or SS, he even remembered that he once had SSS in strength, and that was now enough experience to face both newly promoted level 5s. If both of them had pushed their levels to the maximum, their heads would probably already be on the ground, but fortunately that wasn't the case. Die. Both twins screamed, launching a powerful kick at the same time to Bell's stomach, who could not help but spit out a large amount of blood, flying off and hitting a house hard, knocking it down. That'll shut your mouth. True. They both shouted, satisfied with that attack, ready to finish off the albino, now that his chant had been cut short. But 2 seconds after Bell hit the house, he emerged from the rubble, blood dripping from his head, glaring angrily at both of them. Now you can no longer complete your song. From the deepest abyss of hell. Jin's mockery stopped when he saw Bell continuing to chant his magic, watching as the magical power began to gather around him, becoming more and more frightened, just like his brother. Without even saying a word, both twins launched another attack with a panicked expression, wanting to stop Bell once and for all. A fierce exchange of blows began to take place in that part of the street, cracking at every point where they passed, their swords and fists clashing with great force. I'm sorry, Aunt Althea, Bell thought, seeing the twins' desperate expressions. but I have to do it. Flashback. Hey. The badly wounded Bell, bandaged after killing the Ambisphia, was walking through the halls of Knossos in the direction of updating his status, but his master's ult stopped him along the way. What's going on? Bell asked, looking at the man. I have a message from Althea, he said seriously. She told me to please never use that magic again. Huh? Why? He asked, even more puzzled. I think it's more than obvious, although I'll give you some advice. Only use it if you're sure you'll finish off your enemy with it, because if he's still alive, consider yourself dead. And with those words, Zald left the place, leaving an albino confused by those words, although if he was honest, he didn't want to use that magic again for a good while either. End of flashback. I have to destroy them, Bell thought angrily, remembering how those idiots almost killed allies. I'm sorry, Aunt Althea, I'm really sorry. Please, Bell, never get your hands dirty with blood. If I want revenge, I have to do it. The chill ran down Jin and June's spines as they felt the air around them become very heavy and cold, seeing the albino's darkened gaze. Even to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world will tremble. And upon hearing those words, both twins realized that they could no longer stop Bell. He had already completed his magic. We have to go, June. Jin shouted desperately, starting to flee along with his brother. Bell just watched in relief as the two of them ran in the opposite direction from allies, so he could use his magic without worrying about hurting her. Okay, let's go. And without waiting, Bell started running at full speed towards the twins, who watched in terror. The walking bomb was literally following them, a bomb ready to explode just waiting for its victim. Get away. June shouted, turning around and throwing his sword forcefully at the albino. John, you idiot, don't stop running. Jin shouted as he saw his brother stop. Meanwhile, Bell, with just a twist, managed to dodge the sword that grazed his cheek, much to June's surprise. And his surprise and terror only increased when he saw how in the blink of an eye Bell was already in front of him. Desperate, he threw a punch, but Bell did nothing to dodge it. He simply hugged him tightly, preventing him from escaping. Let me go, you bastard. June shouted, trying to break free from the grip, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. No, John. Jin shouted when he saw his brother trapped, wanting to go and help him, but he stopped when he saw Bell's body begin to glow. I'm sorry, June, Bell thought, looking at him with an empty stare, which terrified him. Should, he whispered palely, watching as the whole place lit up. John. Unleash Artima. Meanwhile, in another part of Arario. At the place where the battle began, Alise slowly opened her eyes, wincing as she felt the burns all over her body. I was defeated, she whispered to herself, still on the ground, looking at the enormous moon in the sky. Although he immediately remembered that they were in the middle of a war, quickly sitting down on the ground, he instantly regretted it when he felt a great pain in his body, still not recovering from the previous explosion. The Bell. Alise worriedly began to look all around when she didn't see any trace of Bell or the twins, starting to believe that he had been captured by both of them. The sounds of battle were less than before, or one of two things was happening. Either everyone was dead, or the enemy was beginning to retreat. Whatever it was, he had to get up and find Bell. He needed to help him if he was in trouble. My body hurt so much, I whispered as I tried to stand up, feeling the pain of the burns. But after a few seconds she accomplished her goal, ready to rejoin the battle, although in her current situation, she doubted she would be of any help. I still have a little bit of my mind left if I use my magic one more time. Before Alise could think any further, the ground around her began to tremble, and the buildings became confused. What's happening? She thought, confused, watching as the slight tremor stopped. But seconds later a huge explosion occurred in a place a little away from her, watching in amazement the great amount of magical power that the explosion had, causing the earth to tremble more strongly, while a powerful gust of wind formed around it. And not only her, several people in Arario saw the same thing, as a pillar of magic appeared in the city as a result of the huge explosion. What terrifying magic, whispered a hobbit who was in the center of Babel protecting the civilians. He's an idiot, I wonder who he used it on, Vito thought, watching the huge explosion as he withdrew from the war. Well, I pity the one who received your magic, Bell, Earbus whispered with a small smile, observing all the destruction in Arario. Without a doubt, you'll frighten many now. Bell thought Zald, who was carrying Althea, who had fainted due to her rapidly progressing illness, urgently needing rest. It's a good thing Althea isn't conscious, because if she were, I'd go straight to help you. I just hope you know what you're doing, you reckless little brat. Back to Alise. Bell, Alise whispered in surprise as the explosion of magic faded away. She didn't know why, but something told her that it had something to do with Bell. Something inside her screamed that she was in trouble. I have to go, she whispered, a worry in her heart. Agaris Alvicent. Despite the pain in his body, he pushed himself further, activating the little magic he had left and having enough strength to get there. And without waiting another second, he started running with all the energy he had left, hoping that Bell was alright. Returning to the site of the explosion. Little by little the place became visible again after the huge explosion that had occurred, destroying a large part of that place. And when he became visible again, Jin could be seen a few meters away, embedded in a wall, with multiple wounds all over his body, but still conscious. "The damn monster," Jin whispered, falling to his knees on the ground while breathing with difficulty and pain. Probably one of his organs had been damaged. Slowly, I raised my gaze, observing everything around me, seeing an empty and destroyed field. There wasn't a single house nearby. They had all disappeared due to that powerful magic, leaving only a huge crater. Dae-jun. But then he remembered his twin brother who had been trapped in the albino's arms, quickly standing up and looking around for him. "Jun. Jun." He shouted, searching for his twin while clutching his arm, which was probably fractured. But when he reached the center of the crater, he only saw that Bell was unconscious and with multiple serious injuries all over his body from having used that magic. Dae-jun. Unfortunately for Jin, there was no trace of his brother anywhere, only the unconscious albino. That only meant one thing. Gradually, the veins became more prominent on Jin's face as he glared angrily at Bell. "Damn it, you didn't even leave her body," he said, clenching his teeth tightly. The explosion was so powerful that Jun's body vanished completely, erasing all traces of his existence. Terrifying magic. Give me back my brother," Jin whispered, walking slowly toward Bell with a darkened expression. "Jun, give me back Jun." On his way, he picked up a fairly large rock and continued on his way with the intention of crushing Bell's head, who showed no signs of waking up. His body was seriously injured, and even if he woke up, he wouldn't be able to do anything. "Give me back my damn brother," he yelled angrily, lifting the stone and hitting Bell. "Arvelia." But before he could launch his attack, Alise appeared with her sword covered in flames, launching her attack which hit Jin directly, causing him to explode for the second time. Thanks to the explosion, it was launched forward, impacting forcefully on some rubble a few meters away from both of them. As Alise put her feet on the ground, her magic instantly faded, having used what little mind she had left, but she couldn't faint there. She had to resist. Horrified, I watched Bell's state, a lump forming in my throat and a pain in my chest as I saw him in that condition. Bell, she anxiously knelt down, wishing he was alive, and luckily he still had a pulse, but it wouldn't last long if his wounds weren't treated. Desperate, she picked Bell up in her arms and started running, searching for a way to heal him. Her body ached. She felt she might faint at any moment, but not yet, she had to help Bell. "Hold on, Bell," she whispered, struggling away from the explosion, doing everything she could to avoid falling. "Why, you can't die here." Meanwhile, from the rubble where Jin fell, he was kicked out with eyes full of rage. "You damn bitch, you damn Bell, you damn all of you. Give me back my brother." And with that scream Jin started running with the intention of killing Bell and Alise, although with some difficulty due to all the damage he had received. "I'll kill you bastards." Meanwhile, with Alise. While running, she heard Jin scream in the distance and began to despair, because if she caught up with them, it was certain death for both of them. "Quick, I have to find a safe place," she thought desperately, looking around everywhere she went. There was nobody in those places, only corpses from both sides were found everywhere, and the civilians were probably in Babel, so there would be nobody to help them at that time. His gaze lingered on every corner of the street he passed, searching for a place to treat Bell's wounds, growing more and more desperate as he felt the albino's breathing slow down. "Hold on, Bell," she whispered as small tears of anguish formed in her eyes, listening to Jin's angry shouts in the distance. But fortunately for him, he saw an establishment which gave him a glimmer of hope. The Blue Pharmacy. Those were the words on the sign of the humble establishment. Without hesitation, Alise entered the pharmacy, seeing that there was no one there. It was one of two things. Either everyone was dead, or they were in the safe place in the center of Arario, hoping it was the second option. Carefully, Alise laid Bell on the floor and quickly ran, her body in pain, to the bookshelves, grabbing all sorts of potions to heal Bell's wounds. "Then don't worry, Bell, I'll heal you," she whispered anxiously, filling her arms with potions and running towards Bell. She felt exhausted, like she might collapse unconscious at any moment. The only thing keeping her going was her desire to save the albino. She couldn't let it end like this. She still had so much to talk to him about. "I'm here," she whispered, kneeling in front of Bell and placing the potions on the ground. I quickly grabbed one and uncapped it to spray it on Bell's body, then grabbed another and did the same thing over and over again. Mentally, he apologized to the god Maich, promising that when all this was over, he would pay him back for every potion he used. "Please, heal," she thought desperately, watching as the wounds only healed a little. Although there came a point where the potions no longer had any effect, whatever magic Bell used prevented his wounds from healing completely. "What's happening?" she thought, frightened, spraying one potion after another on Bell's body without any effect, although luckily the little healing it did on the albino brought him out of the serious state he was in. Seeing that it would no longer work, Alise stopped using the potions, looking at the albino with anguish and sadness. "Get out, you damn it." Jin's angry shouts were getting closer and closer, worrying Alise, although she doubted she would find them there, but with the luck she had at that moment, she was sure to find them on the first try. Wake up, Alise whispered, tears welling in her eyes, gently shaking the albino. Please." Although he had recovered from the critical condition, fatigue and low mental reserves still lingered in Bell's body. "It's true." Alise, remembering that, quickly stood up, although she wobbled a little as she did so, and ran back to the potion shelves, quickly finding the one she wanted and going back to Bell. In his hands he held a potion that restored a person's fatigue and mental clarity. If he gave Bell that to drink, he would probably wake up, or so he wanted to believe. But how? She thought worriedly as she heard Jin scream again, closer than before. But then an idea crossed her mind, making her cheeks blush a little. "No." She screamed mentally, shaking her head from side to side. "I don't have to think about that, it's to help Bell." Looking down, he saw the albino's pale face, much paler than normal, probably because of all the blood he had lost. I have to do it, he thought with a determined expression. With a slightly trembling hand, she uncapped the potion and stared at it, still a little embarrassed by what she was about to do. I never thought my first time would be like this, she thought, a little nervous. But Jin's shout snapped her out of her embarrassment, causing her to drink the potion and then look at Bell. He slowly brought his face closer to the unconscious albino, feeling his heart race. Damn. He was in a war and it felt like it. Luckily for her, the shame would only be hers and Bell would never know what happened. She just hoped this would work out. "Please Bell, wake up." And with those thoughts, Alise joined her lips to the albino's, making him drink the potion in the hope that he would awaken. The slight blush still lingered on Alise's cheeks as she realized she was kissing the albino, although technically it wasn't a kiss, or so she wanted to believe to avoid feeling so embarrassed. When she became very close to Bell and began to develop feelings for him, she knew that at some point she would kiss him, but she never thought it would be like that, in the middle of a war, with corpses everywhere and the albino unconscious. It wasn't at all romantic like she had imagined. Although that didn't matter, the only thing that mattered was that Bell opened his eyes again. Wake up. Bell slowly opened his eyes, a little disoriented, seeing a ceiling that was completely unfamiliar to him. What happened? He thought, confused, feeling the cold wooden floor against his back. Puzzled, he decided to sit down, but immediately a great pain invaded his entire body, but he was used to pain, so he simply ignored it and sat down. Still confused, he looked around and saw that a certain Redeed was lying next to him with her eyes closed, probably unconscious. "Hey Alise," he whispered, confused, looking at the beautiful girl. Seconds later he noticed all the empty potion bottles everywhere and began to remember everything that happened. "That's right, I used my magic and Alise probably found me and healed me a little," he thought, putting all the pieces together. But seconds later he began to hear Jin's voice screaming with hatred very close to where he was. This surprised him, as he thought they were both dead, but apparently they had survived the magic attack. He immediately concentrated, trying to sense the presence of both of them, but only managed to sense Jin's presence. "I see, so Jin survived." Well, it was more than obvious since he was further away, but Jun had to die no matter what, it's impossible for him to survive, Bell thought, slowly standing up even though his body was very sore. He slowly turned his gaze towards Alise and knelt down slightly to gently stroke her hair with a small smile. "Thank you so much, Alise, I'll be back soon, I have to finish the job," he whispered his words in a warm voice, before slowly walking towards the door, ready to end his battle with Jin. "Although before leaving I brought my hands to my lips feeling a strange but warm sensation, as if something soft had settled on them not long ago. But I would think about that later. I had to take care of Jin first." And with those thoughts he left the blue pharmacy, leaving Alise alone, who, despite being unconscious, slightly clenched her fist, worried about the albino. While outside the pharmacy. "Wow. So that damn trash decided to come out." Jin shouted, looking for the albino as he emerged from the blue pharmacy. "Is your damn girlfriend in there too?" "I think it's time to end this," Jin, Bell whispered with a serious expression. "Give me back my brother," I whispered, my voice filled with rage. "Unfortunately, I can't do that, and even if I could, I wouldn't," he replied, making Jin angrier and angrier. "This is the path you chose, so accept the consequences." "And you think we had any choice?" I asked with a crooked smile. "Just like you, we were forced to join Evilis too. And guess what, not all of us have willpower as strong as yours to stay sane for long." Bell couldn't help but frown in frustration upon hearing those words. He still remembered the first time he met them, two shy and timid twins being forced to work for the organization after their village was destroyed. But he couldn't remember how long that personality lasted in both twins. 2 weeks? A month? He didn't remember well. All he remembered was that from one day to the next, both twins had become sadistic killers. They couldn't remain sane for long. "Tell me, Bell, what does it feel like to kill someone for the first time?" Jin asked with a big smile, a deranged smile. He was smiling because he couldn't get any angrier, his anger had reached its peak. "Horrible," was Bell's short reply. Even though June had committed many cruel acts in the past and deserved to die, it didn't make Bell feel good. After all, he had just taken a life. "Exactly. That's what June and I felt the first time we were ordered to kill someone. It was horrible, but the more we did it, the more that feeling changed to one of excitement. It's hard to explain," she said, her smile fading as she stared intently at Bell. "And that's exactly what will happen to you. I won't become a damned murderer like you," he exclaimed angrily. "Of course," he shouted, launching himself into an attack and exchanging blows with the albino, since neither of them had a sword. "We're all going to lose our minds at some point, and you won't be the exception." "And what makes you think that?" he asked, protecting himself with his arms from Jin's punches, who, despite having a fractured arm, was forcing it to hit him. "Have you forgotten?" he yelled, throwing a kick at Bell, who had to duck to dodge it and immediately cover himself with his arm to block Jin's fist. "That day you were laughing like a maniac when you were punching that man in the face over and over again." A not very pleasant memory came to Bell's mind, one he wanted to forget. A memory from a man begging him not to hit him and him ignoring him and continuing to hit him while laughing, a memory from a few months before he had the mission to find the warehouses, a few months before he met Alise. But a punch to his face snapped him out of his thoughts, making him take a few steps back. "Haha, I still remember how happy Valletta was to see you acting like that," he laughed, looking at Bell with a mixture of anger and mockery. "At that moment, we realized that even you could lose your mind with a little push. Maybe I should kill that bitch to see what happens to you." "Call Alise that again and you'll regret it," she warned angrily, standing up. "I won't let you touch her." "And why not? You killed my brother, so I'll kill your beloved Redeed. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth," he said, his bloodlust evident. "You're in worse shape than I am. You won't last long, and when that happens, I'll torture her right before your eyes." "You'll have to kill me first if you want to get to her," Bell whispered, assuming his fighting stance. But the truth was that he was already at his limit. Alise had done everything to heal his wounds a little and give him back some energy, but it wasn't enough. His magic left him in serious condition, needing more than just a few potions to recover completely. He was even surprised that he could still stand. Perhaps his desire to protect Alise gave him the strength to force his body to keep going. But Jin was right, that wouldn't last long, he had to finish him off quickly before his little energy ran out. "I can't allow him to touch Alise," he thought, staring intently at his opponent. "You'll regret taking my brother away from me," he whispered, hatred in his voice. "My only regret is not having eliminated them sooner." Those words only made Jin angrier, causing the veins on his face to bulge and making Bell alert, knowing he was about to attack. "You're a bucking piece of shit. I'll kill you." Bell's fighting stance slowly lowered as he watched in shock as part of Jin's head was cut off with a clean cut, blood splattering onto the albino's face. "Huh?" Bell whispered, bewildered, watching Jin's body fall to his knees and then crash to the ground, along with the severed portion of his head that ended his life. Bell just stared in surprise at Jin's corpse, not understanding what had happened. Just a moment ago Jin was screaming, and in the blink of an eye his head was cut off, leaving a small gust of wind, as if someone had passed by at full speed. After staring in bewilderment at Jin's corpse for a few seconds, he began to look around, feeling an enormous thirst for blood all around him. Who was it? He thought, quickly assuming his fighting stance again, searching for the owner of that murderous instinct. If he were at 100%, he would quickly find the one who killed Jin, but in his current situation it was impossible. Although he didn't have to look far, as he sensed someone's murderous intent behind him, quickly turning around to defend himself. But his wounds worked against him, slowing his body down, and by the time he tried to attack, blood had already splattered everywhere. At the blue pharmacy. Bell. Little by little Alise opened her eyes, a little disoriented and tired, seeing that she was still in the blue pharmacy. She slowly sat down on the floor, noticing that the albino was not with her at the pharmacy. This meant that her efforts to cure him had not been in vain, or at least that's what she wanted to believe. Bell? But he couldn't help but start to worry, remembering that he wasn't fully healed to have long battles again, and also because of all the blood loss he had suffered. Slowly and painfully, she stood up again, taking her sword, which was already on its last legs, seeing that it was cracked all over, and also took a potion which she drank, feeling as some of her fatigue disappeared. I no longer hear sounds of battle, he thought, concentrating his senses and not hearing any clash of swords or anything like that. That meant the war was over, at least for that night. I have to make sure Bell is okay, she thought, walking slowly towards the exit and staggering a little from exhaustion. Bell was stronger than that stupid twin, so he was confident he had won, but he probably fainted again, so he would help him again with more potions. But first I have to find a safe place. The girls will get angry if they see him again, since they don't know anything about this, he thought with a nervous smile, opening the door and leaving the pharmacy. And when he saw the place, he froze. In the middle of the street there was a pool of blood with Jin's corpse, something which surprised her. But what surprised and frightened her the most was seeing another pool of blood a few meters away, with Bell lying on the ground with a spear stuck in his stomach. "The Bell," Alise whispered, watching the scene with fear as the albino struggled to breathe. He slowly turned his gaze to the person standing in front of Bell, meeting the sharp angry stare of a certain cat man. "That's how it's done, you stupid retard," Alan whispered with hatred, blood trickling from his head, a sign that he had recently been beaten up. "Hey Alise." It was the faint whisper that came from Bell as he looked with his pale face at the frightened retard who could no longer resist. "No. Leave him alone." I screamed desperately, running towards Alan and Bell, wanting to save him. But before he could take a step, he was grabbed tightly by the back, preventing him from moving. "Don't move, human," whispered a white elf who was glaring angrily at Alan. "Exactly, just watch me kill this son of a bitch," Alan said angrily, pulling his spear out of the albino's stomach, wanting to stab him again. "Please don't. Don't you understand? Bell isn't theirs." Alise cried, tears streaming down her face, desperately trying to break free from the elf's grip, but unable to. "Don't kill him. You idiot cat, control yourself," the elf scolded angrily. "Don't tell me what to do, Hedin," Alan shouted angrily. Prayasama's orders were clear. If we found a high-ranking or important member of Evilis, we had to capture him so that the Loki and Ganesha familia could interrogate him. And you, being an idiot and impulsive, killed one. "You have to leave that albino alive," Hedin said with annoyance as he saw that Alise wouldn't stop moving. "Let's just say we didn't find anyone and that's it," I yelled, wanting to kill Bell. "I know you're angry about the beating you and Otter got, but that's not a good enough reason to disobey our goddess's orders, so obey," she ordered, looking sternly at Alan. He just glared angrily at Hedin as the point of his spear aimed at Bell's head, while Alise desperately tried to break free from the elf's grip. The cold stares of both first-class warriors remained for a few seconds until Alan clicked his tongue, turning his spear around and striking the albino's head hard with the shaft of his weapon. "Bell!" Alise shouted as she saw more blood start to trickle down his head. "Fine. Hand him over to the stupid Ganesha family," he said grumpily, watching the albino slowly lose consciousness. Meanwhile, Bell just stared in a blur. The last thing he saw was Alise's face full of tears, screaming his name in despair and pain. "Don't cry, Alise," Bell thought, slowly closing her eyes, wanting to hug the retard even just once. Don't cry. Bell." Alise cried desperately, trying to break free from their grip. "Don't hurt her. Bell helped us," she said, turning to look at Alan. "You stupid cat. You're so noisy." Alan shouted in annoyance, approaching Alise and punching her hard in the stomach, which knocked all the oxygen out of her lungs. Slowly, Alise lost consciousness, seeing the unconscious Bell, stretching her hand towards him as Hedin let go when he saw that she no longer had the strength to do anything. "Be Bell," she whispered as the last tear ran down her cheek, falling unconscious to the ground. Just when he thought he could solve all his problems with Bell and was hoping that everything would go back to the way it was before, that happened. Life definitely didn't want to smile on him again. "I'll take the Evilis member to the Ganesha familia, you take the girl to the Estri familia," Hedin ordered, carrying Bell like a sack of potatoes, hoping he wouldn't die halfway there. "DSK, I'm not taking anyone," Alan complained, watching as the elf began to walk away. "Forget it, I sense the presence of the Estri family approaching," Hedin said, causing Alan, with an unfriendly expression, to leave that place, leaving the unconscious retard alone, who moved further and further away from the albino, with each passing second. "Alise!" shouted some girls from the Estri family when they saw their captain unconscious on the ground in that lonely street, rushing to her aid without having any idea of what had happened in that place. Much more difficult and complicated times had begun for both of them. End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.